affected the LGBTQ community. Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that need it the most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries. For cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9 volts, batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog, and the tournament is back. Let's do this. The upsets are inevitable. Underdog is the best place to get in on this action, and we're looking for specific players to show out in this tourney because you can make picks and win money right now in California. As you know, playing on Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite players are going higher or lower on any stat. Point, rebound, assist, whatever it is. Get your picks all right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. In this tourney, I do have my eye on the stars, like AJ DeBonsa, BYU. He's going to want to show out. This is his last chance to show out for the NBA. I like higher on a lot of his numbers, especially points and rebounds. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first 5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Got to be 18 or over, present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details if you're concerned with your play. 1-800-RESET or ncpgambling.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part, they accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
San Francisco, mostly cloudy throughout the day, a high of 69.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
The firepower and the defensive acumen in the second half to slow down the Nuggets, who will pick up another win against Golden State here in Denver. And the Warriors will have to try and change that next season and hopefully come in with a healthier squad than they have tonight. Denver takes a 24-second violation, 10 seconds left. Cryer will dribble it across to avoid the violation, and he'll just hang out right at the midcourt line. 70-40 in the second half for the Nuggets. The final score, Denver 116, Golden State 93.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. You heard the man, 116-93 the final in Denver, Colorado, as the Nuggets take down the Warriors. And like we've said many a times, Joe Shaska, I say good morning to you, Risotto, Lubman in the back. Hey, I like the fight in the first half from this team. I love the fight. I love the try hard. I love the can-do attitude of the team. But talent triumphs all at the end of the day, especially in the NBA. When you got that guy, Nikola Jokic, on the other side, when you have Jamal Murray, when you have players like Christian Brown who's playing a lot better, it's hard to overcome. And they could not yesterday, as we are still awaiting the potential of Stephen Curry's return to the court. We had another update over the weekend. The update was, we'll get another update the next week. How many times have I said that for 2 months? Here, we're waiting for the update, and the update is, we'll give you another one the other week. So, still waiting on Steph, but we're running out of games, as Steve Kerr said over the weekend as well. We're running out of games.
You want to talk about Steph first or the guys that played last night?
There's a lot.
You tell me.
We can talk. There's so much. Actually, you know what I really want to start with?
What's that?
Before the show even started, you're like, Spadoni, can you tell me if this is unhinged or not? I was like, oh boy, this is how we're starting a Monday. Can you tell me if this is unhinged or not? You pull out an aluminum can of something.
High end.
Okay.
Well, I want to make that very clear.
At first I thought, I was like, okay, is that a canned fish? And then it was yes. I was like, is that canned salmon? He's like, no. And then I look at it. It's like, okay, it's canned tuna. So I was like, okay, you're going to eat some tuna this morning. I was like,
yellowfin tuna in olive oil.
That's totally fine. Yeah. I was like, that's fine. Ooh, olive oil? I don't know about that. I'm usually a water guy. You can drain it out. It's easier to mix with the mayonnaise.
Well, this is, look, I was told that I need to, obviously reduce cholesterol and whatnot. I've been doing really well on some of my medical stuff, and I need to have more protein earlier in the morning. And, it's very difficult when you look into the cupboard at 4 o'clock in the morning and you're running out the door and you're like, what can I eat? What can I eat? What can I eat? All right, I'll take the tuna.
Okay.
The protein.
That's okay. But then I asked, I was like, that's fine. Did you bring some like mayo with you to like make a tuna salad? They're like, nope.
I was supposed to have some of the cholesterol.
Well,
I had a little cheat yesterday and I had a little bit of In-N-Out burger. And I said to myself that I'm not going to go, into the mayo. I'm trying to be healthier. And I know we live this life of waking up at the crack of dawn. Technically before the crack of dawn, I wake up in the middle of the night. And yeah, I know my eating habits aren't great. That's why I'm trying to eat better. I'm trying to feel better.
Joe, I'm going to help you out here. Do you enjoy tuna salad? Like a nice tuna salad that you can make?
Yeah, I like tuna every now and then.
I think you'd enjoy it more than what you're going to do this morning. And I would say if you can't use, sour cream or mayo to mix it, you can use non-fat plain Greek yogurt, which will simulate it. Okay. You'll get double protein.
That's fine.
And
I like
it'll
that.
still give that tang. Do a nice little salt, pepper in there, whatever you want, a little garnish, a little Italian seasoning. I don't know what you put in your tuna salad.
I like that. I just wasn't thinking clearly. I was like, I gotta get it. I'm not trying to eat bread.
Okay, that's good.
Life's
cheated. Almost over. You're doing a great job. I'm proud of you.
I cheated on Friday after the Giants game, and I had some rice, which I hadn't had rice in forever.
That's all right.
My stomach was so messed up. I love rice. No, it was so messed up. I have not had some of those refined carbs, whatever they call them.
Yeah.
Dude, no, it was not good. I'm trying to get my life in order health-wise. I feel like Steph Curry. There's an update coming next week.
There's an update coming next week. No, but I'm proud of you.
Joe Shafty's tie will be reevaluated in 1 week.
That being said,
but please, for the love of God, did you bring some mints or some gum? Because I didn't need the tuna breath over here.
Well, that's why I said, is it unhinged? Because I know how potent tuna can be.
Can you not eat it in the studio? That's all I'm going to ask.
I'm not going to.
Thank you. That's fine then. Then it's not unhinged. Then you're good. See, I eat hot Cheetos at 6 in the morning. And people call me unhinged. So I think we're all good here. Our taste buds, when you work these shifts, and the graveyard workers out there, they'll understand. Like, your taste buds change a little bit if you get up at 4 or 3 in the morning.
The only thing open at this time is nothing but carbs. Bagels.
Mickey D's. Yeah, right across the street.
7-Eleven's open.
Yeah, they have hard-boiled eggs. That's too much cholesterol, though, isn't it? You have to get rid of the yolk.
No, I have no problem with eggs. Eggs are fine for me.
Are they?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay.
But I'm a poached egg guy. Like yesterday, I had poached eggs.
Okay.
And a little bit of sausage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Chicken apple.
You think that's what Stephen Curry's been eating during this rehab process? A lot of poached eggs, a lot of avocado, some healthy fats, if you will. The TB12 method, he's probably really getting after because he wants to play, into his 40s potentially. I'm scared, though, Joe. I'm scared that this guy is going to come back and work for who? For what?
Well,
they're locked into the 9-10 spot, basically.
Can I tell a story?
Now.
Story time.
Please.
I got to see how the sausage was made regarding an update with Shams and one of our insiders, Anthony Slater.
Really?
I don't know. He's technically maybe not.
He's not a 95.7 The Game insider. That's Nick Friedel.
Okay, I apologize.
No. He's a friend of the station, though, Anthony Slater. We love Anthony. He still comes on.
Well, I was watching the Bloods and Crips when it comes to the coverage of the Warriors for Tellens and Slater. They're actually buddies.
But so they're not Bloods and Crips. They hang out. They have the little bandana meme where they're standing on the corner.
Like in those prison movies when the Mexican mafia is hanging out with the Black Gorilla family or whatever. God. And they're like, wait a minute, they're not supposed to be doing deals together.
Oh my God.
Anyway, I was watching Anthony Slater in real time run back and forth up into the club level.
Oh, to get on the phone or what?
And he was getting insight on the Steph Curry thing. And
you guys were at a Giants game?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Was it the Saturday or Friday one?
Friday game.
Friday, nice.
It was
opening day.
No joke, it was probably 100 degrees. I'm not joking. They're like, it's 72? I was like, there's no way it's 72. It's 103 on my face.
Yesterday, it felt like that, too, because it's humid in the Bay. It felt like a bajillion degrees yesterday in the East Bay. But continue.
And so I was watching Anthony Slater. We'll get to the Giants later, but I was watching Anthony Slater do his thing. And then, boom, the update came out about Steph Curry. And I happened to be in the car waiting on hold to do a hit, to help out Lucas and Mark Willard and Mark Grandy because they were drowning and they needed somebody to help their ratings. And so they hit me up to do a quick hit. And next thing you know, I'm doing a hit and Willard's just going on and on and on about breaking down the difference between an evaluation. Read the words of what Sham said.
Willard was doing his job on his radio show hosting it, is what you're saying.
Well, he was
Willard was going on and on. He was explaining it.
That's my little joke with Willard. He has these long preambles. I'm like, dude, I'm waiting on hold. Throw it to me. Let's go.
So let me get
it's a joke. I love Willard.
Let me get the exact quote here from Sham Sharania. It was a couple days ago. Steph Curry will be re-examined next week as he attempts to ramp up again with his ailing knee. Sources tell me, and your boy, Anthony Slater, that's probably who he was talking to, this extends his prolonged absence to at least 25 straight games after he was unable to scrimmage this week as previously hoped. So he's attempting to not just practice, to ramp up to practice again. What are we doing?
So they were basically breaking down the difference between re-examine and reevaluated, and how like the word choice was that. Look, he hasn't played basketball in 2 months. So we could split as many of the wordings as we want and try to figure out, I don't know, like splice the hairs a little. Like, can we all acknowledge like it's probably an uphill battle?
It is.
Returns.
I'm laughing. I don't want to laugh because I'm just the absurdity of all this. But now that I clicked on the tweet from Shams, I just see all the comments. And the first one is the Michael Jackson meme with the guy holding the gun, and he puts the gun down. It's like, it's over, Steph. That's what it just got me this morning. I'm sorry. As Risotto saw the Michael Jackson play over the weekend. That's happening downtown San Francisco. So that looks exciting. I mean, Joe, we've been on this, so like maybe other shows are different. Maybe Mark Willard, who are you on with, maybe he's seeing the light now on why you don't need to bring back Stephen Curry. They're locked into the 9-10 seed, guys. All right? You know what that means? So they're locked into playing the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round.
Well, it doesn't mean you just, quit the season. But
you can't quit the season. I think a lot of Warriors fans like to simulate to end. So we're not going to do that because there is still something to play for guys like Kristaps Porzingis, who, by the way, looked pretty good yesterday.
We'll get to him in a second.
Guys like that.
So, like, the Steph thing is like, all right, this is a Mark Randy tweet. I'll give him credit because, man, that guy's... You want to talk about... You know how, like, they say, like, Shanahan looks like he's aged 3 decades in the last decade. Mark Randy, this Warriors season, has gray hair. And he's the youngest looking gray-haired guy of all time.
It's after the presidents, like Obama before and after.
He went from being a freshman in college to now the guy's got a family of 4.
Let's just hope
a game.
Let's just hope it's not the end of Sleepy Joe. 7:07, the season is over, Grandy. Please stop, please, because he was on last night. And then this one, to your point, hang in there, Grandy. You look exhausted.
He does. So he put out this tweet. Both the Clippers and Portland won. The Clippers and the 8 seed is nearly impossible for the Golden State Warriors. What about Portland and the 9 seed? Golden State has 8 games left. Portland has 6. If Golden State goes 5-3, Portland has to only win 2 out of the next 6. If Golden State goes 4-4, Portland has to go 1-5. Portland's magic number versus Golden State is 6. So considering all of that, feels very unlikely that the Warriors will even get the 9 seed. I mean, that's a pretty simple breakdown from Grandy. And so I guess where I'm going is this. Regarding Steph, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm pessimistic. Call me a hater. Call me, a waving the white flag, whatever. I'm France. Like, yeah, I am. Like, when it comes to this one, I have a hard time seeing Steph ramp back up, get ready to play. I mean, it's going to be April 1st on Wednesday. Like, that was my line of demarcation. He hasn't done anything. He's not ready to return. I'm gonna fade this situation, and I'm gonna say he's not coming back. That being said, let's talk about the on-court product.
That would be a sick joke if like they'd reevaluate him for Wednesday. April Fools, he's actually not coming back this year, but like it's serious. That would suck. It's also my mom's birthday on Wednesday, so happy early birthday, Marianne. Yeah.
Okay. The guys on the floor. I put out a tweet during the middle of the game. And it was something to the effect of, man, GP2's had a heck of a season. Okay? In fact, I would call it was a wonderful bounce back season. He's a role player. Man, DeAnthony Melton has really hit a wall in March. But overall, I would say he's had a wonderful season for a guy that missed a lot of time the last few years.
He's been a bright spot.
How great has Guy Santos' season been?
It's been awesome.
Really has. I'm encouraged with what I see from Kristaps. I thought he was fighting on both ends last night. We'll get to him more in depth in a little bit. Pods overall has had a pretty good season. I know he's a lightning rod. Last night he was really good.
He was.
All of those guys are role players. And other guys have had great moments this year as well, like Pat Spencer. And all I was saying was, wow, a lot of the role players have had wonderful seasons. And Warrior fans, lost their minds on me. What do you mean a wonderful season? Oh, no, they're not a championship contender and blah, 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 blah. All right. Yeah, I agree. They're not a championship contender. They're without 2 stars, Jimmy and Steph. And we could argue about whether Jimmy's still a star by, what kind of definition of star that is. They've been out, both those guys, for 2 months. These other guys are role players. Role players. Yes, they've had wonderful seasons. And yeah, the overall arch of the year has been kind of bummy, kind of sucks, I'm proud of the way this team fights. Draymond yesterday, first half, he was really good.
Yeah.
Really good. Kind of ran out of steam in the second half, but I thought he gave his heart yesterday. Towed the line. I mean, GP2's getting in multiple fights. This team is feisty.
Gary Payton's been a baller the last month.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hitting threes, dunking on fools, playing great defense. I thought Jamal Murray, he was in his back pocket and really frustrated him at times. They don't have enough firepower.
No.
And so everyone's losing their minds. And I'm like, Warrior fans, I get it. This year kind of sucks. Moody's hurt. Jimmy's hurt. Steph's hurt. To a lesser degree, Horford's hurt. Like, that stinks. But these role players have played fantastic. Let's not take anything away from them. Like, they've played great this year. Role players cannot carry you through the playoffs.
Nope.
The stars carry you. The role players supplement and complement the stars. All right? So I'm feeling a variety of ways. Overarching theme, this year kind of sucks, right? But the small thing is like, wow, Kerr's got these guys playing really well. And is Kerr the end-all, be-all word of God when it comes to basketball? No, but he's pretty damn good. And he's got a lot of guys having career years or bounce-back years when I didn't think it could happen. I thought GP2 was washed. He's had a great year. I mean, Podziemski, for all the criticism everybody gives him, dude has played in every game, plays his heart out. Like, I don't know what more you guys want. Like, for a lot of people, anything short of contending for a title is the only thing that's going to keep you happy. And I'm like, that's just not realistic. Look around the league. It's OKC's time.
Yeah.
San Antonio is on the come up. Like Boston, unbelievable year. They might not even compete for a championship. We will see. We will see. Okay? Why are we so angry? They've been to 6 finals. If they went to 2 or they went to 3, I would hear you on, man, you left so much on the table. Of course there's a million things they're going to want back. Some of you Warrior fans are just, it smacks of ungrateful and lacks perspective on what the league looks like. This is not a video game.
No.
You're not in it every single year competing for titles. It's just not. Kobe's last playoff game, he was 33 years old.
Yeah.
Steph's 38. I don't know, man. I'm not even like, it's not all of them. It's not all Warrior fans. But like the hate and the anger in my mentions for merely suggesting, wow, kind of sucks that the stars are hurt. Some of these role players have had wonderful seasons. Why can we not separate the two?
I think anger is the right word. And, we've talked about this for weeks now. Nick Friedel, who you said joined you at the game on Friday, we've talked about with him. He's like, he just feels it everywhere, too, from the fan base. And I think it's because you're kind of seeing the writing on the wall in the future of this team that, hey, it might be over, which sucks. But you have another year, and we'll see what happens next year. We'll have the entirety of this summer. And if Steph comes back and him and Kristaps, do a little something together, we'll see. But I'm with you. Too much anger. On Friday, we posted a video of me just saying, hey, maybe we've been a little too hard on pods. Maybe we've been a little bit too hard on pods.
Heaven forbid.
And maybe we need to take a step back as a fan base. Almost got ratioed because I had some sympathy/empathy for a guy that is trying his hardest and is being plagued by something he said before the season even started or a couple years ago. Like, anger is a perfect summation of how this fan base is feeling. And you know what? I'm with you in that once Jimmy went down, my expectations of this team changed.
Yeah.
I think it should have changed for most people, but it seems like it hasn't. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one.
But here's what I don't understand. In football, if Purdy gets hurt or the team doesn't do well, we can at least go, man, Fred Warner's giving his all. Wow, Juwan Jennings was giving his all. I'm talking about a couple years ago, right? Like, we can acknowledge, like, the really, like, great contributions, random guys. Wow, Diomino Lenoir's playing really, really hard.
Yeah.
It's like with the Warriors, if you're not competing for a championship, I mean, nothing matters. This team sucks. This guy sucks. Yeah. Are they championship players? Well, who is then? By that algorithm, who is?
Well, speaking of championship players, star players, something happened on Friday with one of the greatest athletes in the history of our lifetime that needs to be discussed.
Hey.
You want to talk anger? I got anger towards one individual this morning that I think deserves it.
Honestly, I'm not even angry. I'm just done with him.
On the other side, we'll explain that. And it's brought to you by Cashe Creek Casino Resort, introducing $375,000 cash of clues at Cashe Creek Casino Resort, Sundays, March 1st through April 26th, excluding April 5th. March 29th and April 26th. The grand prize is a 2026 Mercedes-Benz C300W.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
Picture yourself on the Golden State Warriors home court, wine in hand. Kendall Jackson Wines invites you to dinner on the court at the Chase Center on Saturday, April 4th. Enjoy an exclusive Q&A with a Warriors legend and ESPN reporter, Mark Spears. Then savor a dinner paired with world-class wines from Kendall Jackson and their esteemed partner wineries from across the Napa Valley and Sonoma County. Dinner on the court, Saturday, April 4th. Tickets are $250. Get yours or enter to win a pair at kj.com/Warriors.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcome.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. Here's your starting lineup for the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. At A chair, 5'11", from San Francisco State University, Joe Spadoni. And in the B chair, 5'10", from Reardon High School, Joe the Butcher Boy Shafsky.
Hey, what's up, Steve? Hey, he added me on Instagram. We're friends now. Steve Scott.
I didn't even know he was on Instagram.
Neither did I, but he followed me.
Let me see. Let me find him.
So we're tight now. We're homies. A couple people from sales that I've known for a while. They're like, I think Joe and I are friends now, so I think I could add him on Instagram.
Steve Scott News. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Add him up.
Yay!
We're having a great time. There is so much that took place this weekend in Bay Area sports. I know Giants fans are champing at the bit to talk to some Gigantes. I promise you,
it's champing?
We will. It is champing. It's not chomping at the bit. It's champing at the beat.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know why I know that? Because Dibbs and Steiny get so upset when people say chomping, and they talk about it on air ad nauseum.
Okay.
That it's, yeah, I know.
Okay.
Well, it was Steiny, too.
Because when I think of English majors, I think of Dan Dibley.
No, but you think of Steiny because his parents were English majors. So,
great orators.
Thanks.
The Giants are 0-3, and they've scored 1 run.
Thanks.
Tony Vitello is saying he got the team too emotional, too revved up. He's apologizing for that. So that's happening. We've got the 49ers. Hey, guys, owners' meetings happening in Arizona. John Lynch spoke to the media yesterday. We're all good with the substation. They had an independent consultant check things out. It's a big nothing burger. We're good. It's officially over, people.
Finally closed the book on that one.
So it's done.
So I'm at the game on Friday.
And then this happened. Continue.
I'm at the game on Friday. It's like 1,000 degrees. My kid is just like...
Where were you sitting, by the way?
Club level. Oh, then shout out Steven
You're in the shadows then, right?
What?
You're in the shadows?
No, we were in the front row, and it was perfect, amazing. Shout out Steven Revetria for just plugging the family with tickets. It was an unbelievable day.
Hook your boy up.
You know, the whole area was just absolutely gorgeous. And that stadium, it's legitimately sports Disneyland, and it really is. Like I mean that with all my heart. One of the greatest stadiums ever built. I mean, I'm serious, in North America. I'm dead serious.
I caught the end of your Willard interview on Friday. I was in the car going to pick up Nicole from BART.
Are you in good hands?
Thank you, Allstate. And you were like, hey, I know the Giants fans are freaking out, but as far as experiences still go, going to a Giants game at Oracle Park is an experience.
It's almost impossible to not go to a game. Like, they barely swung the bat over 3 games, and I went to 2 of them. And everyone had fun.
Yeah.
And it's early in the year, so, like, obviously everything's new. And
exactly.
The weather.
Will this still be fun 3 months from now if they're doing it? Probably not.
I'm sitting next to Nick, and Nick's with his girlfriend, and my wife and me and the little guy, we're all hanging out. And next thing you know, my cousin's in the front row, and Nick goes, oh, on his phone. Tiger Woods got in a car crash. And I turned to him, and this is how jaded I am regarding Tiger. I go, is he alive? That's the first thing I thought. Is he alive? And then he goes, I don't know, I think. And we're looking at the ESPN report on his phone, and I literally turned to him and I said, that guy's going to kill himself or kill someone else with a vehicle. I was so immediate with my reaction that I wasn't shocked at all. I literally went to, is he dead?
Yeah.
And I don't know what he's on. I don't know. They said he blew a 000 or whatever on the DUI. You could still drive impaired off of other substances. I know plenty of people in my life who have been addicted to pain medication in a variety of forms. Some have lost their lives because of it. It went spiraling deep down. Multiple buddies, in fact. It's really sad. And they ended up committing suicide because of how tight the opioids and whatever pain medication they were on, like it was like a vice grip on their life. And I look at Tiger and I say to myself, I am now separating the archives, meaning the athlete that I see in the highlights, from the human being who stands in front of me today. And I have a line of demarcation. This is just how I view things. Are you allowed to make mistakes in life? Of course you are. I'm an example of one of them. And I'll look the other way for certain mistakes. And I'll allow you to grow from certain mistakes. But when you make the same mistake over and over, and you put others in danger, and you are driving in a vehicle that is a weapon. That's a weapon. Yeah. And you could hurt people in your community, and you're driving at the speeds that he was driving at to flip that car over in a residential area, which is it's a small, tiny little neighborhood. And anybody that's seen Tiger the last few years, he slurred his words in a lot of different Ryder Cup meetings. He fell asleep in one of the Ryder Cup meetings.
Bloodshot eyes.
We have looked the other way because he's Tiger for way too long. And as far as like Tiger, is he going to play in the Masters? I don't care. I'm done with Tiger. He was one of the people that got me into the sport. I'll have a lot of memories that I'll hold real tight. Tiger the man needs help. Tiger the man needs to stop driving. Tiger the man should be suspended from the PGA Tour and should not be participating in the Masters. Tiger the man, if he was in another sport, would have been reprimanded already. Tiger the man, who has a clique of people around him, similar to Joe Biden at the end, that are all like propping him up because that's how they're making money. Tiger the man needs to be like sat down, and he needs to go through whatever physical, mental, emotional therapy and whatever else is involved in that, because the next headline we read is Tiger kills himself or kills someone else, and it's too much. I'm over it. When you get in the car this many times and do this, like, you're a terrible citizen. And it's unacceptable, and I'm exhausted with the behavior. And do I have empathy on him being some form of addicted to something? Yeah, on some level. But when you continue making the same mistakes and getting in cars, like if I were to just say, this were Alden Smith, hypothetically, what would you say if I said, this? And I know Alden's trying to clean up his life, so I'm using him as an example. Maybe it's fair, maybe it's not. If I said to you, Alden Smith did the same thing, wouldn't we say, dummy? What is he doing?
Yeah.
That's where we're at with Tiger. Just because he's a great golfer doesn't mean he's not making awful decisions, putting our families and other people who are like on the street at jeopardy. I just have such zero tolerance. And yes, because he's got a lot of money, should he have a driver? Duh. Should he be driving Waymo or Uber or whatever? Duh. I just.
Oh, by the way,
I'm done with him.
The latest.
Joe, I'm done with him.
TMZ, literally, Joe. 24 minutes ago.
What did it say?
The headline: Tiger Woods won't let anyone drive him. According to an anonymous source with People magazine, Tiger won't hire a private driver because, quote, doesn't want anyone to watch over him or know what he is doing, end quote.
What do they say? The first. We
all know what you're doing. It was publicized all over the news.
He's got to admit what he's got going on. This is the problem. He's got a bunch of people around him. So think about it. Think of how many people are around him. even the PGA Tour, I blame the PGA Tour on some level, and I'll tell you why, Joe. They've used him as a cash cow, and they've looked the other way. Now, this new guy that took over the PGA Tour is an NFL guy. If this were an NFL player, and I hate to do this to him, let's say Lamar Jackson had gone through the same things that Tiger's gone through over the last couple of years, we'd be like, oh, he's not fit to be playing in our league.
He's got a problem, is what we would say, and say he needs to go handle that.
Exactly.
But that's the thing. MLB, NBA, NFL, if Tiger played for any of those leagues right now, he'd be indefinitely suspended.
100%.
This is his fourth car accident. Reported car accident, because I don't know, God knows what in between those things.
The rumors are now coming out that people know a lot more about things he's done.
I wouldn't be surprised. Fourth one since 2009. 2009, I remember that was the first infamous one.
Yeah.
7 months after the birth of his first son, Charlie, crashes into the tree, him and his wife, all the extramarital affairs, all of that, all the endorsements were stripped. And then you go, fast forward. So it's 2009, Joe. And then you go all the way to 2017, 8 years later. Woods is arrested and briefly jailed in Jupiter, Florida on suspicion of DUI. Police found him asleep behind the wheel of his car in the early morning with the engine running. He attributes it to a bad combination of pain medication. Then he pleads guilty following that to reckless driving. Then you fast forward to that. February 23rd, 2021, Woods is involved in a single vehicle rollover crash outside of Los Angeles. That was the really scary one.
85 and a 40. 85 and a 40.
I remember that day because your show had just ended and was Steiny and Goo right after that.
He was lucky to walk away from that alive.
He was going, between 84 and 87 on a 45-mile-an-hour coastal road.
If anyone in his life...
And then this one, obviously, in 2026, a couple days ago.
Look, at one thing that I think the Shasky family knows very well is we have a lot of people that have had addiction issues, okay, in our family, all right? And so this one hits home to me, and I know there's two things. One, he'll never get help until he admits it. That's number one. Number two, no one in his life holds him accountable for anything. And it's just, the guy is just... Again, I'm separating the guy that I see in the highlights and what drew me. And I love golf. I went golfing twice yesterday. I went in the morning and I took my kid to the driving range for 2 hours afterwards. I would not be into golf if it was for my dad and Tiger Woods. Those were my guys in terms of getting me into the game. My dad and Tiger Woods. And now I separate the man, Tiger, grow up. Get your life in order, dude. You got a problem. You have a problem and you need to acknowledge it. I need to drive. I won't let anyone drive. Weak sauce.
Again, like I said, you're not hiding anything, Tiger. This is all out in the open since 2009. We know what you've been doing. Not to say that you can't get your life together and you can have some ups, you can have some downs, but it's been a lot more downs than ups for Tiger Woods as of late. Speaking of that, it's been a lot more downs than ups than what the San Francisco Giants are going through right now. One run in the first 3 games against the New York Yankees as the Giants are swept. Let's dive into it. And Tony V, what do you hear? What do you say, Tony? You had some interesting quotes over the weekend. We'll get to it. Brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless, from the deli, selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. USDA choice boneless beef chuck, cross rib roast, or bottom round roast mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. I know it's spring, but here comes Dibs to talk about autumn.
And I love a mega pack. Delicious autumn crisp green or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. For your clip or click special of the week, Signature Select boneless skinless chicken breasts value pack, just $1.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages.
Very well done. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and Dibs and I will see you in the aisles.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
BFC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand. Bay Area, join us this Easter Sunday, April 5th at PayPal Park, as Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit. Kickoff is at 2 p.m., and it will be a day full of exclusive Hello Kitty-themed activities and merch items to collect. Don't miss one of the most popular match days of the season. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at bayfc.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We had 2 crashes in
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
2 right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Award-winning efficiency and great deals. There's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. Dolan's knows. Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area for over 60 years. Dolan's knows TimberTech decking blends the warmth and beauty of natural wood and splinter-free comfort. TimberTech materials are on sale now through the month of March. Dolan's knows. Visit DolanLumber.com. That's DolanLumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats. Looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is time for Sponsored Jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy, Joe Spadoni, and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
What's up, Goo? He was at the, and Goo going to be out this week. He's visiting his daughter out in Carolina. He was at the Hornets Celtics game yesterday with his family. It looked really fun.
I need to get Goo's agent.
Why?
Because, dude, his sketchy is amazing.
Yeah. Must be nice. Hey, but you know why he did that? Because he's got knockout next week. So he's got to, get the juices flowing, get some relaxation. He can't get knocked out first again. Not 3 years in a row.
I'm out.
What's more likely? Goo gets knocked out 3 years in a row for being the first guy knocked out, or Grandy wins 3 times in a row? What's more likely?
Probably Grandy.
Wow. No. He's exhausted. The Warriors have sapped Grandy of all of his energy. I don't think Grandy's winning this year. I don't.
He goes out there in a walker.
Just like the Warriors, all good things must come to an end eventually. It's already
Don't do that.
People are already talking about the Giants that way after 3 games. Could you imagine? I mean, you'd think the sky was falling. Our pets' heads are falling off. It's all over, guys. The Giants are 0-3. They got swept by the Yankees. They're done. Come on. Let's take a deep breath. Season's not over. Was it ideal that they scored only 1 run in 3 games? No, it was not ideal. Was it ideal that Tony Vitello, the new manager, making waves over this weekend, apologizing after just a couple games? Was that ideal? No. Which leads us now into the new segment we're going to be doing after every single Giants game. What do you hear? What do you say, Risotto? For Tony Vitello. And by the way, I've been watching The Sopranos. It's just
I've rewatched it like 6-7 times.
We literally were just talking about the
intervention.
The intervention scene. Because you and I know people that have, been heroin addicts. And Christopher Moltisanti plays one, Michael Imperioli, the actor, to a T. He could not have, I don't even know if he won any Emmys. He should have for that performance. But the whole thing, he sat on my dog and killed it while he was high. And then Paulie, what was it doing? Was it barking?
I know what it's like to lose a pet.
And then, Tony, I know what it's like to lose a pet.
I had to strangle you.
Yeah, it was so good. Do you have my bed? Give me my... Thank you. Oh, it just gets me going. And that's when Tony Sirico, or Paulie Walnuts, comes back from the joint. All right.
The joint. What is it, 1962?
I don't know why I said that either.
I don't know. Out of the
I don't know why I said that. It's like me saying a couple's going steady. It's
so old.
Yeah, I do feel old with that reference.
Wait. I haven't heard that. So say that again.
Going steady?
I haven't heard that in so long.
I don't think people say that anymore.
Going steady.
Well, Giants fans aren't going steady with this team right now. I'll tell you that. They're breaking up they're close to breaking up already.
I swear I haven't heard that since the 90s. They're steady.
All right. Did you get a chance to listen to Tony Vitello over this weekend, Joe? Did you get a chance to listen to some of his post-game comments?
Yeah, I saw it spill over the timeline.
Let's just start with this one. All right.
I feel like I'm on the therapist couch.
This is Dr. Melfi. Tony Vitello.
Oh, Risotto's hanging on every word.
Tony Vitello on the bench usage this weekend, because the X's and O's aspect, I don't think we're getting at enough when it comes to Tony Vitello over the weekend.
Just circumstance. I mean, I'd like to be aggressive with J.O. being involved in the game and try and get creative and get draw opportunities offensively, but that was just circumstance. I mean, if for some reason we moved the ball forward, the at-bat before, then, hold out. I mean, we would have done it for Bader if he would have got on base, but he's our fastest guy, and you don't want any regrets over the course of the game. I don't care how it goes. You usually at least have 1 or 2 in there, and they're tough to live with. So I'd hate to have a play at the plate as fast of a runner as Willie is. I know he doesn't want to come out of the game. You'd hate to have a regret that you got the fastest guy I've been around sitting in the dugout.
So there you go. And the Giants leader in stolen bases last year, as you've mentioned a multitude of times, Willie Adames. What did you make overall of the X's and O's aspect of Tony Vitello's managing over the weekend, Joe?
So it's 3 games. They didn't hit. 3 games. The pitching I thought was pretty good. 3 games. Twice. You hung one to Aaron Judge. One time I would argue I would have put him on base. That was the Robbie Ray one on Friday. They had an open base. He fell to 3-0 in the count. Just walk him at that point. He threw a meatball to get to 3-1, I believe, and then boom, next one, home run. They did a great job on Aaron Judge until they didn't. And I just, there's like 5 or 6 guys in the game right now that I'm just not pitching to after the 5th inning with an open base and a runner at second base. And he's one of them. And I don't understand it. That being said, 9th inning, Saturday night, you let Bader hit. I didn't want Bader to hit. I thought I would have pinch hit Gerard there. Some people were asking for the bunt. Here's the problem with the bunt in that play. Not the problem, but I'm open to it on a team that proves they can execute and get a big hit. or driving a run, how many times have they been second and third with one or less outs and not gotten a run home?
I mean, I feel like that's Giants baseball to a T the last just few seasons.
And so in that situation, I was okay, 3 at-bats, meaning I'm not surrendering a bunt and giving up an out. Now I'm down to 2 outs. I was okay swinging away. I would have gone either Gerard, and I'm not even a Gerard super fan, but I would have pinch hit either Gerard for Bader or pinch hit Gerard for Patrick Bailey.
Yeah.
Now, is it the manager's fault that Willie Adames is 1 for 11, that Harrison Bader is 1 for 10, that Jung-Hoo Lee's 1 for 10, that Bailey's 0 for the season, that Schmidt's 0 for the season, and Matt Chapman's 1 for 9? Because there's a lot of money being made by a lot of those guys. Willie Adames got 5 strikeouts. Rafi has 4 strikeouts. Bader has 4 strikeouts. Ramos has 5 strikeouts. So everybody's asking, like, why Arise? Why Arise? Well, because he's one of the few guys that, will get on base and doesn't strike out a lot. And on this team, that's a premium. So I didn't love the lineup having Devers bat in the 4-hole on Saturday. I would have him in the 2-hole. I want him up as many times as possible. I don't care about lefty, righty. Stop worrying about splitting it up. I want Arise. Right now, you don't have a leadoff guy. So I want Arise batting at the top of the order, and I want Devers too. Here's why. If Arise gets on base, you have to hold him on. Well, with Rafi being a lefty, that opens up a big, pull side for Rafi Devers to get some base hits. Don't overthink this. Stop going lefty, righty, lefty. That's if you get to the end of the game with a lead and you can dictate bullpen in the other direction. You haven't had a lead all year. Let's get our best bats up as many times as possible. Just my personal belief. Don't love Chapman in the 2-hole. Didn't love Jung-Hoo Lee batting leadoff on Saturday. But I always take a step back. Is this Buster creating the lineup? Is this Buster and Zach Manasian and Vitello? Is this all Vitello? I don't know. But it's not the manager's fault this team can't hit.
That's a sentiment that 925 agrees with. It's comical you're focusing on the manager. The players hit, not the manager.
I agree.
That same time, it's frustrating for a fan base that, you and I were both high on this offense. Not to say, again, it's 3 games. They can still break out of this. Yeah. They can have a great offensive performance against the San Diego Padres, who they start a series with today down in San Diego. But, right now it's looking like the same old Giants. Hey, pitching has been great. Outside of the Logan Webb performance, the last 2 games, pitching was great. 1 run. And the worst part is, Joe, you're on 2 nationally televised games. First with Netflix to opening 9 baseball. You were the only game. Everyone was watching you, and you got clapped. And then Saturday, you had the A-team for the Fox broadcast that broadcast the World Series, obviously.
I was having
Joe Davis and John Smoltz. Oh, really?
Yeah, it was like in and out. I had a couple of issues, but keep
interesting.
going.
No, well, I was fine, but maybe some other people did like you. But that's 2 games that you were able to showcase to America. And it was kind of embarrassing. And that was the word that Mark Willard used on Friday, and I kind of agree. But that's the thing. The pitching's been good with the Giants, but they don't have the hitting right now.
Well, and here's the other thing.
We were promised, again, 3 games. Get some runs and some dingers, baby.
Here's what I don't understand.
And it was hot. I thought the ball was going to be flying this week, and it was hot.
Well, their at-bat quality was terrible.
Yeah.
Like, Harrison Bader in the 9th inning is swinging out of his shoes. And I'm like, dude, go the other way.
I know.
And pitches above his hands in the zone. Willie Adames, 1st and 3rd, strikeout again on 4 pitches. A ball 2 feet into the other batter's box. Now, he did have a big 9th inning hit, thankfully, his first hit of the season. I'm looking at him, and I'm telling you this right now. I'm not buying this. He starts slow. He has got to get off to a good start.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Like, there's no excuses anymore.
I do want to get more into that and what more of Tony Vitello said over the weekend. And 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. Giants starting off the season 0-3 with just 1 run scored. Giants fans, cause for concern? Are we panicking? 3 games into the season already. And this segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
It's not panic. Are there some red flags like Bader for right now, to me? And the reason why Bader's a red flag, it's not that I'm saying his season is cooked and he's washed. No. I don't think he's healthy right now. We had Flem on Wednesday, and that alarmed me when he was like, yeah, the legs. And Tuesday night's broadcast, they played... what was the team they played?
The Mexican team.
Yes. Krug and Kuiper were like, yeah, they told Bader, don't explode too fast first week of the season. What? My center fielder can't explode when he's running? And you can kind of see it. He's got like a little like hitch in his giddy up. And I just put him on the IL, bring up Drew Gilbert, and let's get some speed into the outfield and let him get healthy. If he's going to be managing an injury, let's get him right. The season is too long to be worried about him eventually popping a hammy or a groin or something. Like, shut him down and get him right before I make sweeping proclamations on where he's at in his career and what's his fit on this team. That starts there. Then, like, settle on a lineup. And then when I look at that lineup, can I get clarity on Rafi? Can he play first base defensively? He can run down the first base line. He can get a double and then blow a kiss to Aaron Judge, but he can't play first? Why is Schmidt playing first base all 3 games? What's the point of that?
I'm shocked that Casey Schmidt has played this much. I really am. And that goes to what you're saying, because they're not having Devers at first base, who I think needs to be at first base. Right? And they're trying to get him, up to speed. I guess he missed some time because of the hamstring, but he's healthy now. Get him out there. And hopefully we see him sooner rather than later. And other fans are going to start chiming in, 888-957-9570. With all these struggles, can we get some Bryce Eldridge? Is he going to come up sooner rather than later? Not that he's going to be. See, that's the problem. That's what we do. All right, Bryce, come up here. Now we're going to put all our hopes and prayers on a rookie, basically. Come on, Bryce. Come carry the offense.
Well, I think there's a couple things. Like, people are mad at Chapman, and they're mad at Adames, and they're mad at this. You know how we're talking about role players in basketball? Yeah. Baseball is different.
Like not getting mad at Guy Santos or...
Nobody's mad. Baseball's different. They're not role players per se, but they're definitely not like middle of the order guys. So to me, on a normal team with normal, beef in the lineup, like for example, the Yankees. Yeah. Chapman would probably be a 5 or 6 hitter on the Yankees.
Probably.
Right?
You got Stanton right now. I'm just going back to Saturday's game.
Judge
Who's the 5
bats
hitter?
2.
Yeah.
And then Bellinger was batting 3.
Correct.
And then they had Stanton batting 4.
No, Stanton on Saturday was 5th, actually.
5th. Who was 4th?
Rice.
What
a good game.
Ben Rice.
Yeah.
I like Ben Rice. Okay, great example. And in that lineup, Chapman's probably hitting after Stanton.
Yeah.
Probably, right?
Probably.
6th.
Jazz Chisholm was 6th.
Okay,
yeah.
well, okay.
That's similar to Matt Chapman, probably.
Exactly.
You think.
Right?
Oh, Jazz had 30 home runs last year.
What?
Jazz had 30 home runs last year.
No, I know.
Yeah, short porch.
But I think that's the issue is that he is a really good ball player. Like I like Matt Chapman. He's probably like ideally suited as a 5 hitter. And that's not knocking him. I think that's just like I want him coming up in RBI situations. He does have a good batter's eye. He gets on base a lot. He's not a scrub. Everyone needs to relax. Now, Adames, to me...
Real quick, before you get off Chapman, he does have some Brandon Crawford to him in that
what?
I didn't think Brandon Crawford was ever like the greatest hitter when he was on those Giants teams. He had some really good years.
I think Chapman's a more accomplished hitter than Crawford.
I do too.
Yeah.
But Brandon Crawford, we all understood Crawford's role on the team. He was so good defensively that you can look past some of the shortcomings of where he's at.
Yeah.
But that being said, you knew where Brandon Crawford was going to be in the lineup. He wasn't going to be a top 3, top 4 guy generally.
But there were times when, especially at the end, he was miscast because they didn't have the right guys in the lineup. And I feel like a similar thing is happening right now. Devers is a legit middle of the order guy. 2, 3, or 4, right? Depending on who else is in that lineup. There's really not another guy like that. They need one other guy like that. And I think that really takes pressure off some of these other guys. Like Willy Adames is probably more of a 6 hitter. That doesn't mean he's not a good player. That doesn't mean he can't be good. Is he probably overpaid? Yeah, probably. Probably yes.
We said this again like the first month of last season.
But there was a Giants tax.
Yeah.
Think about where they were a couple years ago, and they needed to get relevant, and they didn't have any shortstops in the minor leagues. All right? So he's not a scrub, but he does need to pick it up. And to me, it's like, Willie, you went up there the other day for the second time in a 1st and 3rd situation in a very short season, small sample, and it looked like you were trying to hit a 10-run home run. All we want you to do is take a little off your swing, let the ball travel deep, and hit the ball the other way. Can you just put the ball in play? I don't understand the approach at the plate by professional hitters. Don't blame the coach. We can work off a tee on a million things. When you get into the batter's box, what is your approach? What are you looking for?
Well, Vitello said it, to your point. He's like, hey, we got all the guys up here are going to want to have 5 homers. Is that what he basically said? He's like, no, we just need to put, consecutive good at-bats together, put the ball in play, because the Yankees weren't the big boppers on Wednesday. They just got hit after hit after hit, keep the line moving.
Well, what they did was they had really good at-bats.
Correct.
They had really good at-bats. And I look at the at-bat quality right now. Schmidt, Bailey, Bader, Jung-Hoo Lee to a lesser degree. The at-bat quality is not good. Adames' at-bat quality is not good. I think Chapman's had a good at-bats. Ramos, even though he's got 5 strikeouts, to me, that doesn't tell the full story. I think Ramos has really had some great at-bats. He's had multiple 10-pitch at-bats where he's fighting off pitches, and he might go down in that at-bat, but you're making that guy work.
Well, I'm curious to talk to this guy who's going to join us about a little over an hour from now at 8:20. Brett Boone, Odyssey MLB insider, and obviously former All-Star, Gold Glover, was a hitting coach last year with Bruce Bochy in his final season with the Texas Rangers. So he knows a thing or two about hitting, Joe. So we'll get to him at 8:20, and I'm very curious on a multitude of fronts. Obviously, Tony Vitello, obviously the approach from the Giants and all of that. Aaron Boone's his brother. We just saw him over the weekend. They talk all the time. So really happy to be joined again by Brett Boone, because I was a little sad when he took that coaching job. I was like, we can't get him on as a guest anymore, but now we can. He's back.
Look, the lineup will be a consistent thing that we critique, whether you're Tony La Russa, Bruce Bochy, Joe Torre, or whether you're Bob Melvin, Tony Vitello, Gabe Kapler. Yeah. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay. So lineup's always going to be. And then I thought he went to the right arms at the right time. Now, Budo did give up a home run to Stanton. I'm not mad at Budo, though. That ball was crushed. Oh, my God.
Dude, the way he holds the bat and swings it, it's almost like me with my pitching wedge, where it's like a 3/4 swing.
He's a monster.
He's so much stronger, and that if he actually used my pitching wedge, he'd probably hit it like 300 yards. He's a monster out there.
But that's a great example. What is his role? To go up there and mash, right? And I'll live with the other stuff.
He even hit one the other way, which is just like rubbing salt in the wound. He had another at-bat where he just poked it the other way. I was like, Stanton's even just using the whole field.
And he went 1st to 3rd in the series. That's where it's like, Willie, you're not Stanton. Why do you take the Stanton approach? Why are we laughing? You guys are killing me.
No, because you said he even went 1st to 3rd in the Arizona Mayor. Wow, such an accomplishment. But it is for him. That's why we're laughing. For him, it's an accomplishment.
It is.
No, it's hilarious. He's so slow. The fact that he went 1st to 3rd and you pointed that out, it's just funny.
It's true.
Base running to me is a big part of the game. If you take that extra bag, now you've set up a situation in 1st and 3rd that puts pressure on the defense, on the pitcher, on the catcher. I don't know, man. Look, little things. I thought that the Yankees executed at every level. And Camilo Duvall looked nasty.
Dude, whatever that pitch is called, that 90-plus 5 mile an hour, just dead sinker. I don't know what that is. Slider? It's disgusting. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, real quick on that. What'd you make of Camilo Duvall this past series? Because we won't see him again until maybe the World Series, I guess. So if you get there and you play him.
Camilo is interesting. I think he kind of had to go at the time that he did last year. But I look back and not that I have seller's remorse per se. I'm just more frustrated that it didn't work out here. And I don't think it's anybody's fault. I think it's part the way he was used. I think it was part on him. I think it was situational. Remember, Randy Rodriguez was coming on at the time as one of your, as one of the players that you had to kind of put your flag into the ground. I think he also needed to change the scenery.
It's interesting you say that. Sam got in my ear, and I was thinking the exact same thing, Sammy. The way you're talking about Camilo was similar, almost the conversations we were having with Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, but he's more accomplished than Kuminga.
Correct. Yeah. But at the end, it's very similar, saying,
it's true.
Change the scenery. Yeah. Both parties are to blame. Yeah. Didn't work out. Let's move on.
Well, I've always been enamored with Duvall's stuff.
Yeah, it's got great stuff.
I think that there's mechanical issues because he gets himself out of whack. I think there's some mental stress with the pitch clock that has clearly affected him. And then I think there's some sort of teammate isn't the word, but the way he was utilized, he only wanted to be utilized in safe situations. Yeah. And it's hey, dude, you're a part of a bigger staff. And though I agree, I don't like using you in a tie game in the 9th inning. I hated that, actually. Like, I despise that for my closer. And because of the inherited runner rule in extra innings, that's why, like, he's got blowaway stuff. Why would I use him in a clean inning when he's one of the few guys that can get a strikeout and a pop-up? I want him when there's a runner on second. You know, like that's what I want him for. I don't want him in the clean inning 9th with a tie game. So I'll defend him on that, but I do think, like, I don't think he was great at the communication with him and Bob Melvin. I put that on both of them.
Sure.
Something happened.
How's the communication been with Tony Vitello in the media over the weekend? That is a big story. That's going to be continued to be monitored all season long, but particularly this weekend. It was the first series we've seen from the first-time big league manager making that jump from college to the pros, and he said some things that perked some ears. Boys in the back, media, myself. We'll get to it on the other side. 888-957-9570. Plus, as I mentioned, a little over an hour from now, Brent Boone. We also are going to touch some San Francisco 49ers because owner meetings are happening this week in Arizona. And John Lynch spoke to the media, Joe. He had some very interesting quotes. I mentioned the substation thing. He said he hired an independent consultant. They did their due diligence. They didn't find anything. Some other interesting things on Trent Williams. Where's his contract update? So we'll get into all of that and more. And it's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at Lowe's.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Bay Area, what's going on? It's your boy Chewy from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7 p.m. But right now, let's get right back to the morning roast with my guys, Joel Spadoni and Joe Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game. You fired up, Shasky?
Welcome back. Feeling great. I'm on my third cup of tea, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Steiny. Getting after it. Although we're out of my green tea, so my Zen has been messed up. But we'll go with Earl Grey. We'll go with English breakfast. We'll power through. The Giants, they need to shake some things up. What's going to go on? You score one run in your opening series against the New York freaking Yankees.
Stop
and you know what?
Out. Advance the runner.
I know, Jan. I know. And I'm talking over Jan. How dare me? But that's not even the biggest story over the weekend. The Giants couldn't score more than one run, and that's not even the biggest story. The biggest story is Tony Vitello, the manager.
How is that even possible?
I'm going to tell you how, because I'm going to play some sound that we'll just react to it. Let me just say that. Tony Vitello, after Friday's loss, you know what? He blames himself.
If I had to guess, to be honest with you, I'd blame myself, so maybe it's time to maybe do what I can to ease any tension in there so guys can be free and go out there and play. Because, as I said, I think everybody that was on the field or in the stands know those guys can play that were in that lineup.
Blames himself, Joe. Like any good father, any good leader. You know what? Starts with me. Blaming myself. Got to ease the tension,
Are we going to
baby.
do this to him all year?
Yes.
We're just going to, splice apart words. It's just a big nothing burger of those guys can all play, I blame myself. He's just saying things.
Yeah, but it's the way he says them, I think, matters. Because it's one thing if Leonard's like, I blame myself. The cadence matters. He did sound like he's an emotional guy. He says this. Joe, he's an emotional guy. We wanted this. We wanted the opposite of Bob Melvin. We got the opposite of Bob Melvin. He's going to be emotional.
Yeah,
Whether
I know.
That sounds like he's on the verge of tears.
No, he's
or
not.
on the verge of blowing up.
We're just Giants fans. Relax.
Well, he needs to relax.
No, I agree. I agree, but we can't be clinging to every phrase. Like, we really can't.
And Sam, were you the one that followed up here asking about what he meant by easing the tension?
Yes, I was.
Yes, I want to give you a shout out. You did a hell of a job. You and Mark Grandy from Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill on Saturday. In those live working vignettes.
Let's play this out. All right. I'll pretend to be Tony Vitello. I don't know what you guys want from him at this point. It's kind of funny to me. Like, I'll be him and I'll be as real as I can be. And you guys tell me how this comes across then. Okay, go. Ask away. Anything you want. Risotto, I know you're
Tony, how come you decided to go with pinch run Willie Adames in the ninth inning yesterday?
Well, because I wanted to get Olivia in there, and he's our fastest guy, and I'm trying to score.
How come you guys only scored one run this season? Excuse me, Steven Risotto, Joe Spadoni of 95.7 The Game.
I think that some of our at-bats weren't of the greatest quality, and I look at kind of like what's our approach at the plate, and just basic executing. And in certain situations, we've just got to be better than that. I think our two-strike approach needs to be looked at.
Tony, you mentioned that your team is overly emotional and there's some tension in the clubhouse. After 2 games, why is that the case?
Well, I think guys are fired up. It's opening day, and guys are ready to start hot, and I get that. We're really excited. We had a great spring training. We come out here, and everyone's trying to prove that they're worth being paid what they're paid, and guys want to perform. Like, I get that, but we also need to relax and we need to just take a deep breath. It's a long season. See, if he would have said that, oh my God, he's taking a nugget, Willie Adames, right?
So guys need to relax, but why are you not relaxed?
Well, because I'm amped by nature. That's just who I am. Why do I need to be relaxed? You want me to take an Ambien and be like Bob Melvin? Isn't that why he's not here?
It's just...
What? It's just what?
It was game 2.
Risotto, it's just what? Do you know who Billy Martin is?
There's 160 games left.
Okay, Billy Martin. Who is he?
Former Yankee manager, fired multiple times by George Steinbrenner.
Ran hot, right? Was he successful?
He was animated.
Yeah, I think so. There's not one way to be. Just because Bochy was, oh, shucks, and I guarantee you inside, there was somebody that was animated. Not everyone is got to be faking it like it's a long season and we're going to... No, dude, there's many ways to approach the game.
He's going to be fine. But he did nothing wrong this weekend. Like, he's not the one up there hitting. I understand it. He did nothing wrong, and he's still apologizing and taking blame. But the guys in the clubhouse rebuked it. Like, 3 guys kind of laughed at him after the game.
We'll get to that in a second, because Robbie Ray did respond.
That's what they're going to say.
I do want to get this soundbite in, though, because Sam...
God, I can't believe we're already here.
Hold on. Sam followed up this.
Poor guy.
Sam followed up, doing a hell of a job, representing 95.7 The Game, being a good reporter out there, followed up Tony and said, what do you mean by easing the tension?
At this point, emotions are a little too high, whereas unfortunately this game is not like football, where I mentioned Ray Lewis the other day, where you can, have the intensity that, you might have to. If I mentioned basketball, you're pressing up and down and running back and forth. You can't do that. Baseball is more about intent than it is intensity. So I think in order for our guys to get their best intent, maybe it doesn't need to be that fire and brimstone conversation I had with them 3 or 4 days ago, whatever the heck it was, where they want to charge out of the locker room and have a football game or start a UFC fight or anything like that. Just go play ball. And so starts with the leadership. So that's kind of why I say, up to me to either to point that out or help bring that along.
So I agree with him. The harder you try in baseball, especially as a hitter, the worse the results. You're lunging, you're out front, you're swinging out of your shoes. He's right there.
Is that a Vitello original, the intent versus the intensity? I'm sure that's been out, but that's a bar right there.
I just think this guy's a talker.
That's pretty good. That's great.
I just think he's a talker, and he's going to give you a lot of word salad. You know who he kind of reminds me of? And you guys wouldn't do this to this guy. Reminds me of a young Sean McVay in the way that he talks.
Guy that's won a Super Bowl, been to 2 of them.
No, but I'm talking about early on. Like, he was super intense and super fired up. And I know baseball and football are different. I totally acknowledge that.
He also had immediate success.
What?
He also had immediate success. So
no doubt.
If Tony has that, then yeah, we'll completely back off.
But McVay never coached anywhere. Vitello did have success at some level. We're acting like he's never had success anywhere.
McVay was an offensive coordinator at one point in the NFL. That's why there's a little bit of a difference.
Okay. Yeah. Of course there's a difference. Yeah. But like, we act like there's only one way to lead, and I find that to be absurd. You guys all, do you love P. Rose? Do people love P. Rose? Guy was nuts. spiking balls off of the AstroTurf, and we're acting like, no, you got to be completely comatose as a manager. Say nothing.
We're not
I
saying
think it's
he
more a
doesn't.
reflection on the media.
Interesting. You feel that way.
I get the sense, and Risotto, I love you. I think you're not being honest. I get the sense from a lot of people you're already immediately closed-minded on Tony V. I really do, and I think it's years and years of Bochy is the way to manage. This is the only way to answer questions. It's the only way to act. And I'm not knocking you. This is what you grew up with. I grew up with different managerial styles, and that's okay. Like Dusty was standing on the top step, cheering guys on, clapping, doing all that stuff. That's what I grew up watching. You know, Hum Baby was a little more relaxed. The era right before. There are many ways to lead from the dugout, and I just think that you guys are all just begging to just splice all the little word. I'm not ripping you.
Sounds like it.
We gotta dissect the carcass.
I think there's they
got one hit.
I think there's a curiosity into how Tony Vitello operates. There is. We're trying to figure out who he is as a manager, and there's going to be growing pains on how he goes about this job. It's fine. I don't think that's a negative. It's just a reality of the situation. I'm not worried about it. I'm not tripping out over it.
Guys, go talk to Willie. Hey, Willie, why are you swinging out of your shoes 2 straight pitches, one of them 3 feet above your head,
Willie's not
with a
usually
runner on
available
first and
games.
third? How about that?
We actually couldn't talk to Willie because Tony actually talked too long and Willie had already left.
Okay, well.
Oh, Tony, you need to take a play off. So
that's who I went to go talk to.
I was a fan of the hire, and I still like the hire, and he's going to be fine. That's what I'm saying. He's going to be fine. It's just, you got to relax a little bit.
Why? Why does he have to relax for you, though?
I'm not saying that he has to change who he is, but I'm just saying
what if
that.
Devers loves it?
Loves what?
Whatever he's doing.
Loves being described as overly emotional and tension after 2 games of the season.
Tony literally just admitted that maybe he was too hard, so he's learning. He's learning, and it's okay if he made a mistake. He's basically admitting that maybe I was too rah-rah. That's okay.
I think we're looking, guys.
What?
When a team gets one hit, you look lifeless. You look lifeless. I think we're overthinking this.
So he literally just said maybe he made a mistake.
Well, he's just talking.
No. Yes, he's just talking. And sometimes if you're just
How long
talking.
have you been doing the show with me?
A long time. We've been working together a long time.
Anything anyone ever says at a dais?
No, you don't.
So why are we like picking apart the words of a dude whose team got one hit on Friday?
It's our job to. It's our job to take and parse their words and talk about it.
What about the guy making $175 million?
What about his player,
What about the guy making $150?
What about his second best pitcher, Robbie Ray, talking about it over the weekend?
I don't think so. I think, Major League players, I think that we can handle it. We can handle the ups and downs. It's just, one of those things that has happened the first 2 games. It's not ideal, but like I said, you got 160 games left. So what are you going to do with it?
He was responding on if the emotions, got to the team. He's like, no, he said the term major leaguers right there. Major leaguers. You don't think that was a little?
I don't know.
Don't worry, Tony. We're not college kids.
Maybe it was.
Maybe it was.
But I feel like we're picking this guy apart from the jump, and it feels like it started in spring training. I'm going to be real. It started from Baggerly in spring training. Let's just call it what it is, because he called out Baggerly, and now we're just going after the guy.
Well,
I'm rolling my eyes already because he hasn't. What has he done? He's with 3 games.
You think it started with Baggerly or the fact that he came out and unceremoniously kind of started speaking on the Tennessee hire or leaving Tennessee?
Well, that was all the nexus of how the reporting went with Ken Rosenthal and Baggerly. Let's just call it what it is. I don't know why we're shying around it, and we're looking for something to talk about. You know why? Because most people don't want to talk about Willie Adames' contract, and maybe he's not a shortstop long term. And most people don't want to talk about Matt Chapman should not be batting second. Like, that's what most people don't want to talk about. Why did we spend a month discussing Gerard Encarnacion for him to not pinch hit in any of the games?
From the 209, SF Giants lineup, overrated, ain't that good, don't see this being a scoring offense. Again, overreactions after the first 3 games of the season where the Giants got swept against the New York Yankees. We'll hear them. 209, Devers, Chapman, Adames cannot carry the lineup from the 831. I'm disappointed because the Giants had all offseason to figure out the lineup and batting order, but they are tinkering already. 4 exclamation points. That's from our guy T-Dog on the Boxer and Jersey working Drew
all year. Yeah. I mean, Paul Goldschmidt batted leadoff for the Yankees on Friday. I was like, what?
I know.
What?
He's like 50 years old.
I couldn't believe it.
Is Tim Lincecum going to come out of the bullpen?
The thing on like the tinkering and lineup, even a team that has 6 or 7 everyday players that are like locked in gold, they're going to play around with the lineup depending on who's hot, who's not, matchups, things like that. So I'm not necessarily as critical on those things. I just think we're looking for someone to blame, and I just think everyone needs to take a deep breath on Tony Vitello. Can we let 2 weeks go without a couple of quotes going back to this guy, going to that guy?
Wait, but if he blames himself, then aren't we allowed to blame him too? He's the guy saying, "Hey, blame me." He said it.
Okay, Tony, we're blaming you for what?
He's the one that said it right here.
If I had to guess, to be honest with you, I'd blame myself. So maybe it's time to maybe do what I can to ease any tension in there so guys can be free and go out there and play. Because, as I said, I think everybody that was on the field or in the stands know those guys can play that were in that lineup.
How's it any different from saying, like, this was on me, just to take the blame away from the players?
Well, because he used the phrase tension, and I used that phrase to talk about it. No, I think it was a poor choice of words, quite frankly.
Might be it.
That's what it was at the end of the day.
I think he's a word salad over talker. Yeah. And as someone who is a word salad over talker. Both of us are.
If you're on the radio, we do that all the time. I get that.
There's clips that come out, and I'm like, I don't even know, like, whatever. And again, you catch me after a game when I'm up here, right? Because Tony's up here.
Right.
Like, I already know. They have this saying, and this is in, like, the police world. I went to my nephew became a cop, and it was like family night, and they were, like, explaining, like, hey, when people get off of their shift, when they're police officers, they're up here. And it takes them a while to get back down to normal because they're on. And I think that Tony is one of those guys. He's up here after a game. It's going to take him a little while to calm down.
Sam, you got something?
Yeah, no, I mean, someone in the YouTube chat said this, TG wrote it a bunch of times. He said that Bochy used to have like 3-word answers. Tony just talks for a long time. Less is more. And I do kind of think, I do kind of think there is a level. One thing I'm kind of interested to see with Tony Vitello is what his answers are like now at the beginning of the year versus what they're like at the end of the year. And if he does kind of shorten up, I do think he does kind of talk too much sometimes, which, you know, the media person in me, the journalist and Steven Risotto, the guys who want quotes, that's great. But the fan in me is like, Tony, please, you don't need to say this much. You could say less. You could be more cliche. It's fine. I appreciate the honesty that he has, but like, you don't need to be that honest. Like, he had one line he was asked about on Saturday. He was asked about the lineup, and he said during the course of his answer, like, you know, you guys know more about these hitters than I do. And my first thought was, with all due respect, Tony, no, I think you know more about these hitters than we do. So
I think he meant more of the history. I think he was trying to show deference to like the history of what.
No, exactly. And I do get what he's going at there, but at the same time, like, no, Tony, I'm assuming that you know more about these hitters than I do, even if I've been watching him from afar longer, because he's up in person with them every day.
You're only with them like a month and a half, right? Like when you're with someone year after year after year, you understand their tendencies.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, me watching Matt Chapman from afar the last couple years, I don't think is the same as Tony having direct, you know, day-to-day interactions with him over the last few months. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that one. That's just how I see it.
It is interesting, too, because the guy that hired him, Buster Posey, you know, president of baseball operations, was just so short, succinct, quiet. Like, he's polar opposite from Tony Vitello, but Buster saw something in this guy. He saw his fieriness. He saw, you know, the compare and contrast with Bob Melvin, and clearly thought this clubhouse needed a kick in the pants. Clearly he thought that. Yeah. And Tony said as much when he was hired and he did his introductory presser.
But not too much of a kick in the pants.
Well, but now Tony's...
That's what it sounds like.
No. But Tony, I think, did that, and realizing it with this clubhouse, that might not work. So if that doesn't work, how does he pivot? That's going to be the kind of the layer I'm interested in seeing all as this season progresses. Because there's going to be, as you know, Joe, ebbs and flows of this season. They'll be really high, they'll be really low. And right now, it feels like they're pretty low. But it's 3 games. Get back on the horse, if you will. You know, take care of business against the Padres and come back against the Mets this week at home.
There's nothing a manager could tell me when you score 1 run over 3 games that is going to be like, oh my God, this isn't the guy. It's like, is this the lineup? That's the bigger question.
Well, it's also kind of frustrating because, like, you didn't see Garrett Cole or Carlos Rodon. Max Fried's really good, so I'll still put him up there.
Well, the other guy,
Schwindler looked incredible.
Yeah, he looks really good. And he only went like 6, I think. Too.
I know, and he was actually good last year. But again,
he was good
to an average Giants fan. Like, who the hell is this guy? Same with
a very good
Warren.
pitcher.
Yeah, no. I'm with you.
Yeah.
But like this guy Warren, who also had 30-plus starts for the Yankees last year, they didn't have 2 of their best guys, and you still only got 1 run against him.
So, like, there's little things that I think that Tony's done well. Like, Keaton Wynn has been a pleasant surprise for the first couple of games.
I agree.
I like that. I think that they've done a good thing. This guy, Gage, he showed a little
Matt Gage, yeah.
He showed a little at the end of last year. Yeah. I like his stuff. I'm intrigued with him. I just look at this team, and I'm like, everyone's mad at Casey Schmidt playing first base. What?
I'm
Can
not
I
mad
get a
at
clear
Casey.
answer on what's going on with Rafi? He's able to run to second, but he can't move to first.
I know.
Did
2 feet away? Did you think he was going to get a double?
Am I
after
missing
that?
this?
Did you think he was going to get a double after that hit off the wall? I was like, is he going to do it? He did. He got there with plenty of time to spare too. I'm with you though on. I did not anticipate the first 3 games of this season.
I did.
Casey Schmidt on first base.
Tony V.
Well,
it was predictable. I saw it coming a mile away.
Just the way he used tension, and I have to ease off and I have to ease the tension. So he's admitting that he created the tension. That's why fans are like, well, what the hell's going on, Tony? Do you have the pulse of the clubhouse or don't you? And then again, this quote from Robbie Ray after it, asked if the emotions of the week got to them, I found interesting.
I don't think so. I think, major league players, I think that we can handle it. We can handle the ups and downs. It's just, one of those things that has happened the first 2 games. It's not ideal, but like I said, you got 160 games left. So what are you going to do with it?
And there were also some quotes from other players after the game. Risotto, you found particularly interesting. Patrick Bailey, what did he say?
Patrick Bailey basically sat at his locker and they asked him a question about the offense and why the offense isn't hitting. And he answered it, said, what he had to say. And then they asked him a follow-up of, are guys pressing? And he said, basically, we're 2 games into the season. I understand you guys have a story to write, but we're 2 games into the season.
So what, that was a shot at the manager? Or is that
it was complete opposite of what the manager was saying. The manager was a little bit more dramatic than that.
All right. Risotto, I love you. I love you.
I don't think you do. You want to fight him.
No. I love you, but I'm not buying. I love you to death, but I think you need to, you're more out on Tony V than you're willing to admit right now. I could feel it from you. The answers you're giving.
He said he's not.
I'm not out. I really like him. I like the hire. I just it's a little dramatic. The first thing, that's all. There's nothing dramatic about that to you. The first after the second game of the season.
I would be hot too if my team got 1 hit on opening day, the day after the game, whatever the heck.
He said, "I'll take the blame." Shasky, nobody was going to blame him. There's no blame for him. He did the offense not hitting has nothing to do with him.
Risotto, I do 4 hours a day where I just say things. Some of them I don't even remember the second I walk out. And if you wrote a column, Shasky said that Guy Santos is very good, just good.
He called his players emotional, and he said there was tension, and all 3 of them laughed and rebuked him.
So you think there's an issue now?
What? No, there's no issue.
Well, then why are you saying it that way?
But I'm just saying that this is not something
What are you saying?
What do you mean?
Because you're saying, I'm not saying there's an issue, but these guys are saying this, so there might be an issue.
All I'm saying is that he's got to relax a little bit.
Okay.
It was a little dramatic for the first 2 games.
Well, if they would have won all 3 games and he acted the exact same way,
he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. His team is going to be fine.
I think what Risotto you're also saying is too, it's not a problem right now, but it could be one this season, and I think that's worth monitoring. I think that is kind of what people were saying heading into the season, that, hey, this is a college rah-rah guy coming into the pros. That was a lot of people saying, it's not going to work here. And by the way, whoever is like the Tennessee volunteer baseball fandom, they are so anti-Tony. It's so all Giants posts on social media is people talking crap about this guy. You're a college program and you had an opportunity to go to the pros. Kick rocks, Tennessee.
That's kind of interesting.
By the way, good luck getting off the floor if you got absolutely boat raced against Michigan in the Elite Eight.
Oh, that's interesting, because we had Coase on with us during the Freeman's broadcast on Saturday, and he said that there's all sorts of Giants love out in Tennessee right now for Tony Vitello. So, I don't know. Coase, who is, boots on the ground in Tennessee, saying something completely different.
So what you're saying is the Tennessee fandom, much like the Golden State Warriors fandom, They're the loud minority.
Do you guys see who was in the other dugout? Aaron Boone. He's so animated. He almost makes it adversarial in his scrums after every game. Like to the point where he's like going at people.
Well, New York media will do that to you.
No, I know. And so like, I just don't think there's any one way to manage. We'll see. We'll let the whole season play out. But look, when they lost the first three, the way that they did, looking lifeless with the bats, I knew we were going to focus directly on the manager and not talk about the guys making hundreds of millions of dollars. I knew it was coming.
He's going to be polarizing this season. There's no doubt. And you know what? I love it. I love that he's an interesting guy. Like, there is an aspect to like, you have to agree though, Joe. Like, it's a lot more fun than what.
No, I would 100% agree.
Yeah, Bob, and unfortunately, we got to do it again tomorrow.
But I'm just going to give the guy a little bit of time before I make any proclamations on who he is, on the locker room, the relationships, the that. Like, everyone. They played 3.
I know.
3 of 162.
That's my bigger takeaway of this weekend. And what is the bigger takeaway this weekend, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Was it the fact that they scored 1 run against the Yankees, or the fact that Tony Vitello basically had to apologize because there's too much tension in the locker room? What's the bigger takeaway for you? 888-957-9570. For me, it's that I thought this was going to be an offensive-driven team early on in the season, and maybe throughout the season, they scored 1 run.
Yeah, no,
that's my biggest takeaway. What about Richie in Queens? What's up, Rich?
Richie?
I know you watched.
Yeah, guys. You know what? Just to say they're going to be fine, the manager's going to be fine, I don't know that yet. I told you my take on Friday. I said that the teams that have velocity give us trouble. Our hitting is atrocious, situational hitting again. And it's one thing to say, well, this team, we know what they're capable of. Well, we don't know, because what we saw last year was horrendous. And I'm thinking, let's get off to a good start. We're not going to have the start that we had last year. And at 3 games, again, does it really? Hey, look, they're booing Bo Bichette already in New York. So things happen. The manager, I think his comments like to say putting pressure, first game of the year, say that 30 games in. I think that he says, I can't talk down to my players like I did in college, so I can't yell at them. What does that mean? You're the manager. You're 47 years old. There's a lot of 35-year-old managers that have to deal with these guys. So it's again, is it a microcosm of what we're going to see? Because, again, Chapman, Adames, even Devers, every team, guys, with to end it, has got somebody that started and did something well in 3 games. We have nothing offensively that we could say, well, Devers is hot. Adames came off to a good start. Bader.
Arise has looked okay, Richie. Arise has looked okay.
I like Arise.
I do too.
I think Arise is. I like his whole demeanor.
I agree.
He made that out. He was talking to Devers in the dugout. He's upset that he struck out, but we got Roof tonight, and again, you look at the bullpen. I think Wynn can be a plus. Walker's 95, our closer. I want to be positive, guys, but to say that we're going to be fine and the manager's going to be fine, a little bit premature. Let's hope we turn it around now. Always a pleasure, guys.
Thanks, Richie in Queens.
It's not even April.
It's 650. It's been 3 games. 4 exclamations.
I'm totally with them. Like, we all just need to take a deep breath.
Look at 415. Look at what one series against the Yankees does to a fan base. 650. I think this is fair. It sounds like he's writing a corporate email when he speaks. Also, he shouldn't use lines. He shouldn't use lines like "if I had to guess," because I kind of agree with stuff like that.
I think he's guilty of being an over-talker.
Yeah.
No, he is.
Let's see. 510. Hey, guys. As much as I love the Giants playing a Mexican League team in San Francisco, I don't understand why you would use that as a tune-up to playing the Yankees. It's preseason.
I think a lot of teams were doing stuff like that, right, Sam?
Would it have been different if they played like the A's, which they usually do? Like
28 games in spring training.
Exactly.
28, 30.
Joe Spadoni, he's a bigger choker than Duke at big games. Damn, 9-2-0, you feel that way? I'm not very smart, Joe. That was a tough loss for Duke. Yikes.
If your overarching theme is, hey, we need to break down the manager after these 3 games, after watching these 3 games, like, no. For me, it's wow, same old, huh? We're going to go up there with very little clue of who we're attacking. So game 1, for example, what was the strategy from the Yankees?
Game 1, what's the strategy? Put the ball in play.
jump on Logan Webb early, right?
Yeah,
Early in the count.
Be aggressive early in the count.
Right?
Yes.
I watched these Giants at-bats over the 3 games, and I'm not sure we had an idea of what we were doing. Now, maybe each individual had a different game plan, but, like, great example is Adames and Bader. I'm watching these guys. They're swinging out of their shoes early in counts, and they're not even close, and neither are the pitches. And I'm saying to myself, like, what were you looking for? Were you looking fastball up first pitch? Were you? Because you were 2 feet away from that ball. Were you looking slider in the other batter box with 2 strikes? Did you shorten up a little? Because your swing looked as long as it's ever looked, and you were looking like you were trying to pull it. To me, the at-bat quality, the quality at-bats, that was the alarming thing from this particular series. It wasn't anything strategy-wise, although I can nitpick lineup, and which is always going to be a constant thing. Or who to pinch hit. Like, we went the same lineup for 3 days. You scored 1 run over 3 games. Maybe we should do some pinch hits late. Like that I will listen to.
And I'm very curious to see what Brett Boone, who joins us at 8:20, former All-Star, former Gold Glover, former hitting coach, obviously brothers to Aaron Boone, who is the manager of the Yankees. I'm sure he was locked in on this series this past weekend, so we'll talk to him in about, 35 minutes. Aaron Boone, check that. Brett Boone on the River Islands guest line. By the way, we are brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Landon Roop v. Walker Buehler tonight at Petco Park.
Yeah, and
I didn't even know Walker Buehler was a Padre.
Yeah, and
I forgot.
Landon Roop has some pretty good numbers against some of the Padres.
Yeah, we had great numbers last year until he got hurt.
Tatis is like 0 for 8 against them. They went 1-5 in San Diego last year, the Giants.
Yeah. Yeah, not great.
Here's one thing that I do want to get into is I know everyone is like losing their minds about Tony V. I get that. Guys, isn't the bigger talking point like Willy Adames? And I know it's 3 games, and I'm not losing my mind over Willy Adames 3 games. But if you're not like, is he going to get off to a slow start again? Like that, to me, of all the things to kind of come away with when it comes to the first couple games of the year, and again, I'm not saying it's the end all be all. I'm very fearful that we're going to have another similar slow start for Willy Adames, and I just don't think that they can afford to have that happen again this year.
I want to ask, and again, I already mentioned Brett Boone going to be joining us. I do want to ask him, when players say that, how does he feel?
Meaning what?
Meaning at the start of the season, I'm a slow starter historically. That's what I am. I was like, okay, I'm not using it. You can't use it as an excuse when you're getting paid as much as you're getting paid, dude. You think if I'm in college or high school and I tell my English teacher, Miss DeSantis, sorry, I'm just a slow starter, so I'm really not going to be ready for these pop quizzes that you're going to do from our summer reading that we were supposed to do. But get back to me, in November. I'll be ready to go. That's not going to fly. Well, I'm going to fail.
I was doing like a deep dive because we were discussing this last night regarding Willy's season. If you were to ask the average fan, how was his season last year? Like, you look at the overall numbers and you're like, actually, it was better than you think. But like, if you were to break down his year last year, Joe, how would you break it down?
My breakdown, Willy Adames' season last season, he started off very slow and, ended up with 30 homers late. That's kind of how I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Around the room, Loveman, what would you say if you were to break down Willy Adames' year last year?
Slow start, great finish.
Great finish. Okay. Risotto.
Slow start, good finish.
That's probably more where I'm at. Let me just read you. Batting average isn't everything. There's other advanced numbers I can do. Batting average by month. March, they only played a couple of games. He batted 133. April, he batted 219. May, he batted 206. June, he batted 216. July, he batted 337. August, he batted 190. September, he batted 207. You tell me what happened last year. I think he had one great month. He had 7 home runs in 1 month. Had 21 hits in that, or 21 RBIs, in that month. He had one great month. I forgot that he followed up August with a 190 batting average.
Yeesh. I mean, they must have played a lot of lefties in that month. I'm serious. He doesn't hit lefties. That's another problem with him. He's never done
fairness,
that.
no one on this team hits lefties.
And that's a problem too, Sam.
I mean, he bats 201 against lefties last year. You're right. He was not good. But I think the bigger issue with me is runners in scoring position. What was his batting average?
Ooh, 2 something?
222.
Yeah.
Which is about where he's at normally. I thought we were getting a clutch player, and, I would have thought it was worse than that, quite frankly.
Giants have been swept, and they scored 1 run. Giants fans, not that you're panicking, but this is not the start you wanted if you were going to get Giants fans to, buy into this season. We talked about how important this first month was to kind of capture the imagination and the hearts of a fan base. You see what's going on with the Warriors. Steph, we'll see if he comes back or not, but their season's probably going to be over sooner rather than later. You have a prime opportunity if you're the Giants. We got months until training camp, until football. We have the Valkyries. We will be excited about that, and I can't wait for another Valkyrie season right here on 95.7 The Game, which will be your home for all Valkyries basketball stuff. It's going to be fantastic. But the Giants have a great opportunity, and them coming out flat like they did, I think just if you're a fan that's a diehard, it's like, here we go again. Well, here we go again. Here we go.
And
again.
I think this is why I get back to Willie. So, to me, with Willie early in the season, it's not about batting average and base hits. It's about the little situational plays, like the 2 times that have happened now, first and third. A sacrifice to right field to drive in a run is a confidence builder. It's a game of failure. You're going to fail a lot. So how confident you are at any given time is very important. And I think he's so looking for the big hit. And it was nice to see him get a 9th inning hit on Saturday. But he's so looking for that big hit. I'm like, dude, just start with a chopper to second. I mean it. Yeah. And to me, getting that run home early in the game is just, it kind of loosens everybody up. They need to score a run in the first 3 innings tonight in the worst way. Just 1 run early in this game. In the worst way, Joe.
By the way, I had some more from Tony Vitello. I thought this was an interesting little clip, and this is what Richie and Queens is talking about the difference between coaching, professionals versus college players. This is on the Fox broadcast show when Ken Rosenthal, reporter, was talking with him in between innings.
We all know you're in the middle of a major career transition. What has been the biggest adjustment going from college to the majors?
I think I can't talk down to guys anymore. They're my age, or it feels like they're close to it. But in all honesty, I think there's just so many more people involved. There's more people in the stands. There's more people in the clubhouse. So it truly is a manager position, not just a head coach position. But the thing I like doing more than recruiting or managing is coaching. So just trying to fill in spots when I can and help these guys out.
All right. And he was tongue-in-cheek with that one.
I thought it was pretty tongue-in-cheek.
After he said, all honesty, that tells me he was kidding. But to guys like Richie and other people, it's like, you can't talk down. You're used to talking down. I was like, it's just, see, that's his personality. I don't know his personality. So I'm learning with it as Giants fans are now learning this guy's personality, which is kind of what I'm getting at for this weekend. I feel like this was the first kind of true introduction for Giants fans about how this guy is going forward. And I think we'll learn about his humor, his sarcasm, all of that in due time.
The more I'm hearing all these things, the more I'm fearful that we're never even going to get, not you and me or even the media, I mean the fan base is just not going to give this guy a fair shake. I think we're just going to be on him from the jump. They better start winning.
Is this true? Walker Buehler hasn't faced the Giants since 2022?
Well, he had the Tommy John.
God.
And then what was it, the labrum?
He was in Boston too.
Yeah,
but he had the Tommy John. Was it a labrum injury?
He had another. Yeah, I know what you're talking. He had another injury on top of it.
He had something else, and he was in Boston.
But they haven't faced him in 4 years, Joe. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. No, seriously, June 10th, 2022, and he lost that game.
Well, by the way, Kyle Shanahan has talked about how I can't coach Trent Williams the same way I coach Jordan Watkins. No. I'm not using that specific example as the one that he cited, but I've seen a lot of great managers discuss how you have to pick and choose how you talk to people depending on where they are in their life. And, the P. Rose line is my favorite one of all time. There are 3 ways to manage someone. Some people need to be kicked in the pants. Some people, you need to put your arm around them. And some people, you don't need to say a darn thing to them.
Yep, absolutely. And there are circumstances when all 3 of those things need to happen at some point. But know your personnel and know the people, what makes them tick, is going to be an element that I'm very interested to see what goes on. Because a lot of the players, now the media felt differently because of how this guy spoke, but a lot of the players love Bob Melvin. He felt like they all had great relationships with the person that is Bob Melvin. That being said, it just felt like they were going through the motions more often than not, and they needed someone that wasn't wrapping their arm around him constantly. which goes back to Vitello. A kick in the pants is good every now and then. By the way, I was just looking up the numbers because it's Roop v. Bueller tonight. He is 7-2, Walker Bueller, against the Giants all time with an ERA of 2.79. 14 times he's faced him in his career. So there you go.
Years ago, I was like, this guy could be like, he looked like young Verlander. I mean, it sounds ridiculous now. It sounds ridiculous now, but no, he was that good.
Well, it also gives you appreciation for guys like Verlander and Kershaw that pitched so late into their 30s, and for Verlander into his 40s.
And guys like Logan Webb who have avoided major arm injuries.
Absolutely.
And how precious these young arms can be. Now, let me ask you guys, am I defending Tony too much? And I don't even think I'm defending him. I'm just saying, like, you've got to, like, just pump the brakes a little.
No, I think...
Do I sound like a homer?
I also want to make it clear that none of us are attacking Tony Vitello.
I didn't say we were.
No. Again, but it feels like...
We're always looking for the blame game.
I don't think you need to defend anyone right now because I don't think there's this much vitriol and hatred towards Tony Vitello. I think we're just getting to know him, quite frankly. And this is going to be a process in this early part of the season and how he handles early adversity. This is what we're discussing.
But what bugs me in sports is when we do this confirmation bias before it's even played out, meaning, and I'm not saying everyone, but meaning he's a college manager. Of course this is going to happen this way.
Yeah, that's not fair.
We did this to Joe Mazzulla, like, what is he doing coaching that team? A couple years later, I was like, wow. He's actually a great coach.
Pretty good coach.
He's a great coach, and he's grown a lot, And I think we do this with a variety of people in a variety of sports.
It's funny you bring this up. I just thought of immediately another coach for the Celtics, Brad Stevens.
Yes.
Who went from Butler to the big game and to the Boston Celtics. Now he's a multi-champion in the front office with them. But there was major question marks like this guy's not a mid-major in Butler. What? Come on. He's pretty freaking good. I think people forget.
Look, you could be Chip Kelly and flame out.
Oh, yeah.
You could be Butch Davis and flame out. You could be Jimmy Johnson.
Lou Holtz. He was not good in the pros.
Exactly.
At all.
Or something in between. There are many different
Bobby
levels
Petrino.
to it. Like
Saban.
I don't know. I get the sense, and you guys are a lot younger. I remember when Harbaugh jumped on the scene, and the media didn't like Harbaugh from the jump because he was whatever, different. I don't even remember exactly what he did to them. Maybe he just didn't respect them, or it was everything he said was getting like picked apart. And it was like, dude, everyone relax. Jim Harbaugh's really good at his job. Now, we'll see if Vitello's really good at his job. But 3 games in baseball isn't even the equivalent of 1 game in the NFL. It's not.
No, it's not even close.
Can we get 10? That is the equivalent of a 16-game season. That's 10.
We did say in fairness.
And obviously Harbaugh was a NFL player, so that was different from Tony Vitello.
We did say in fairness, these first kind of 4 series against the Yankees, Padres, Mets, Phillies, we're going to say a lot about this team. And then you got the Orioles, who are no slouch after that. The Reds, this is the thing in baseball, there's so much talent everywhere, too. Now, there's some bad teams. There's some really, really, NBA, Washington Wizards level bad teams. There's also a lot of good young talent and teams that even got swept this weekend, like the Giants. I saw the A's over in Sacramento, up in, Toronto. They got swept. They have a lot of good players on their team, too. I'm very curious to see how this team responds against a division rival, too. Not an interleague team, a division rival tonight.
I'm ready for this Padre game tonight.
Me too. I'm excited. Petco Park's always a party,
it's
too.
Awesome. Have you been down there?
I've seen the outside because I've gone to Comic-Con right next to it. Yeah.
Go. It is.
That whole district, what is it, the gas lamp? It's pretty cool.
If you told me someone rated that slightly higher than Oracle, they wouldn't be wrong. If you take Oracle, I'll take Petco next. If they take Petco, I'll take Oracle next. Petco's amazing. What a great place to go.
It just feels like a party atmosphere, 100%. Too. Like everyone's having fun.
It was that way even before the team was good.
Yeah.
I saw the Lincecum no-hitter down there.
But it helps for Petco in the Padres that the Padres actually became good.
Agreed.
And they changed their whole logo and design.
Yeah.
They got legit players. It made it more big time because it always just used to be, Giants, Padres. Kind of like Giants, Rockies is now. Giants, Padres.
Brian Giles.
Yeah, exactly. Jesus Guzman. Yeah. Come on, please. Injury report time? Is that what we're doing? This is the big story in the Bay right now, and it's going to continue to be until this guy comes back or gets shut down. The Warriors' latest evaluation of Stephen Curry showed that he is still making good progress in his knee recovery from patella femoral, pain syndrome, runner's knee, guys. You know what he's got. The next step in his recovery is taking part in a 5-on-5 scrimmage in hopefully the next few days. He is expected to be reevaluated again sometime this week. And they are back at home Wednesday to take on Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. Now there's a lot of Wemby for MVP buzz. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, halfway home here on a Monday. It's Spadoni and Shasky. We've talked some Dubs, we've talked Tiger Woods, we've talked some Giants, and we'll talk some 49ers at some point. But we got Brett Boone joining us in about 20 minutes. Odyssey MLB insider, former Gold Glover, former All-Star, brother of Aaron Boone, and I'm sure he was locked into this series. So we'll talk about it all with him. We could talk about the ABS system being in use this past weekend, Joe. CB Buckner, whew.
Well, he's been stinky.
You hate to see that, CB. Now you realize why fans are pulling out their hair whenever you're calling a game, because you stink. Hey, Eugenio Suarez, I love you for calling this guy out multiple times on challenges. It's fantastic. All right. Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union. I had to get that out, sorry. Banking for Heroes and anyone who wants to be treated. No, but seriously, Joe. Seriously.
Well, what?
CB Buckner and Angel Hernandez.
Well, they suck.
No, they're what's wrong, and they're the reason that ABS is here. Those guys, they're the reason.
We all know an official, a referee, an umpire that just they think it's about them. No one comes to see you. I will defend other umpires.
Sure.
If are we here? Should I just go to it?
Yeah, real quick. Before you do that, I do want to say we got something special happening.
Okay.
All right. Check this out.
Ooh.
The Golden State Valkyries just unveiled their new jerseys for the new season.
Really?
Which starts on May 8th. In celebration, each show will be giving away one jersey. That's right. Keep it locked all day for your cue to call in. When you hear the Kevin Dana sounder.
Semi looking to Thornton. Open left wing three. Rain dance.
Wow, that was amazing. I love Kevin Dana. And you got to be caller number 2 to the contest line at 415-523-4652, and you'll win courtesy of the Golden State Valkyries. For more info and to see the new jerseys, visit 957thegame.com. So you got to be locked in all the shows and the rest of this show for the next 2 hours for your cue to call in. And I'm trying to look up the new jerseys right now, and I think I found them. These are pretty incredible. Go to 957thegame.com to go check it out. In the meantime, let's go to KC and Marin. He wants to give Tony V a break. What's up, KC?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thinking about this whole Tony V thing, I think the only thing that is more passionate and crazy about themselves, other than fanatics, are people's political beliefs. And I'm going to use you two gentlemen as my example. You guys both came to leading a major city sports talk show. Joe came from the streets, but Don came from a producer. I'm going to go out on a limb and say your first few days, you were really nervous, made a lot of mistakes. But if you listen to you guys now, especially for a while, you guys sound like seasoned pros who could have been working in any major city before this. I think these fanatics who are expecting Vitello to come in to win every game, to make every call, like we've all started started jobs after getting a raise, a promotion, switching companies. We're nervous. We don't know what to do because we're in a new situation. So it's a talking point. I get it. Sports radio. Give a guy a chance. 3 games.
That's what I'm saying.
Have a great day. Love you guys.
It's a good call.
Thanks, KC. You're boosting my ego this morning. I love it.
It's funny that he says that, because I remember when I was in real time. Like, boss, I'm ready. What are you talking about? I know I've never done anything on radio.
Quick, do you know when I first heard you on our airwaves as like a host? I think it was before a Raiders game. It was like before we were the flagship then.
Okay.
It's going way back. But I was working promotions with our station, and I was at the Coliseum, and you were getting blasted through the airwaves there on our station. Not blasted by like the people, but you were talking about the Raiders and the Niners.
I remember Raider people told Bonte, Niner 5-7 the game.
It's pretty good. Well, that was also Chris Townsend, who worked for the station at the time too.
But I remember thinking to myself, I'm ready, I'm this, I'm that. And then I listened back, with years later to some of my early stuff, and it's cringe.
Oh, I was Joe.
Cringe.
I did
not that it's good now, but
you're fantastic. I was solo, so doing a solo radio show, you could attest to this. Some others can. Maybe Sam's done it. It's just you, man. And when it's at 5 a.m., the pregame show, when I was doing it, and I was taking over for Stephen Langford, I didn't know what I was doing. You don't have a script. You're by yourself speaking to the Bay Area and to anyone that's listening. And yeah, I fumbled. I didn't know what I was doing. I was thrown to interviews. I sounded like and God bless Matt Nahigian for giving me that opportunity to do that, because if I didn't have that and I wasn't able to cut my teeth and learn from all those mistakes, I wouldn't be here. Now, I was in an opportunity where I could, learn from my mistakes, and I wasn't going to get crushed, and I wasn't going to get, dragged accordingly. And I wasn't, coming into a ready-made situation where it's like, all right, you better be on your P's and Q's, because that's the situation I came into last year taking over Bonte. I had to be on my P's and Q's. I didn't know what to do. I didn't fire off breaks. I had to get my reads. I didn't have good chemistry with you, all while the Warriors just traded for Jimmy Butler.
And every day, all day, you were getting scrutinized.
Absolutely.
Like that's
this
just
guy's not
reality.
Bonte. I'm going to do now.
Yeah.
All of that. And I still get that all the time. And you know what?
But it comes along with it. But would you agree with me that you've gotten better over time in terms of being able to balance out what to filter in and what to filter out? And I think that's going to be the growing part. To Risotto's earlier point, like over time, we'll see how he settles in. I just think like the Wolves are out and they just want the flesh. They want a pound of flesh. And I find it funny. I find the whole exercise kind of ridiculous.
And if for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Tony Vitello, and you're just waking up or joining us, Tony Vitello, after Friday's loss to the Yankees, on blaming himself for some of the tension in the locker room potentially.
If I had to guess, to be honest with you, I'd blame myself. So maybe it's time to maybe do what I can to ease any tension in there, so guys can be free and go out there and play. Because as I said, I think everybody that was on the field or in the stands know those guys can play that were in that lineup.
And our very own Sam Lubman followed him up. He's like, hey, Tony, what are you talking about? Easing the tension.
At this point, emotions are a little too high, whereas unfortunately this game is not like football, where I mentioned Ray Lewis the other day, where you can, have the intensity that, you might have to. If I mentioned basketball, you're pressing up and down and running back and forth. You can't do that. Baseball is more about intent than it is intensity. So I think in order for our guys to get their best intent, maybe it doesn't need to be that fire and brimstone conversation I had with them 3 or 4 days ago, whatever the heck it was, where they want to charge out of the locker room and have a football game or start a UFC fight or anything like that. Just go play ball. And so starts with the leadership. So that's kind of why I say, up to me to either to point that out or help bring that along.
So wait, okay, Risotto, say what you said in my ear, please, on air, because I think this is an important point.
Show behind the show.
So the point that you're making to me about, give this guy a chance, that's what I would like to see him say about himself and his team. Like, that's exactly the point that I want him to think. Give yourself a chance, Tony. Give your team a chance. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, but let's also remember, you wouldn't do that to an NFL coach. You wouldn't do that to a basketball coach. If John Calipari took over the Warriors, would Steven Risotto tell John Calipari how to act in a postgame?
Wait, I'm not telling him how to act.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
No. I just would like to see him give himself a chance. That's what I'm saying.
He's looking into the room. He's like, how many of you would I trust to teach my child how to throw a baseball? That's what he's thinking. Like, you guys are peppering me with a bunch of questions. Like, everything's new. He's trying to win everyone over. Like, he's in a no-win situation when you don't score anything but one run in a 3-game series. And I want you to do this, Tony.
That's not what I would do.
Like.
No. This is not having anything to do with me communicating with him. This is what I would like to see.
Okay.
I would like to see him give himself a chance instead of taking the blame 2 games in.
Okay.
And give your team the chance.
And what if they respond by winning 6 of the next 7?
Then he deserves all the credit in the world.
Okay. All right.
And I hope that happens because that would be great content.
But do you guys agree with me if John Calipari, hypothetically, took over the Golden State Warriors? Okay. What I know it's a loaded one. It's a loaded one, but he's a college guy, right?
Yeah, he's a college guy.
Who failed in the pros.
Correct.
If Calipari took over, would we be dicing up every single word on him and like, this college guy doesn't know how to act?
No, because Calipari's not the first coach to make the jump from college to the pros. And fair or not, I think Tony's going to be judged that way.
You're probably right. Yeah. You're probably
right.
Again,
fair or not, it's going to be looked at that way.
Sure. But would you also agree with me? Like, there is I can already get a sense of the media. This is not how it's done in a big market, buddy. Would you agree?
I don't really see that.
No, not yet. I do think.
I think there's a nervousness though. Like,
he's definitely nervous.
I'll speak this just as a fan. Like, I'm nervous because I don't want this to go south. Like, this would really suck if this went south. So, me personally, there's some apprehension to it too. Where when he says things in game 2, like there's tension in the clubhouse. I hope this doesn't go south part of me is like, whoa, I don't want to hear that. Now, maybe it is a nothing burger, but it's still something I don't think you really want to hear in the first weekend, even if it's a big deal or not.
Absolutely, and I do think that's a good point in all this. He's clearly nervous, and of course he is. He should be. That means it matters. Like, that's something
and he's trying to win people over early on. This is like... the anxiety must be through the roof.
Again, not comparing myself to the likes of Tony Vitello doing this job in comparison. It's the only thing I could kind of go off.
It's a loose metaphor.
Yeah, like, I'm always a little nervous before a show starts anyways. Like, a little bit. Like, I know what we're doing. We'll get into the groove. We'll talk. And the big butterflies go away. And that's going to be the thing for Tony, too. The big butterflies will go away. But there should be a sense of nervousness. I mean, you're playing the freaking Yankees, and you're
at home.
And you're at home.
I think it would have been better if they were on the road for the whole team.
Actually, that's a good point. I didn't even think about it like that.
Like, they're at home, which means even more media. When you go down to San Diego, what do you guys think? There'll be like 6, 7 local beat reporters?
Even less.
Okay. So
3,
then
4.
how many were there the
Just
first
to San
weekend?
Diego? There's not going to be that many?
Well, because no one travels. How many? Dude, the Nets, Nick Friedel told me that the Nets PR staff said for their road trip, they were gone a week and a half.
Well,
not one media member, not one, came into the locker room for the Nets on the whole road trip.
In fairness, that's
crazy.
That's the Nets. This is the Giants. I hear you on that.
But I'm more the landscape of modern media where no one travels.
That's just sad.
How many people were in the scrum, if you will, on the first 3 days of opening weekend? How many members of the media?
Oh, it was really busy this weekend.
So what, 20, 30?
Wednesday, it was so busy they had us in the media room pregame, which rarely ever happens.
How many people if you guessed?
25-ish.
Okay, now he's going to go down to like 4 or 5.
And then, when the Mets come to town this weekend, he'll probably be in the dugout, and it's going to be the normal contingent, which will probably be about 7, 8 people. He'll go on the road. He'll be dealing with a scrum of 4 or 5 people.
Okay.
Like, during spring training, there were times where it was like, literally like me, Susan, and Justice were the ones talking to him after the game. Like,
well, so look, now I will meet Risotto here. If 2 weeks from now, there are 4 people there, and he's losing his mind, and he's up, and he's going, okay, well, maybe we've got some issues. Maybe.
He's going to learn.
I think so.
The reason you take a chance on a guy like this is because of track record and a track record of learning. And if Buster saw something he liked at Tennessee, he's going to be fine. That's my entire point. He's going to be fine. His team is going to be fine. His offense is going to be fine.
I feel like a butt is coming at the end. But
no butt.
First.
Okay.
No butt.
Okay.
No big butt?
Risotto, you've been good today. Thanks for having fun.
He's been fantastic. And he's him and Sam Lubman do a hell of a job. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast.
I love pasta.
Find it wherever you find your podcast, the free Odyssey app as well. They're doing a hell of a job. You know who else does a hell of a job? Brett Boone joining us on the other side. Odyssey MLB Insider, was the hitting coach last year for the Texas Rangers, an all-star himself, a Gold Glover, brother to Aaron Boone, who's the manager of the Yankees. We'll talk about it all with Brett. And it's going to be
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Save a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
BFC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand. Bay Area, join us this Easter Sunday, April 5th at PayPal Park, as BFC takes on the Washington Spirit. Kickoff is at 2 p.m., and it will be a day full of exclusive Hello Kitty-themed activities and merch items to collect. Don't miss one of the most popular match days of the season. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at bayfc.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Going outside is so in during Springfest at Lowe's. For a limited time, get extra big deals on select Holland pavers, 3 for $1. Plus, save $70 on a Charbroil Performance 4-burner grill, now $179. And Chef Up shareables for your whole crew. Picture perfect patios and good food? Yes, please. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Paver offer exclusive. Alaska and Hawaii.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
Not only is he taking the lobster out of the linguine, Sam, and shout out Laughing Monk, he's putting tuna in it instead. Canned tuna. That's what he had for breakfast today on the roast. This was like at 7 a.m. Canned tuna. Fair or foul? 888-957-9570. I mean, who needs Tony Vitello and Giants talk when you have canned tuna talk?
I love mayonnaise.
But he can't use it, and his tuna salad has too much cholesterol. So I told him a nice substitute for this, and Brett Boone would attest, is non-fat plain Greek yogurt.
Joe, you're overthinking it. It's 3:45 in the morning. I wake up.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I had to shave,
tuna.
get rocking and rolling, and then I'm like, it's dark. I'm trying not to wake up the baby and the dog and the this and the that, and I'm stumbling in the kitchen without turning the lights on. I'm like, I'll just grab some protein. Boom, I'll take some tuna. My son's asleep upstairs. Yeah. You are too much today.
We're having fun today. In light of the Giants starting their season 0-3 and getting swept against the New York Yankees, their manager is Aaron Boone, brother to our next guest, Odyssey MLB insider Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone podcast, featuring weekly interviews with the most notable names in baseball. Insider calls are presented by Granger. For the ones who get it done, Granger offers the professional grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Granger.com, or just stop by. Brett, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. And the sky is already falling with Giants fans. 3 games into the season, Brett. They're 0-3. And I just want to ask you this. First impressions of when the Giants made the hire of Tony Vitello, and what have you seen from the young manager thus far?
I'll tell you, it was interesting, probably something in my generation wouldn't have happened, but things are changing. We're going forward. There's a lot of new changes in baseball that I think out of when you first hear about it, it's easy to just dismiss it. And how could we do that? But as I've gotten a little bit older and kind of rolled with these punches in Major League Baseball, a lot of the changes, they end up being really good. So I always have an open mind going into it. I think this is kind of a first going from college to the big leagues. But you know what? It doesn't matter from the outside. What I think, obviously, a lot of people have a high opinion of Tony, and he's done a great job at Tennessee. But what matters is that clubhouse is inside those walls. What do those 26 guys think? Because that's all that really matters when you're a team going forward for 162 games. So I really haven't focused on him and what he's doing. The bottom line is players win and lose games. Us as coaches, the manager, yes, he manages personalities. He's no different than a CEO of a company. It's managing people. How do I get the best out of my product? In this case, us players are the product, but players win games, players lose games. I laugh because being the hitting coach a year ago for Texas, I'd sit around and I'd beat myself up. Oh, man, what could I have done to help Duran get a hit last night? And the bottom line is I go back and I reflect on my career. How many times did I sit around after a game and blame my hitting coach? 0. How many times did we sit around and blame the manager for screwing up the game? Very, very rarely. So the bottom line is it's us. It's us as players. We're big leaguers. We're big boys. We got to go out and get it done. And there's a little too much made of the manager and how big of an impact. I think when push comes to shove, a great manager pushes you over the top and makes you a little bit better. But over the course of 162 games, it's all about the players.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I always get these text messages, fire the hitting coach. Like Willie Adames is making $175 million. It's first and third multiple times. He did it all last year. He's swinging out of his shoes with no outs. And I'm saying, I know that exit velo is everything, but a weak fly ball to right field gets a run home. A ground ball to the right side gets the runners over. We could work all day off a tee in soft toss or whatever. It's up to the guys once they get into that batter's box to execute and have an approach and stick with it. So you're preaching to my heart here, Brett.
Believe me, I'm in the position where I'm the hitting coach, and when we get a lot of hits, I'm the hero. And really, I would tell the players, I'd say, guys, I'm a background player, okay? When you kick butt, hopefully I had a tiny bit to do with it, but not much. When you stink, I've got nothing to do with that either. So I'll tell you what, I had so many coaches, so many hitting coaches, and you know what, if I could get a tidbit here or a tidbit there, the psychology of hitting is really what a hitting coach is for. It's not for drills. We're not 12 years old. These are big league hitters. They're in the big leagues for a reason. They have technique. It's not about technique. It's not about replicating a swing. It's about a feel. It's about learning how to compete every night at 7:00. It's not about is my front hip with my back elbow and my back leg on time is my exit feel. That's not how a big leaguer prepares. The great hitters I was around, you find a way to prepare to compete at 7:00. I might not have my A swing today. I might have to go with B. And you know what? Sometimes I don't have B, and I might have to go to survival mode, which is C. I used to compare it to being a PGA Tour golfer. Tiger Woods in his prime, and I don't mean to bring Tiger up right now with everything going on, but the greatest of all time, in my opinion, greatest I've ever seen. Do you think on Saturday he goes to the range and thinks, I'm only averaging 295 off the tee. I really got to get – no. He's he's moving his clubs around. He's going to make sure he can hit that cut in the fairway, draw it in the fairway. Now he goes to compete. If he doesn't have his A swing, he's not going to try to shoot 65 today. But you know what a pro's not going to do? He's not going to shoot 75 and play his way out of the tournament. That's what we need to be as big leaguers. I've got to know when I'm not feeling my best. There's a rare time that I feel great, and I'm going to be skipping to the ballpark. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to back leg you today. But I need to know when I don't have that back leg you feeling, and I've got to move it around and hopefully help my team win. That's all about being a big league hitter, being a big league hitting coach. There's so much made of all this. Whose fault is it? It's like be a big leaguer and compete at 7:00 every night because you got 162 games to do it. And if you're really good, you got to go to the postseason. And that's not even including getting ready in spring training. It's a marathon. Be a big leaguer, learn how to compete. That's what hitting's all about.
So you referenced that you were with the Rangers last year as a hitting coach, and so you saw a glimpse of kind of just the modern media and the scrums and the way things work now. I'm sure you talk with your brother about this, being in New York. You know, this weekend was big. You had 25, 30 people in every scrum, you know, reporting on the Giants in front of Tony Vitello every day, and every word is being diced up. What would be your advice if, say, he were to, text you and say, hey, you got any words of wisdom of how to navigate the modern media? What would your advice be?
The modern media, you're going to get it. That's a part of the job. You're making a lot of money. You're in a high profile. You're kind of breaking the glass ceiling in a sense for coming from college straight to the big leagues. But relax as much as you can, which is going to be tough for him. Develop relationships with these guys as players. Develop a personal relationship with them. Talk to them about other things than baseball. That's all we do is baseball every day. Find out about their families, what makes them tick, what they like to do. You come to the ballpark and it's just everything is baseball, my swing, as a pitcher, my mechanics. And it's like that's all we talk about all day. Develop a relationship with these guys on a personal level. At the same time, as a manager, I think the great managers I played for have to distance themselves a little bit from the player. We can't have that close one-on-one, buddy, let's go have a drink at the bar, because I've got to fire you. I've got to release you. I've got to send you down. I've got to tell you you've been traded. So I think there's a distance. That's what's good for a bench coach, for the other coaches on the coaching staff to kind of have that close relationship and get to know these guys and show up and put the lineup out. You gain the trust, you gain the respect of these players, and they're going to go out and play. And once that lineup's set, and I used to tell this to my brother when he first started doing this, I said, Aaron, there's only so much you can do. You get to the ballpark, and he's a grinder. He likes to get there at 12 and make sure he's got everything in place. I said, once you put that lineup out there, and once that national anthem's over, baby, it's out of your hands. You can't get a hit. You can't make a play. You do the best job you can, get your players mentally, physically ready to play, put them in the best possible position they can be in to succeed. And then, you know what? There's nothing you can do about it. Let them go. Let them go. You know that as a player. As a player, I'll tell you, coaching and managing is harder than playing. Playing, I had something to do with it. I had a bat in my hand. I could take care of business. As a coach, I'm helpless. I love these guys. And, man, I had 13 kids. I had 13 kids at the ballpark every day. And I'd let them, and we'd prepare and, back and forth and BS with each other in the cage. And that anthem ended. Oh, and I'm Brett Boone, and I can't do anything about it except for give my guys a hug, give them love. When they do well, praise them. When they do bad, try to make, hey, you got 3 more ABs today. But when you win a game, man, there was no celebrating. It was a relief. And when you lost a game, man, I went 0 for 5 again. And the fact is, I never got a hit. I just sometimes didn't go over. So it's baseball. I love it. It's my passion. I love being back on the field. Hopefully I am going to be back on the field in the future going forward. Maybe one day I'll manage. That's kind of what I want to do. But right now, I'm watching these games. I'm breaking them down, and Tony's going to be fine. The Giants are going to be fine. I look at them on paper. It sucks coming out of the gates, losing 3 in a row. Okay. You got 159 left to go, and you got a pretty good squad there. You're in a tough division, always going to be with the Dodgers and the San Diego Padres, and don't really count out the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're very pesky. So it's going to be a tough division, but 0-3 start, it's not that big of a deal. It feels like a big deal, and I'm sure to Tony, because anything coming from that, and I couldn't imagine the amount of media attention he's getting because of the situation. It feels bigger than it really is now. Just, he's probably thinking, could you just let me have won one of those games, But you lose 3, and that's the way it is, and you go on. I think they're next up they have the Padres and then the Mets. So it's not getting any easier. You're going to have to face some really good teams, but it'll settle in. The players, the veteran players, I'm sure right now they know what Tony's going through. They're kind of on the side, kind of consoling him a little bit, like, Skip, we're going to be all right. Just don't worry about it. And that's what veteran players do.
Odyssey MLB insider Brett Boone joining us here on the River Islands guest line. And insider calls are brought to you by Granger. For the ones who get it done, Granger offers the professional grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. So that was our big takeaway this weekend, Brett. It was, the sound bites from Tony Vitello. Here's this fiery guy, and we're going to do this all season long because that's what we do in the media. We pick apart, these sound bites and we replay them, and people freak out one way or the other. But also just the fact that they scored 1 run, I think is the bigger takeaway in 3 games against the Yankees. Willie Adames last year. Yeah, Willie Adames last year. And you're a hitting coach, so I want your perspective. Obviously, you're also an all-star and Gold Glove of your own right. And you're just talking about it like he says he's a slow start kind of a guy. Now, when I hear that as a fan, I'm like, well, that's a great excuse to have. I wish I could just be a slow start guy all the time. I wish I could start this radio show. Hey, boss, I'm a slow start kind of a guy. Halfway through the show, it might not be great, but that second half, it's going to be fantastic. Like, what do you attribute that to? And I don't know. It's like I'm asking you for like the Holy Grail. How do you not be a slow start guy? Were you a slow start kind of a guy in your career?
I'd love to have that built-in excuse every year in case I start slow. Yeah, it's and I don't know Willie. He's obviously been a great player. You're making a ton of money, and you know what a fan doesn't want to hear? I'm a slow start guy. Oh, really? Well, let us know when you're ready to start playing well, and then we'll get ready to cheer for you. So, and this is not a shot at Willie, but to be a slow start guy, no. If you look at the body of a lot of players, and great players, there's usually a trend. A lot of usually a slow starter finishes strong. Okay. But that doesn't mean you go into the season that way. I look at it as a spring training. When I was a young player, I couldn't wait to get to Arizona and drive across that desert. At the time, I lived in California, and I drive across that desert, and I was like, I'm a little kid. I'm 21 years old. I got a chance to make the team, and I can't wait to get to practice. Now, early on in my career, I had huge spring trainings. My goal was to lead the team in RBIs and average, and a few times I did it. As time moved on and I start to learn, and I had been humbled a few times, I came to spring training with a different approach. And no, I'm a professional. My job is to get ready for when the bell rings. Of course, I want to have a good spring training, but none of this matters. What matters is when opening day's there, my swing's on time and my timing's there. So I have all spring to get ready. And it doesn't matter how many hits I get. It doesn't matter if I hit 0-0-0 in spring. Nobody cares. It's when the bell rings, that's when it starts. Now, that being said, as a player, I want to get a hit every at bat. In the backyard playing wiffle ball with my kids, I want to smoke them. And I want to go 4 for 4, and that's just the way it is. But if I don't, it's not the most important thing. Spring training, it wasn't the most important thing for me to get 3 hits. I want to get 3 hits, but if I feel something that third at bat in a spring training game in Peoria in the middle of March, I'm going, I got something. And it might be a 3-1 pitch that I fouled straight back. I found something, and I go, all right, I know I'm getting to be on time. So that's what it is. I'd never like to think, I'm a slow starter. But as later in my career, I had mediocre springs. I went from this young kid that had good springs all the time to mediocre. And I think as human beings, we have a tendency to fall. Well, yeah, I'm a little bit older now and I'm a veteran, so I'm allowed to have a mediocre spring and just go on. I didn't want to have a mediocre spring. And then late in my career, I had one really great spring again. I said, see, I'm not a slow spring guy. So these are things that mentally can creep in if we allow them to creep in. So the fact that, maybe last year you had a slow start, the year before you did, that doesn't mean you have to this year. Try something different. Prepare a little bit different. Prepare the psyche not to have a slow start, because the better start you have, guess what? When you do get hot, if you're a second half guy, now you're even going to have a better. But the bottom line is when you're making that kind of money, the money that people are making, the money that I made, nobody wants to hear me and my troubles. The fans are going to go, okay, Brett Boone, we really feel sorry for you for that slow start. Get it in gear. And you know what? They were right. When you step into this arena, when you choose this career, when you're a big leaguer, when you make millions and millions of dollars, your privacy's over. It's like you need to be critiqued. And I always asked reporters, and they were always good to me throughout my career. I deserved to be critiqued. I was the highest paid player in the Mariners at the end of my career. And when things went bad, I needed to be held accountable. I needed to get it going. I expected that. All I ask is if you do it professionally, I can handle that. But you're going to praise me when I'm kicking butt and hitting homers. So the other side of the coin is when I'm doing bad, I need to be accountable, and I think we all do as big league players.
Gosh, that's so refreshing because I've been doing this for quite some time. Very few people critique me when it's warranted. I'm making a lot of money. Usually it's the reverse mindset. You've talked a lot because I listen to your podcast forever. You're our Odyssey insider, and you're great on these shows, but you've talked about how, coaching your kids and family members over the years. And now you did it with Boach last year in terms of generating a lineup. And I've tried to explain to these guys, and obviously the pros is totally different than youth and high school baseball, but you're always in your mind having conversations about where to bat people, who's hot, who's not, where are we putting guys in the lineup. So at the big league level, how did it work for you guys last year in terms of putting together the lineup every day? How much was the manager involved? How much were you involved as the hitting coach? Maybe the front office? I would just like to know your experience last year because the lineup seems to be something that we get crazy criticism online and on air every single day from callers, hosts, etc.
Yeah, and it really has nothing to do with anything. Now, it does because of the because you have pitchers that can come in, they have to face 3 batters, and you don't want to get your lefty trapped. You don't want to get trapped in a situation. You want to be in a position to make them make a move on the other side. So there is strategy to a lineup depending on the personnel on your team, depending on what they have in the bullpen. If they're lefty heavy in the bullpen, you've got to be strategic in how you set up your lineup with your big boys lefties, because you might have a pinch hit, you might have a matchup. Nowadays, a lot more matchups than we had. Usually we had 7, 8 guys that played every single day. Now you have some platoon situation at the big league level, so there is a little strategy to it. As far as it depends on the team, it depends on the health of your team, depends on certain players are comfortable and they've earned the right to be comfortable in certain parts of the lineup. Now, if you're hitting 150 and we're getting into May, well, it's nice that you like it, but we're going to have to move you. I don't care who you are. So a manager likes to make his players with a track record feel comfortable and where they like to hit. So that's always goes into the equation. But for last year, we had a lot of ins and outs. We had a Corey Seager went down a couple times. Our best player, he's missing a couple months. We had Simeon out the last 6 weeks. We had Langford in and out. Carter was in and out. Adolis Garcia was in and out. We had a couple guys get sent to the minor leagues and come back. So we had kind of a funky year. So we had to mix and match a lot. Pretty much, depending on what was, if we were just kind of playing well, kicking along at 500, it would be the game would end. I'd go to Bochy's office. Game would end probably an hour afterwards, and we'd sit down. It would be me and the bench coach, and we'd sit there with Boch, and I'd give him my opinion. We'd kick it around the room a little bit. It depended the mood Boch was in. The thing is, if we were winning, Booney, what's the lineup tomorrow? If we're getting our butt kicked, man, he was taking out every statistic you had and said, oh, well, let's do this. And then he'd laugh at himself. Go, what am I doing? I said, well, Boch, that's life. When you're getting your butt kicked, you tend to go to places you'd never go. And when you're winning, hey, let the peanut lady make the lineup tomorrow. So that was the process. And it was more for me as a coach, being in a coach situation. I played for Bruce in 2000 in San Diego, and he's a mentor, but he's also become a really good friend over the years. And it's a guy that I played for, I really respected as a manager. So my job as a coach was to come in and kind of feel the room and see where Boch was, because he's taking the heat for whether we're winning or we're losing anyway. So my job was kind of a buffer to the skipper. Some nights it was just talks and, hey, everything's going to be all right. You're only the most experienced maybe guy on earth right now in this position. So I'm here to hold your hand right now because we're getting our butt kicked. But the lineup was pretty simple. We'd throw it out there. I'd give suggestions. We'd have some back and forth. Yeah, Booney, but I like this. Hey, that's a good point, Bruce. And some nights it took 2 minutes, and some nights it took an hour and a half. That's the nature of baseball and how it's going. And that hour and a half wasn't kicking around lineups. It was just maybe we weren't playing very well, and we were talking about a life and other things. And remember that time when you were on that horrible streak, and so it was just more the camaraderie and the getting together. But yeah, it's amazing to me, and we'd laugh at each other. I'd say, Boch, about 2 weeks ago, you just told me what the lineup was. You didn't even ask me. I've been in your office now 2 hours and 15 minutes because we've lost 6 in a row, and we still don't have a lineup. What's going on? So that's how they're forming. Without a doubt, you can get some feedback from the front office. And I think it's franchise to franchise, organization to organization. Everybody's not the same, but definitely see why. Chris Young, who's the president over there, he definitely have his opinion. He's a fiery, passionate man. He wants to win as much as anybody. And some nights he'd be yelling, we need to do this and do that. And we'd settle it out. Hey, maybe CY's got a point. Let's put him in the 4-hole. So it's not this big dynamic computer picked. It's a lot of different things, and it depends where your team's at, where your lineup's at, and most importantly, how you're swinging the bat. What have you done for me lately? It's kind of life. It's like if things are going along great, you're great. Everybody's great. When things aren't going so good, everybody stakes fire everybody.
It's a great point. Hey, great stuff, Brett. We really appreciate your time this morning. Can't wait to do this basically all season long, man. Thank you so much.
Love talking ball with you.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
He's the best.
There he goes. That was Odyssey MLB Insider Brett Boone, brought to you by Granger for the ones who get it done. Granger offers the professional grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Let's react to that.
I know it went long, but Boonie's great.
No, he's fantastic. Spadoni, Shasky's the Morning Roast. Plus, stay tuned. Still an opportunity to win a new 2026 Golden State Valkyries jersey. Every show going to be giving one away on 95.7 The Game.
March matchups are in full swing. Trade the tournament in all 50 states with Cashe. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. Download the Cashe app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Cashe. Trade on anything.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I love bicycles. I love dancing. I love pepper jack. I love Zubac. I love all music. And I love pasta. I love bread. I love rice. I love martini. I love mayonnaise. I love Jim Tomey. I love Barry.
All right, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you. Anything for Shasky? Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
The Italians are 1 win away from qualifying for the World Cup, Team Italy.
I love pasta.
They are taking on Bosnia-Herzegovina. I believe that's this upcoming weekend. I got to be honest, Joe.
Belgium kicked our butt. 5-1?
No, they didn't kick our ass. We got absolutely embarrassed. No, there was a more embarrassing effort than the Giants pass this weekend. That was the effort from Team USA a couple months ahead of the World Cup. We got our asses kicked. No, it was bad. I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed this morning if I'm a fan of Team USA. That was unacceptable. And
I'm so upset.
Manager Mauricio Pochettino better get his crap together. Maybe they need a Tony Vitello speech, quite frankly. Maybe they need that. Tony V, fly in to wherever the hell they're training. I think it's down in L.A.
Twitter is not life.
Anyways, that was my big disappointment of the weekend. That was bad. Great interview we just had with Brett Boone, by the way. If you missed any of it, find it on the free Odyssey app or on YouTube. Can we just talk to him all the time? I just wanted to keep sitting here and talk. He was telling stories about sitting down with Bochy last year, taking us behind the scenes, what they do as a hitting coach, the lineup, slow starts, incredible stuff. What was your biggest takeaway from it?
Well, he did reference, once he settles in and he relaxes and he needs to relax, that it'll all be fine.
With Vitello?
And he's like, this would never have happened in my era regarding hiring a guy from college. Yeah. But, everything's on the line now. I wanted to get in with him about guys getting demoted, coming back, and young prospects. And, he's long-winded, but he gives you good baseball knowledge. I found the lineup stuff to be extremely fascinating because I think we point to front office and manager on lineup. It's a collective kind of feel on those things. And I don't know. During the middle of games, there's so much downtime. People are just talking guy gets a couple hits, and your bench coach might turn to you and be like, maybe we move him up tomorrow. Yeah. I like so-and-so. And some guys like some players more than others. So you'd be like, hey, I like this guy. I think he should be our 2-hitter, and here's why, and blah, blah. So, for example, when I look at Devers, and he was talking about having, you don't want to have 2 lefties, 3 lefties in a row, blah, blah. Okay, I hear you. For late game pitching substitutions because of 3-batter minimum, I understand that. I want whoever bats in front of Devers to be on base because similar to the Willie Mays, William McCovey conversation from way back when, and this is not them, I'm just using it as an analogy.
Sure.
You want that first baseman to be holding that runner on so that your left-handed power hitter has a bigger gap between second base and where that guy is covering because you cannot shift like you used to, and that first baseman holding them on. So, like, to me, that makes a lot of sense. Well, Arise right now, early on in the year, looks like a guy who's going to be on base a lot on this team. I think his OBP will be very good. Now, Chapman usually has a pretty decent OBP, so I wouldn't mind him batting in front of Devers either. I'm open-minded to that. I just think the days of the table-setting leadoff guy batting at the top of the order are probably gone. There aren't a lot of traditional leadoff guys around baseball. I mean, like I said the other day, the Yankees batted Goldschmidt leadoff. I couldn't believe that.
I know. The A's I was watching over this weekend, they batted Kurtz, their best player. They're trying to maximize his at-bats. He was a leadoff hitter. Didn't really think he did that at all last year. Maybe you see Devers being a leadoff spot at some point this year. Like things,
I'm open to it. Yeah. And everyone's like, well, you got to be able to run to be in front of him. There's no guy on this team with blazing speed. Willie had the most steals on the team last year. He's a good base runner. Jung-Hoo Lee, you would think is fast, but I don't think his speed has necessarily translated like onto the actual field. I could be alone on that. I haven't seen him go first to third a lot or show unbelievable base running instincts and get great jumps and force teams to throw over multiple times. We just don't have that kind of speed on this team.
We're going to hear more from Tony Vitello, so shout out to the boys in the back who cut a lot of his sound over the weekend because he kind of was asked over the weekend about lineup changes and how he tweaks it. But I do have to mention this. I mentioned it earlier, mentioned it again. The Golden State Valkyries just unveiled their new jerseys for the new season, which starts May 8th. Can't wait, Joe. It's coming up. In celebration, each show will be giving away one jersey. That's right. Keep it locked all day for your cue to call in when you hear the Kevin Dana sounder.
Temi looking to Thornton. Open left wing three. Rain Dan!
I love that so much. I love Kevin Dana. You got to be caller number 2 when you hear that to the contest line, 415-523-4652, and you'll win courtesy of the Golden State Valkyries. For more info and to see the new jerseys, visit 95southernthegame.com. They're sick. There's like that violet with the gold trim on the side. We still have our jerseys from last year that got customized. Yeah. They're fantastic.
Like right now, there's just, they need a spark, and it's very contagious. The hitting is contagious in a negative effect right now. They needed to get rolling in the other direction. You know, the other night, Arise stole third base, guys. Was it second and third? He got that, he kind of walked into a steal. He's the only guy with a stolen base this year.
Yep.
He does have good instincts. He's just not a speedster. They don't have a speedster.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Arise, too, because he's been holding up his end of the bargain early on the season. He gets hits and he gets on base, so buy the hit.
And the range is questionable at second base. I freely admit that.
Absolutely. Defense, I'm not even bringing up. Can he be contagious as a hitter within that clubhouse, helping out guys like Willie Adames? I'm serious.
Well, when you have 4 strikeouts for Devers, 5 for Willie, 4 for Bader, 5 for Ramos, and then 2 for a bunch of other guys, his 1 strikeout is the team low.
And listen, I understand. Maybe Willie's already asked this to come up to him. And it's like, and these guys are talking to each other. Like, if I'm Willie Adames, I'm going up to Arise and like, dude, teach me right now. Like, not to that level, but help me out. What are you seeing from me in my at-bats that maybe you could give me a pointer?
He's long. He's really long.
He is.
He's really long, and he's got an uppercut swing. Some guys, their swing is their swing, and you could change some of the mechanics, but to me, it's more mindset. It's a huge swing.
I'm glad you brought that up because a guy on the other side has been kind of berated throughout his career about his type of swing. And this is a guy that has been an MVP. He's been an all-star. He's a World Series champion. It's Cody Bellinger.
Oh.
They were talking about on the broadcast about this guy's swing.
Yeah.
And
he has a very long swing as well.
Very long uppercut.
He's going to have a lot of uppercut swing and misses.
You know what? Guy's batting 364. He had a couple he's really good. Yeah. He's an MVP for a reason. And I know you and Bonte laughed at the whole thing. Him getting switched against lefties, righties.
It's ridiculous. He was the NLCS MVP.
Ridiculous stuff there. But not saying Willie Adames is Cody Bellinger, because Cody Bellinger, I think he's had a better career thus far. But I'm just saying, not everyone's above reproach when it comes to the swing changes, stuff like that.
Hunter Pence added this huge leg kick late in his career. Justin Turner added the more open, big leg kick. There are definitely things that you can do. But to me, it's mindset. It's also mindset. With 2 strikes, you'll hear people hey, expand the zone and stuff like that. To me, it's shorten up, have a little wider stance, and be willing to let the ball travel a little deeper and hit the other way just to put it in play. And you shouldn't start at 2 strikes. Like that approach with first and third should start early on. I think they're so worried about getting the big time, gap hit. It's like, guys, just knock one in. Take a little one for the team here.
It's interesting. I'm just doing the compare and contrast real quick because Cody Bellinger is 30 and he did sign a fat contract with the Yankees.
I've always thought he's had unbelievable talent. He just hasn't lived up to the talent I thought he's had.
No,
even then he's had a good career.
Yeah, 5-year, $162 million contract with the Yankees, and the deal is front loaded and it includes opt-outs after 2027 and 2028. And I think Sam was on this pretty early when he saw the contract. He's like, I would have given Cody Bellinger that. I would have signed that guy. But again, if I'm Cody Bellinger as a lefty, where do I want to hit at home? Oracle Park or Yankee Stadium? Probably Yankee Stadium.
And you get Stanton and Judge on either side of you.
That's a part of it. But again, you say the Giants tax. As I contrast the contracts, Willie Adames 7 years, $182 million. They had to add more years and add more money on top of it to get guys like that to come here.
The Willie deal, look, we all like him. We all like him, right? 5 years after this one? I mean,
just 5.
Like, what do you think? At the end of next year, we're talking about moving him to second?
Probably. I mean, Joe, this slow start, if this continues, we're going to be talking about getting rid of this.
Well, it's get off
this contract.
He needs a multi-hit game in the worst way.
Absolutely. A lot of Giants players do. By the way, Brett Boone, who joined us, and good job flipping this guy's this sound, was a hitting coach, last year with the Rangers, with Bruce Bochy's staff, talked about it, and kind of talked about being in that manager, role, and how helpless it is after the game starts. And you could kind of feel that with how Tony Vitello was talking this weekend. Here's Brett Boone.
Once that lineup set, and I used to tell this to my brother when he first started doing this, I said, Aaron, there's only so much you can do. You get to the ballpark, and he's a grinder. He likes to get there at 12 and make sure he's got everything in place. I said, once you put that lineup out there, and once that national anthem's over, baby, it's out of your hands. You can't get a hit. You can't make a play. You do the best job you can, get your players mentally, physically ready to play, put them in the best possible position they can be in to succeed. And then, you know what? There's nothing you can do about it. Let them go. Let them go. You know that as a player. As a player, I'll tell you, coaching and managing is harder than playing. Playing, I had something to do with it. I had a bat in my hand. I could take care of business. As a coach, I'm helpless.
And, I've heard similar things with Steve Kerr, who was also a player at the big league level. Not big league, but, NBA level, now coaching with the Warriors for as long as he did. It's a helpless feeling sometimes when you can't just get out there and it's
awful.
Yeah, it is.
The hardest thing to do. You want to learn patience? Go coach. Go coach your own children.
And it's also, and not every parent's this way, but like I definitely am as a parent too. It's a helpless feeling when it's like you see your son out there or daughter, playing. It's just like, oh, if they just do this, they just tweak this, but you don't say anything because you don't want to be overbearing, but you just want your kid to succeed, but you have to just sit there and be like, and Joe, my kid's 6 years old, mind you. So, and I'm freaking out as a dad, being like, Benny, pay attention. But I was like, I can't yell that because then he's not going to want to play the game. So it's just taking. As a parent, I need to take a play off, and I'm sure you can say that too for a lot of parents. As you're a coach out there,
I said to one of them the other day, "They're 8.
They're 8. That's all you had to say.
They're 8. It's okay."
You posted about it and you said in the group chat, our guy Deli Boy, his kids were out there playing some SAT ball.
So they were doing T-ball at Ortega?
Ortega School in Pacifica?
Yeah, nice. So there's a turf field on one side and there's a dirt, like a little dirt field. It's a really adorable little diamond.
Yeah.
And it was so funny, like, George is at first base. He gets a hit. And on his hit, he's like running like he's Superman with his arms out.
I thought he was Usain Bolt running just saying,
it was hilarious. Yes, it was kind of like Usain Bolt. And then his little brother, Teddy, who's a year younger, comes up and he gets a hit and he's running down the line.
Oh, that's great.
And the camera, I'm videoing it and I pan to George going from first to second and he's just walking and you hear all the parents, run, run. I'm like, he's having a great time.
They're having fun. That's it. They're just, see ball, hit ball, and there you go. You know what? He got more hits than some of the Giants players over the weekend. Yeah,
they did. They showed more speed.
Oh, my God. Dude, when you said it earlier, he's like, credit to Giancarlo Stanton for going first to third there. That's a great, It's true. I'm still going back to when he said that. He's like,
I gotta keep fighting.
Oh, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app. Couldn't you live from the Laughing Monks? Is there anything happy to be about for Bay Area sports fans over the weekend?
Yeah.
What?
The pitching.
Okay.
I think the pitching's been good.
All right.
I think the bullpen surprisingly looks solid. Like there's more. What's the guy's name? Killian? What's his name?
Caleb Killian. He's got good stuff.
He's interesting.
Yeah.
I think Gage is interesting. I think Ryan Walker looked okay. I think Keaton Wynn is interesting. I'm intrigued by the bullpen. Again, 3 games. I'm not pretending like it's the end all be all, nor am I pretending that this is Afelt Romo and Javi Lopez
Casilla and all those guys. Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad. Like, what did you think of Malley?
I thought he grinded through 4.
Yeah.
I thought he was a gamer. Listen, that's kind of what I expected him to be in that 3-4 role. I was like, can he be like, hovering around 4 ERA? Maybe sub would be great, but just give our team a chance to win. Give our offense a chance. And that's what he did.
I agree. Like, if he gives me that for the next couple of weeks, obviously I'd like him to go a little deeper.
Yes, correct.
As he stretches out. But I'll be happy. I thought Robbie Ray pitched really well. He had one pitch he wants back.
What I loved, the stat they brought up on the broadcast, I believe it was Joe Davis with John Smoltz on Fox, talking about Tyler Malley. They're like, he has one of the best ERAs with runners in scoring position. I was like, oh, so this guy thrives off pressure, which that says a lot about a pitcher to me anyways. It's like, what do they do when traffic gets on there? Because it's all well and good if you're staying ahead, keeping these guys off the base paths. But when things start to unravel a little bit, how do you react? And he does pretty well there. And he did give up 2 runs. And, one of them was, he gave the home run to Judge, and that happens. But outside of that, I thought he limited the damage.
Judge is so good.
That's all he did was just 2 home runs. Outside of that, he was striking out left and right.
Can we just
Jack Cust?
There's 4 or 5 guys in the game right now that you pitch around.
Shohei Ohtani.
Yes.
Aaron Judge. Who else am I going to get to?
I think you got to worry like Bobby Witt Jr.
Bobby Witt.
Gunnar Henderson. And I think a healthy Ronald Acuna.
All right, there you go. Sounds about right.
I mean,
I'd probably just go those 2 guys at the top, but Bobby Witt probably is the third. Maybe Vlad.
Here's why I say pitch around Bobby Witt. Because if he hits a ball into the gap, it could be 2 or 3.
Cal Raleigh stinks right now. I hope you know that. He's not good.
1 for 17 since not shaking hands.
Shea Langoliers is better already.
Bad teammate.
Yeah.
It's early. But
Will Smith had a huge clutch home run over the weekend. You see that, by the way?
No, Dom Smith, too.
Oh, Dom Well.
Which is another guy
should we have kept him?
Well, I liked him.
No, so did I.
I liked him.
We interviewed him. He was great.
I liked him. I think he fit. I mean, look, if you're asking me, would you rather save a roster spot for a third first baseman in Dom Smith or Gerard? I probably would have leaned Dom Smith.
It's funny you bring that.
I like Dom Smith.
It's funny you bring that up as we see Barry Bonds. We talked about him last week. Dom Smith talked with us, I think Sam, Risotto, all about, reaching out to Barry Bonds and talking shop with him a bunch and using that as a resource, something I respected because you don't hear that enough from a lot of the Giants players. Oh, I don't know, maybe the greatest baseball player of all time and definitely the greatest hitter of all time. Yeah, pretty good resource to talk to, I would think.
Yeah,
he's not employed by the team right now. Maybe we can.
Do you think they shake things up with the righty today? Do we think they go with the same lineup? What?
I mean, we'll see. Tony Vitello was asked about if he'll tweak the lineup on Friday, and he kind of ended up doing that.
There's a good chance because it's a different style than the last 2 days. I mean, obviously, 2 distinct different pitchers too, but as far as kind of what the numbers bleed into and, yesterday's or Wednesday, I should say, day lineup didn't have much to show. But again, we kind of met on it, left it as is. But there's a good chance.
And yeah, I'm playing sound from Friday because I think it's interesting as we have only a couple games to react to the start of the season. It is funny when he's like, oh, that game yesterday. Wednesday. And then I even see her on the cuts. The offensive performance on Sunday. You mean Saturday. All these days in this week has just been it's been weird. So I do think it's going to be a good opportunity for Vitello and the Giants in general. Hey, opposite stadium now. You're going away. It's a quick trip down to San Diego. Relax the mind. I think you'll see a looser Giant squad, or at least I hope you see a looser Giant squad these next couple days. And you have a good opportunity against a guy in Walker Buehler. You've kind of owned your last two outings against him, even though it was a couple years ago.
Well, I guess Devers going to play first base.
I would like to see that. I mean, they keep saying they're trying to get him up to speed. I mean,
what's going on? Did he take pregame at first?
I believe this week we should see him at first base.
Because when I saw him leg out that double, and then Judge was kind of like, I don't know, blowing a kiss or something to him. He blew a kiss back, and they were like talking smack to each other. Did you see that?
I like that. Well, because, Devers is a Red Sox still. Yeah. Won a World Series there.
He ripped that ball. He hit a couple really hard ones. The thing with him
he has great numbers career against Jake. He's passed like 280s, like 20 jacks, something like that. Yeah.
There's a Pablo Vlad Sr. He swings from like toe top to the head. Like he really will swing at anything.
And that opposite field power is no joke. Like that's the other thing with him too. Yeah. It's like, again, as Pablo and Vlad, like guys that can hit everywhere and they're bad ball hitters too, which in today's day and age, you just don't see that anymore because wait for your pitch, wait for your pitch, wait for your pitch.
That.
Yeah. Real quick on that. That was also a big winner for Rob Manfred this weekend.
I have the numbers.
The ABS challenge system was fantastic. I'm glad we're shaming the officials and umps these days. Hell yeah. Shame them.
Per the MLB Network, the ABS challenge results. This is through Saturday. Batters were 26 for 57. So, I mean, right around 500. And then catchers were 40 of 63. So that's catchers showing you they have a pretty good feel for the strike zone.
Pat Bailey.
And then pitchers 1 for 4. Can we all agree? The fact that it's 50-50 tells you that, like, most of the umpires, CB Buckner notwithstanding, most of the umpires do a pretty good job. I will die on this hill, and I'll be the only one that has it. I have put the mask on and umpired for a long time. My personal belief, the worst spot to call balls and strikes is behind the catcher. I think that point of view sucks. I know why it's there because they want to see where it crosses in the zone versus how big the guy is, whatever. I personally believe the better place to be would be behind the pitcher, just to the side. I actually think it's a horrible vantage point for an umpire being behind the catcher. My personal belief. But that would take an umpire off the field. The umpires union doesn't want to do that. Blah, 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 blah. Having done it for a long, long time, I hate being behind home plate. I hate being behind the catcher. Your view is partially obstructed. You're also up, and your angle is kind of goofy. It's weird. You don't get to see the low strike. There's a lot that goes on in it. I don't love it.
We have some fun sound here I want to play. Pirates manager Derek Shelton. Not Pirates manager. Isn't he Twins manager?
I think he's the hitting coach.
No, he's the Twins. He's
with the Twins now.
He's with the Twins now.
Manager. That was my fault.
No, it's okay. Yeah, because it said there. I was like, wait, am I tripping? It is. Okay, it's Twins manager Derek Shelton. He was ejected over this weekend, not because of the actual ABS review, because of the timing of said review, which I found fascinating. He told the reporters afterward he didn't think Ryan Helsley's 3-2 pitch to Josh Bell, well, he didn't think he tapped his hat quickly enough. So he didn't think the timing of the... So that's another element that we didn't really talk about.
Interesting.
That I felt was kind of interesting.
Well, you can get a little pause in the action, too.
Right? So
I think the rule with challenges, like for hitters, pitchers, like you can't do any movement or action between the pitch being thrown and then you making the challenge. So, like, if the pitch is thrown and you kind of like throw your arms up in disbelief or move or something like that and then tap your helmet, nope, that doesn't count. Or if you're a pitcher and you're walking off the mound afterwards and then challenge it.
Think about it for a second, I guess.
You basically have to do it right there in the moment. And we could play this maybe on the other side, but like the pitcher yesterday who we're about to do this year, he was kind of walking off the mound because he thought he had strike 3. And then he signaled for the challenge after it was ruled a ball. And then that's where this whole thing kind of fell apart.
Yeah, Ryan Helsley, he had a 3-2 pitch to Minnesota's Josh Bell. God, it's like the 50th team Josh Bell's been on the last couple of years. And it was called the ball. And then Helsley, I guess, tapped his hat and then did it again to because maybe he did like a little halvesy one. Because this is another thing too. Like, is it a guy like tapping his head just to adjust it? Is that going to be signal like thing? There's some nuances in this that need to get, worked out. And I think overall,
where we're going. No, you know where we're going.
Oh, we're going
full ABS.
Oh, will be.
Which I'm here for.
I said within the next 10 years. Rizzoto said within the next 3.
I think after the next lockout, that's where I think this is headed.
Maybe that was a little rich for me. Maybe 5. We'll get into more of that. Plus, John Lynch spoke. Niner fans, John Lynch spoke to the media yesterday at the owners' meetings in Arizona. That means we're going to get coach pictures this week, Joe. Can't wait for those. Those are my favorite. It's all going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless, from the deli, selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Cross Rib Roast or Bottom Round Roast Mega Packs, just $5.99 per pound. I know it's spring, but here comes Dibs to talk about autumn.
And I love a mega pack. Delicious autumn crisp green or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. For your clip or click special of the week, Signature Select Boneless Skinless Chicken Breasts Value Pack, just $1.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages.
Very well done. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and Dibs and I will see you in the aisles.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem to launch. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. Dolan's knows. Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area for over 60 years. Dolan's knows TimberTech decking blends the warmth and beauty of natural wood and splinter-free comfort. TimberTech materials are on sale now through the month of March. Dolan's knows. Visit DolanLumber.com. That's DolanLumber.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join 95.7 The Game weekdays Monday through Thursday from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. for The Crossover, when Willard and Dibs join Steiny and Guru. Presented by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger, to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Listen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid enough. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
Oh, what's up, Steiny? We just saw you.
Happy Friday, fellas.
Yeah.
It's not Friday. Why'd you do that? See, I was in a Monday state of mind. I was feeling good, feeling fantastic. I washed that bad taste out of my mouth of what the Giants put on display offensively over the weekend.
Beautiful Marin right now.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic. And it's supposed to rain, I guess, the next couple of days. But I'll enjoy the weather while I can.
Well, you can't get a prettier place than here in the country.
Where is that guy? John and Marin? The most arrogant caller we've ever had all time.
Well, our boss is becoming Marin guy. Because I said to him yesterday, I went up to San Rafael to go see one of my little nephews, and we went to the driving range at McInnes Golf Course.
I saw that. Little guy hitting those
nice. Yeah, and it was like 100 degrees. I was like, it was well over 85, 90 degrees.
Way too hot.
And he's like, yeah, it was kind of warm. I'm like, kind of warm? What?
Well, he's an East Coaster. They're used to humidity. And
no, he's lived in Marin long enough.
He's aura.
No, but I'm saying he grew up in humid type of weather. If you grow up there, you're built a little different. I will agree. Because
if you're born and raised in Marin County, you're built a little different too.
No. Well, that is true. Where's Carter? By the way,
don't do that. I saw Carter on a Friday, actually.
Oh, did you guys really? How's he doing?
He's doing really good.
Is he coming back?
Is he ever going to return a text message?
Is he still there
or call?
He's doing a lot of things these days. He's enjoying the dad life though.
Oh, good for him. He's going to be a great dad.
You tell him I don't want him back.
Apparently, the daughter is growing really, really fast.
Shocker!
Oh, shocker!
I know. I literally. He told me he's like, yeah, this kid's growing really fast. I'm like, yeah. Where do you think he got that from?
She.
Sorry, she.
Come on. Her name is Sienna.
I messed up that. Sorry.
It's all right. Close. By the way, be locked in. Your opportunity to win a Valkyries jersey at some point this hour. So you got to be locked in for that. We're doing it for every show. And did you have a chance to look up these Valkyries jerseys? They're sick. It's got this violet and the gold trim on the sides.
Do you have them on the thing?
No.
I was looking for them. I couldn't find them.
You Google search it, 2026 Golden State Warriors Valkyries jersey, and it'll pop up. By the way, we teased it. The ABS, the automatic ball and strike system, was officially introduced in regular season play over the weekend. And I got to say, it was a rousing success for the sole fact that we are shaming some awful, awful calls from some of these umpires. Yeah, you found it? Looks good, huh?
Yeah, it does look good.
Nice. We get one for LJ. He'll like it. Twins manager Derek Shelton got immediately tossed for arguing it, and I kind of respect it.
And Helsley drops in a slider that is called ball 4. I don't think Adley Rutschman.
The previous pitch was called ball. The pitcher is challenging.
Oh, the pitcher's challenging.
Yeah, he put him right to his hat.
Ryan Helsley with the first pitcher challenge, and he goes! The first challenge by an Orioles pitcher, and Derek Shelton is incensed. He didn't think Helsley got that off in time. And the runner, Cashe, will be sent back to first, and Derek Shelton's been thrown out. He's arguing with the robots. You can't defeat the robots.
That's a great call on.
That's good.
Oh my God, who was that? I need to give the proper attribution.
I think his name's Kevin Brown with the Orioles TV network.
Okay, there you go. That is fantastic. Oh, he's great, Kevin Brown. I know him. Remember, he got like
he got randomly suspended.
Yeah,
for
that was weird.
Saying nobody knows what.
Well, he was, I think, talking smack maybe about the ownership at the time or something that's now gone. What have you? That was fantastic. That the Twins manager, and he got, again, we mentioned this before the break. It was the fact that he thought it was too late of a challenge. That like you should only have like a couple seconds whether or not you're going to challenge it before everyone's already running off the field, or they thought it was the ball or whatever. It's like what is going on?
I don't know if you have referenced this yet, but the Twins changed their uniforms a couple years ago.
The 20s, yeah.
And they wanted to make it more, I guess, amicable for social media clips. That was like their argument. How they ruined their jerseys is beyond me. They're not anywhere near as good as they used to be in the 80s and the 90s.
Really?
Yeah, I just don't like their jerseys.
I've always liked the Twins uniforms.
Yeah, but their new ones they're like cheap knockoffs. And I think if the Marlins have taught us anything, retro's the way to go. Don't overthink these things, big league teams. Go with the retro jerseys.
That's kind of what they try to do with these, but they try to do retro / new.
No. Go to the 1990s. Just Google.
Oh, these are 4. Hold on, these are 4 years ago. I liked these jerseys,
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Go to Kent Herbeck. Those are the jerseys they need to go back to.
Kent Herbeck.
Yeah, he had like 7 Grand Slams.
Okay. You know when we go to Harmon Killebrew? No one do that? No.
Kirby Puckett.
Yeah, Kirby Puckett. There you go.
Jack Morris.
There you go. Joe Mauer even. Go back to those
How about
ones.
Chuck Knobloch?
Sure. I'll give you a Chuck Knobloch. Here you go. Like, what are we doing here?
What I'm doing is I'm explaining that the jerseys that they have, the new ones, their modern ones, are not good. They're not good looking. It's weak. It's a bad look. And they had great uniforms for many years.
Billy Haywood, you're just giving me names now?
Yeah, but like I don't like their new uniforms. And like I look at the Miami Marlin new uniforms, the ones that are current threads, they're not good either. Look at the Warriors. Like the Warriors, same thing. Golden State Warriors. If I were to say, hey, Joe, what are the worst uniforms for the Golden State Warriors? It might be their current ones.
Well,
I have no idea.
See, this is the problem. What is their current jersey? What is their like? Hey, this is our jersey. I know
whichever one they're wearing on any given night.
Is there anything happy to be about? No. That sounded. I'm actually a happy person. I'm actually a happy person. That's the problem with that one.
If you were managing the team, Risotto and Lubman would be dicing up your words on boards.
They already do. It's called the Boxing Gerson Working Attorney's text line. It's like, this guy sucks. I love it. You're having too much fun with some of these drops, Risotto. Now you're starting to do it to me.
He giggles after every single one. It's so fun.
He does. Well, he did a good impression of my laugh one time, and he's never let that go. And you know what? I got to give you credit for it. Not a lot of people could do my laugh. It's you and my buddy Casey.
Can I hear it? Dude, Risotto.
That was more Joker level.
Risotto. Do you go home and work on these?
In my car on my drive home.
Dude, he has a Tony Vitello now. Hold on. Let me play a Tony Vitello soundbite.
All right.
And see if Risotto could copy it.
All right.
If I had to guess, to be honest with you, I'd blame myself. So maybe it's time to
ridiculous sentence.
Maybe do what I can to ease any tension in there, so guys can be free and go out there and play. Because as I said, I think everybody that was on the field or in the stands know those guys can play that were in that lineup.
You see, yesterday was game 1, and I definitely felt like it was game 7, and one of the reasons why...
You sound like Chris Stapleton. Keep going. It's good. I threw you off.
I thought it was game 7, and the guys are just trying to go out there and win games, and I need to relax a little bit.
It's pretty good. I'll give you a 3 for that. I know you can get better.
It's not as good as your Fleming, but it's not bad.
It's too strong of a Midwest Southern twang. Because he's a St. Louis, Missouri guy. Or
I'm working on it.
No, you're working on it. But I think his accent has also evolved from being in the SEC. Now he's being back on the West Coast. It's going to evolve even more.
You don't have a impression of me, do you?
No, you're kind of...
I said to sleep upstairs.
Well, that's different. That's...
Oh, it's pretty good. Okay, that wasn't funny.
I think you're going to fight.
Okay, yeah.
How about Goo? You got a guru?
I didn't like that.
Hey.
How about Steiny?
I can't do Steiny.
You almost did right there.
I feel like all of us could do Steiny. You can't do Steiny?
888. 957-9570 is the number.
Can you do Loveman?
Oh, God.
Who wants
Chesky, why are you interrupting me?
How about Willard?
I do say that.
How about Willard and Dibs?
I was in need of a closer. The garage door opener by Liftmaster.
Oh, my God. Forget AI. We've got risotto. Now, can you do Willard?
I can't do Willard. His voice is out of my range.
Oh, my God.
You do the Willard laugh.
No, you can just do a Willard take. That's a good Willard laugh, actually. It's really
better than mine.
Do you have anyone else in the archives?
We got to do an Ahegian.
I can't do him. We got a meeting today.
Everyone does Everyone does an Nahigi impression, which
Can I have you on that meeting?
It came from Alexander Scott, former producer here. He's the one that was the architect of said impression. We all just do a riff off that. Look, look, look. There you go. That's it.
He doesn't even say look anymore.
No, he used to, though, because we said it so much. Now he doesn't. So you shamed him.
Bullying works.
Bullying, you know what? It does. Can we bully this Giants lineup to work? But apparently, the players on the Niners bullied John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and the organization into getting some crap done.
Like what?
What do I mean by that? Well,
looking to Thornton, open left wing three. Rain dance!
I was going to pivot right there. It was actually a beautiful transition I was doing to some San Francisco 49ers football conversation, but I guess we got to give away a jersey. There it is. You're cute to call the contest line. Be caller number 2 to 415-523-4652. That's caller number 2 to 415-523-4652 in honor of the Valkyries' second season, and you'll win one of their brand new jerseys, courtesy of the Valkyries. Good luck. There you go. So if you're listening all show long, you'll know if you don't win this time, you'll win on either Steiny and Goo, you still can, or Willard and Dibs. A couple different shows, couple more opportunities if you don't qualify today. All right. As I was getting to risotto, the San Francisco 49ers, who got a C- in their player grading, as we've seen the player report cards always come out from the players union. And after every season, they're graded on facilities, on treatment of family, on traveling, all of that. And the Niners, for the most part, got really good grades, except for the training staff / training room. Got a C-. That's not good. So what did John Lynch and the 49ers do about it? Well, he explained yesterday at the owners' meetings in Arizona. You know what they did? They added 3 PTs. Those are physical therapists. They're adding new equipment in the locker room, some cold tubs, some stuff to decompress and to, help out the body. They did their things. They did what they're supposed to do. They got publicly shamed a little bit for an area that they could improve upon. They improved upon it. And you know what? Credit to the 49ers for not throwing a hissy fit and a temper tantrum about it, like some other owners a la Arizona, and trying to hide these things. So I give credit to the 49ers and John Lynch for doing that, Joe, because we talked about it a lot about, these guys keep getting injured. Now, is that going to prevent ACL injuries or anything? No, but it'll help in recovery, which is this whole thing that I think people are frustrated about.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one for a normal fan to even be able to quantify. Like, how would I even know what it was like before?
Right.
And,
But they're doing something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're pouring money into it, I just have to assume that you're pouring it in a good way. And it's going to actually pay dividends. Now, do I think Mike Evans signed with the Niners because of the cold tub? Probably not.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt.
And I think, having players feel comfortable and happy and confident that the facilities are top notch, that is important.
Absolutely. And as I mentioned, the staff and training staff and training room got a C- in the NFL's PA's annual report. And then Lynch, this is the quote, because it's interesting. They don't allow or you can record, but you can't do it via video, and you can't replay the sound that's taken from some of the coaches yesterday at these owners meetings. There's rules in place. So I just have quotes. So this is the quote from John Lynch talking about the annual report card. When you have a year like we did, you're always looking. You're never staying the same. You're getting better or you're getting worse. And sometimes those years just happen. But then the report card thing, we think we really have really good people. But again, you can't just say, Well, we have good people. Obviously, the players in that report, a lot of it goes with the facilities. I think the modern day athlete wants more one-on-one attention. And so that's something throughout the surveys we dug deeper with. And I think it was not enough personnel. Now, we were well-staffed, but we weren't at the top of the league. Now we'll be up there. That's of the utmost importance, the health and safety of our players, the performance of our players. We're putting everything into that. Now, the cynic in me would respond to that saying, well, why weren't you at the top of the league in that when you've had so many damn injuries? It should have been at the forefront. But
it might have been a blind spot.
Might have been a blind spot that they're addressing now. I will give them credit for addressing said blind spot.
And I think when you have this many guys injured, that injury facility, what are they calling a physical therapy facility?
Yeah, physical therapy. They're adding 3 more PTs,
yes.
I think.
I mean, I think that's important.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Considering the size of these rosters, I wonder where in line they were with other teams. You know what I mean, Joe? Like, do the Rams only have 1 or 2 or 3 of these individuals? Like, it's a tough subject for me to talk about because I just don't have enough information league-wide to understand what were they doing before? What should they have been doing? And now, whatever moves they've made to upgrade, is that still like middle of the pack or is that cutting edge? I don't know.
We don't know. We'll find out next year's report card. Obviously, as they do this each and every year. Some other takeaways. Again, this is from the NFL's annual owners meetings. They do. You'll see the picture come out this week of all the coaches together. Sometimes it's in Miami.
Yeah.
This year it's in Arizona. The big takeaway, though, from Niner fans was not this report card, was not adding stuff for the recovery room, was not adding 3 physical therapists. It was John Lynch speaking about their independent scientist who did a study for that pesky substation. And you know what? This is what Lynch had to say about it, because a lot's been made about the substation, whether or not it's Fugazi. Is it legit? You got Christian McCaffrey talking about it. You got George Kittle talking about it. Fred Warner thinks it's nothing, but some of the Niners think it's something. So John Lynch said, quote, "It basically was a big nothing burger. We're in a safe place of work. It's a normal place of work. It's a normal gym. We are safe. We're healthy, and we feel really good about that. That was important to us, not just to turn a blind eye, but to look into it because it's our players' wellness. It's not only our players' wellness, it's coaches, it's staff, all that. It's encouraging." So they hired an independent scientist to do the study. And John Lynch says, big nothing burger. All right, boys. We're done.
Do they list who the scientist was?
They did not.
Is there a report that is available to the team?
Well, this is what, according to the Niners, the scientist whose name and affiliation was not made available and whom the team says has, quote, over 45 years of experience studying electromagnetic fields and their effects, it's a long time, was given access to the entire facility. He then used lab-grade equipment to read electromagnetic output and took measurements in any space that players occupy when at the facility. Those readings, according to the 49ers, showed that the facility was 400 times below the threshold of what would be considered an unsafe working environment.
I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know what that is. This is so...
Quite frankly, if even the guy, even if I gave you his, if you went to Duke or Stanford or whatever, I don't think any of us would understand this unless you have a degree in it.
No, but I think, we could have a degree and we could both have different opinions on stuff regarding science. Sure, I'm not saying you and I know.
If this guy has a degree and he has 45 years of experience and I would agree with what he had to say about it.
I think you and I are...
Probably.
Yeah, but we also remember, this is why you get second and third opinions. There's multiple appraisals on certain things. It doesn't matter whether Joe Shasky thinks it's safe. It matters whether George Kittle thinks it's safe.
Sure.
And I don't know, it's just... The substation is laughable to me on a variety of fronts. But again, I keep coming back to this, Joe. You have to prove to your team, not to the fans. You have to prove to the guys that are in that locker room. Do I think Mike Evans thought twice about the substation? Probably not. I don't think so. He seemed to be pretty excited to be here. I don't think it was a problem for him. Does Kittle think it's a problem? I guess a little. I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. What I would suggest is if this was my working environment, you just know how a normal office is, right? Mm-hmm. There's going to be people I want to talk to this scientist. I want to hear from him. Who is the scientist? Of course, this person agrees with management. You know how like employees are in a company. So what I would say is like in these types of settings, when you have a corporation, having that individual then present said findings and do a Q&A in front of whoever the concerned parties are would probably put this to bed.
Apparently,
do you agree?
I agree. We have sound, and who's to say they didn't do that with the actual players?
Well,
so
I think
they might have spoken. He might have spoken to the players, or they sent a company-wide email saying, "Hey,
here's our findings.
Yeah. If you have any questions, you want to follow up with the scientist, feel free to do that." They may have done that for all we know, but I guess we have sound of John Lynch talking about it. Shout out Sammy.
Where did he find this?
He found it in the interwebs.
Oh,
he found it.
Okay.
Here you go, John Lynch.
We did hire an independent scientist. You know, he basically was a big nothing burger. You know, we're safe. Like we're in a safe place of work. The levels are, I think I read in there 400 times less than unsafe zones. And so it's a normal place of work. It's a normal gym. We are safe, we're healthy, and we feel really good about that. So I'll let Corey fill you in on more details. I read that part and felt really good. That was important to us, not just to turn a blind eye, but to look into it because it's our players' wellness. It's not only our players' wellness, it's coaches, it's staff, all that. It's encouraging. I felt like it would be that way, but it's encouraging that it came out in a good place.
All right. So what I just read, that was John Lynch's voice attached to it. And apparently we're getting more sound as it keeps leaking in and in and in. Shout out Ken, producer Kenny in the back. He's grabbing it. He was also asked, Joe, real quick before you respond, if the substation came up in free agency talks. Yeah.
Not once. Nobody asked about it, which is really interesting. So I was prepared. I had my one sheet update, and Corey can give you more background, but we did.
Yeah, there you go. He's like, no, not once. And as you mentioned, like Mike Evans isn't like, hell, this.
Well, yeah, I don't. Look, Joe, I don't even know what these units of measurement are regarding like 400 because he doesn't say. I don't know any of this stuff. I'm just telling you when I've worked in like for example, if you're talking to a bunch of, garbage men, you can't be like, hey guys, we promised you the garbage that that you're picking up. We hired an independent anonymous scientist who you'll never read a study. It's all cancer free. Trust us on this one, bro. Yeah. Like that wouldn't go over well with a union. Sure. Would you agree?
Sure.
Right. So I would just say again, I'm laughing because I don't know what to believe. I don't know what's what, but I also don't want to sound like laughing. And then we find out like 10 years from now, there's like this giant lawsuit and actually it was something. If I was the Niners and I was protecting my money, I would probably have this individual who did the study just do some sort of Q&A in front of the team or present their findings to everyone and just shut everybody up. Like that's what I would do and then move on. Right? Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think for the most part, this was John Lynch's way of saying that, like, we're moving on as a team. The fan base won't. Like, that's the difference.
Well, the jokes won't stop.
Yeah, the jokes and the fan base won't stop.
But this is where I keep coming back to. I don't think it's something, but if Kittle does, then it is something, which, like, it's really on the players now. It's not about me. You know, it's like, it's not about you. It's not about Joe Fan sitting in the 400s. Like, all that matters is, do the players think it's an issue? And if they prove to the players that it's not an issue, then we can all move on.
And I think, as John Lynch mentioned there, it was more about having the players, feel like they were heard in regards to this. It's like, hey, we hear you guys. This is something you've been talking about. We'll take a look at it. We're taking it seriously. We found that it was a big nothing burger. So, hey, talk to the scientists if that makes you feel better. But we did our due diligence. Yeah. It's fine. We added a couple more physical therapists, some cold tubs for recovery. I think we'll be a lot better, and hopefully we'll be a lot better going forward.
Joe, the amount of people that will see me with it, I have what are these?
AirPods.
Yeah, but what are they called? The AirPod Pros? What is
Sure. They're AirPods. They're AirPods.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. AirPods.
I use them every day. The amount of different videos that I've clicked on where a scientist is like, you're giving yourself, what do they call it? Waves in your head and cancer and this. No. I've seen so many different studies. I'm like, look, I kind of know the risk. I'm probably screwing up my brain a little somehow, whatever. I figured Apple wouldn't be selling them if I did.
Well, no, it's not so much about that. I've been told, because I took, I'm an audio major, broadcasting electronic communications. They always say those ones that go inside your inner ear probably aren't the best for just, your overall your eardrum.
Yes.
But just the wear and tear from that and all those waves when it goes deep inside there with those earbuds, those ones are probably not great for you long term. Depends how much you're using it, how loud it is, obviously. They always say go over the ear. These are a lot more safer for your, that's why, that's the gold standard here in any, KCBS, Alice 97.
I like the over the ear.
The over the ear is the gold standard.
But I'm talking
it's
about the Bluetooth waves or whatever they're that's my point. But I feel like the same thing when we're discussing the substation. Like, I don't buy it regarding the Bluetooth thing, but that doesn't mean there aren't people out there that do buy it, and it's really up to the individual. I sound insane.
Well, what bothers me too is when we have these guys that and girls, for quite frankly, these gals, men and women, claiming to be experts on things they're actually not experts on, and then spouting nonsense on YouTube like, "Hey, don't eat this thing. This thing will give you cancer."
Well,
I was like, anything can give you cancer. Like any sort of thing like this. Hey, too much of eating this. That's bad. Well, yeah, if you drink too much water, you die. Like, that's also things too. Did you know that?
Waterboarding?
But that's like people like, too much of anything will kill you. Like, it's follow the 80-20 rule, people. Now I'm going into nutrition, all this stuff, because I do think it's important because the youth of America is constantly on their phones and saying like, oh, this person said this or this health fad that. Like, just be smart. Can we just be smart in our day-to-day things? And the unfortunate thing is we can't be smart because we got dumb people trying to teach us. So there you go.
Well, and in some things, the products are ahead of the science. So like paint for a long, long time was like lead.
Oh, yeah.
And, a lot of my grandfather's friends died of lead inhalation.
Yeah, lead poisoning.
From the paint. And they just didn't know. They just didn't know. They didn't know what was going on.
What's the stuff, the stuff in between walls? That's
asbestos.
Asbestos, thank you. Yeah, there you go. You still get those in some, apartment buildings. You get to sign a contract. Yeah, maybe asbestos. I don't know.
Well, and then
don't sue us if you die.
Sam knows what I'm talking about. Don't
and the
sue us
popcorn,
if you die.
popcorn paint. They put the asbestos in there. You have to have a special team come pull it out. Yep. And we had to do that at our house because it's like, okay. Yep. You remember The Sopranos?
Oh yeah.
Where are you putting the asbestos?
There you go. Where are you putting the asbestos? Well, and be careful not to get hosed with people doing like. Pipe fittings because they'll try to steal your copper pipes.
I hear people all the time tell me I drink too many water bottles and it's plastic and you're drinking plastic. And I'm like, all right.
The amount of microplastics the amount of stuff that you would have to consume to like get that level of microplastic poisoning is pretty insane. Now, we'll find out years from now because we just started drinking. We just started drinking out of plastic water bottles relatively in like the last 30 years, whatever it was. So yeah, we'll see.
So I come back to this. If somebody in
talking science with Spadoni and Shasky.
No, but if somebody in our circle, like if they have it in their head that plastic gives them cancer from drinking the water bottle, Joe, there's nothing we can do. Like no matter what, they have it in their head. So I feel like the same thing with the substation. And I'm just using him as an example. If CMC believes that the substation is bad, unless they go over the top to prove it to them, I have a feeling this is still going to stick around, whether you and I like it or not.
Right.
It sounds absurd, I know, but you got to go through lengths to prove things nowadays. I know.
So that's I think it's good news overall. Here's some good news.
Look, John Lynch did his job. I don't even think John Lynch knows what he's talking about. I'm not knocking him, by the way. Like it's in uncharted territory. He's talking freehand about 400 times safe, unsafe. Like, who knows?
What's Tony Vitello's thoughts? I want Tony Vitello's thoughts on the substation.
Twitter is not life.
Like, have you ever been in a room like, hey, what is EMFs? What is the normal level of EMFs in this room?
See, the problem.
I have no idea.
The problem is, Joe, there's not enough people like you to admit. Yeah, I don't know.
I have no clue.
No, but that's the thing. I don't know. Then we feel like, hey, let me do my own research. Now I do know.
Thank you,
now I'm an expert because I read a week's worth of Google documents. Not that I went to, medical school for, 25 years, but I know more just as much as that person.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Thank you. Trent Williams
is it EMF? I don't even know what it is.
I don't
even know.
AMC theaters? Is that what we're talking about? Like movies?
AMC Plus.
AMC Plus. There you go. Hey, the new Super Mario movie's coming out this week. I think I'm going to take the kids. Yeah.
Is it the cartoon?
Super Mario Galaxy. So there's a second one. They came out with one a couple years ago.
The first one was good.
But yeah, so the second one's coming out this weekend.
It's this week.
Yeah, can't wait. I'm going to take Benny and Nora. It'll be fun.
Nice.
Hopefully, we like to go to the Grand Lake Theater. They got great prices and rates and everything. And it's just a cool old theater to go to. I like the one where it's like the Egypt room. It's like everything's like Egyptian. You feel like you're in, like on the Nile. What
are the EMFs in that room?
Well,
does the projector...
Real quick on that. Benny was watching, like I mentioned last week, he likes the National Geographic, like Egypt stuff. He like all the stuff, all the tombs and all of that.
Yeah, I love it.
I was like, Benny, did you know that scientists found a second Sphinx under the ground? He's like, yeah, I already knew that. And then he's like, but no, it's like it's a Sphinx. He's like, yeah, Dad, I know. Weren't you listening to the show when they just said that? And then he's like, rewind it, Nicole. He's sitting there, Nicole, rewind it. And then they go to it. He's like, and then there was a small little Sphinx found in the tomb. And I was like, okay, you're right technically there, Ben. But I was talking about a second really big Sphinx, like the huge one. Which is underground. He's like,
or
oh, really?
He's
like, oh, really? That's cool. But I think I heard that already. I was like, all right. I'm just trying to,
you got to catch up to Benny, man.
Benny is just shaming me as far as his ancient Egypt knowledge, just putting me to school.
They're finding new things all the time.
They are.
It's incredible. Egypt is fascinating.
You know what else is incredible? Trent Williams.
Risotto, you in the drops, dude.
What did he say?
He's just getting me.
Oh, I thought it was going to be, I love Egypt. Is that going to be one?
Still waiting on that one.
I would like to go to Egypt one day.
I would too.
I would.
You want to host a show from there?
Oh, he beat me by 1 second.
We're recruiting the greatest Egyptian baseball player possible, like Willard and Dibbs.
Joining us now on the River Islands guest line, live from the Laughing Monk Studios, inside the catacombs, the corpse of Cleopatra.
No, it would be. This is. I've got King Tut's great grandson's uncle. What do you guys think? You want to have him on?
Coming up next, we released the 10 plagues of Egypt.
No. I'm picturing Tim Jordan sitting on some rickety chair with his headset on next to like a
He's got like the big sun hat on.
Yeah, oh my God.
Reading the Book of the Dead.
It'd be so good.
I'll give the Trent Williams latest in my final thoughts.
When I seen him rise from that tomb.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. All right, the Trent Williams latest, because that's what people actually care about with John Lynch. This is the quote, and we'll have the sound hopefully for Steiny and Guru. We've had good communication throughout. I would say in the last week, it's kind of intensified. Feel like we are on the precipice of something good happening, but we'll see. Okay. Don't want to make any statements like, hey, we're right there, even though you kind of just did, John, but, feels good about the communication and they're hopeful. So, come on, Trent, let's get this thing done. Let's just get it done so we don't have to worry about it anymore. That's my final thought. What's yours?
Final thoughts. Wow. My final thought is, you know what? McGinnis Golf Course, which is like a little family fun center. They've got peewee golf. They've got a batting cage. They've got a 9-hole golf course and this driving range and a great little restaurant. What a family-friendly spot. I took my little guy there yesterday, and we took out a couple of like the boosts, the far end. We just had a great time hitting golf balls. They've got all the little digital, like, what do they call it, TrackMan?
Yeah.
Where they show you where you hit. My little guy was having the best time. And then the person who runs the social media account came over, and I didn't realize she was running the social media account, like taking a bunch of videos and pictures of them. Just what a cool place. You always hear like the barrier of entry for golf is too stuffy and it's too difficult. Yeah. Not at McGinnis. Super family friendly. I love like patronizing that place because they treat you really well. And just shout out to everybody that was working over there. My kid and I and my nephew Dylan, we had we had a great day yesterday out there. It was beautiful and just a great fun day. Just
really
hitting
fun
golf
to see
balls.
LJ tonight.
Yeah, it was.
You love that one.
Just hitting golf balls.
I think you said patronizing. I think you meant to say you love being a patron of that.
Oh, my bad.
That's okay. Because patronizing is what, Tony Vitello did in college.
I guess I verbalize it when it's a noun. Yeah, you're right.
That's all right. Acting in a condescending, superior manner while appearing helpful or kind.
I love supporting them
financially. Kind of like Risotto this morning, just crushing us.
Yeah, my final thought is this. Kyle Shanahan spoke today at the NFL meetings in Arizona, and he was asked about when the 49ers might release Brandon Ayuk. And he said, quote, I don't have a date. We're in no rush to do that. Eventually, it will resolve itself. Hopefully, we get something for it. So something for it, not something for him, something for it. End quote.
What are we doing? This guy, clearly just wants to be let go. He's willing to walk away from a bunch of money. You're not willing to let him go because of God knows why. A 7th-round pick for who, for what? You're not getting anything for a guy coming off a horrible knee injury who didn't play last year. You're not getting anything. Stop. Let him go. Right, Sam?
That's just, I agree. I don't know what they're doing. But my shout out for my final thought is shout out to the Sharks getting back into the win column after that 6-game losing streak. Risotto, if you could, please.
Jumping into the gap was Chernyshov. Nice defensive play there by the young Russian. Celebrini backs in for Will Smith. Smith to Chernyshov. He scores! Igor Chernyshov with 1:25 to go.
Score.
Yeah, Randy Hahn there on the call.
Score.
Celebrini to Smith to Chernyshov. Macklin did have a goal earlier in the period to tie things up. His first goal in, I think, since March 14th. And, yeah, Sharks completely fallen out of the playoff race. But still, pretty positive season overall.
That's good.
4 points back of a playoff spot, though, if you want to torture yourself.
Okay, so they're not dead yet.
They're mathematically still in it. They got 11 games to go. They're out 4, but, the way they've been playing, it's just not happening.
Hey, crazier things have happened.
That's true.
Well, if we're talking...
It's allowed to happen.
If we're having fans talk ourselves into this Warriors team, why can't we talk into the Sharks team?
I kind of blame myself, Spadoni, the other week when you and I were doing the show. I got on the air and said, I think the Sharks have a better chance of making the playoffs than the Warriors. And all the Sharks did was lose 5 straight after I said that. So I guess that's on me. Like Tony Vitello, I have to take some of the blame.
You need to ease the tension out of that Sharks locker room.
Might have to.
Were you too happy to have Sunday off?
It's probably the last one I'll have for a while, so yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Was it a great week for you too?
It really was. Why are you being...
Well, no, because I could tell you guys feel right at home.
I'm happy with how the week went.
No. I mean, at the ballpark. Because, I think at the ballpark, I feel like you guys are, in your happy place. I mean that in a very sincere way.
I sent you the picture of the garlic fries I got on opening night, man. I was set. I was
you
happy.
Were jacked.
Oh, they garlicked it up correctly, so we're good.
What's the giveaway they're doing next Sunday for Easter? What are the Giants going to be doing? Do you guys know?
Eggs. Oh, I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
Well, usually, Easter you get something special. Usually, as we saw with
I did get the Willie.
BFC, they're doing the Hello Kitty merch.
Kitty. I did get the Willie Adamas bobblehead.
Well, do you have one for me?
No, you weren't there.
You got some for me?
LJ's obsessed with bobbleheads.
Oh, yeah, this was cool. He's dunking the cooler and the liquid in the cooler baubles too.
Well, if you snag an extra one, I would love to have it.
I'll see what I can do.
I'll just say it. On Easter, they're giving away the Valkyries baseball jersey presented
That's actually cool.
I need to look this up.
Valkyries. The new Valkyries jersey is really nice. I like it. It's got a really good look to it.
And your opportunity to win one of those new Valkyries jerseys, they're debuting in 2026 with Steiny and Goo, and also with Willard and Dibbs. And it's all going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
On the big dog.
For 75 years, San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been doing things differently ever since it was founded in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And the best part is, anyone can join.
So if you want a top-rated mobile banking app, ATM access worldwide, and a credit union that's built around people, it's definitely worth a look.
They're local, not for profit, and they put money back into their members and the community.
Visit sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free.
QUO.com/SPORTS.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent. DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
This is life and death.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson this week up until Friday, and Guru will be back. He's in Charlotte or Greensboro visiting his daughter, taking his daughter back. What's up, Evan?
You going to tell people the truth?
Hey. Which is what?
You realize at about 8:45 that Goo wasn't coming in today.
I'd forgotten.
He sent us a video from the Charlotte Hornets arena.
Oh, no.
It was a little high, but...
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it's two things this weekend.
He's on vacation. He's having a good time.
Yeah, I made a mistake on Saturday, too, when I made myself a big breakfast before Friedman's appliance appearance.
Oh, yeah, how was that?
I was just, they get better and better. Let me tell you something about Friedman's appliances and the red tag clearance sale. It's a community event is what it is. It's a community event. And it's like a big East Bay picnic. And it was another wonderful weekend at Friedman's. In fact, I saw Uncle Gene there, saw Filmo Mike there. Christian in Fairfield was there. He brought his buddy Steve, who actually bought a barbecue.
Nice.
Yeah, so...
I'm a little mad at Filmo.
Yeah. Why?
Well, he's never been out there when I've been there.
Yeah, he had some business out there, he said, and turned on the radio, and he said, I'll stop by. So Filmo and I had a quick beer, and then that was it. Hey, you know me. I like to look at the bright side, and the Giants bats obviously came alive on Saturday. Wasn't enough to get them a win, but they did cross home plate, Evan.
What is wrong with you?
What do you mean?
Do you want to start there? Seriously, I thought we were feeling good on Monday.
It's either the Giants losing all three of their games to the Yankees or the Warriors getting their 3-game winning streak snapped last night, or we could talk about the fallacy of John Lynch trying to convince everybody that they talked to a real scientist.
Don't do that.
About the substance. You know what?
Don't do that, Steiny.
You know what?
You don't want to start there.
And and here's the other thing. On Friday, I was pretty adamant. I'm not going to say I'm sorry to Steve Kerr. After thinking about it for a day or two, I may.
You know what you should do?
I may apologize to Steve Kerr.
Because did you see what Steve did that was reported, I think it was yesterday?
No.
You see what he did? He wrote you should write a handwritten note, a handwritten apology to Steve Kerr, the way that he did for, I think it was John Schneider, the Blue Jays manager. Yeah, you should reach out. I think that would be able to bring you and Steve together because, you kind of left him on a sour note.
Well,
keep fighting.
Here's what I was thinking, actually. I go way back. Get the drop ready. I go way back with Bob Myers, so I can give him a little grief. I even can give Joe Lacob a little grief, go way back with Joe Lacob. But, when Kerr started coaching the team, I wasn't on the beat anymore. And I was thinking, I don't really know Steve Kerr that well. So it might have come off the wrong way.
There actually was something from that interview that slipped through the cracks that I totally missed at the time. And our friend, Carter Chickering, texted me this, I think it was yesterday morning, because he was catching up, watched the interview, said you guys did a great job. But when you asked Steve Kerr about your fear of who's got to come after Steph, you got stymied.
Oh, I did?
Yeah. You know how whenever anybody says anything, you just go, well, that's sports. Do you remember what his response was when you said, yeah, so I pity the fool that's got to come after Curry? He looked you dead in the eye and goes, yeah, that's sports, buddy. How did it feel? A little taste of your own medicine.
Well, basically, you look at it like that, and I look at it as though he was basically saying, Steiny, you're right, and you're on it, and you're on it early.
Yeah, that's sports, Steiny, which is kind of what applies to the Giants, too. That's called sports.
Speaking of sports, I got 2 words. Good session. Steph Curry had a good session yesterday, according to Steve Kerr.
Well, he needs one. It's been 2 months.
Well, it seems clear that this is the week for Steph Curry. If we don't find out probably by the end of the week, let's say Friday, that he's getting cleared to play, then I think we can all acknowledge that it's probably over. Warriors have 3 home games.
Well, his season.
Yeah, his season. Well, okay. Maybe not just his season.
I thought you were looking at the bright side here on a Monday morning.
I was trying to.
You're in a good mood.
You want me to look on the bright side?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, Porzingis looks great.
He does.
He looks really good.
He does.
That's one thing. Let's talk about the Giants, though.
Let's start there.
And I was on with Lubman and Grandy on Saturday. We talked a lot of Giants. And here's where I'll start. So on Saturday, we it's funny. Last week, Guru's in here, and I'm telling him how I think Vitello's fascinating and that everything's going to be tried to be deciphered and read into and all those kind of things. And he's like, but Steiny, really? You see? Like, yeah, I'm telling you. So sure enough, the next day, the Giants get shut out for their second consecutive game. This is before they broke out for a run. And Vitello had made a statement about how he thinks there's tension. And our very own Daryl the Guru Johnson texts us and says, what's he doing? What's Vitello doing talking tension? Just say the bats are silent. And I didn't even have to respond to the text. It's just, this is the way it's going to be. Tony Vitello, he talks too much. He's too honest. He's putting pressure on the players. Players might have trouble dealing with it. Now he's not going to talk enough. Is he going to be overly competitive? Is he too rah-rah? There's just not going to be any escaping it. None. Zero. Because we have nothing to compare it to. So even when he says the right things or what is deemed as the right thing, that'll be the first time that he's done that. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to assess what we think he's doing right, wrong, or indifferent all season long in real time.
Well, not until he wins a game.
Oh, no, we could still do it.
Well, no, the reality is the only thing that can cure or stop this freight train of criticism and over-heightened media attention on Tony Vitello is winning baseball games. And it's not just that they didn't win games, but they didn't do anything. I mean, they scored 1 run in 3 games. And he talked about the fire and brimstone speech he gave before the season. The issue is, I think, people are just not familiar with what did Shaquille O'Neal say? I wasn't familiar with his game. I don't think people are familiar with Tony Vitello's managerial style. This is who he is. This is who you hired. You hired a college coach that is not accustomed to losing, that is not accustomed to the everyday life of a manager in baseball. And is he overly honest? Yes, but that's who he is. And it's 3 games in. They did not look good. But this ain't about him. It's about the players. The players stunk this weekend. I mean, come on, Steiny. You got, 3 hits in 2 games? Logan Webb's getting lit up on opening night. Yesterday, you can't put together you can't put together a run in a late game situation. Like, it's the first series. They got swept against a team that was better than them, but the players didn't step up. And to me, Tony V making it about himself, that's him just trying to fall on the sword.
I don't disagree with any of that. And yeah, when you only score a run in 3 games, it's on the players. But then there's always a second part of it, which is, well, how's Vitello dealing with it? How's Vitello dealing with 3 straight losses and to start the season? And then, but this is the thing about baseball, E, and you know this. If the Giants win tonight, let's say they win 7-2, okay, everybody's breathing easier. It just starts all over the next day. They lose, they lose the last 2 games of that Padres series. It all starts coming back, and I guess that's what I'm getting at is it's always, if this team doesn't hit, how can you blame Vitello with that particular lineup? Maybe nobody's going to blame Vitello, but
he's inviting
a big part
people
of it.
To look at him.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, and I think that's how he always has gone about things. And people People aren't used to that. People are used to people have been listening to Bob Melvin the last 2 years, and he's the polar opposite version of that. So he's going to invite people to look at him and talk about him and make it about him. And I just feel like people got to buckle up. Like, this is who Tony Vitello is. And win, loss, or somewhere, this is the guy you're going to get. This is the guy you hired. If you don't like it, I hate to break it to you. You got 159 games more.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Bad start for the Giants. There's just no doubt about it. They get swept by the Yankees. They score 1 run in 3 games. Now they play San Diego tonight. Vitello already saying things that are interesting and people are assessing. But if you're a San Francisco Giants fan, any concerns, even though we know the season's long? We're going to talk some Giants to start the show. We'll get into some Warriors. We're going to have fun today. No goo, but Evan Giddings in the house. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And the Golden State Valkyries just unveiled their new jerseys for the new season, which starts on May 8th. In celebration, each show here at 95.7 The Game will be giving away 1 jersey. That's right. Keep it locked all day for your cue to call in. And when you hear the Kevin Dana sounder, be caller number 2 to the contest line at 415-523-4652, and you'll win. This is courtesy of the Golden State Valkyries. For more info and to see the new jerseys, visit 957thegame.com. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source. Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
We're the most toxic show at the station. This is where he belongs.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. How's everybody doing? You have a good weekend, Evan?
I had a great weekend.
Oh, good.
Did a lot of working, a lot of broadcasts. Got another one tonight, but a little bit of downtime on Saturday night. Had a good time.
Okay.
What about you? What'd you do this weekend?
Let's see. Friday, I went to the Warrior game against the Wizards. Very impressed with both teams that night. I mean, like I said, I tried to explain this to you. What the Wizards are doing this year is really something pretty special. They are probably, they're going to be among the worst teams in the league, and yet they've managed to stay out from under Adam Silver's radar. They have not been reprimanded. They have not been fined for any kind of tanking offense, and yet here they are.
You should be ashamed.
What do you mean?
You know how sick you have to be to like what the Washington Wizards are doing / did? Did you see what they did in the fourth quarter of that basketball game?
I'm ashamed to... No, I'm not ashamed. I didn't have my steps in that night. I got there a little late, and then I left at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Because I had to get to Bart, and I needed to get my walk in.
Did you see Bub Carrington on the way to Bart, too?
I did not.
He didn't play. Did not play in the fourth. What some of these teams, and they're not the only ones that do this, but that's why, again, I texted you guys at the beginning of the fourth quarter, and I said, when's he going to call it? When's he going to call off the dogs? I mean, I don't know if the Wizards still would have lost that game or not, but it's unbelievable. I mean, who's the head coach of the Wizards? Is it Keefe?
Yeah.
Dude, he just looks down the bench and says, everybody who's playing well, take a seat.
You know, you're a youngster, and I don't know if you've ever
support this.
You're a youngster. I don't know if you've ever heard of this phrase. Probably not, because you're not in management. You are like myself. You're just a peon. But when they talk about management, they say one of the things a good employee must do is manage up.
You can elaborate on that?
What I mean by that, Leon, not Leon
That's
Cryer. What's his first name?
LJ.
LJ Cryer. By the way, yeah, he's so much better than Pods. Okay.
0 for 6.
Anyway, what I'm getting at is he, like Sergeant Schultz in Hogan's Heroes, he knows how to follow orders. Let's just put it that way. And there may be a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for the Wizards. We'll find out.
I pray to God they get the 6th pick again. I mean,
I'll tell you something right now. You ready?
What?
If they get the 6th pick, they'll still get a player better than 3 of the top 5. How about that?
What makes you so certain about that?
Because
that's what happened last year, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you know, there's going to be another hit or two after those first 3 or 4 guys.
Oh, there's some good players. Yeah, and the Warriors may fall into one if they, do what needs to be done. But Steiny,
yeah,
did you have fun at the game at least before everything went haywire and you had to take off?
I guess. Sure. Just watching the game for a quarter and a half. Yeah, I had fun. I like going out to the arena. Well, I need you to say what you really mean. I don't understand what you're saying here.
What I mean is that what the Washington Wizards are doing is disrespectful to the game of basketball.
It's not.
Well, not in 2026, not anymore. But seriously, that's why watching basketball in 2026 is so damn hard, because of teams like that. And they're not very good, but even when they play well and even when they have a chance to win, they actively choose to not do so. That's a problem.
See, this is where I look at it, and once again, I'm starting to change the narrative, and it started on Friday when I pointed out about 7 examples of how Daryl the Guru Johnson is actually the negative person and that I'm not. I came out of that game on Friday saying, you got to tip your cap to the Warriors. I mean, they came out and they took that game from the Wizards in the fourth quarter. So, again, I tend to tip my cap to the Warriors rather than say the Wizards stink, because, the Warriors did what they had to do.
You're going to have to give me a second here because there was a text you sent to us that I'm looking for here, and it was a glowing string of compliments to the Washington Wizards.
Yeah.
I have it right here.
Okay.
Matt Steinmetz, Friday night, 9:19 Pacific Standard. It's been a special year. Everyone thought Wiz would give up after flag, but they hung tough, and here they are again.
Wow.
Special! Exclamation point. What is wrong with you?
Okay.
You also said when Wizards get the number 1 pick, Guru gets a victory lap.
Okay, here's the 2 things. One is
that was unbelievable.
So what I meant by the first thing is, last year the Washington Wizards punched the clock all season long. They tried to do the right thing, and they end up with a bottom 3 record, and they got hosed. They wanted to get Cooper Flagg, obviously. They get hosed. They dropped to 6th. Now, they still get a great player. Well, they still get a guy who's pretty good, Trey Johnson. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, do you know how many organizations, after what happened to them last year, would just give up and they'd actually try to win this season? Most of them. But the Wizards, they said, we are staying the course. We are staying the course. Just because we had bad luck last year doesn't mean we're going to have bad luck this year. And it's been a special season for the Wizards. They are one of the bottom 3 teams. And again, they've stayed out from under the radar of Adam Silver. They picked up Trae Young and Anthony Davis. And all I'm saying, if the Wizards get the number 1 pick, I may be willing to tell Guru he has a victory lap because the Wizards' future is better than the Warriors, if that happens.
He's going to take one whether you like it or not. But that's how you know this thing is broken. It's just a joke.
What is?
That the Wizards got screwed last year, right? They had one of the top 4.
Oh yeah,
top 4 picks, in terms of percentage.
Yeah.
Then they ended up with 6, so they lost.
They couldn't have fallen any further.
Yeah. So they got screwed. And they still didn't learn anything.
Oh, we'll see.
No. But I'm saying, like, even the worst possible result due to this lottery system is not enough of an incentive to change your ways. In fact, I would argue they've doubled down.
And that's where I want you to acknowledge the commitment. Can you at least acknowledge the commitment?
Yeah, but I don't have to respect it.
Oh, sure.
I can acknowledge it, but I do not have to respect it. Although, no, like, I hope they, get a pick and, I don't know, you put him with Sar. And by the way, he was great.
Anyway, let's talk about, let's jump on the Giants.
All right, I got you.
All right, because this is Tony Vitello. This is after, this is so hard to keep track of. Because I got to write it down. So Wednesday they played, Thursday off, Friday played, Saturday played.
They've had 2 off days already.
Sunday off. So that means Tony Vitello made these comments after game 2 when they've been shut out twice in a row and kind of...
Has only happened twice in Major League Baseball history?
Yeah. This is the first thing he does.
If I had to guess, to be honest with you, I'd blame myself. So maybe it's time to maybe do what I can to ease any tension in there so guys can be free and go out there and play. Because, as I said, I think everybody that was on the field or in the stands know those guys can play that were in that lineup.
All right, so he says that it's up to him to ease the tensions, and then somebody followed up with, what do you mean by easing the tensions?
Yeah. At this point, emotions are a little too high, whereas, unfortunately, this game is not like football, where I mentioned Ray Lewis the other day, where you can, have the intensity that, you might have to. If I mentioned basketball, you're pressing up and down and running back and forth. You can't do that. Baseball is more about intent than it is intensity. So I think in order for our guys to get their best intent, maybe it doesn't need to be that fire and brimstone conversation I had with them 3 or 4 days ago, whatever the heck it was, where they want to charge out of the locker room and have a football game or start a UFC fight or anything like that. Just go play ball. And so starts with the leadership. So that's kind of why I say, up to me to either to point that out or help bring that along.
I mean, to me, in a perfect world, that's just a manager saying, yeah, my team's pressing a little bit and it's understandable and eventually the bats will get going. But because it's Tony Vitello, there's 4 things to get into. One is, are you really taking responsibility for this team with a lot of veterans on it, not hitting for the first 2 games of the year? I mean, it's a little bit premature. Nobody's asking you to do that if you don't believe it.
That sounded like an SEC press conference where, you're a top team, you're expected to come out of the gates hot, and you fall flat on your face in front of God and country. And then you go to the podium and you try and take credit for something that you didn't actually have any responsibility for. It's him trying to fall on the sword, but there's no sword to fall on. This is Major League Baseball. You got 60 games left in the season. And your team stunk it up the first 2 days and couldn't hit. But it wasn't because you gave a fire and brimstone speech and cited Ray Lewis and maybe had Gladiator and the theme song playing in the background. It wasn't because of any of that. It's because your guys didn't execute, didn't hit the baseball, struck out, didn't move guys over, didn't make good pitches, and the other team just simply outplayed you. So I can understand why people are wondering why Tony Vitello decided to, again, make it about himself. But that's who he is. He has only known one style of coaching his entire career. And while people want him to grow up, I think that's going to take some time. And every time he goes to the podium, there's going to be more of these moments, by the way. This isn't the only time that's going to happen. And every time they lose and every time he tries to take responsibility for it or, make some strange reference like he did there, people aren't going to like it. But that's Tony Vitello. So I don't know, Steiny, how did it hit you when you heard those comments?
Well, when I heard those comments, I can just tell you what I thought. If you want to jump into the conversation, the number's 888-957-9570. I thought of one thing. I thought of the story that Steve Kerr told about Phil Jackson when Steve Kerr was on the Bulls with Jordan and Pippen and Rodman. And the story goes that Steve Kerr had a bad game when Jordan, Rodman, and Pippen were on the team and they lost. And in the locker room, Phil Jackson was talking to Steve Kerr, and he's like, I cost us this game. I couldn't make a shot, and that's on me. And Phil Jackson essentially said, relax. You're not that important. It's still about Jordan, Pippen, and, Rodman. And with all due respect, you're not good enough to cost us a game. We could use you. You can help. And so I don't know why my mind went there, but that's where my mind went. It's like, Tony Vitello, you're 2 games into the year. You don't even know if this is on you or not. You know what I mean? And it's probably not. And so Tony Vitello is saying, and also if I'm a player. So Tony Vitello tells the media that maybe he created an atmosphere of too much tension. And it's one of the reasons why players such as Adames, Chapman, and Devers, aren't hitting. Well, that's where I say, come on. Do you really think Rafael Devers and Adames are off to the starts they're off to because they've got a new young manager who's wound up and might be putting more pressure on them than any of the managers they played on in the past? I don't buy that. I don't buy that. And if I'm in the if I'm in the clubhouse, I'm saying, Tony, just relax and let us play. All right? Just let us play.
Well, that's kind of what Robbie Ray said.
Exactly.
I think when they asked him about it, he said, we're all major league players here. And I've been in the game for about a decade, seen my ups, seen my downs. But it's funny you brought up the Kerr comments because that's what I thought of was, I think what Kerr actually ended up, there was a reason why he was talking about it. Do you remember when Pods, his rookie season, said that he let the team down after a loss?
Yes.
I think that's why Kerr brought up that story, because that was one of the first things I thought of. And actually, me and Goo were talking about this. It's like Pods goes to the podium and says, I let the team down. It was my fault. And then Draymond's asked about it, I think, a day later or so, and says, yeah, you're not really that big of a problem right now. It's not a big, when Steph has a bad game, when Wiggins or, at the time, when those guys have bad games, that's a problem. But right now you're not making that big of a difference. I don't think Vitello is, and it's actually kind of funny, Steiny, because if you look at all the choices he made on the field, like his managerial decisions,
right,
didn't really make that many mistakes. I mean, I would argue he might have left Berekian one too many batters because Judge took him deep in Game 3, but the bullpen looked pretty good. Maybe there was a pinch hitting decision he didn't go to in the 7th inning in that last game where he left Jung-Hoo Lee and left on left. But overall this weekend, he didn't really have that many gaffes, at least from what you would expect of a guy who's never been a major league manager before.
Yeah, no, there was nothing that stood out or nothing where you say, boy, Vitello might have cost us that one. And I guess that's part of this is he had a pretty uneventful managing debut series. But in terms of the decisions he made, so then why did he take the blame for the players off to a slow start? And I'm sure he had great intentions. There's no doubt. Like this, Nick Caraccio on the YouTube chat. Overreaction Monday. Here we go, 3 games into the season. I'm not overreacting at all. But when people said, well, why do you think this year's going to be more fun than last year? It's because of Tony Vitello. I think we all know there's a couple things that have come to the fore here for me, Evan. And one is If Bob Melvin were managing this team, nobody would care what he would say after a game. But because Tony Vitello is a first-timer, everything he says is new, and it's going to be assessed. The second thing is, whether we like it or not, one of the things that often happens in sports with managers and coaches is when you have a coach who's fiery and you fire him, a lot of times you'll address it by hiring a laid-back coach. What the Giants have done with their manager is replaced a laid-back coach with a fiery coach, but it's obviously something that Buster Posey felt needed to be addressed. We joke about victory laps. Last year, Guru's saying, I want him to flip a spread. I want him to do this, that, the other thing. I'm saying that's not the way it works. But after an off season, after the Vitello hire, after 3 games, it is clear Buster Posey, one of the reasons he hired this guy was to be some kind of spark at times when they need a spark. And, that's what we're going to see over the first, that's what we're going to see over his first year of, how he responds to the similar situations that Melvin responded to that we weren't crazy about.
Yeah, I think we talked about this the moment they made the hire. You invite scrutiny. You invite criticism. You invite people to question everything that this guy does because it's never happened before. And again, I think the only thing that's going to make this change is them winning games. If they win tonight in San Diego, then we're going to have a different conversation. Tony V got his first win.
Right.
How does it feel? And then, but I'll tell you what, I'm curious to hear what he says about his first win. I think you're right. When Bob Melvin was the manager, a lot of the people didn't want to hear him talk.
No.
It didn't matter what he said. People didn't want to hear, what do they call him? They call him Sleepy Bob. They didn't want to hear him talk. And the reality is that the team is going to decide, I think, mostly what happens, but Vitello this term's been thrown around a lot lately. He's going to be a lightning rod every time he speaks because everyone is just kind of wondering what this guy's deal is. And we know a little bit about him, but we haven't really got to know him yet. And the other part about it is, too, is, Sonny, and I get where fans are saying, look, you got to give him time. He's new at this. You got to give him some leash and room to grow. That's all well and good, but I thought this was supposed to be a win-now roster. This isn't a team that is a bunch of young guys that are under his tutelage. He didn't get a bunch of freshmen in college that he's got 3 years to play around with. You got a top 10 payroll in baseball. You're supposed to win games. And when you fall flat on your face on opening weekend against a team that's got a bunch of boppers, that was in the playoffs and has been contending for a World Series in recent memory, it doesn't look good. And so I just feel like Vitello he's in a tough spot, but he also knows that. And I don't think he's going to do anything differently. He's still going to talk this way if the situation demands it.
Yeah, and the one thing that we can't just forget about is there is, to my way of thinking, there is a little incongruity here with the hire itself. And that is exactly what you said. This is a team that everybody expects to compete and make the playoffs. That's a realistic goal. But the hire of Tony Vitello, to me, does not signal a significant sense of urgency that it's got to be this year or not at all. And I don't know how anybody out there could think that if you're going to hire a guy with no experience, this is going to be that first year is going to be the year that it all comes together. No, when you hire a guy like Tony Vitello, you're hoping it's for the long haul, and you're hoping that whatever baseline that he establishes as a first-year manager just gets higher and higher and higher with each year that he's here. But you wouldn't have hired Tony Vitello if you got an ultimatum from Greg Johnson saying, listen, we don't make the playoffs this year, Buster, you're fired. Well, he might not have hired Vitello if that were the case. You know what I mean? And I'm just kind of throwing around a hypothetical there. But if this were the make or break hire, like Buster Posey's last stand, I'd be surprised if he would have ended up going with Vitello, but I think he is thinking bigger picture and longer term than that.
Well, he has to be, but I also think he's trying to win. You know, that's why you trade for a guy who's making $300 million. That's not just like a fly in the wind type of decision. You don't just acquire an albatross contract if you're not trying to do anything. You know, I think the Giants are trying to make the playoffs this year because they haven't won a postseason series since, well, it's been over a decade now, right?
14's the last series.
Yeah, so you're trying to change that. And I think this team is better than it showed, obviously, in the opening weekend. But, you know, the reality is if your team ain't going to hit, you're not going to be able to do much. Like, and I'm saying that they're going to score more than one run. They'll probably do so tonight. But it just, let me throw this at you, Sonny. Does it feel a lot like last year, that first weekend? I know Vitello was different. The post-game presser was different. But I think everyone was expecting this team to suddenly change. And I think they got a lot of the same pieces.
I think this team should hit a little bit. Like, I know it's easy to say, man, this looks exactly like last year. I won't say anything like that for a month or so. You know, they got to get 4 to 6 series under their belt before we can start, you know, making assumptions about kind of who they are. They just had a bad weekend. That's it. As of now. Now, depending on what happens this week, will a bad weekend turn into a bad week, or does a bad weekend end when the weekend's over?
We'll see.
Thank you very much. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was presented by Cashe Creek Casino Resort. You will love the way Cashe Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cashe Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cashe Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless, from the deli, selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Cross Rib Roast or Bottom Round Roast Mega Packs, just $5.99 per pound. I know it's spring, but here comes Dibbs to talk about autumn.
And I love a mega pack. Delicious autumn crisp green or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. For your clip or click special of the week, Signature Select Boneless Skinless Chicken Breasts Value Pack, just $1.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages.
Very well done. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and Dibbs and I will see you in the aisles.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Somebody wake up! You better find some expectations!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson this morning, and we're talking Giants to start the show. They've started the season 0-3. You know what I always think's funny? And then if I don't think it's funny, then I think it's annoying, is when people go, relax, make big deal. Just 3 games. Settle down. Just 3 games.
Move on, Joe.
The season's not over. They're not in trouble yet. Who's saying they are?
You are.
I'm not.
Yeah, you thought they were in trouble before the year.
Yes, they're in trouble if you think they're going to win 90 games. That's what I believe.
Well,
they're still going to be competitive.
You is in trouble. Yeah, I don't think they're going to win 90 games. But, they're 0-3.
All right,
they're not 0-10 yet.
All right. We're going to start out with Leroy in Oakland. And Leroy is concerned about the Giants. And I want to measure to what degree he's concerned about the Giants. What's going on, Leroy? How you doing, my man? Oh. Well.
See,
I literally looked at him 5 seconds ago and he was on there.
Being too negative, man. You got to...
Scared him away.
Yeah, you got to lift people up before you bring them crashing down.
All right, well, Leroy was ready to say he was concerned about the San Francisco Giants. This is Tony Vitello yesterday on the offense, or lack of it, a team that scored just 1 run so far in 3 games. Tony Vitello.
Yeah, there was a few things that were good. I mean, I'm sure Malley wanted to go a little longer, but I thought per his build-up, his start was good. Defense had some highlights and was good, but overall, you mentioned the offense, looking a little more lively, really just more competitive at the plate. And again, it's not about the try hard. It's just more about some of those at-bats, positions we put ourselves in were certainly better, and the execution was better too. Guys look more comfortable, more relaxed. The numbers don't completely tell that story on the scoreboard, but overall in the stat line and how the game went, it certainly was a competitive effort from their part.
All right. You ready? He sounded like a major league manager right there.
Yeah, like a big leaguer.
That was a good. So post-game press conference, or at least meeting the media yesterday, that was a solid job. That was a solid quote from Vitello. No need to pick that one apart.
We're just going to be grading every single press conference. Well, this is something serious that I was thinking about taking Bart on the way in. This show is the king of two scoreboards. I think there are two scoreboards now with the Giants because there's going to be the one on the field and there's going to be Vitello's podium game. It's going to be graded. It's going to be dissected. It's going to be judged every single time he talks. And while I think that's a little unfair to him, that's what the Giants invited when they hired him. They invited people to be overly critical every single time he says something. And this is the reality, because I also think it speaks to kind of the sports landscape that we live in. There are a lot of people that have already written him off by virtue of his background. And they don't think that he's going to be a good manager, that it's a crazy decision. I mean, I've already talked with people who are just like, what the hell are the Giants doing? This was a bad hire, and it's not going to work out. And so if you are one of those people, every single time he does something like, what was it after Saturday's game where he's fallen on the sword sort of unnecessarily, you're like, see, look, guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This ain't college anymore. And if you're somebody that is pro Tony V, you're just going to sweep it under the rug and say, yeah, that's kind of, we're just going to bide our time and allow him to grow. But people are going to be judging him every single step of the way until it looks like it. And I would say maybe even into next season as well. Like who he is going to follow him his entire tenure, whether it's 1 season, 2 seasons, 10 years as manager of the San Francisco Giants. And he's not going to be able to escape it. And I also think he knows that. So, I don't know, Steiny. I want to give him a chance. I guess what was concerning to me about this week is the fact it could hit the baseball.
Right.
And then the Yankees got some good pitchers. Fried's obviously good. For anybody who watched the postseason last year, Schlittler is a very good young pitcher. But one of the things that hit me about their offense this weekend was it did make the Eldridge demotion look bad. Because what's he doing in Sacramento if you're going to not score more than 1 run? I mean, seriously, if this guy's supposed to help you offensively and you fall flat on your face first 3 games of the season, then what the hell is he doing in Sacramento? Because Casey Schmidt, God love him. When I saw he was the opening day first baseman, or opening night first baseman, there were 2 of them, which still bugs me a little bit. When I saw he was out there at first base, I'm thinking, what are we doing here? That's 2025. That's 2024. Last I checked, we were in 2026.
Yeah, this is, again, Nick Caraccio. Maybe I'll let you answer this on the YouTube chat. He says, I don't get it. Why nitpick everything? Because he's from college? And then you said, he said podium game, ? I don't get it. Let me introduce you to a phrase that was used in Tim Kuhn's story. Tabula rasa means blank slate. And it means that every single thing...
Is that Latin?
Yes. It's the theory that individuals are born without innate knowledge or built-in mental content with their minds. So it's shaped entirely by experience, environment, and education. So in other words... Tony Vitello, everything he's learning right now is only by experience, environment, and education. It's not past experience. It's what he's experiencing right now. And so that, to me, is why we're going to be talking about Vitello today, tomorrow, next week, next month, and all season long. Because it's never been tried. This has never been tried. Whether we want to downplay it or not, it's never been attempted. That's why it's going to be scrutinized. And Buster Posey knew that. He knew that. He had to know that, and he's okay with it. He's okay with the fact that he knows people are going to have questions about Vitello. He knows, right?
Well, he had to. I think the owner had to, who sat down and talked. I think he talked to Baggerly from The Athletic, and one of the first questions was, you just kind of sign off on it. And he said, they trust Buster Posey. Buster's a guy who so far, I don't think he's been a great president of baseball operations. I don't think he's been a bad one. But he was brought in to shake things up because they've been in a malaise for a decade, including, really the last time they were exciting was when he was on the team. So, in 2021.
Right.
But, he was brought in to shake things up, and this is shaking things up. And so I think there's a lot of people that are skeptical about that choice, that decision, and because of its unprecedented nature, every time he does anything, there's going to be a microscope on him. I know there's a lot of people that also believe that he skipped the line, and Posey's the guy that put him in that spot. So, honestly, if there's any criticism, it shouldn't go to Tony. It should probably go to Buster.
Yeah, and that's what Theodore Rand says on the YouTube chat. Buster is also tabula rasa. He's right.
I agree.
He is right. And that's the other layer of this is that you have we all know Vitello doesn't have any major league experience. Well, Buster Posey's in year 2 of his front office experience. So whether you like it or not, the San Francisco Giants, have created a situation that invites a lot of talk about the two guys who are in charge of the organization. One, a former player with no experience in the front office. One, a manager from college who's never managed in the pros. So whether we like it or not, there you go. There are your themes this season. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in Walnut Creek. Hey, Eric, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I want to quote Greg Johnson. That's the business we're in. When asked, you have the 14th largest payroll in the league, and you have the 4th biggest market. So it's kind of like it is what it is. And that's why I say set expectations. This isn't on Vitello. It's not really even on Buster. He is a tabula rasa. That's how you pronounce it. It is the fact that we're just not paying for guys. And by the way, watching Casey Schmidt play at first, I would have just kept Dom Smith, who hit a grand slam the other day.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's if we're not paying for guys, we should set expectations. It's not Vitello. It's the lineup and it's what we're willing to spend.
Well, what's your expectation?
81 and 81.
He's honest.
You know what? It's going to be like, I don't know. I should put a bet on that or something. I should have done this years ago, like 2 years in a row of 500. How much money could I make on that bet? That's my expectation. And you know what? There'll be a 15-game stretch where they go 12-3, and we're going to feel like everything is fine. And by the way, that will be like a 4-game series against the Rockies. And then we'll all be talking about how great we are. And it's just going to be 500 baseball after that. They'll have some good stretches, but they don't have the bullpen of last year, and they just don't have that cohesive lineup.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate the call.
That's fair.
If I were to ask Giants fans right now, well, okay, fine. You want to get in? Are you more worried about Vitello or the bats? Or concerned. To me, the bigger question is still Vitello than the bats until, the bats look like this for the first 3 or 4 weeks.
Well, the bigger question is Vitello, but to me, the bigger concern is absolutely the team. That's not even a question.
Well, I guess that's what I'm asking. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
That doesn't mean I think they're going to stink, by the way. But to me, if you're not playing well, there's only so much blame. you scored 1 run in 3 games. I can't look at the manager and say, well, you know.
Well, that I agree with.
What are you doing, Tony?
That I agree with. So how sure are you that, like, I guess what I'm saying is after the first week of the season, obviously if the Giants had come out and scored 20 runs in 3 games, nobody would be saying it. But do you feel less confident about the offense just because they couldn't score more than 1 run the first 3 games of the season?
No, I expect them to be better. We did this exercise before the season last week, and we just went down the roster. Yeah, I think Arias is an upgrade from Fitzgerald last year. I think Bader's kind of a wash for Yaz, assuming he stays on the field. You should get a full season of Devers, which is obviously an upgrade over Dom Smith, whoever was there before him. Like you have a better lineup. You know, you're moving Jung Hoo Lee down. He was hitting leadoff at the beginning of last season. If you look at the opening day lineups between last year and this season, their bats are better. But I guess I just didn't expect all of a sudden them turn into murderer's row. Right. Like people were throwing around, one of the best infields, more like they're good. And the one thing that Vitello did also tell us is that he is more of an old school manager in the sense that he didn't really mix and match. Same lineup, or the same 9 guys were in the lineup all 3 days.
Okay.
So he mixed, certain spots in the order, but he's trusting these guys. He's going to ride or die with those 9 players. I think he used 1 pinch runner the entire series.
Yes.
That's it.
Right.
So if they stink offensively, it's because those guys ain't hitting, not because their managers never managed a professional baseball game before.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'll tell you what, you want to nitpick Tony Vitello? This is one that stood out to me. I'm watching the game on Saturday on Fox, and Ken Rosenthal's doing the interview with Vitello in the dugout, and it was kind of a funny line, but it got me to thinking.
We all know you're in the middle of a major career transition. What has been the biggest adjustment going from college to the majors?
I think I can't talk down to guys anymore. They're my age, or it feels like they're close to it. But in all honesty, I think there's just so many more people involved. There's more people in the stands. There's more people in the clubhouse. So it truly is a manager position, not just a head coach position. But the thing I like doing more than recruiting or managing is coaching. So just trying to fill in spots when I can and help these guys out.
I can't talk down to guys. All right. Does that mean you did at Tennessee?
Of course.
Well, then that's...
You played in college? That's what they do.
Yeah. Then that's who he is. I'm coming. Talking down to guys to me is different than lighting a fire. To me, talking down to a guy, if you're a coach or manager, is almost unacceptable no matter what. Doesn't mean you can't chew him out, but I just don't, I don't think he meant talking down. I think he had to mean, getting in somebody's face. Because you don't want to talk down, people don't want to talk down to anybody, whether it's a college kid or a pro athlete.
Well, you talk down to me.
I know, but I'm not a manager. I'm not a boss. I'm not in a
I know.
I'm not in a position of responsibility. So that's kind of what I'm saying there.
You know what actually stood out to me about that was less. It was actually the last line where he said, what he wants to do is help guys. He wants to coach. You ain't a coach. You're a manager. You're I do think that this is going to be an adjustment for him, because in college you play 3 games a week, maybe 4. You might have a midweek game, but primarily you're coaching based on getting 3 wins per week. So that means you're running practice aggressively. You're getting early work. You're doing late work. You're helping guys with the books. There are a lot of things that you can help. These are impressionable young men. And I don't agree that he's talking down to guys. I think he was trying to be funny and it didn't come across that way. But there's not as much coaching in the major leagues. These guys are here because they have been coached. They're here because they are the best of the best. And their swings, their throws, their pitches have all been groomed over at least 10 years by other coaches. So the idea that you're going to come in and coach these guys to 85 or 90 wins, like, that ain't happening. You know, you might pull the right strings and make the correct choices with the bullpen. To me, the bigger challenge for him is going to be what he kind of was, I think, a little bit getting at the beginning of that, which is getting to know these guys. You know, it's a much different challenge when you are getting to know people your age or people that are in a different peer group than the one that you're used to. Like, in a way, it's almost like where I think he's going to be stressed is on the social front, because he's going to have to learn how to connect with $1 million babies.
Right.
He's going to have to learn how to connect with guys that have been in the show infinitely longer than he has. And they'll give him the benefit of the doubt because they're pros and they're trying to win and he's their manager and they got respect for him. But the idea that he's just going to come in and coach these guys, if that's what he believes, I feel like he's going to be let down a little bit.
This from the Trickier on the YouTube chat. Vitello has a dry sense of humor. I wouldn't overthink his words. Fair enough. But to me, it at least is an acknowledgement that he does have to change his tone with pro players than college. And you might say, well, no kidding. I don't know. It's just something that he's acknowledged. He just acknowledged. And so it's just another kind of thing to keep an eye on with Vitello. Gary's in Daly City. Hey, Gary, how you doing, man?
What's up, G?
Long time, guys. Yeah, I've been a fan of his 60s. What would change if you brought in, just say Spark, just God rest their souls, Billy Martin, Sparky Anderson, Earl Weaver, Joe Torre, maybe to get you 5 more wins. Your talent wins. This is up on Posey. Look at the National League West, look at the East, the Central. The talent's better. You look at their lineup, the talent's better. Adama still can't hit a curveball. Everybody knows that in the league. I mean, they're going to let Devers beat you? No. It's your talent. I mean, you could bring in the best managers in the world. There's going to be a time where Vitello's going to say, damn, I was the president of operations in Tennessee. I was a GM, coach, manager, etc. I ran the organization. You got to think in his private time he might be thinking about that. But still, he walked into a nightmare here with not a very good team, not a very good talented team compared to the rest of the National League. And you got to be honest about that, and the fans got to be honest about that. I mean, how many more managers would come here and change everything? All of a sudden, they all of a sudden start hitting. It's on the players. It's not on. If Vitello can maybe get you some more wins, maybe his attitude's a little different, but he's still that's gonna, if it's that fiery attitude, is going to wear thin after a while with players because if they're it's just human nature, period. And that's how I look at it. But it's on Posey. Posey and his guys in his front office have put this team together. And they're going to be real. I mean, I look at about 70, 75 wins. And you look at their lineup. Compare it to the rest of the National League. Whose lineup would you take? You would take almost every lineup over to them. You could bring Dave Roberts here. He's a great manager. But you give Vitello Dodgers talent and give him the Giants talent. Would Roberts make that much of a difference? Maybe in 5 games. But that's about it. Yeah.
Thanks.
Be honest.
Yeah. No, thanks, Gary. I appreciate the call.
But I think, is Gary still in? No, he's gone. Well, what I would say to that is, yeah, okay, so if he makes a couple games difference, yeah, I'd say that's what they're hoping for. They were 2 games away from making the playoffs last year. So I think that's where I don't think I would hope that anybody in that front office or ownership group is expecting Vitello to step in and say, all right, you got enough talent to win 100 games this year or even 90 games. Go out and do it. I don't think they're asking him to do that. But what they're hoping is that maybe he can avoid a 14 of 15 slide like Melvin had last year.
Yeah.
Where he had the worst homestand in the history of the San Francisco part of the franchise. You know what I mean? Like those kinds of things, I believe, is why they identified Vitello. And they're not hoping that he can win them an extra 5 or 10 games, but can he get you 2 or 3 more? Along with the idea that I think they think this team is better than it was last season when it was 500. You were 10 games over or thereabouts. You acquired Devers and you got worse. That was kind of an anomaly no one's been able to figure out. So if Vitello can help stop the slides and maybe, I don't know, light a fire, maybe you can get 84 wins and sneak in the playoffs or 85 wins.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is the Giants right now are 0-3. And I think the first goal for the the Giants and Vitello would be they need to get into a routine where it just starts feeling like baseball games. And that's why I think it's important. Look, they don't have to start out hot, but I do think with all the stuff about Vitello, they don't want to go 1-5 and then they're 5-11 and the next thing you know, they're 9-17. Like that would be a scenario in which this hamster wheel is going to keep going. Now, and I know their schedule's tricky at the top, but if they can kind of hang in there early and be a 500 type team before the schedule turns in their favor a little bit, I think that'll be very good for Tony Vitello.
Well, it'd be good for him, but you also this is the thing though. You're playing 4 playoff teams off the bat, maybe 5. Baltimore was bad last year, but the year before they won 90 games. And then you don't have a cupcake series on paper until mid-April or late April. So You're going to have to survive. And that's where I think that Vitello is maybe feeling like he got thrown into the fire here, because you come right out of the gates and you're the show and you're on Netflix and you're on, Saturday Night Baseball. You are the focus of, whatever baseball's national microscope, and you're in the middle of it. I do think that it was probably a little overwhelming for him.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Giants play the Padres tonight in San Diego. They're looking for their first win. And Tony Vitello is off and running. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The Golden State Valkyries just unveiled their new jerseys for the new season, which starts on May 8th. In celebration, each show on 95.7 The Game will be giving away 1 jersey. That's right. Keep it locked all day for your cue to call in. And when you hear the Kevin Dana sounder, be caller number 2 to the contest line at 415-523-4652, and you will win. This is courtesy of the Golden State Valkyries. And for more info and to see the new jerseys, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
BFC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand. Bay Area, join us this Easter Sunday, April 5th at PayPal Park, as Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit. Kickoff is at 2 p.m., and it will be a day full of exclusive Hello Kitty-themed activities and merch items to collect. Don't miss one of the most popular match days of the season. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at bayfc.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Running a small business means juggling a lot.
Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries. For cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9 volt, batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I got the Giants going 82-75.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, how's everybody doing out there? Hey, what'd you think of, how do you think the first weekend with ABS went?
Oh, I loved it.
Do you really?
Yeah, might keep Patrick Bailey behind the plate for a lot longer.
Yeah.
He was on it. I mean, some of these guys, I don't understand. Like, there's a couple of those calls that were within, a fraction of an inch, and somehow they just know.
Did you guys see CB Buckner lost like 5 challenges in a row?
Yeah, it's a bad look for the humans, but we got to make sure we get the calls right, Sonny. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty interesting. I would just say one thing. You better be careful.
What do you mean?
Because if you're going to allow that, it's going to be tougher to hit. So we already have a league where there's not a lot, batting average is down. This will not increase batting average. You know what I mean? This is going to make it a little tougher, I think.
Well, it got Elliot Ramos on base in the 9th inning.
It might be able to get guys on base, but I think more often than not, it's going to turn balls into strikes that put guys in a negative count. It's a weapon. There's no doubt. Like they're gonna. I would assume they're absolutely going to have to keep stats on that, right?
I'm sure they will, but I think that it's actually going to make pitching harder. Dude, do you know how fine the strike zone is? You remember, okay, this actually popped up in my timeline yesterday. I believe it was the 1997 NL Championship Series, Braves Marlins. Livan Hernandez went CG against the Braves in an elimination game. And I don't know, I forget who was behind home plate, but this is one of the worst strike zones I've ever seen in my entire life. The last pitch of the game was a curveball in the other batter's box that Fred McGriff went down looking on. And I'm sitting here thinking, if ABS was in 1997, the Braves would have been playing for the World Series because that was the worst strike zone I've ever seen. I think it's actually going to make it a lot harder to pitch because you're going to have to beat guys in the zone. You can't nip at the corners and try and backdoor a two-seam. Like, you're going to have to win in the strike zone. And that's going to make it a lot harder on guys that have to throw.
So how do you think it'll impact run scoring?
Maybe. I mean, I think it's going to be marginal. But the other thing that's good about it is at least I couldn't really tell. It didn't feel to me, Steiny, like it disrupted the flow of the game. It seemed like it was pretty quick.
So
it actually got a guy ejected in the Baltimore-Minnesota series. I think it was Derek Shelton, who's Goose guy because he got the hook from Pittsburgh. But Ryan Helsley tapped his hat, the closer, the pitcher. He's the first guy to call for an ABS as a pitcher. Called for it, strike 3. Manager comes out of the dugout, loses his ever-loving mind, and gets tossed, but that's a situation. I didn't even know the pitcher could call for it. I thought it was the hitter to the catcher.
Can anybody call for it, or just the pitcher, catcher, or batter?
Just those three.
Yeah,
just those three.
Yeah, but Ryan Helsley, he was again. These guys know. I mean, there was a call early in the Giants game. I think over the weekend on it might have been Saturday. Like Grisham got a strike called, and it was up around the nipple. And he immediately just taps the helmet like that ain't no strike. And he didn't show up the umpire. He just got his ball, kept on about it, his at-bat. By the way, earned a walk, came around to score. So it actually helped the Yankees in that situation.
Yeah, I think, I see it as, I think teams are really, you obviously don't want to use them early, but you'll have to use them early if it puts a team in a jam that they don't think they should be in. But no, I kind of like it too. I just heard Smoltz, on the broadcast saying, what did he get? Three of those? 2. He said, don't let it get any higher than 2 because then it's going to be tough for, like, the more they allow, the tougher he thinks it's going to be for the hitter, which I kind of get. You like Smoltzy?
I do. Yeah, I think he's really good.
Yeah, me too.
I think him and Joe Davis. But again, that's the Giants were on a national stage 2 of their 3 games. I think that's also what maybe fans are feeling a little more down and out about it because you're like, wow, they laid out the red carpet or the orange carpet for us 3 games, and they just fell flat on their face.
Let's go to Ed. Ed's in Petaluma. Hey, Ed, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, good morning. Good morning. You picked your cruise yet, Steiny?
Not yet. That's it's going to be a few months in the making.
Anyway, I wanted to talk about baseball managers because, many years ago I was reading Whitey Herzog, and he said baseball managers are good for 2 to 5 victories a year. And this morning on the morning roast, one of the Boone family members was on, and he said, once the national anthem is on, the game is out of your control. So I started looking into the history of baseball managers winning records. And, some of the greatest managers in baseball are above 500, barely. So it just shows it's all about the players, regardless who's managing the game.
I don't disagree with that at all. I just think that because the Giants have a guy who's never managed the game at this level, there's just a natural place to look. There's a natural place to look. Somebody texted this into the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line, and it was a little while ago, but I wrote it down, and it was basically, well, wait a minute. If you had said something like, look, it's not about Vitello. They haven't hit yet. And the question, somebody on the text line said, well, they looked a little lethargic last year. Wasn't that an indictment of Bob Melvin?
Well, people said so, yeah.
Right.
I didn't necessarily agree with it, but.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is they're looking for something different from Bob Melvin. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Well, I think that who's our guy who just called in?
Ed.
Yeah, I think to Ed's point, if you can get 2 to 5 more wins from someone like Tony Vitello, then that makes a difference. But he's absolutely correct. I mean, did you know that Bruce Bochy, over 28 regular seasons, has a sub-500 record as a manager?
It would not surprise me because even the Giants teams, what's the most number of wins they had in a year during their championship run?
Somewhere in the 90s.
Yeah. So they were never like 100.
90s.
They were never 100, in 62.
92. Yeah, so but he also managed other teams that weren't very good. It took him a long time to be. I mean, Bruce Bochy is one of the greatest managers ever. He might be the best manager of his generation with the amount that he won, especially multiple places. But it took him a long time to become known as that. I mean, when he was the manager of the Padres before he joined from San Francisco, I don't think anybody would be talking about him with that sort of reverence. So Tony Vitello is in his first year. He's got a lot to learn. And if his team is not up to par, that's the one thing about the hire, too, that to me is we're going to find out about. If Bob Melvin can't win with them, okay, new manager, let's get a different guy in here. If Tony Vitello can't win with them, is it on the managers? Do you have to go find a new manager, or do you have to find new players? That's, again, why, and I understand that Eldridge wasn't playing very well in spring training and wasn't hitting well, striking out a lot. But it's like, I do think it's kind of a bad look when you have this offensive talent sitting in AAA, and you trot out a starting 9 that scores 1 run in 3 games. Okay, you're saving him for what? You got to get the development right, and it's more about defense. I hear you, but that's a bat that plays.
This is
can't do any worse.
This is Brett Boone. He was on with the Morning Roast, former Major League player, and obviously brother manages the Yankees. Here's what he had to say about how much a manager means, whether it's 2 to 5 games. What does Brett Boone think?
Once that lineup set, and I used to tell this to my brother when he first started doing this, I said, Aaron, there's only so much you can do. You get to the ballpark, and he's a grinder. He likes to get there at 12 and make sure he's got everything in place. I said, once you put that lineup out there, and once that national anthem's over, baby, it's out of your hands. You can't get a hit. You can't make a play. You do the best job you can, get your players mentally, physically ready to play, put them in the best possible position they can be in to succeed. And then, you know what? There's nothing you can do about it. Let them go. Let them go. You know that as a player. As a player, I'll tell you, coaching and managing is harder than playing. Playing, I had something to do with it. I had a bat in my hand. I could take care of business. As a coach, I'm helpless.
All right, that was Brett Boone, former Major League player. And that's, it's a helpless situation unless the team's not hitting, and then the manager's going to hear it.
No, but the manager can make a decision like, and I'm just going to use Aaron Boone because he was just brought up, in the 24 World Series, Game 1, you got Freddie Freeman up and you want to use a lefty. You don't have to go to Nestor Cortez, who hasn't thrown in any sort of big game situation in a couple months. Like, that's a situation where I thought a manager, in this case Aaron Boone, made an incorrect decision. But in regards to the hitters, he's absolutely right. You can mix and match, and you can pinch hit guys. Again, there was a situation Tim Hill was in for the Yankees over the weekend, had left on left with Jung-Hoo Lee.
Right.
and you had Gerard Encarnacion sitting on the bench, you could have gone to him there if you wanted to, but you didn't. And Jung Hoo Lee struck out on 3 pitches, and you moved on. But I wouldn't consider that a gaffe. You wanted to trust your guy, and it ended up not working out. So I think there are going to be actual legitimate managerial decisions in game that you and I can have a discussion about. But him not getting this team to hit the first weekend is not on Tony Vitello. And I think that's what people had an issue with when he went to the podium and tried to take blame for his team's shortcomings. It's not about you. It's about your guys. And if you do think it's about you, and if you do think that you're the show, which I don't believe, by the way, it just kind of came off that way, well, then there's eventually going to be bigger problems. You're going to lose more games. You're probably going to have a couple weeks skid where nothing's going your way. You can't figure it out. And at that point, is it going to be on Tony Vitello or is it going to be on the team? Because I don't want him thinking that he's just some elixir, a magic potion of sorts that can step in and take a potentially 81-win team and win 95 games with them. That's not how baseball works.
Let's go to Rick in San Leandro. Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Great show, fellas.
Well,
I have to agree. I think, Tony Vitello, bringing in Tony Vitello, he is not a hitting guru. And when you're a hitting coach at the Division I level, it takes years. Look at Cal Raleigh of the Mariners. It took 3 years for him to develop the fundamentals. At Florida State, that's where Buster Posey's from. They learned the same thing. So you can't just come in here and say in 4 weeks, a couple of tips here, a couple of tips there. It takes months and years. Now, Buster Posey, this is all on Buster Posey. He's got Adames for 7 more years. He's got Devers for 8 years. He signed Chapman. These guys cannot hit. You can't fix old age. That's why Devers creaking. And Adames, he has to cheat when he swings the bats to speed up the bat. So when you cheat, you get fooled, especially on sliders. That's why he swings and misses so much. He gets a lot of his home runs against pitchers who are out of the bullpen. So you're going to have a lot of problems. So Buster Posey, this is all on Buster Posey. All of it. He's the one that came in here. Dodgers got 2 championships since he's gotten here. He hasn't really done anything except, this is the problem. He's got 4 kids at home. You have to learn 1,200 players at the major league level. You have 1,200 players at the major league level you have to learn. You have 3,600 minor league players you have to learn. Then we're going to go to college. There's 300 teams. Now you got to go to high school. Now you got to go to the Cactus League, spring training, Dominican Winter League, not to mention the international teams. He's not spending 8 hours a day going over these players and making decisions. He's using other people's eyes to do the work and then waiting for them to tell him what to do. And this is the job. You can't do that. That's another job. That's like Little League commissioner or something. This is the job where a guy like Farhan has to be in the bunker 8 hours a day, and that's all he does. That's all he does. Now, the problem with Farhan, he doesn't have Buster Posey's filter. He's not a baseball guy. He's never even played the game. So you got a guy with no filter doing all the work, and then you got a guy with the biggest filter and the most brains, and he does none of the work. And he won't. See, this is a guy that needs to go home and do something else. This is not a gig where you can half what it all the way from Walnut Creek and then come into San Francisco and say, "Gee, what's going on? I haven't been here. I live an hour and a half away. I live over in the other side. What's going on over here? Hey, Tony, what's going on with the hitters? Oh, I don't know. They don't listen to me. I got 13 coaches."
All right.
Yep, appreciate it. I think he's been on before.
Yeah, and he echoes a lot of your sentiment.
Whoa.
About Buster Posey.
What about him?
You're not sold on Posey.
Well, I don't care that he used to drive from Walnut Creek.
I mean, that can be a hassle.
Didn't Curry Curry used to drive from Blackhawk, didn't he?
Maybe. I know
before he moved down to Atherton.
It felt like Steph Curry lived in Walnut Creek for about 4 days. And then he was like, we got to get out of here. There's too many people walking by
Draymond
the
used to be in the hills, right? In Oakland.
Yeah, I
don't think, Guru commutes from Sacramento. I think he's doing a fine job. Yeah, commuting does not have a problem. Also, Dodgers got 2 rings under Posey's watch. Is that are we doing that now?
Yeah. If you want.
Dodgers 2, Posey nothing.
If you want.
Technically, it'd just be one because Posey's first season was last year, but that's okay. Oh, no. Alamo. Sorry, he was driving from Alamo.
Some of the
YouTube chat.
But again, as it relates to Tony Vitello, let's say they go on. Let's say they get swept by the Padres. You don't think it's going to just get more and more interesting to see how he handles losing streaks?
I'm more interested to see how he handles winning streaks.
And I was going to do that next.
Yeah.
Or they sweep the Padres, and now we can exhale a little bit and say, let's get on with the season and see what we really got here. But you're right. That schedule after going 0-3 could be a 5-11 start. You know what I mean? It is a tough schedule. And so I don't know. I like if you're a manager and you look at the first 4 series and it's it's the Yankees, it's the Padres, it's the Mets, and then who? Phillies?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're Tony Vitello, do you go into the season saying, and I got to be ready for a tough start? I gotta be ready for a tough start.
I mean, I think I don't know. I've only heard, but I think great managers prepare for everything. Great head coaches prepare for the worst case scenario. Like John Shire last night for Duke. I'm not saying you're thinking your guy's going to turn it over the backcourt, but the moment that happens, you have to be prepared with a play in case your guys fumble the game, which is exactly what happened. You know, I think all the best guys in those positions can think 2 or 3 steps ahead. So did Tony Vitello look at the schedule and say, we're going to get off to a slow start? No, but I think he had to be prepared for, at some point this season, you're going to lose 6 of 7. I don't care how good you are, whether it's because of injuries, because of lack of production. It just happens to be at the beginning of the year, which sucks. And this is the thing, too. If they lost 3 games in a row in the middle of June, no one cares. But you lost opening night on Netflix, you lost opening day, and then you lost on Saturday Night Baseball. So you lost in front of everyone, and you got embarrassed by a team that, you know, is a big brand, and you kind of felt like the little brother again, which you've been for the better part of the past decade. So I think it was people had high expectations. The ballpark was filled out, by the way. You had 40+ thousand each of the 3 games, which is great. And you didn't give them anything to feel excited about. I think that's where fans are kind of a little, like he didn't really change a whole lot to a lot of people. Not yet.
Right. What of the 3 sports, how would you answer this question? NFL head coach, Major League Baseball manager, NBA head coach, which one of those has the most influence, would you say, and which one has the least influence?
I think the NFL head coach has the most.
All right.
At least here in the Bay Area. I feel like Kyle Shanahan has his fingerprints over everything. So that's kind of how I'm basing it.
I would say football, too. Not just because of Shanahan, but partly.
Yeah. The least amount of, I would say basketball.
Would be the least.
Yeah, the least amount of impact. Just because there's fewer moving parts. So if you have 5 great players on the court, I'm not saying you don't do anything, but there's a lot less margin for error. That's the way that I kind of look at it.
I would agree football, and it does have a little bit to do with Shanahan, because I'm starting to think that just because you have Shanahan and Purdy, and I'm not saying Purdy's a top 3 quarterback, but to me, together, those 2 are good enough that they're going to ensure that you're going to be competitive.
Well, we saw this year, you can win 5 games with Mac Jones.
Exactly.
As your quarterback.
Exactly.
What do you think? You think baseball's the least amount of influence?
I'm trying to think. I'm comparing baseball to at the NBA. There is something about baseball where there are so many games, even though there are more perhaps intricate decisions, just because of the sheer number of games, I do think a manager has less of an importance. Maybe one of the reasons that we say football coaches have the most is because the season's shorter than any other season. But I do think, like, managers have to set a tone. And to me, the most important thing about a baseball manager is all you got to do is make sure the guys in the clubhouse look at you and say, yeah, that guy knows what he's talking about. He's a good manager. Like, that's all I think he needs to do is prove to his team that he knows what he's doing and then just kind of set a general tone. Like, I think that's kind of what Bochy did. But Bochy also was able to manage those teams a certain way because they were such veteran teams, you know? That's the other thing. Vitello's got to figure out how he wants to coach this team because they do have a mix of veterans and younger players. He's not going to be able to treat them all the same.
No, and baseball is more of a term-based game compared to basketball, so that's where I could understand. Like, if you're a head coach, you kind of have to be on top of things. You know, if you're a second or 2 seconds late, you're just going to miss it. Whereas baseball, you can be a little more forward-thinking. But I also think that a lot of the decisions that, say, Tony Vitello had to make this weekend, they're going to get swept under the rug because they're more minor ones. But if you make a mistake, then they become very glaring. Again, I really only think he made one incorrect bullpen decision this weekend, and that was leaving Borucki in a batter too long to face Aaron Judge. But then it's like, okay, did Borucki have to throw him an 0-1 cookie? No. He could have put him on base. I think it was 2 outs. You had multiple lefties coming up after that. That's also where I'm like, all right, did the pitcher execute? You know, Vitello could have prevented that, but his team also scored 1 run. You know what I mean? So I think there's a lot of minor decisions. And when the teams are losing, like last year, anytime Bob Melvin did something wrong, it was magnified. So far this year, I don't think Tony Vitello has made any glaring mistakes.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors also played last night. They got beat by the Denver Nuggets. They had won 3 in a row up until that point. They're still in the 10th spot, and they got a tough week coming up. But you know what? There's some good news regarding the Golden State Warriors, and we'll talk about it on the other side. That segment was brought to you by Cashe. Trade on anything.
March matchups are in full swing. Trade the tournament at all 50 states with Cashe. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. Download the Cashe app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Cashe. Trade on anything.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not Not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
San Francisco 69, generally cloudy throughout the day.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Daryl the Guru Johnson doing the father thing with his daughter. Took her back to school.
And that's what life's about.
He was at the Charlotte-Boston game, I guess.
Yes, he was.
Boston win that game?
They did. They kind of destroyed them.
All right.
Yeah, put the Hornets in their place.
Gotcha.
I don't even know if they scored 100. Jaylen Brown didn't play, though. I know that.
Is that the game Tatum had 32?
I don't know, but Goo wasn't happy with Brown. I'm not sure why. Probably just because he didn't play. You took the family out there, wife, kids. North Carolina's a great state. You got to get out there.
Well, I have been.
Yeah, but not, you go to, golf courses and...
That's South Carolina. North Carolina.
You got to get into the city, man.
Let me see. North Carolina, I've been to Charlotte. I've never been to any of the colleges, North Carolina, Duke, or NC State. I've been to Asheville, good city.
Asheville's a great city.
It's a good city.
It's a great city.
It's a good little city.
It's not little anymore.
I've been to the Outer Banks.
You know that Asheville has the highest
breweries,
microbreweries per capita in the country.
I actually did know that, and that's why I made during my cross country drive. Few years back, I made sure to stop in Asheville for a night.
It's kind of an off the beaten path sort of place. Outer Banks are nice.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. The only problem with the Outer Banks, it takes you 7 hours to get there by car.
It's the same amount of time to get to Asheville if you're flying to Raleigh.
No.
It's like 4 hours.
Yeah, but I'm talking about driving out to the Outer
I know.
Banks. It's a lose-lose.
Wilmington?
Never been to Wilmington. Hey,
is it because Jordan's from there?
No, it's just I've never been to. You know, he used to live in Wilmington. Somebody you know.
I don't. Wait, who?
You know him.
Who?
You've claimed that he's probably a better pool player than you.
Oh, Dan Daly's from Wilmington?
Yeah, he lived in Wilmington for about, I think, 8-10 years. He loved it. He liked it.
I knew me and that guy were friends. He doesn't know it, but I do.
So I was at the Warrior game on Friday, and they
barely
gutsy victory over the Wizards, their third in a row, and then they ran out of gas last night in the second half against the Denver Nuggets. However, there's some developments Warrior related, and here let me throw some of it out there to you. Kristaps Porzingis is playing some good basketball.
Yes, he is.
If you watch Kristaps Porzingis when he plays, he's a better player than all the other Warriors who have been out there playing the last month or two. It's completely obvious. And so now, what do you do with Kristaps Porzingis as the offseason comes around? But Porzingis, look, I'll say it, and he's an idiot. I'll say it. The bottom line is this. After a week, everybody's talking about Kuminga, this and great, bro, Kuminga. Oh, look at Porzingis not playing.
On, man.
Nah, man, you just got to let it wait.
Dude.
You know what?
I just want to say 2 words. Jonathan Kuminga.
Look, if we're gonna keep, and it feels like the Kuminga-ites want to. If we're gonna keep a real-time update, then the Warriors are winning the trade right now. They might not be winning it next week, but they're winning the trade right now. Porzingis is a better player, and he's played more games than Jonathan Kuminga. And here's the other thing. If you watch Porzingis when he's on the floor, Evan, he's a good player. He's a really good player. Obviously, the problem is he doesn't play enough. But man, when he plays, I mean, this is the kind of thing where if I allow myself to think, and I'm like, okay.
You should do that more often.
Okay, Curry, Butler, Green, Porzingis. Man, if this were 5 years ago, like that would be something.
Or if they just hadn't gotten hurt, I think the Warriors would be in a position to make a playoff series and, I don't know, make something happen in the first round. Not to say they could win it, but yeah, I think that's why they got him, because of the off chance that, and they didn't know Moody was going to, wreck his knee and wish him a speedy recovery. But you're hoping that Curry could come back and you put him with Porzingis and maybe you make something happen. Like, if they made this move, and I think you guys brought this up a while ago, but if they made this move and Butler hadn't been hurt, I think people would feel a lot better about this team.
I think you're right about that.
I mean, Porzingis looks like the best player on the floor for the Warriors because he is.
Right.
And you got your 2 stars that are out. But if he's your third option, or maybe even fourth, which is kind of where he floated between when he was with Boston, that's a pretty good team. And that's why I do think the Warriors, I think you got to bring him back next year. If your goal is to make next season the season for Steph, and we can get to what to do with him in just a little bit, because this is obviously a big week for him in regards to whether or not he returns. But if you want to see Steph with Porzingis and you want to make next season about trying to compete at whatever high of a level that is, I think you have to try and figure out a way to bring him back, because he clearly fits. It sounds like he likes it here. And Jonathan Kuminga, whatever you believe about him as a player, he wasn't playing for this team. And Porzingis has helped you more than he has for obvious reasons. But the Warriors are just a better squad with him out there. So, absolutely. I said this after when you were out, but if I can bring him back on a 1-year deal, I'm doing that in a heartbeat. No matter if he plays the 40 or 50 games that he usually does.
I couldn't agree more. And and I think if you're a Warrior fan and you understand where they are at payroll-wise, I don't think there's any Warrior fan out there who knows where they are payroll-wise and who would say, just let Porzingis walk. Because whether you like it or not, next year for the Golden State Warriors is up in the air, all right? We don't know when Butler's coming back. Moody's probably not coming back. Who knows what's going to happen, with Steph Curry. Hopefully he can play a full season. But the entire strategy of the Golden State Warriors was to have as much flexibility as possible at the end of next season, 2027. I mean, hell, like I said, 25. Do Warrior fans understand that if I really wanted to keep Porzingis, I'd almost offer him $40 million for 1 year. You know what I mean? Because it will not have an effect on the overall strategy of the Golden State Warriors moving forward, because next year's the year where everybody comes off the books. So give Porzingis another year, and it's perfect. If he has a good year, then you start talking to him about a longer-term extension. If he doesn't stay healthy, then you let him go, and it's kind of no harm. Like, they have a no harm, no foul right now, as far as I'm concerned, with Porzingis. And that's why I would absolutely keep him around for next year.
Well, and I think he knows he's not getting $30 million next season. This year was almost like a prove-it deal, or prove-it year, and he proved that he couldn't stay on the floor. Now, he has for the Warriors a little bit, and even if he plays the next 7 games, which he may or may not, because I think they have a back-to-back, if not 2, but he will have played 35 games, basically, this season. So he ain't getting $30 million, but I'd be more inclined, and I think the bigger question would become, all right, let's say he wants some stability and he wants, say, 2 years at $40 million. I would almost rather pay him, again, more money for 1 season to maintain that flexibility, and also try and see what you can do with Draymond, who's going to be on the last year of his contract. I don't know. I mean, I'm not looking at the Warriors going into next year like they're going to contend and be a surefire, top 4 championship sort of team. But I absolutely believe they might be able to sneak into the playoffs and make some noise and kind of like last year, just see what happened. This year was derailed by injury. Next year, you never know. But I think they have, they I don't want to say it like this, but why not? They can't just let him walk. Like, it was funny. You brought up the Warriors won the trade. I think you only win the trade if he's on the team next season. If you let him walk, this isn't a Chris Paul situation where Chris Paul wasn't producing, it was at the tail end of his career, and you wanted the money that he had. You can't let Porzingis walk at this point. Otherwise, I wonder what your objective was in the first place in acquiring him.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And there's no need to let him walk. And here's the thing, and I get it, for Warrior fans out there who say, well, Steiny, you can't give him $25 million for 1 year. What if he only plays 30 games next year? That's okay. I hate to say it, but that's okay.
Well,
what it would mean is, okay, now he's not part of the future. Like, I don't know if he's part of the future now or not, but that is based solely on his injury history. I would love to have him be here next year for 1 more year, and you sell him on, look, you have a good year, you're going to get 3 for... My feeling is, you look at what Porzingis has made over the course of his career. He's making $30 million this year. Guys like him do not like to go from $30 million to $13 million. They just don't. So if I were Porzingis, I would think about, could I get 1 year, $25 million out of the Warriors? That means next year I'm getting paid pretty much similarly to the way I got paid this past year. And then if I can come through, I will get another solid contract rather than having to dip for the next 3 years. So I want to see Porzingis back because I think he's a really good player, and I understand the dangers of him not being healthy. But for 1 year, this would be the year to give him a shot. And if he's not healthy, okay, now we know we got to move on. But our long-term strategy has not been affected by any decision we made with Kristaps Porzingis. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, and look, it means you're going to have to say goodbye to some guys. You know, if I'm bringing back Porzingis, that means that I might not be able to bring back someone like DeAnthony Melton, which I know a lot of people like. He's not playing well, and he was bad again last night. But you know, I think the Warriors like him. I think he likes it here. But like he talked about with you guys last Thursday at Chase Center, he wants to be rewarded. And if you want to bring back Porzingis, I like Melton will probably play more games next year than Kristaps Porzingis. I feel pretty confident in that. But it's KP all day. It's not even a question. And it might be more than that. He might cost you Gary Payton II. He might cost you Quentin Post, Seth, like all these kind of small, minuscule contracts that are on the last leg. He's probably going to cost you those players. But that's a risk that I'd be willing to take because I think that's the only it's the only path the Warriors can go down if they want to still try and win basketball games and contend. I also think, and people might not like this, but if you are going down that road and you're bringing back Porzingis, this summer you're trying to look at some veteran talents like a LeBron James or a Kawhi Leonard or anybody else that sort of fits with what the Warriors are trying to do. Doesn't Steve Kerr also have to be the head coach if he wants to be?
Yes. I mean, and I saw it again today. Look, people are talking about whether or not the Warriors can make a run at Kawhi Leonard. And you're right. But it's going to, okay, so think about this for a sec. In July, they're going to make a run at Kawhi Leonard.
I expect them to.
Okay, if they get him, you're saying, like, have they already re-signed Kerr before, or are they going to wait to see how the whole offseason shakes out? In other words, if they get Kawhi Leonard, does he have to coach? And if they don't get him, let's move on in another direction?
I mean, maybe you just decided to bring him back no matter what. Because I also think the team's going to look pretty similar to this season.
I do too.
I don't know. I mean, the Butler injury, Moody sucks. Don't get me wrong. That was like a heartbreaking thing because everybody loves Moses. But the Butler thing throws a wrench into everything because he takes up $60 million of cap space. And you can't move him. And ideally, you'd like to get him back. And so I just don't think that the Warriors would be inclined to hand a question mark or maybe Steph's last best chance to do whatever to a rookie head coach. And it's interesting, too, because I think they're going to have to make a choice pretty quickly. If I'm a playoff team and if I'm a contender and I'm, it's funny, we were talking about Vitello earlier. Can you get 2 to 5 more wins? If I'm a contending team in the West or the East and I'm looking around and my head coach is pretty young, I was thinking about this last night. You don't think Denver would try and make a run at Steve Kerr if they feel like that's if that's going to be the difference? Let's say they get bounced, and because I think Denver's a really good team right now. I just think that they've been playing some kind of unserious basketball for the majority of the season. And in a way, it's almost because they don't have a red ass like Michael Malone that's lighting them up every day. And that's what they said that, they didn't want that, and it didn't work out. But I'm not sure Adelman has the goods. If you are San Antonio and you make the playoffs for the first time this year and Mitch Johnson, you're not really sure about him, why wouldn't you think about hiring Steve Kerr? If that's what Kerr wants, I'm saying. But I think there are going to be some teams this summer that would absolutely think about hiring him if he's a free agent.
I would think.
That believe that he can be the guy to get their team over the top because they got a lot of talent.
Temi looking to Thornton. Open left wing three. Rain dance!
There it is. There's your cue to call the contest line at 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. Be caller number 2 in honor of the Valkyries' second season, and you're going to win one of their brand new jerseys, courtesy of the Golden State Valkyries. Caller number 2 to the contest line is getting themselves a Valkyries jersey. Who wants a Valkyries jersey? Yay! Caller number 2.
Think they'll have new ones this year? You know, some different alternates.
They did. I think that's the big. Let me see.
They got a new salary cap.
The Golden State Valkyries just unveiled their new jerseys for the new season.
Nice.
By the way, just because I like to tweak a little bit, I like to prod and poke. For all you guys who say, and I don't know if he did it to his face, but did anybody else catch last night how mad Steve Kerr got when Brandon Pajemski looked off Kristaps Porzingis and he ended up taking a shot, fast break the other end, and they go to Kerr, and you could read his lips, pass the effing ball, move it, and Porzingis is standing right there with a 3. He's like, right here, Pods, right in the pocket.
By the way, he still hasn't missed a shot in Denver.
Who?
From 3, Porzingis. I think he went 5 for 5 last night. Paz didn't give him the ball. But the one thing that, and this is, who is it? I think it was Jason Timpf. We had him on earlier this month. And he's so right. And I know he's right because I got some text messages this morning from friends who, you know, they had stuff going on Sunday night. It was 7 o'clock tip on Sunday is kind of brutal. But yeah, I think 8 o'clock local, by the way. That stunk. But they send me first thing I get is a still shot of that possession where Pods is lining up to shoot a 3 and Porzingis is got his hands out saying, "Get me the ball," and he's, you know, butt naked on the wing. There's nobody around him. And my buddy is like under this impression that Pods had this horrible game last night. You know, and he stinks and Kerr's pissed at him and what are we doing? And I like, yeah, that was a bad sequence. He also airballed a 3 when he thought he had something going. But like the lowlights are all that people seriously, I believe, on social media see of this guy. Like did Pods win you the game? Obviously not. But he played pretty well last night.
You know what hit me is sometimes you'll hear a phrase or the way a coach will talk, and I feel like now I know exactly what he's talking about. And Steve Kerr said it last week when they really got into Pods' game, and now I see it. When he says, when Pods is the primary ball handler, this, and when he's the secondary ball handler, this. And I feel like I've been watching for that over the last week or two since he said that. And I kind of see what he means. When Pods brings the ball up court and he's the one to initiate the offense first by himself, he's just not as decisive and it takes him a little while to initiate. And you can tell that he's always thinking, even though I'm bringing it up by myself, should I try to go and beat my man? But when he's a secondary ball handler and he gets the ball, which is usually in a somewhat advantageous situation, he's different. Like, he's a better player. But as a primary ball handler, you know what? I am starting to notice he gets himself into traffic a little too much or trouble too much, or the first pass to the wing isn't like, he just a lot of times doesn't bring it up the court, boom, wing, cut it the other way, and let's get things started. So Kerr described it in a way that I understand now completely what he's saying, and he's absolutely right. And I don't know if Pods will ever be a good primary ball handler. He'll always be able, I think, to get by, but he is a secondary. Like, he's not the first guy who's got to make a play for somebody, because that's the time when you're starting out 5 against 5, and he's going to have to beat somebody. That's not easy for him. But if he's getting the ball with an advantage already created, then I think he can take it to the next level and make the right decision and get either him or the next guy an open shot.
Well, that's why he plays well alongside Steph and Jimmy.
Yeah.
But neither of those two players is on the floor. I think and Kerr would throw him out like last night, and he has been, throwing him out there with Spencer or some other, Melton, who's brought the ball up and has turned the ball over a lot lately, but he'll play him alongside another point guard because I don't think he wants him to do that. But the problem is, I think Pod starts looking around and, all right, there's Draymond, who, by the way, he didn't want to shoot the ball at all. Like, we've gotten to the point now where it doesn't matter if he's in the paint. He will not shoot the ball. It is a 4-on-5. He's looking for someone to pass it to every single time he gets the ball. And just quickly as an aside, it's like sometimes all the passes that he makes, do you notice this? All the passes that he does make, they're like needle thread type passes. I mean, they look good because, he fit it in the window, but it's almost like there's not an easy pass for Draymond to make because by virtue of his presence and inability or unwillingness to shoot the ball, everything is so much more congested. And so every time he has to make a pass, he has to thread a needle. And I noticed it last night because I think it was the younger Eagle and Jamal Crawford, who, by the way, I texted you guys last night. Jamal Crawford is going to be the best color analyst in basketball in 5 years.
We'll see. We're not there yet.
Yeah, he will. So put in the cap. They were all saying, "Oh, look at that pass by Draymond. Oh, he loves distributing this, and that, and the other." And it's because there's no available easy pass for him when he's on the floor. There just isn't. Anyways, that's my quick thing on Draymond.
I mean, basically, Draymond plays against the zone, even when they're not playing zone, because nobody comes out of the paint. And I just remember the pass he threw. It was a terrible pass on the wing, and the guy was. It almost feels sometimes with Draymond's passes now, it's not even guys stepping into the passing lanes. It's guys are there already in the passing lanes. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Kristaps Porzingis, after seeing him play a couple games, how you feeling about him? Look, we all know he hasn't been overly healthy, but when he's been healthy enough to play, he hasn't not been bad at all for the Golden State Warriors. Let's talk more about it on the other side. 888-957-9570.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
We're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand. Bay Area. Join us this Easter Sunday, April 5th at PayPal Park, as Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit. Kickoff is at 2 p.m. And it will be a day full of exclusive Hello Kitty-themed activities and merch items to collect. Don't miss one of the most popular match days of the season. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at bayfc.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
By the way, congratulations on the clinching the play-in.
I've been on the 600, yeah.
You knew that,
Don't do that.
Okay. I did.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man.
It's from Thursday.
Can I apologize?
Sure.
I don't want to, but my mom said I was...
Oh.
Sorry, Kenny. My mom texted me. She said I was being snarky to you.
Today?
Yeah.
About what?
I told her you bring it out of me.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're just listening to your conversation, your opening line, your poor zinger to Steve Kerr, and there's a hint of snarkiness. What can I say? You just get me there, Steiny.
Well.
Yeah, I misspoke.
You didn't misspeak.
Wait, that was DeRosa, not Reddick.
No, that was the... Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced? That's the J.J. Reddick.
Right.
Yeah.
We got ourselves a player, Warrior fans, and his name is Kristaps Porzingis. Now, he doesn't play as much as you'd like him to for a variety of reasons. But the Warriors got themselves a player here in Porzingis when he can play. So how do you manage him moving forward? Do you want... Here's what I was saying. I'm going to get to Gene in a sec from Oakland. Here's where I'm going to try to put myself in the place of a Warrior fan, knowing their situation, salary cap-wise, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think there could be I don't think there are many, or there shouldn't be any Warrior fans that wouldn't want to bring Porzingis back at least one more year. Like, there's no reason not to. The stakes will be low, the reward would be high, and if it doesn't work, it's over at the end of next year anyway.
What if he asked for 2 years?
It's possible. It's possible.
I think I'd still do it.
I think it's possible. Yeah. Now, I kind of want... Tell you what, we'll give you... I'd love 2 for 45. We'll give you 25 and 20. That would be nice.
Can you structure it that way where it goes down?
You can,
You front load it?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I mean, I've heard 2 for 40. You know, I think that's... And maybe the second year's a player option, so if he has a good year, he can go find, something else. Maybe that's the way it works. Sort of similar to how they did it with Melton. If Melton came back and didn't play well, then he would have another year to kind of prove it. But he's obviously going to opt out. Yeah, I wouldn't. And maybe that player option is what keeps him here. I think that's valuable for guys who are sort of in that limbo stage where Porzingis is a good player. Anytime he's on the court and he's healthy, you can see it. It's just obvious. Although I will say last night, and I texted you guys this, the halftime walk-off interview, I was feeling a little, He was sucking wind after that first half.
Right.
He was talking to the sideline reporter, I think Ashley, and he was just, and he still had a half to play.
This sucker.
No, he's not a sucker, but he was sucking wind.
I was actually thinking about this on last night watching. Everybody talks about Jokic and his conditioning. How much of that is he's got to play in Denver? And when you get tired in Denver, you're more tired than you are anywhere else. Like, Denver's where you suck wind. So maybe Jokic is just a victim of looking more tired than he is.
I mean, it could be. Look, obviously, when there's a big guy out there who's huffing and puffing, you're going to assume that he's not in shape. But he is. And every single year, he was beating Porzingis up the court when he wasn't throwing the ball away in the first half. That was another thing, too.
He was good in the second half.
He was incredible in the third quarter.
Yeah.
There's a couple plays just like, you gonna guard him out there? You do know he shoots 40% from 3.
Let's go to Gene. Gene's in Oakland. Saw Gene out at Friedman's Appliance on Saturday. Had a conversation about the Warriors.
Nice.
Hey, Gene, how you doing, buddy? Uh-oh. Gene, call back.
He might still be inside Friedman's Appliance.
My bad. Hey, Gene, call right back. You just didn't come through.
He's one of those Bosch appliances. One of the live working vignettes.
This is Steve Kerr on how Porzingis looks.
Kristaps looks great. I mean, he's so talented, scores so easily, and it's really exciting to think about him playing with Steph, with Jimmy, with Moses. Obviously, we're not going to see much of that, but he's such an obvious fit for us and such a talented player that it's fun just to see him in a Warriors uniform, see how talented he is, and he looks very comfortable out there. I think he's enjoying playing with our guys and playing in this style, and very, very talented player.
All right, that's Steve Kerr talking about Kristaps Porzingis, and a guy who's starting to play at a higher level than when he got here. He's a good player when he plays.
He is. He can shoot the hell out of the ball. I think what impressed me last night, look, anytime you're going up against Jokic, you're probably going to take 25, 30 points. But I thought he was physical. One of the things that always bothered me about Porzingis early in his career, and it naturally happens when you're, very tall and very slim. But you can get moved around. Guys with other big bodies. Like Porzingis was a guy that I feel like early in his career, you could put a guard on him, and he'd have to shoot over the top of him, but you could make him feel uncomfortable. Now it feels like he can kind of hold his own. He's not afraid to go into the post. There was I think it was a play in the third quarter where, Denver was going on a run. They hit a couple threes, and Kerr just basically told, I don't know if it was Pods or whoever, but just throw him the ball in the post. Just give it to him in the post. He went down there, a little hook shot, and Denver kept making its run. But it's like those are the kinds of points in the game where it's getting away from you, and we need a guy to just give the ball to. It actually reminded me in a different way, but last season and this year, it always felt like when the Warriors were struggling to find something offensively, just give the ball to Jimmy. Yep. Just give the ball to Butler. Butler's going to make something happen, and it's going to be a positive result. And that's what it felt like watching last night against with Porzingis against Jokic, was when you're kind of out of answers, you're not hitting shots, threes ain't falling, just give it to the big fella, and he's going to get you something. And that's why, again, if Butler was healthy, which he is not, I feel like next season, if I get Curry, like I'm almost willing to bring Porzingis back just on the gamble that we get to see those three guys on the court together at some point next season.
Yeah, I'm with you. And what I'm saying is if the Warriors feel like they're in a position where they can take one last crack at it, then Porzingis can be a part of it. Let's go to Gene. Gene's back. Hey, Gene in Oakland. What's going on, my man?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Is this better?
Yes.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, that was great hanging out with you, Steiny, and talking Dubs, specifically Porzingis. As you know, I'm a big fan. I mean, I was thinking even multi-year contract, but I'm coming around to your thought about maybe 2 years, maybe the second year is ideally a team option, but even a player option if that's what it takes. Paying what he needs. But the other part of this is I think you need to get on board now and start talking extension with this guy, because if he has many more games like he did yesterday against quality teams, his price is going to go up. There's going to be more general managers that are going to look at him and say, yeah, we're willing to take a risk too. So, I hope that they're already in the midst of some negotiations, or at least initial talks to bring him back.
Yeah.
So, yeah, one more thing about Melton. So I was a big Melton fan early on. I don't know what's going on with him right now, but I think he's still worth trying to bring back as well, especially now that Moody's down. We're going to need someone like him. And, maybe now's the time to talk extension with him, because you might get a bargain price for him, maybe $8 to $10 million, where before maybe it might have been more over 15. So, I think he's better than he's showing. I don't know what's going on with him. Maybe he's deferring too much. I'm not sure. Or taking too much on his shoulders. But I think he's a quality player, and I think he deserves to get an extension as well.
Yeah. Hey, appreciate you, Gene, as always. Good seeing you on Saturday, too. We have, some people have their own, like, for example, The Athletic publication, and when they have a salary situation, they've got a writer, Danny LaRue, who's a salary cap expert. We don't need that here. We've got Rots. And from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, and he knows contracts can start with a higher salary, then go lower, but only 5% or 8% with full bird rights like Porzingis. It's the same as going up in salary, only 5 or 8%. It's based off the first year salary only. That's why the first year is key in any deal. And that's our salary cap expert.
Thanks, Ross.
Yeah.
Rotsy.
So let me figure this out. They could probably go 25 and then like 22.
I got you.
For Porzingis.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It's feeling like he wouldn't mind coming back. That was another part of this too. Like, the player does have to choose you, but from all the comments he's made, I feel like he likes it here.
I do too.
I think he feels comfortable given, his medical situation, their understanding of it, and obviously the whole Kuminga saga didn't work out the way the Warriors or even JK wanted it to. But if you bring him back next season, which I would like to see them try to do, it feels like you kind of made the best of what you could. I'm not with you necessarily. I think if Porzingis walks and you don't get any, if I don't see him with Steph Curry, which is becoming more of a probability by the day, and then he walks at the end of this season, I wouldn't say that the Warriors won the trade. I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't.
I'd say both teams maybe lost.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would say the trade was just the trade. That's the way. If Porzingis isn't, well, and I don't want to hijack the show, but what do you do if you're the?
You do it anyways.
Okay. Well, we're sitting here talking about Porzingis. He's a free agent at the end of the year, and we are saying right here, right now, looking at the Golden State Warriors situation, love to have him back for a year. That's where we're at with Porzingis, and I think any Warrior fan who understands the situation would want Porzingis back for at least a year. What are they going to do with Jonathan Kuminga in Atlanta? Are the Atlanta Hawks simply going to pick up Jonathan Kuminga's $25 million team option and he will play the next season with the Atlanta Hawks in some role?
Probably.
Okay.
Or maybe they let him walk and he goes somewhere else. But I think it seems like they like him and they're obviously winning games.
If Porzingis is on the Warriors next year and Kuminga's on another team, will the Warriors have won the trade?
If Kuminga's on another team?
Yeah.
And Porzingis is on the Warriors?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why Atlanta would trade for him if they didn't like him. And I don't know why the Warriors would have traded for Porzingis if they were just going to let him walk at the end of the year.
From my fams, one Steiny, why do you care what the Hawks are doing? I care because I know how it will impact our radio show here. If and when Kuminga explodes, it will be a factor here in the Bay Area. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people that are still invested in him.
Here's this from the basketball expert 16 times on the YouTube chat. The Warrior. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. He's right. He said the Warriors would be dumb not to re-sign Porzingis. It seems pretty logical at this point.
Well, I just don't know what you're doing if you don't try.
Right.
And it may work. I don't know. Maybe some team offers him 3 for $90. I don't think so. Gene brought up the idea that Porzingis is playing himself into more money. He will still have only played 25 games at the end of this season. That's not, over a large sample size, that's not really a lot. So Porzingis is playing well currently, 35 games. 35 games is what he would be at, but still less than half of a season. I don't look at this year like if he's making $30 million, and he's played well for the Warriors, but his price tag has gone up. It's come down. There ain't no way he's getting $30 million a year from any team this summer, I think.
Well, if let's say you're the Warriors and you definitely want him back, but you also are mindful of 2027 and that salary situation. See, I also think if the Warriors do like Porzingis and they could get him, let's just say for 25, and now you have your second player under contract for 2027. At that point, it would be Moody would be under contract for 13, and then you would put Porzingis in there for, let's say 25. That's not a killer. It's not a killer because Draymond's done at that point. Butler is done at that point. Now, I'm not saying you might not want to bring him back, but at that point, you'll still be looking at your payroll with plenty of flexibility. You will just have made a determination that you're taking a chance on Porzingis not only next year, but the season after that.
Yeah, I would also try to bring him back because I'm not sure. All right, there's this. A lot of people think the Warriors around the league, a lot of people think that the Warriors are going to make a run at LeBron or Kawhi. I'm not sure how you financially work things to acquire one of those players, especially if they're a max salary guy. So you try and do it. You try and figure out how it can work. But if you don't, I almost think that Porzingis might be the best thing that could happen this summer is you bring him back. They have to be in the business of acquiring talent, and I think they did at the trade deadline, given the situation they sort of put themselves in. So if you're telling me next season, and I may not like it because you're going to be old and you're going to be injury prone, but if next year is really the last season, you feel like, all right, we can go at this, right? Curry's contract is up, Butler's contract is up, Draymond's contract is up. Maybe you have Porzingis for an extra year, but you got those 4 guys. I think that might be the best you can do. I think their objective is still trying to win. They're not going to tear this thing down and reboot it. The summer of 2027 appears to be the time that they want to make that sort of choice. So to me, it's as clear as day that Kristaps Porzingis should be a priority, if not the number one priority for them, outside of these other aging superstars that it sounds like they're going to try to go at, being LeBron and Kawhi.
Yeah, I just, it's just, for me too, you watch, so for the last month or two, 6 weeks, we've been watching Pods and Santos and Spencer and Moody before he got hurt, and Peyton and Post and all those guys, and some of them were at different points in their career, and I'm not sitting here telling you that I've seen something in Porzingis that nobody else has seen, because that would be ridiculous. But the one thing that does stick out to me is when he plays right now on this current Warriors team, you do realize that he is more like Curry and Butler than he is, Pods and Moody. I mean, he is a legitimate NBA player, and if he's your third best player, that ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. Now, the problem, of course, is games played with the 4 guys next year. How many games can they realistically expect out of Steph, Butler, Porzingis, and Draymond Green? I mean, do I think those 4 will be able to play enough for the Golden State Warriors to be a big factor and maybe make a postseason run? No, I don't. I don't think that's likely. However, there's a very good chance it could be your best strategic move, because you take a swing at it next year, but then that you've got reset time or reset potential the year after. It's funny. We talked about it's a year by year thing, and I'm starting to think, next year, they're hamstrung. Like, they have to go for it next year, even though going for it in and of itself is ludicrous, because they're not going to have Butler or Moody to start the season. But they may as well load up and see if come March, you know what I mean? Now they're sitting with Porzingis. Hey, here's Jimmy Butler's back. Oh, Moody's coming back. Maybe out of all the not great strategies, that may be the best one.
He's a prototypical X factor and has been his entire career. Dallas acquired him to pair him with Luka, and then didn't work out. They dealt him. After a season and a half in Washington, Boston was like, all right, that's a guy that might be able to help get us over the top. And he did. They won a championship. Now for Golden State, and we're going to do this, right, over the summer, who's the X factor going into next season? Well, some might say Jimmy or Moses, but of the guys that are available to you, Kristaps is the X factor. If he's healthy, you're going to be better for it. And that's the other thing, too, about watching him that just hits you. They're better when he's in the game. They're better when he's on the floor. And now that it looks like he's got his legs back, and I know he said his jump shot wasn't there even after he scored 28 against Washington on Friday, but he makes them better. And there's no doubt about it. So he is a prototypical X factor. And going into next season, you might have a lot of question marks. But again, if we're at the blackjack table, that's the situation where I'm splitting. Like, I'm willing to go gamble on Kristaps Porzingis because I don't think the Warriors have a ton of other good options out there currently.
I completely agree. And, the other thing I was reading, and this is also getting more and more steam as we head into the offseason, and I'm reading it here and there, that the Warriors, once again this offseason, they're They're going to take a stab at LeBron, and they're going to take a stab at Kawhi Leonard. But here's the thing. If you're the Clippers and you've got to get back $50 million in salary, the problem the Warriors have is, who does another team want? Jimmy Butler, Porzingis, or Draymond Green? And that's where I always come back to, that's why they're not going to get one of these guys.
Well, I think they're going to end up being too much money, but this is the thing, though. And I don't know for sure, but there's this dirty little secret,
right,
in the NBA that the Clippers are going to get hit with a significant penalty for what transpired last offseason, the uncovering of Kawhi Leonard's, basically how they got him in the first place and how they've circumvented the salary cap for years. And I don't want to get too deep into it, but it feels like there's these murmurings about Kawhi's contract is going to be voided. So in that case, he would actually be a free agent.
Okay.
And then the Warriors would, just like with LeBron, would have to figure out a way to court him or pay him, and they might not need to trade for him at all. That's why I think that those two are the likeliest paths for them to go down, because it doesn't require them to give up draft capital, which they would have to do with a Giannis or, I don't know, name another superstar.
Oh, boy.
What?
Jim Mole on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury and Attorneys text line says, Evan never split face cards in blackjack.
Unless their face is Kristaps Porzingis.
Okay. I think what he's saying is 10s are okay to split.
Well, yeah.
Well, there's actually no difference between a 10 and a jack if it's not blackjack.
It is blackjack.
No.
But Mole's saying never split faces.
It feels like Mole's saying, go ahead and split 10s, do not split jacks.
Well, either way, there's inherent risk, right? You got a 20, you're setting up for a dub, but you could try and, let's say you're up at the table a little bit, good night.
Sure.
Feel like you got the hot hand. William H. Macy's not sitting across from you.
I usually only double down when I'm seeing a 6 or less on the, like a 7 or less.
Yeah, it depends on how many Pacificos we've had.
Sure. And one other thing. We'll get it on the other side. All right, Abe, you know what? I think we buried the lead. And I will rectify that at the start of next segment, because there's something good we got to talk about. All right, that segment was brought to you by the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Escape to the coast for an unforgettable evening at the Inn at the Tides. You can join our upcoming Winemakers Dinner Series, where stunning ocean views meet expertly paired wines and seasonal cuisine. Reserve your seat now and savor every moment. The Inn at the Tides, where every dinner tells a story.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra. Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson this week. We'll be back Friday. Interesting move by Goo.
Yeah, I kind of like it. You know, the one-day work week.
What do you think he's
all settled in?
He's up to something, though. Why would you just not take the whole week off?
Contrary to popular belief, I do think he likes to work.
A lot of people miss me.
Also, Friday's a good day to ease back in. In fact, it's kind of a savvy move by him. You know what I mean?
Well, yes and no. I mean, he's going to come in Friday.
Well, he'll come in hot.
Yeah, that's true. You know what?
I'm my own general, Evan.
Yeah, you know what? I'll be able to lay low Friday, come to think of it.
Well,
Come to think.
You're already looking at how to get through the week. It's Monday, man.
Sure.
You got to be well rested, right? Had a good weekend?
Pretty well. Yeah, had a good weekend.
Got some Z's.
By the way, is there a reason we're not talking about this?
Talking about what?
Maybe it's because I haven't brought it up. So Steve Kerr is talking to the media yesterday in Denver, and they ask Steve Kerr about Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
And Steph Curry relays to the media that Rick Celebrini texted Steve before the game last night and said that Steph Curry had a, quote, good session, unquote, yesterday here in San Francisco. So Steve Kerr relaying that Steph Curry had a good session, and that's optimistic or that's upbeat. And I asked you, do you think Steph's going to come back this year?
I don't.
Don't you really?
I don't.
Curry coming back this year, yes or no?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's just, this is the week. This is the week we're going to figure out if that's the case, because they've said they don't just want to bring him back for a play-in. He's missed a couple months. He's going to need time to ramp up, and you have 7 games left. Your next 2 are back-to-back, Wednesday, Thursday, San Antonio, Cleveland. I doubt that he'll be back for one of those 2 games. So at that point, you're looking at Houston on Sunday, and outside of that, you're really going to bring him back for the final week, which, by the way, includes 4 games. There's 4 games the final week of the season for the Warriors.
But you'll be locked into 10 there, so maybe you just bring him back and say, yeah, he's only going to play 3 of those 4.
Yeah, but I feel like he'll need more time to ramp up than 3 games. It's a short period of time, I believe, to get ready for a play-in game, maybe multiple play-in games, and then a postseason series. Especially with everything trending towards next year being the year, or the way that everyone's described it, I don't think that they would risk Steph coming back too soon or maybe hurting himself or re-injuring it again or making it worse. I don't know. It's just me. To me, if we don't hear anything in regards to a date, like he will be back on Sunday sometime this week, I don't think we're going to see him this year.
So, I don't disagree with you. I'm starting to feel like he won't either. But my question would be, if inside that building they think it's an 80% chance Curry won't come back. Let's say they're starting to resign themselves to that. Why would Steve Kerr even share that info?
Because it's an update.
I guess.
He was asked about it. It's not like he can just, I don't know.
But he could have easily omitted that Rick Celebrini said that Curry just had a good session. Like, if I'm a real Warrior fan and I love watching Steph Curry play, I'm thinking maybe he still has a chance to come back after hearing that.
I hope I'm wrong. I want to see him play. And in particular, I want to see him play with Porzingis. That's the guy. That's why you traded for him, with the vision of the longest distance shooter the game's ever seen and the longest distance shooting center in the league this year. I want to see that together. So I hope I'm wrong, but it also, I just think it's unpredictable. I don't think it's a coincidence that last Thursday when you guys were at Chase Center, that Steph came into the room,
right, and
did not want to talk on the radio, or chose not to, was told not. I don't know, but that he didn't come on with you guys, because he will do that, and he knows that he's going to talk for 15 minutes. He knows that everything he says is going to be aggregated. He knows that whatever he tells you, which he's fine with because he's done it in the past, even when he was injured, by the way, during the 2022 season, he jumped on with you and Guru, and he was hurt, but he knew that he was coming back. And that's why, again, kind of comparing and contrasting those situations, I'm not getting my hopes up, is all, Steiny.
Yeah, no, I understand. I guess I was always in the camp of I do think he's going to come back up until recently. But I still would not wager on it. I don't know why. I just
can't rule it out.
Yeah, I guess I'm not ready to rule it out right now. By the way, the 408 says they are lying to us guys That he had a good workout? Why would they lie that he had a good session?
I don't think they're lying, but I don't think they really know. I mean, that's the whole reason he's been out this entire time, right? Dude, Steiny, we thought there was a possibility he might come back after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
That was a month and a half ago. So clearly there's something about this injury that is nagging and unpredictable to the extent that he's had a bunch of these workout sessions or I don't know, ramp-ups, whatever you want to call it. I don't think they're misleading us. I don't, and the YouTube chat's throwing that out there. I don't think they're misleading us. I just don't think that they really know what's going on with this injury.
So you used this phrase a little earlier, a couple minutes ago, about how if they're setting this up like next year is the year.
Yeah.
My first thought was, well, the year next year. Now next year's the year. I feel, and maybe you're saying the same thing. I feel like next year is absolutely positively the last year. You know what I mean? So you're probably saying the same thing. But I guess the question if you're the Warriors and you know that you're constrained this offseason and that everything's for next offseason, I guess what I'm saying is, what would be the best only shot you have? And to me, it would be Porzingis has to be on the roster. Curry's got to be healthy. The greatest of all great scenarios with Butler would be he kind of comes back just like Clay did that year in January, where he only had to play 30 games and then he got to play in the playoffs and he didn't have a full season. I know it's not much to bank on, but there's a sliver that those things could come into play. And it could all line up for you.
Well, and the good thing is there's also not much of a consequence if it doesn't.
Exactly.
I think I know people don't like where the Warriors are at because we're watching, a lot of G League players on given nights, but they have all of their picks. They're going to use one this summer. I don't feel good. If Curry doesn't come back, I don't feel good they're going to get out of the play-in. So they're probably going to have, a top 12 pick, whatever it is. They'll use it. See if the guy can play, but they haven't mortgaged anything yet.
Correct.
So, and after next season, a lot of these guys are off the books. They're not in a good spot presently, but for the future, I don't think it looks that dire. You got to hit these picks and you got to get some more guys in here, but they've maintained some flexibility, and I gotta believe they got a lot of able-minded people there to get the job done.
Yeah, for me, I don't think the future is dire, but I do think getting to the future is going to be tricky. And to me, the future is after next year. So they've got to figure out a way to get past next year and make next year as, I don't know, potentially as good as it could get. If you ask me right now, if you told me right now, next year they're going to try to catch a little lightning in a bottle with Porzingis and Butler coming back. And to me, that still only has a small percentage of chance of happening. So here's what I'm saying. Next year's the year that if you make the playoffs and get beat in the first round, that to me would be kind of worse than being in the lottery, if you know what I mean. Like, next year's the year to be in the lottery. I don't even know about the draft. I'm just saying that would make it an easier reset.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. What if it's not a good draft class and you make it to the first round, you get beat by one of those top 4 seeds, probably one of the top 2 seeds. I don't know if the Warriors can jump, from 10 to 6 in an off season, but I don't know, Steiny. I just they're not sitting here like the Los Angeles Clippers or the Milwaukee Bucks or a team that is, pretty decent. Like, the Clippers are a solid squad. They're obviously better than the Warriors, but they ain't going anywhere. They know that. And they don't have any draft picks. Or at least they didn't until they traded Zubats for 2 firsts from Indiana. But, like, the point is, they don't have a lot to look forward to now or in the future. Same for Milwaukee. That's why they're talking about trading Giannis, because they're trying to get something back. You know, the Warriors, there's pressure on them to use what they do have, but they've kept it pretty close to the vest.
They have. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let me ask you this. And I don't know if it matters if he comes back and plays a couple games or not. What are the Warriors and Steph Curry going to do this offseason? What are they going to do? Steph's got one more year left next year at $62 million. What do they agree on? Or do they agree to just play it out? Like, not extend him at all and just let him play his last year as a free agent. To me, of all the, we can talk about Porzingis and Pods, but what are they going to do with Steph Curry and vice versa?
I think they're going to talk about what Steph wants. And I think the biggest question that he has to answer is, do you want to retire a Warrior? Because from all accounts, it sounds like he's got a few more years left in him. You know, it's not like at the end of next season, I don't think he's going to be mulling retirement. So if you want to retire a Warrior, what does that look like? Does it look like you still making the max? Does it look like you taking less money? Does it look like you competing for and contending for a title? I think Steph has to make the choice more than the Warriors, because if there's one thing they do owe him, it's the choice, I think.
Well, a couple things there. One is I actually do think, I'm going to, if Steph doesn't come back this year, I do think it does impact perception. And that is, right now, everything that Steph Curry said and the latest thing he said with Dell by his side was, we're not there yet. We're not thinking about retirement. Or, I do believe there seems to be an assumption that at the end of this year, Steph's playing at least 2 or 3 more years. And all I'm saying is, after what's happened this year, I think we've got to temper he'll play at least 42, or he'll play 3 or 4 more. Like, that now becomes, we've got to figure out this injury. Like, yeah.
What if it's an injury he can't kick?
Exactly. Exactly right. So the injury does.
And that's why, in a way, I don't feel great about him coming back this season, because also God forbid something happens, but I don't think Steph Curry at age 38 to 39 is going to want to spend this summer rehabbing, which is what he would have to do.
That's a good point. If he were to get hurt.
Yeah, if he were to get hurt, or if it lingers, like all he's going to be doing this summer is rehabbing. And I at this stage in his life, in his career, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. He's talked about it in the past, but it's almost like the summer sometimes is the hardest part for him. The preparation for an 82-game season. The things that he has to do now to get his body right. He's talked about this. He's had to put in more work than ever before. And it's also why he's in as great of shape as he is, and he's performing at the high level that he has. But that's a lot of work. And if he's spending this summer trying to figure out his knee, well, then he can't prepare his body for an 82-game season. And then it goes into next year, and is it going to be lingering? And there's questions, and there's more work for him to do off the floor. And while he might be willing to go through that because he's Steph and he's one of one, that's got to be really, really hard. And I don't know how that's going to impact him.
Yeah, and this is, let's see, a couple on the YouTube chat. Number 30 will be extended 2 seasons. Kerr will also get extended with him. This is what I'm getting at. Personally, I just want to see as many Curry games as possible, even if he's only great once in a while. All right, and
I think that's how a lot of people feel.
Yeah, I have no idea what Curry will ask for. I have no idea what the Warriors want to pay him. I have no idea if it's just an automatic that the Warriors will pay Steph Curry the max if he wants it. But I'm here to tell you that if the Golden State Warriors this summer extend Steph Curry for one more year, 2027-28, and it is more than he's making next year, I'm sorry. That to me is a bad move. I hate to say it. Like, they can't give Steph one more year at 67, 68.
It'd only be 65.
Okay. You want to talk about a situation that's just puts you in a bind. But you'd have to do it, right?
Probably. I mean, and that's where, again, I think the question becomes, Steph, what do you want? What do you want out of the rest of your career?
What if he says, I want to retire a Warrior and I want max money until I retire?
Then, Steph, you are no longer going to have a shot to win a 5th championship.
That's all I'm saying. And that's where he's got to be.
I mean, unless I don't know, you draft Giannis at number 12, I'm saying, like, you draft an equivalent of a player that you don't expect to be great and he blossoms quickly. But that's the other part of it, too. He doesn't have a lot of time.
Right.
Doesn't have a ton of time. I think that's why everyone's emphasizing next season as being, and yeah, I should have been more specific, the last year. The last year to really try and make a go at this thing. But yeah, if Steph says at the end of this season, I want to make max money until the day that I retire and I want to be a Golden State Warrior, I think I would have to be okay with that. But it would also tell me that he's resigned to the fact that he's not going to be playing in any NBA finals anymore. That part of his life is gone. And I don't know about you. I wouldn't look at it as being selfish. I mean, he's done everything for this franchise possible. And maybe that's what he feels like he's owed.
If he wants $66 million or 65, 66.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I'll meet you halfway there. I wouldn't necessarily say he's selfish, but I would be like, what are you doing?
I think it honestly kind of flies in the face of everything he stands for. That's the way that I look at him, but.
No, I agree. And we're probably talking about something that is not relevant. I mean, am I missing something to think or to assume? Like, I do not assume that Steph Curry this offseason is going to go to the Warriors and say, yeah, I definitely want to play. I definitely don't want this upcoming year to be my last. So I want another year after this year and just, make it 67, whatever it is. Whatever that high number is, yeah, I'll play for that for 2 more years. I would want to ask him why he would be doing it that way, knowing that, like, he's smart enough to know they can't put squat around him if they're paying him 65 to play 65 games. If it's going to be a tricky situation.
If that, but I also think he's smart enough to know that he's not going to be at this level until the day that he retires. His game will probably slip a little bit, and whether it manifests itself in terms of games played or literal points per game or percentages, he is going to taper off at some point. And so if he still wants to make the max in those sort of years, that's his decision.
Yeah, and I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong, because to my way of thinking, they're both kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't. I mean, if you do it, you're hamstrung in a way. If you don't do it, you're telling the greatest player in franchise history, hey, Steph, we need to move on. We need to move on. And I can understand why some people don't want to do that.
I also don't think I don't know. So I don't think he would. I mean, what was it? Last year, he was talking about him and Draymond leaving the franchise in a better spot than they found it.
Well, let me ask you this.
Or than it currently is.
Do you think Draymond's last year's next year?
That's a really good question.
I think it's going to be. But
I don't.
I'm allowed, like, it probably won't be his last year, but I'll bet you if he comes back for a year after that, it's got to be on the minimum, right?
Well, that's why I think that, because I also think Draymond's a guy.
I do too. I think I know what you're going to say.
I think he wants to be a one jersey guy because there's a different stratosphere for those sort of players. And whether you like it or not, Draymond talks about himself like he's in the club.
Yep.
And, to be fair, look, he's got 4 championships. There's only a certain amount of players that have contributed what he has to franchises over a long period of time. But he, I think, views himself in that vein and would be willing to sacrifice to remain in that club. I think he's smart enough to know what that gets him.
Yeah, I think, I'm not worried about Draymond and his future with the Warriors or how he may impact it. He's got one more year. He's going to be on the team next year.
It doesn't feel that way.
No, you will be.
No, he will.
And
at the very least for $27 million.
But here's the other thing. If Draymond Green, I wouldn't have any problem with Draymond Green playing in 2027, 2028 at a minimum salary. And if he signs a minimum salary, he wants a minimum, you know what I mean? At the end of next year, Draymond Green's going to basically say, I want to play one more year as a mentor in the Udonis Haslem role and kind of ease out of the league into my broadcasting career. Or at the end of next year, will he be like, all right, just time to go to the booth? You know what I mean? He might want 1 year where it's just kind of low stress, low key. He can help out the young players.
And so he can get that retirement tour.
I didn't even think of that.
I'm thinking out loud. But
I don't think they love him like that, as he would say. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rates reserved.
BFC's Hello Kitty match is backed by popular demand, Bay Area. BFC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
For you dealing with Steinmetz, Guru, you should have 4 or 5 appreciation days a month.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, he's got a day of appreciation today because he ain't with me. He's in North Carolina.
No, like when he's here, you got to, roll out the red carpet sometimes for your boy.
There's only one important red carpet, and we saw it this weekend at Friedman's Appliance. Oh. The red tag clearance. They do literally roll out the red carpet.
I do know. Okay. I've been there a couple times, just not when Filmo Mike's been there.
Yep.
I took it personal.
Don't do that.
Another. I'm in the process of deciding whether I'm going to say.
I thought you were talking about opening night or opening day or whatever. I don't know. The Giants will probably roll out another carpet in San Diego today because this is what they do. By the way, there are any hits on that carpet?
Any hits on that carpet?
Yeah. Any that they could take with them because clearly they didn't have any.
I don't follow.
The Giants didn't get any hits.
Oh, I thought you were...
Were there any hits on the carpet they rolled out several times this weekend against the Yankees?
I don't know how to respond to that. I'm still in Friedman's mode.
Did you get anything?
I didn't.
A green omelet? Or what is the...
Eggs.
Yeah, that one.
I tell you what I am going to probably buy at some point. I'm getting my man cave back up and running. I went down there and cleaned it this weekend, and I may get myself a little mini fridge down there. Thank you, Ross.
Well, I don't want to be too revealing.
Yeah.
There is a fridge.
But you have to leave the room.
It's 2 feet from the door.
Yeah, but mini fridges are cool. Let me tell you who's got the best mini fridges out there.
Me? Yeah.
No, the brand's
got a mini fridge.
The brand's called Smeg. S-M-E-G. It's made in Europe. And they have these really cool little retro. Now, they're expensive. But Smeg. Great brand. Yeah.
It sounds like a future Warriors second-round pick. Someone from overseas.
The Lakers once had a guy named Mike Smrek. S-M-R-E-K. Big man, 7-footer.
Used to play with a guy named Smoot.
You did?
Yeah. It's a pretty unique name.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Smooty.
Let's go to Chris in Santa Clara because I want to run some things by you rapid fire after Chris. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking the call. I'm curious from your perspectives, how many teams in the NBA would be willing to pay Steph 2 years at the max?
2 years.
Well, next year obviously is there, and then you're talking about adding on another year, right?
Yeah, no. I get. So you're saying would any team want to acquire Steph and then extend him for 68?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean,
everybody's here talking about,
No. I was thinking about that because I knew that's what you were going to ask. And here's my thought. I do think that the problem is that $60 million is so far to get under the cap. It's not like $30 million. You got to get $60+ million under in free agency to go get Steph, or you got to try to trade for him and create that kind of salary. So I think there would be teams that might want to take Steph for 1 year at 65, just 1 year. But the problem is they're not going to be able to get that far under. But for a few teams, and the teams that might be able to get that far under, they're not contenders. So I think my answer might be none.
Yeah, so that becomes, I think, a fair part of the reality.
Okay.
I mean, I think everybody respects Steph Curry, right? I mean, obviously.
Sure.
But, this whole sense about even to ask the question is somehow blasphemy. There's a certain amount of business to this, isn't there? I mean, do Warriors fans really just want to wait 2 to 3 years for kind of this extended, halcyon, let's look, it was great? Because you know who I think are the happiest people in the entire NBA are all the teams that this year are going to finish 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They're like, yeah, bring them back, Warriors. Come on, yeah, you just keep writing the checks for them. They're thrilled because that's one less team with whom they have to compete, right?
Yeah, I mean, Chris, you're all over it on what do you owe Steph? What do you owe him for 16, 17 great years? What do you owe him next year and the year after if he's not going to be that great? And the Warriors are going to have to figure that out. But no, I hear you, Chris. Appreciate it. Appreciate the call.
Well, but this is okay. Yeah, I think we do this a lot, right? Which team would want our guy?
Sure.
We did it last year with Purdy, right? How many teams would pay Brock Purdy $50 million? It doesn't matter. As long as there's one team, a.k.a. the Niners, or in this case the Warriors, that is willing to do it, that's all that matters. The one thing, and this is tough, like because of how large these contracts are, in order to acquire a Supermax player in free agency, you really have to prepare multiple years out.
It's true.
Go ahead.
I
was going to say, I remember reading about this last year before the Luka Doncic trade. There was rumblings that Miami was targeting 2027 as a year to make a run at Luka.
All right.
I think that's kind of what the Warriors are doing, setting up their books to, in 2027, have the ability to acquire a max slot player. Now, it won't be Luka Doncic, but you get my point.
Yep.
In 2 years, they have set themselves up to go get a big boy. Now, who it is and what they do, I'm not sure. But if someone was going to go get Steph, which is why I think your answer is correct, none. Because nobody assumes that he's available. But if they could, I absolutely believe that there would have been teams that a year or two would have tried to, finagle their books so that they could acquire him. I mean, shoot, like Houston, you don't think they would want Steph on their team right now? That might be the difference between them getting bounced in the first round and getting to a finals.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. A couple of things, miscellaneous I was thinking about. You watch any tourney games?
I did catch, I was in the car a lot this weekend because I had to drive back and forth from the South Bay, so I listened to a lot of games on the radio.
Okay.
That Duke-UConn game was electric yesterday. Did you sit down and watch any?
I didn't. What did I do yesterday? I was all over the Warriors and...
The Giants.
Well, they didn't play yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
But I did watch all the Giants on Saturday. No, it looked like a great game.
Well... Did you see the last play at least?
Yes, of course.
So as a former collegiate point guard, I got to ask you, what went wrong? What happened there?
I'd like to see the Boozer kid.
Not Caden.
Right.
Not Cam.
I'd like to see him catch strong, turn, and see what he's got. I mean, he had the right idea throwing it down there, but the reality is he had two guys on him and they were both going to jump at that pass. And what are you asking me? Is somebody to blame, or, is John Shire to blame? No, he's not to blame.
No, it was more just because I was listening to it on the radio, so obviously didn't see it until I got back to the city, but my phone was getting blown up by a lot of people that were saying, oh, well, he should have just sat on it. There was 10 seconds left. You can take the backcourt violation. There's no urgency really in that situation. Or, I don't know, give it back to someone else. Basically anything except what he did would have been the correct choice. But I was just curious, as someone who's, I don't know, been in that situation. Well, not Division I and the NCAA tournament, and
not at all.
Playing in those kind of big games in front of thousands of people. But as someone who's been in a similar, much lower level situation.
Well, how about this? I'll answer it this way. What's the kid shoot from the free throw line? That Boozer,
Caden Boozer.
Because I can just tell you that maybe, look, if he, there's a lot of guys that love getting fouled in that situation.
81%.
Okay.
Now, pretty good.
Does he want to go to the line in that situation?
He'd gone 6 for 6 earlier in the game.
Okay. Now you may say, well, then he wanted to. I don't know. Some guys want to be in the line in that situation. Some guys don't. I'm not saying he didn't want to be in that situation to clinch the game. I just think that he thought he could get that ball over those guys' hands, and the minute that it was deflected, then we were in a chaos situation and all bets were off.
Well, that's what I thought. It's like he has two of his teammates down there. There's not a single Husky in the front court. If he does throw it over the top, that's ball game.
Yeah. I mean, it's the funny thing is if he fakes throwing it over the top, he could have rolled it down there.
Yeah, that's
true. Yeah, it's so easy to. What would I have done? Well, I would have caught the ball and almost waited to get fouled. Well, you don't on those plays too. Now you can tie up the ball and they won't necessarily call a foul, even if they're going after it aggressively.
And you didn't have the possession arrow, so that it would have been a turnover.
That part.
It would have been a turnover. I don't know if he was aware of that or not, but it would have been a turnover if he got wrapped up. I feel feel like that's kind of why I like the tournament. These are extremely young adults, if you want to give them that.
Right.
I mean, Caden Boozer is 18, 19 years old.
I mean, if you want to know the truth, what I thought of when I saw the pass that Boozer tried to make, I thought of Kevin Durant. It was a little like the pass he tried to make out of the corner in that game. I think it was the Bang Bang game.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the play where. Never mind.
No, I never can remember if it was the playoffs or not. It was one game where the Warriors are coming back, and KD got the ball in the backcourt. He got trapped in the corner, and he just threw a hook pass. And I think it was the one Iguodala stole, then got fouled. He made both foul shots, and they ended up losing the game. And it's the one that Guru calls the CYO pass.
Oh.
And, I thought of the same thing because he just tried to throw it over there. Let me ask Warrior fans this.
As long as Michigan's still in it, that's who I got winning.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they are.
I'm on Illinois.
I know, because you like, who's it?
Wagler.
Some people have been saying, someone on the radio said Wagler.
It might be.
Oh, well, I don't know. But he's good, though.
He is good.
He's real good. I don't know if he'll get to the Warriors, but.
Well, I mean, that's the kind of thing. And, I'm not saying he's going to be as good as the top four guys, but you telling me that kid couldn't play in the Warriors in a year or two?
I mean, he's 6'4".
I think he could.
He's got an NBA body. I haven't watched a ton of Illinois this year, but from the tournament, it's like, yeah, he looks like he can play.
I don't want to really start this as a topic because we don't have enough time, but I'll take some answers on the YouTube chat and on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
You got sorry.
Oh, wait.
No, I was going to ask if you got a problem if UConn wins this year, Dan Hurley being in the same conversation as, help me out here.
Well, John Wooden?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's got 8 more to go, but no, 3 in a row. I mean,
but they're 3 and 4.
Give the guy credit.
You got a problem with him?
No, I don't. In fact, you brought up a fascinating hypothetical, and that is, okay, I'll just state for all the guys out there that don't like Steve Kerr and are ready for him to move on. Would you want Danny Hurley to be the head coach of the Golden State Warriors?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility.
It's a guy that, Lacob doesn't shut the door on anybody without making sure the door needs to be shut.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think, a guy with local ties would be like Todd Golden. But last week, maybe it was the week, it was me and Gil when you were in Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about, I don't know, just hypotheticals by your definition of hypothetical. And I don't think I think that Joe Lacob would consider a college head coach.
I do too.
As the next head coach of the Warriors. Instead of hiring a Mike Brown, or I don't want to call him a retread because Mike Brown I think is a good coach, but someone that has been around the NBA before. I don't think he would be afraid to make a splash like that.
No, I don't either. Obviously it would be a timing issue. I don't think you're going to get, although who knows? I was just going to say, I don't think you want to hire Danny Hurley if Steph's still here. But just remember that during the, Kobe was getting up there and he was willing to have Krzyzewski coach I heard he was okay with Krzyzewski coming to the Lakers. I don't know what kind of thoughts Steph Curry's got about Danny Hurley, but I'd probably consider it after, Butler and those guys and Steph and Draymond move on.
Yeah, I personally don't think that Hurley would go to the NBA.
Do you think he ever thought about it?
He thought about it last summer, according to reports.
Well, that was Woj, and you know what people were thinking.
That it was
a setup.
He just needed more money from UConn.
Which he got.
Yes, he did. I don't know. I mean, look, he was highly successful in high school, highly successful as a college head coach. Maybe that's the next challenge for him. I don't know. I wouldn't poo-poo that. I know that there haven't been a lot of head coaches from college that have succeeded in the NBA, but if you're really going into this next, sort of unknown iteration, is Dan Hurley a guy I could see as head coach of the Warriors? If that was announced, I don't know about next year, but let's say 2 or 3 years from now, and, Steph's either there or he's not, he's the back last year or two of his career, I wouldn't be mad at that. I'd be like, all right, let's go. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Let's go to Doug. Doug's in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, I'm doing well. I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Doug.
So, listen, the last caller, he asked the question, how many other teams you guys think would be interested in Steph?
Yeah.
And I think that your answer was I agree with your answer, but you came up with none. But I don't think that was the straightforward question that he was asking. I think the real question he was asking was, if not that many other teams, and you guys came up with basically none, would be interested in Steph, then shouldn't the Warriors have second thoughts or think long and hard about bringing Steph back at that figure too? Now, I'm a homer, so I got emotion here. But if you remove all the emotion from it, and I don't know if the Warriors front office can do that either, but if they were to do that, and in fact the answer is, well, at his age and stuff, no other team would really be interested. Shouldn't the Warriors think long and hard about maybe rearranging things a little bit and maybe not bringing Steph back at that salary figure? Now, again, I can't answer the question myself because, I'm a Warriors fan.
No, here's what I would say to that, Doug. Okay, let's just take it from a practical standpoint, and thanks for the call. He's got one more year at $62 million. So if just hypothetically the Warriors and Steph say, you know what, let's part ways. Okay, well then Steph Curry is a tradable piece for $62 million. Mm-hmm. Do I believe there's a team that would try to clear $62 million in cap space? Not clear. Come up with $62 million of salary of players they have on their roster to acquire Steph Curry for a chance to win it all. Yes, I'll bet you there's a team or two out there.
I think there'd be a few.
Okay.
But signing him as a free agent is a different challenge.
That's what I was kind of going to bring up. Yeah, it's $62 million, 1 year left. I think there'd be interest. Maybe even if he signed, if he had an extra year, there would be interest. But if he hits the free agent market, I do agree that's a different story entirely. And good luck finding a team that's just going to pay him $62 million because nobody's going to be that far under anyway.
By the way, I don't think he would ever get to the point where he is a free agent.
I kind of agree with you.
In fact, I think this summer, it's kind of the choice you have to make. Do you want to add a year, or I think they can add 2, technically. I got to double check that. But you can add certainly 1 year, or you say, hey, Steph, do you start thinking about where else you'd potentially want to play? I mean, there's a ton of teams. I throw out Houston would absolutely, I think, have interest in someone like Curry.
Boston. I also think that the teams that might have interest in Steph Curry, if he were available, we got to wait to see what happens in the playoffs this year because another team could emerge. I mean, we could watch a team, I don't know, the Raptors and say, and if they had Steph Curry, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But no, I'm with you. I think Houston would be a likely destination if they don't get it done. But if I had a bet, I don't think
Minnesota.
I don't think he's going to play anywhere else. Minnesota. Who would the Warriors want from Minnesota?
Whoever they can get.
They'd want Jaden McDaniels probably. Yeah. Boy, I don't know if I'm. See, this is the thing. Jaden McDaniels is 24, 25 years old.
He's hurt.
With a great contract. I don't know.
And all your picks. And maybe your head coach.
Well, that's the other thing. I'm not, if you're only going to have Steph Curry for a year or two, I'm not giving away all my picks. I can't.
Yeah, Steph for Finch.
Well,
has that ever happened before? A player being traded for a head coach?
I think it has. Something recently. Didn't that happen in the NFL?
Oh, in the NFL, mate.
Wasn't something was... There was... I remember seeing a report about the Niners trade Shanahan to the... Was it the Browns? It was something.
They were thinking about trading for... Well, John Gruden. That's from the YouTube chat. That's a good call. Otis Bird.
These are for picks, though, not players.
Right.
Oh, for picks. I got you. Like, was Doc Rivers traded?
I think so.
As a head coach?
I think he was.
I don't know if it's for players, but how are you going to match salary?
Yeah, you don't have to do.
You give Finch a $60 million extension.
Here's what I would say: 415 on the Boxman Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. What are we talking about? Curry's played 39 games this year and he'll be 39 years old next season. Well, Guru's not here for me to drill that into his head, so.
Yeah, but what else are you going to do next year? Again, it's like you made your bed when you gave Jimmy Butler a 2-year contract that aligned with the other two guys you got on the squad. He got hurt, so you can't move off of him. I think it'd be interesting to think about if the Warriors, let's say they had health on their side.
Okay.
And they just got beat in a first-round series with Butler, with Curry, with Green, with Porzingis.
This year or next year?
This year.
Okay.
They're just not good enough.
All right.
But you still have those 3 guys in the books going into next season. Then what do you do? Do you decide to run it back? Do you decide to start stripping down for parts? I think one of the reasons we're thinking about next year is because you didn't get to see the possibility, the ceiling of this year's group.
Right.
And so your hope is that next year you get to see it and that the health bug actually is on your side.
Well, I would say, next year you hope to see it, but you're also, it's like, you may just have to see it because you can't trade Butler, you can't trade Moody, you're not trading Curry. Draymond's definitely in his last year. They very well might not be able to make any move of significance this year. And here's the other topper. Any move of significance they may not want to make if they will not take on a player after 2027 unless they really like him. That's why if Porzingis were to sign an extension and it's 2 years, they really like him because he'd be the first guy to bleed into 2027 other than Moses Moody. All right, we got crossover next, and I saw Dan Dibley in the house. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that.
Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
For great talk radio from 10 to 2, Steiny and Guru will get you through.
Oh, whoops, that happened fast. Okay, it's crossover time, and it's brought to you by Bay Area Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered, bayalarm.com. Willard and Dibs, how we feeling?
Doing all right, yeah. Glad to be back. Good. Just had the one sick day and had the 2 vacation days, although by vacation, I mean crutches and at home, so that was fun. I had plans, but those plans got scuttled rather quickly.
Yeah. How are you, Mark?
Good, man.
Was that you after the Giants?
Dude.
Sorry, that was a cheap shot early.
I'm not liking it early, Steiny.
Well, Mark.
Glad you're feeling better, Dibs.
Yeah,
thanks.
Welcome back, Dibs.
Welcome back.
I'm feeling better than the Giants are, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's...
Here's when I say it's a long season.
Indeed, it is.
It could be a long season.
Oh, it's over.
Already?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
His favorite phrase.
What's their tragic number to be eliminated?
It's looking over early. We're already.
They got to go. Does anybody know the last time they started the year?
Yeah, 2012.
Okay. What happened?
How many runs did they score that year in the first three?
I don't know.
More than one.
Doesn't matter.
For me, it's not even about the record. It's about the fact that they have one run, and it's about just kind of the way it's been handled early. They've used 0 pinch hitters. That's the thing that really kind of strikes me. Like, okay, you had spots where maybe you could pinch hit a guy, but you didn't. You've played the same 9 all 3 games, except for the one time you played Oliva, and you popped him in there to pinch run. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only real opportunity they had to throw a guy in was the left on left, Hill versus Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yep.
And didn't go his way. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. But I don't know. I mean, that's sort of like, I'm not really sure what else. I think people are more frustrated with, Vitello's podium game, so to speak. But as far as actual on-field decisions, there wasn't a whole lot that I was that frustrated with. I don't think he managed any bad games. I don't think he cost his team any runs or any outs. But obviously the story of the weekend was probably what he said before and after games.
Which he clearly, this is part of the pitfalls of doing what the Giants did, which is now we're talking about Tony Vitello when he had nothing to do with what the weekend's problems were. I get it, but when you don't use any pinch hitters, he has different kind of press conferences. I went out there Friday before the game. After his press conference, he goes out to left field and warms up with the team. It's just different. It's weird. It's all weird.
What does he do? Does he run sprints?
No,
is he playing catch or
playing catch? He's out there warming up the arm. Tossing around. Let's go.
Well, one of his favorite parts
Get
about
the legs moving.
Being the head coach, I think, was throwing batting practice.
Mm-hmm.
Does he still do that?
Well, my understanding is, and he may need a box of Tic Tacs.
Not TikToks.
No, Tic Tac.
Or what?
Because if you read Tim Kuhn's story, the guy is ubiquitous. He's just all over the place. He's hitting fungos. He's out warming up. He's taking infield. He brings his glove out. And if you remember the old Seinfeld episode, there was a gentleman who worked with Elaine, the Seidler. Remember the Seidler? Yes. Where he'd be around and you'd never know that he was there. And he got credit for a lot of things he shouldn't have gotten credit for, the Seidler. And so Elaine bought him a pack of Tic Tacs that he had to put in his pocket. So anytime he was coming in your office,
you could hear him coming.
You could hear him coming. So he might need some Tic Tacs.
Tony does look a little bit like somebody who's recently retired and they're cruising around trying to look for something to do because they don't know how to get from the start of the day to the end. And I don't know, that kind of stuff, I give him some space with it. Again, if there are decisions that are getting made and you're thinking that costs the Giants baseball games, then we can have that discussion. Until then, Tony Vitello is a little bit like the Brandon Pajemski of the San Francisco Giants. We're going to get to the end of every game and we're going to micromanage all the things that he did, whether or not that had anything to do with the outcome at all. Hit the ball. Hit the stupid baseball. What the hell are we talking about?
Yeah.
Hit the ball. This is that was an embarrassing weekend. And it sucks because nobody is more excited about the start of a baseball season than me. And it's really it's only 3 games. But to come out of that kind of a show, that weather, that team, Netflix, Aaron Judge, all that stuff, and that's what you have to show for it, it just douses water all over everything that we were all excited about.
Yeah, are you more worried about Vitello and how he's going to, or the Giants' actual hitting?
Giants' actual hitting. The Vitello thing, we know is going to take some time.
But what I'm saying, right, so we know that. So you have less confidence do you believe less in that lineup now than you did on Wednesday, I guess is what I'm saying.
I don't know if I believe less in it. I was triggered by the weekend.
Okay.
all kinds of thoughts from last year that you hoped would have been taken care of are not taken care of. I remember, like I had forgotten, and we do this. I forgot the whole ducks on the pond thing. Strikeouts every time. Remember, we were begging for a sac fly. We begged for a sac fly. And Willie Adames and Matt Chapman and many others, when there's a runner at third, they bring Swiss cheese to the plate with them. And so to see that again, I don't know. I guess I don't know why it would have been different. So maybe that was a function of my brain. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Friday night, it was just getting a duck on a pond.
Right.
I think there are very few ducks out there. They're more sitting in the bay. But the whole thing with the team is I don't think it's that much different from last year. But at least to me, the whole selling point was that under Melvin, well, you weren't going to get as much as you could out of him. But with Tony, this energetic, fiery, by his own words, fire and brimstone kind of guy, that you could extract a little bit more. And I didn't necessarily, I didn't expect him to score one run, but I didn't feel like there was going to be this massive shift between last year and this year. Hopefully, though, over the course of 162, you can get the 2 more games that would have got you in the playoffs last year. And I think that's where, I don't know how yet it manifests itself, but that to me is where Vitello can separate himself from his predecessor.
He can do that if the hitters actually hit up to their capability. And it's 3 games in, so you can't make any real judgment, I don't think, on a sample size that small. But if you have these guys making 9 figures, and it's, Jung-Hoo, and it's Chappie making big money, and Adames, and it's Devers, if they don't hit up to their capability, then it's not on Vitello. And I think that's kind of what Mark is saying after just 3 games, where, Vitello probably should have pitched around Judge. You didn't need to throw him a cookie in a 1-0 count in that spot and have him hit it out of the ballpark. You could have just intentionally walked him and played the matchups accordingly. And all the while, you need to have these guys actually hit the ball. If they don't hit the ball at all, then it doesn't matter what Tony does. If he's like taking infield or running sprints or hitting fungos, if you're going to bat, and right now they're hitting 143 as a team, if you were going to hit 143, you're not going to be very good.
Well, I also think that if last year we were talking about Adames, Devers, and Chapman and how long they're going to be here and kind of where they are in their careers right now, and I don't know where they are, but if for whatever reason that it becomes obvious that Adames, Devers, and Chapman are, let's say, ticking downward, just at that point when that's not on Vitello. Like, Vitello can't, turn back the clock if and I'm not saying those guys are there yet, but like I can't.
Devers isn't even 30 yet.
No,
right? Like I don't know why that would happen.
Well, but what I'm saying is if they don't have years better than last year, how can you put that on Vitello?
Well, I certainly can't in a opening 3-game series. I'm with you on that. But I don't know. Like I'd kind of already like to see a different lineup. I kind of like to move some things around a little bit. I think that sometimes, and this is kind of like draft position. Don't we talk about this? A player, like you'll look at his career and you'll be like, that was a crappy career if you picked him 2nd overall. But if you had picked him in the 2nd round, hey, that's a pretty good career.
Yep.
So I look at it that way too. In other words, hey, maybe Matt Chapman and Willie Adames wouldn't look so bad if they weren't hitting 3-4. I don't know if there's enough bat on ball for them to be hitting 3-4. I would maybe rather see them hit 5-6. I might rather see Elliot Ramos get a shot in the 3 or 4 kind of a hole.
Yeah.
I might want to see Jung-Hoo Lee there just because Arise is going to be on base a lot. And if Arise is going to be on base a whole lot, then I don't want Willie Adames striking out constantly while he's on base.
And he hit 6th on Saturday, so it's a little bit of a change there. And so you had Jung-Hoo and then Chappie and Arise, a guy who does not really drive the ball for extra bases. He hit 3rd, and then it was Devers and Ramos. So I do think there's some tweaks to throw in there, but also don't you think there's value in the lefty-righty oscillation, so to speak, as you get deeper in the game?
I'm not married to it in the way that they were a little bit. I get that idea, and yeah, that's fine. But if you're going to give guys everyday jobs, that means that they can hit righties and lefties. And so I wouldn't like put that in stone.
Devers should be hitting second. He's your best hitter. In 2026, your best hitter hits second. There's a reason why Aaron Judge is hitting second. There's a reason why Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hits second. Your best hitter hits second. And I feel like Matt Chapman is not that guy. That's my only problem with the lineup, but I don't know. It hit me this weekend, and it might be premature and unfair and all that. I know he's stunk in spring for the most part, but I feel like it's just a bad look when you got Eldridge in AAA, and he's supposed to be this offensive threat, and you score 1 run on opening weekend.
I get it. By the way, he did not stink in spring. I know that he struck out a ton. His OPS was still over 800. He did, and that's part of the issue. Like, when he hits it, it go far, but he doesn't always hit it. I don't know if I can – here's where I would disagree with that, which is that I'm not going to make the Bryce Eldridge experience about the opening weekend production. Bryce has got a long career, and they've got to make the right decision for him. And I still think, even in sending him down, I don't think they're planning on it being for long. I think he's coming up in the month of April.
To me, it's just a bad look, though. Like, this guy is a better hitter than Casey Schmidt,
yes,
who is your opening night and opening day first baseman, and he's sitting in Sacramento, and I hear all the reasons for it as far as development. I just feel like I'm watching this lineup, especially like if there's really a problem I have with the lineup, it'd be your bottom 3 hitters because all of them are, relatively speaking, automatic outs. But there's a guy who could not be an automatic out, who could hit 7th, who could hit 8th, and not have a ton of pressure on him. And he's playing in AAA. And you got 1 run in 3 games against a team that you're hoping to at least do something against.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. You know, my canned response to that would be you're going to make a decision on Eldridge based on something that he has no control over. You know what I mean? Like, just because the team isn't hitting doesn't mean he's any more or less ready than he actually is, whether he's coming up on a bad team, on a good team. That would just be the standard.
5 strikeouts right now through 10 at-bats in Sacramento, which is kind of akin to what he did in the spring. He's got 3 hits. He's 3 for 10 with 5 strikeouts. So, you know, that's basically the hitter he is right now. Exactly. He sure would. I mean, at least he has 3 hits. I mean, that's more than most of the other Giants.
And OPS is 833. I don't know how that guy keeps getting an OPS over 800 when he strikes out half of his at-bats. It's pretty impressive for his other half.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the thing. It's their lineup, they have a lot of guys who strike out a lot. I mean, Devers is kind of at that stage. Willie Adames has been a 25 to 30% K rate guy his entire career.
Yeah, Willie's not like one thing that I don't know. I think Giants fans know this now. Willie's not a great hitter. He's just not.
He's going to hit 215 or 220.
It doesn't need to be that bad. Huh? But I mean, like, he's not going to hit above 250, and he'll pump 25 to 35 home runs out there. And
him and Chapman are very similar.
Yeah, and he's a great leader and a wonderful human presence, and he's a professional shortstop. I don't think he's a great shortstop, but professional enough shortstop. Like, I am thumbs up Willie Adames, but he's not a great hitter all the way around.
225 last year, and then 251 the year before, 217 the year before that.
What's his career?
244.
Yeah, that's who he is.
Right.
That's who he is.
I mean, I think in regards to strikeouts, it's just something that's a part of the game. Like, I think the Giants actually in the first weekend struck out less than the average in Major League Baseball.
Right, but you have to pair that then with the damage. Like, cool strikeouts if then when you hit it, we're getting gappers. They're the only team that hasn't homered yet.
Yeah, and I think they only had, 3 doubles, and 2 of them came on Saturday. Yeah, but that's... but Chapman is an extra base. If he hits the ball, it's going places. If Adames hits the ball, it's going places. So, you don't have a ton of table setters on this team. Arise might be the only guy, but he doesn't walk. He swings at everything. Mm-hmm. So, their lineup is better than it was last year, but I think I was tempering expectations for them taking this massive leap into, the upper echelon of NL orders.
Feel better if they just go play a good game tonight.
They will.
Just go, yeah.
Padres can't hit either.
Well, even if they lose 8-7, like if you're going to lose, don't lose 4-1 or don't lose 2-0. Go out there and if you're going to lose 8-7.
I hear you. I mean, now you want, and that was other than Logan Webb, they pitched pretty well. So there's that.
Right.
They pitched well.
I mean, the bullpen looked good.
Yep. Always does at Oracle Park.
Yep.
The pitchers always look good, except for Logan.
How was that Warrior game on Friday?
You tell me.
Well,
we texted you 48 times.
Oh, boy.
And let me be honest.
Yeah, you never made it, did you?
No, we were there, but we got there late and we left. I left early.
Why'd you? No, I want to hear about that. Why would you get there late and leave early? Like,
first one in, first one out.
Yeah, were you
last
there
one
for
in.
like 8 minutes?
About a quarter and a half.
Why?
Because we got an Uber and it took us 40 minutes to get to Chase from
where?
Market Street.
Okay.
Just a nightmare. Then you might not believe this, but I was having all kinds of trouble.
With your phone?
With the tickets. No, getting my tickets.
Okay.
So that was another 20 minutes.
Forget your Ticketmaster password again?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So
believe me, I get it.
We got there midway through the second, watched through the third, and I said, all right, I'm out.
Why?
I was just ready to leave the city.
Abanez wanted to see you.
I know. And you know what? Here's the other thing. I was on the other side of the arena.
And that is the sporting life.
And I just...
he knew the Wizards were going to pull the plug.
It had nothing to do... No. What it had to do with was I was ready to leave. And my partner wanted to stay. And I was like, have fun the rest of the game. I got to go.
Didn't want to face the noise.
What noise?
Well, you knew that Koulibaly was probably not going to get a lot of tick in the fourth. And
your Wizards were going down.
Yeah.
That's the noise.
Oh,
yeah.
By their own...
They got hot.
By their own choice.
They got hot.
Yep.
You know what you need?
Tell me.
An assistant.
I know, God.
You
I
do.
know. An intern.
I want to give a shout to, on this particular case, I don't want to call them my assistants. They're not, but they were of assistance on Friday. Like, when you've got a city night ahead, it is helpful to have somebody who's in their 20s or 30s to tell you how to do this so that you can get from point A to point B and then have, like, for instance, you knew you were going to this basketball game at least a week ago. That's user error that those tickets are not already in your Apple Wallet. That's total user error.
The tickets were texted to me at 4:48.
Okay. What the hell were you doing for
Good
3
tickets
hours
too,
then?
I'm sure.
What'd you do for 2 hours? Put them in your wallet. You could have done the forgot password.
Your mobile wallet,
like that,
not your actual
right.
wallet.
It doesn't, when you're doing it in front of the arena, it gets stressful and annoying.
I know that Dan Dibley does not use Apple Wallet.
No, he does not.
I don't have an Apple phone. What I do is I use Google Wallet, but I also will screen cap put it in the cap. I will screen capture the tickets so that if I get to the door, which happened before with my lovely wife, and you couldn't get service because you're at the front door, I at least have them screen captured in my gallery, which I can then bring up, and that also works.
There you go.
Oh, it also works?
Yes.
And I
noted.
As long as you have the QR code or the barcode or whatever.
Granny and I were on the air till 6 o'clock. I said I need to get down to Chase. I was going to do the same thing you did and get an Uber. And they looked at me and they said, no.
Scoot?
That's gridlock. You're going to walk down about 3 blocks from here. You're going to go down the BART stairs and get on Muni. And it's going to take you straight to Chase Center. And you're going to get out 20 minutes later. And that's exactly what happened. Boom. I was there in time to get a half hour of splash before we went over to the game.
Well done.
You just need a 35-year-old.
The light rail. Did you have to pay? Because a lot of times in that setting, they don't actually even expect you to pay.
Right. So I never even actually figured out where that whole process happened, but I was willing to, but I saw signs that if you have a ticket to Chase Center, you get a free ride.
Okay.
That's what it said down there. So I actually, because yes, there was a note given to me, a tip, if you will.
Yeah.
That here's how you could do it for free. And I'm like, but it's like $2?
Something like that.
I'm like, I'm looking around like, I'll pay. That's fine. But I never figured out where the hell that happened. And then there were signs that were like, if you're going to Chase Center and you have a ticket, this is free.
Yeah.
So then I was like, I'm just going to get on. Because I had a ticket to Chase Center in my Apple Wallet.
Right.
Yeah.
That you were able to access.
That I accessed.
Okay, perfect.
And got other people in with me, too.
I'm sorry.
Not Ibanez.
You're absolving him of blame. How many Steiny?
No, I'm not.
How many Warriors games you been to at Chase Center?
Oh, at Chase.
At Chase Center.
As a fan.
50.
What are you doing?
What do you mean?
How do you not understand how to get to and from Chase Center from a location in the middle of the city?
Oh, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. No. I'm just talking about
the logistics of getting there.
Yeah. You haven't figured this stuff out
They're
yet?
not all on a Friday night at 7 o'clock.
Well, there was a Giants game, too.
I also blame Dana. He's been to a few Warriors games.
That's what I didn't put on the table.
What?
He was late getting
Dana
into
factor,
the city.
Yes.
So he didn't get into the city till later than he should have. And then we had a couple complications with the transport.
That is right.
Yes.
It's a complication sensation.
We tried. We tried like hell. I gave the lovely Christy his number because she's down there 5:30. She wanted to tip one back with you. And then Ibanez did too. We tried. I was looking forward to it.
Yeah, we'll have to.
I thought we had action.
Rain check.
Yep. I was only.
There's one other thing.
You'll get it next time. Yeah.
Last one. Steph Curry had a good session.
Mm-hmm. Of what?
Of workouts.
Did he play 5-on-5 or no?
All I know is that Steve Kerr said that he got a text from Celebrini and that Steph Curry had a good session yesterday.
Well, he's dormy. He's dormy.
It's a golf term.
What's that?
Well, I know that.
What does that mean?
That means if you are like 3 down in a match play match with 3 holes to go, you can't lose. You can only tie or force extra holes. You're dormy.
There will be no more L's on the Steph Curry RTP. It is either perfect every single hour for the rest of the way, or we see him in October. That's what I think.
And we'll get into this because I see it totally differently as far as, this is good news about a good session.
Yeah, it's good news.
And we'll find out as time marches on. There's still, 7 regular season games? Is that right? Remaining 7 or 8?
Yeah, 7.
I'm a little bit out of the
7.
loop. And so,
It's 7.
You've got time for him to play, couple 2 or 3 and get ready for that all-important play-in, which could launch them all the way to the NBA Finals.
I read him not talking to Steiny and Gu on Thursday, not as he's not coming back, but that he doesn't know if he's coming back.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he knows.
It does feel like the final week for that to this week.
All our guesses would be he's not. I thought he was up until maybe over the weekend, and now I'm starting to think he probably won't.
60-40 against.
Okay.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, Seth played, though. How about that?
I'm guessing.
That's right. There was a Curry out there.
Yeah, there was for 3 minutes. He was a -9. And that's all we saw.
All right, gents.
Tony Vitello, by the way, has changed the spelling of his last name to Vitelllo.
That's not bad.
Stop it.
That's a
When
4.
is it going
I'll
to
give you a
be
4.
Tony Vitello? That's the question.
Not tonight. And I was thinking about Vitello, Tony Vitello, if he gets multiple W's.
How does Mila say it? Have you taught her yet?
No.
Vitello.
Yeah, she'll work on that. But I actually was looking at Tennessee today. They got walked off in Vanderbilt. They got swept by Vandy. They lost 16-15. Walk-off grand slam. So, Tony Vitello, you're not the only one taking L's there.
Those are the best. Those are the greatest games.
15.
Those are the greatest
games. They gave him a 6-piece in the bottom of the ninth.
No,
college baseball.
You hate to see.
You gotta love it.
All right, gents.
Anyway, gents.
Yeah.
All right,
Dibs,
gents.
glad to have you back.
Yeah.
Willard,
good to see you.
Glad
Friday.
to have you here on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this. Okay, let's start a new week. I'm glad you're back, partner.
Yeah, super happy to be back.
Aloha means hello.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, Dibs is supposed to be in Hawaii this week, but you're not.
And tomorrow, I believe, is the first day that you're allowed to actually go in the ocean on the island of Maui. So it would have been 5 days of sitting in a hotel and listening to my lovely wife complain and watching my daughter run around like a maniac.
Okay, sounds lovely.
Sounds like fun.
Can't wait for June.
Right.
All right, so anyway, glad you're all with us. I just sat down. This happens sometimes. Like we'll do the crossover, and then I'm like, all right, we're going to launch into what we're going to launch into, and then I'll sit down in this chair, which is where Steiny sits in the crossover, and it's the first time I can see the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line, and one of the texts will grab my attention, and then I'm distracted, and I'm off in a different land. So thank you, 925. You were the one that did it today. It says, when will you realize that Steiny and Guru have no interest in going out with the station crew at night? All caps, no interest. When are you going to get it? Through your freaking head.
Wow. It's categorically false. We had dinner with them like 2 weeks ago.
We did.
And it was absolutely awesome.
And it was actually one of the last times we were all enjoying Warrior basketball.
That's right.
That was the night that they won in Houston.
They beat Houston that night.
They beat the Rockets that night. Yeah.
And that was fun. And that
was great.
At night. And we all actually met up. I mean, it was late afternoon, but it was night-ish.
And Guru came to the Sharks game a couple weeks before that.
Yep.
Now, their track record of I'll see you there is a little bit like Matt Chapman or Willie Adames with a runner at second.
Wow, spotty.
It's not 0. It's not 80
but it's not
either.
100, yeah. It's not 1,000. They're not batting 1,000.
No, they're not. And anyway, if I'm trying to just distract myself from what happened over the last 5 days, the best part about the Giants opener was that they gave us 2 days of rest. So I want to thank the Giants for that. Thursday and Sunday were wonderful. They didn't lose. But other than that, listen, it's an oscillation sensation right now.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
888-957-9570. Let's get off of our chest whatever it is we want to say about the Giants. And the oscillation is this. It's the fact that equal parts, I keep going back and forth. It's 3 baseball games. The Giants are not going to go 0-162. The last time they did this, they won the World Series. Honestly, nothing has happened yet other than visual frustration and PTSD. That's it. And there's 2 annoying pieces about it. One, it was boring and disappointing as all get out. To score 1 run in 3 baseball games is kind of embarrassing. And then the second annoying thing is I don't think anybody knows what to say yet, so they just start torching the hiring of Tony Vitello, which is beyond way too early to do and wholly unfair. But at the same time, I also I get it. He says things that are different than what we're used to. He does things that are different than what we're used to, and I think he's sort of trying to figure out in games like this, what am I supposed to say that protects my players? And it ends up almost being laughed off, and in some cases, even by the players. You know, here's my number one observation. Tony Vitello says that the Giants are out there trying to hit a 10-run homer. Tony Vitello says the Giants are out there. They look tight. They're trying too hard. All of the things that you say early in a season when the pressure's up and things aren't going well. They're all trying too hard and everybody is pressing. And I'm like, no, I don't think they are. I think you are. I think Tony is pressing. I think Tony is falling back on what has worked for him in the past, and that's speeches in the dugout.
Right.
I think Tony is falling back on what he's done in the past, which is head over there to the dugout, sit down with the media, and tell them it's my fault. Because all of these 19 and 20-year-olds here in my dugout, I'm going to protect them. That's not what's going on. Tony is searching for the right thing to say. He's searching for his first big league victory. He does not want to be the center of attention, and he is, whether we like it or not. And he has a sum total of 0 to do with what just happened in those 3 baseball games.
It's more than 0, I would say. His sum total is more than 0, and whether or not you should have pitched around Aaron Judge, you should have. Should you have used a pinch hitter in the first 3 games? You probably should have. Right now, you've gone 0-3, you've scored 1 run, and a grand total of 9 people on your team have actually batted. So if you're on the team and you haven't even gotten an at-bat, well, when you go out there for the first time, you're going to be rusty. Whether it's Encarnacion or anybody else on the bench, you're not going to be in the flow because you played 3 games, you played a full series, you scored 1 run, and nobody else got a turn other than the 9 guys who went out there and struggled. Only Jung-Hoo Lee scored a run. So the sum total of blame on Tony is greater than 0. I'd agree with you that it's not 100%, but it's greater than 0. And I liked what you said about, who is gripping right now, and it's he. He's the one who is really, he's gripping. He's never won a game in the bigs, and every other player on his team has been a part of a winning baseball game at the major league level. So I'm not saying that Tony needs to change what he does, how he talks to the media, how he talks to the team, whether or not he runs around with the team in the pregame and all the rest of it. If you're 3-0, then we'd all be saying, man, that Tony Vitello,
manager of the year,
man, he's working out, and I think he's really connected with these guys. So it's a small sample. I'm not saying he needs to change the way he's going about being himself. I do think, though, some of the decisions that he either made or didn't make early on in this opening series, it's worth keeping an eye on because I thought that there were moves that he could have made, moves that normally would be made, and I don't know if it's because he's used to the college mold of like, you're my guys and we're going to go with you, but he didn't make moves and it didn't work out.
For example, on Friday, the Giants were 0-2 at this point, and had not scored a run at all. This is after both of their opening days. First time that's ever happened, by the way, where you got 2 opening days, apparently. Giants lost them both, got shut out in both of them, and then said this.
If I had to guess, to be honest with you, I'd blame myself, so maybe it's time to maybe do what I can to ease any tension in there so guys can be free and go out there and play. Because, as I said, I think everybody that was on the field or in the stands know those guys can play that were in that lineup.
Okay, so good job, media, because the assembled media went, I'm sorry, ease the tension? It's opening day. Why is there tension?
Is there tension?
So what did you mean about tension, Tony?
At this point, emotions are a little too high, whereas unfortunately this game is not like football, where I mentioned Ray Lewis the other day, where you can, have the intensity that, you might have to. If I mentioned basketball, you're pressing up and down and running back and forth. You can't do that. Baseball is more about intent than it is intensity. So I think in order for our guys to get their best intent, maybe it doesn't need to be that fire and brimstone conversation I had with them 3 or 4 days ago, whatever the heck it was, where they want to charge out of the locker room and have a football game or start a UFC fight or anything like that. Just go play ball. And so starts with the leadership. So that's kind of why I say, up to me to either to point that out or help bring that along.
Okay, there's one very important sound clip, and it's from someone other than Tony that we need to play in just a second. Okay. But I got to react to this first. I saw your face do it. Fire and brimstone.
Right.
Speech 3 or 4 days ago. So go back to last Tuesday-ish.
Before the opener.
The day before Netflix was here. And Tony went, all right, everybody gather around and like win one for the Gipper or something. And that's fine.
You got to go out there and be tough. That's all I can think about is Guru. Like Guru, before game 1 of 162, you're going to go out there and do a full-on,
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Right, it's baseball. Like,
let's go out there and take the Celtics' ass.
I don't know if fire and brimstone, it might work if you're playing game 162. Guys, it's been a long year. You got to go out there and be tough.
You got to go out there and be tough.
I'll tell you this, Rick.
You're in your bag.
It's perfect.
Right
now, you love golf. Can you imagine? A golfer being like, all right, we're heading to the first tee here in about 5 minutes. It's the final round of the Masters. All right, let's start banging our head off. No, in fact,
the caddy breaks out the smelling salts and a couple of quick sniffs. Let's go.
I can remember years ago.
We're Warriors.
No, we're Giants. I can remember driving to the golf course with my good friend who eventually made it on the PGA Tour, Aaron Oberholzer, and I had the music. I had the music turned all the way up. And I don't even remember what the hell I was playing. Is this some hip hop?
Oasis or something?
No, it wasn't. It was like something that it was a jam.
Okay.
And Aaron looked at me and he's like, dude, if I listen to this on the way to like an actual round that mattered, he's like, I think I'd hit the first 5-foot putt 20 feet. It's like, and that's how baseball is.
Right.
And Tony even said, you got to just go out there and be functional. There's a process.
You got to go out there and be functional.
Exactly.
Sorry.
So
you got to go out there and be tough.
Thank you. And you got to go 82 and 75.
Fire and brimstone.
So then the media runs over to Robbie Ray. He was the starting pitcher on Friday. Pitched very well. And they said, hey, Robbie, Tony wants to ease your tension. It's almost like Field of Dreams. Ease his pain.
Totally ease his tension.
Here, listen to Robbie.
I don't think so. I think, Major League players, I think that we can handle it. We can handle the ups and downs. It's just, one of those things that has happened the first 2 games. It's not ideal, but like I said, you got 160 games left. So what are you going to do with it?
Okay. Robbie, it's not a veiled shot, but there's something underneath there that I think is the number one concern that all of us had when Tony got hired. Robbie Ray is 1 start in, and the first words out of his mouth is, we're Major League players.
Right. You gotta ride the highs and lows, the ups and downs.
Yeah. We don't need to go to my parents' couch and explain to them about the process of me ending up here in the Giants because I picked Tony Vitello as my recruiter. This is what we were worried about.
Correct. And imagine if our boss, the great Matt Nahigian, our program director, the brand manager, what if he came in after every sentence and he's like, that great take. That's a great take. Keep that up. And then you come back and you say something else. I thought that was a little bit loose. You need to work on that. Like, not even every show or every hour or every segment, every sentence. Fire and brimstone.
GTFOH.
Totally, right?
That's what would happen.
It would be hard.
Yeah.
And so I'm not saying that this is a problem, but it's something to kind of keep an eye on. Ooh. That's all.
That was not a good start.
No.
Okay. 888-957-9570. What do you want to get off your chest? And let's use 2 P words here, and you got to pick one. After the opening 3 games for the Giants, are you pissed or patient? 888-957-9570. Let's talk this out. We're also sponsored by Cashe, Trade on Anything. And we're giving away a brand new Valkyries jersey. I want to explain coming up next exactly how we're doing it, what it is, how you can win. It's happening on the show today. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
March matchups are in full swing. Trade the tournament in all 50 states with Cashe. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. Download the Cashe app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Cashe. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless, from the deli, selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. USDA choice boneless beef chuck, cross rib roast, or bottom round roast mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. I know it's spring, but here comes Dibbs to talk about autumn.
And I love a mega pack. Delicious autumn crisp green or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. For your clip or click special of the week, Signature select boneless, skinless chicken breasts, value pack, just $1.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages.
Very well done. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and Dibbs and I will see you in the aisles.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability, restrictions, and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
And you go, oh God, I mean, disaster. The only thing worse would be no runs, or maybe you get no hit 3 times.
Yeah, so like it's not that you're right about 0-3.
0-3, who cares?
But that's 0-3.
Right.
That's not the whole story.
No, the bigger issue for me is
run.
Yeah, and the word I like to use, and most people don't like it, is flaccid. Your offense was flaccid. It was not excited. It was not animated. It was not engorged. it was flaccid. It just kind of sat there. 1 run in 3 games. And, yeah, I get it. Yankees and, okay, Padres are good. Phillies are good. Mets are good. Fine. If you're 0-14 after these first 14, okay, then we've got issues. No, but 13 or whatever.
It's baseball. I don't care if they're good. Get one. Get one.
They got one.
No. Get 1 win.
Oh, I thought you meant 1 run.
Get one of the 3.
Yeah.
Get one.
At home.
It's baseball.
Yes.
Don't just get swept because the other team's good.
Well, I think the roughest one was the first opener where, okay, we're excited, the standalone game, and we have our ace, and this is exciting. And then they put up a 5 spot, and it's like, they did that to Logan, and then, okay, you're down 7-0. Maybe you wind up losing 8-4 or 8-3, or no, you lose 7-0. Then you come back the next day and you don't score again. Not the next day, but the day after, you get the point.
1 hit.
Correct.
1 hit.
1 singular hit. So that to me is the bigger issue. It's not the record, and we can be pissed and you can be patient, but I look at the back of the baseball card and see, all right, Adames, he hit 30 last year, and Devers should hit 30, and Chappie should be in the low to mid-20s, and like Ramos he's actually off to an okay start.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Adames starts slow every year. This is actually a characteristic he has had his entire career. And so we'll see. Yeah, it's still very early, but much more to say there. I want to get this in. The Golden State Valkyries just unveiled their new jerseys for the season, which does start May 8th. The jerseys are getting rave reviews. They look really, really good. In celebration, we're going to give one away during the show today. All you got to do is make sure you're listening in the 5 o'clock hour for the Sounder. Grandy, maybe we should preview the Sounder so people know what they're listening for in the 5 o'clock hour. Do we have the Kevin Dana Sounder?
Semi looking to Thornton. Open left wing 3. Rain dance!
All right. There.
Rain dance!
So when you hear that, not now.
Oh, I can't wait to hear that.
In the 5 o'clock hour, then you be caller 2 to the contest line. Not caller 1.
No.
Caller 2 is the winner. That number, if you need it, is 415-523-4652. I'll remind you again at the time.
Okay.
415-523-4652. Don't call now. 5 o'clock hour, when you hear that Sounder, a new Valkyries jersey, courtesy of the Golden State Valkyries. And for more information, and if you'd like to preview the jersey, take a look at what you're trying to play for, visit 957thegame.com.
Okay. It's awesome. I'm so glad that the season is actually going to happen. We didn't talk a lot about it on the show, but
I know.
I was kind of like negatively impacted by what I thought was going to happen.
I was with you. At the same time, when you step back, I think you could see the WNBA would have been the stupidest company in the history of all companies if they had followed what happened last year with a labor strike. I mean, you want to talk about forget bases loaded, nobody out. Like, this would be like if you put your whole lineup a foot away from home plate and then started playing soft toss and just said, just put the ball in play. No defense out there. Just hit the ball and everybody scores. That's how last year teed up the WNBA. And they would have been so stupid to follow that up with a labor strike.
You're right. You're right. It's kind of like the NFL or college player who is going in uncontested for the touchdown. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. And then you drop the ball at like the 2 or the 1 yard line. That would be this level of stupidity.
It'd be like having a 2-point lead and the ball with 10 seconds left to go.
Oh, boy.
And literally the only thing you got to do is just hand it to each other. All you have to do is hand it to each other. And just run around for 10 seconds. Like, the only thing you got to do is, like, not let the other team intercept the ball. And then even if they do intercept the ball, then all you got to do is, like, stop them from hitting a 30-footer.
It's 35.
It's kind of like that.
This would even be worse than that, because that at least is like a real time, and you're talking about the Duke Connecticut ending, obviously.
Oh, I am?
And that poor kid, he's a freshman, and you got the
Which
boozer.
poor kid? The other boozer?
They're twins.
I know, but it's the other.
This was the little twin.
But this is the other boozer. The not top 5 pick is the one who threw it away.
Correct, but also a freshman.
I know, but I just call him the other boozer.
Well, he actually is going to be an NBA player. I don't know if he comes out this year.
Oh, he's going to be an NBA player.
He's a great player.
He's not Cam.
No.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's all. That's all I'm saying. Right now, he's the other boozer.
Cam was on the floor the entire night, so Cam was on the floor when they were up 19.
It's like Cooper Manning. The other guy.
Whoa.
It is.
He's actually probably more like Eli Manning. Because I do think that he's going to have a great NBA career.
Right.
Cooper Manning had no career.
If he came out now, he might not even be a first rounder.
He'd probably be a second rounder.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, but go ahead.
Cooper Manning is Thanasis Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo for 3.
No, he's not, because Peyton Manning never forced him onto a roster with a GM at gunpoint.
I would have.
But anyway, you were saying.
I was just saying about the WNBA. Yes, it would have been, that level of a disaster. So I'm glad it's not that. The UConn Duke thing, I do just 30 seconds on championship pedigree.
Fire away.
That is what championship pedigree looks like, because UConn's down 19 and they're a program that's won 2 of the last 3 natties, and they have a coach who is a psychopath, and he probably should have gotten teed up for headbutting the ref after the game-winning shot goes in.
The ref liked it, though.
Whatever you want to think about all the things that happened and whether or not they should have been teed up for leaving the bench, that is what championship pedigree looks like. You're down 19, you don't give up, you chip away, and then you make a play, you hit a shot, and you go to the Final Four.
Can I tell you something about Hurley? And that's who you're referring to? The head coach?
Dan Hurley, yes.
Dan Hurley, the head coach at UConn.
And I said the exact same thing on my couch that his mom said in the stands when that shot went in.
What'd she say?
Oh, my blanking God, something like that. Or holy blanking S is what she said. Yeah.
There's this thing, and coaches get like a lot of love for it. Jay Wright did for years. Rick Pitino earlier in this tournament, when they hit a buzzer beater with St. John's, there's this thing where the coach, like a buzzer beater, goes in, and the whole arena is on its head, and players are running around tackling each other, and jerseys and shorts are flying everywhere, and the coach just turns his head and calmly walks over to the other coach and shakes his hand and says, "Good game.
Good game, sir. Good game, John."
This is a wonderful competitive spirit that we have just had in this moment in time, and it was wonderful to see you out here. Good luck to you and your family, and enjoy the meal tonight.
Right.
I hate it. I like what Dan Hurley did. Take your jacket off and start rubbing somebody's head and headbutt a ref and tackle a player. Be a human being. Are you kidding me? That is a minted moment. That is a minted moment for all time. And you don't have decorum. Bleep it. Like, come on, man. There's no way in hell that that's not pulsating through your veins. So be a human. Like, I'm not saying, don't go undress an usher, but I mean, be a human. I'd have no problem with Dan Hurley getting excited and running around with half a jacket on.
Half a jacket, yeah.
That was amazing.
And then the ref comes over to check the clock, and he puts his head on the ref's head, and
how about that, buddy?
I mean, I don't know their relationship, but that was bit.
They've both been around for a long time.
Right. I mean, it was bald head on bald head, and he kind of gave him a little bit of a nudge, and it's like, okay, the adrenaline was crazy. Yes. But I'm with you. Like, go ahead and celebrate it, and it's awesome. And the boozers, they both stood up after the game and answered all the questions. And John Shire, the same thing. And if it wasn't for Duke, your heart probably would break, but it was Duke. So there was a certain amount of that happened to Duke. But then there's the other part of it where my 4-team parlay immediately kind of burst into flames because I had Duke on the money line.
Ooh.
Yeah. 2 women's games.
Oh.
Michigan money line, Duke money line, whatever. It was like 5.5 to 1 odds. Nothing huge, but you're up 19 and you're thinking, we had it.
They had it. You had it.
We had it.
Did you hear the stat? That's a stat.
Yeah, I heard it.
Did you hear it?
136-0 or something.
134-0.
Yep.
When a number 1 seed is...
That's a stat.
It is. Up by 15 or more at half. Never before in the history of the tournament has a number one seed in that scenario lost a basketball game. They're now 134-1.
Yep. And that happens. And, a 1 seed had never lost to a 16, and now we've seen it happen twice. Yep. And so.
What's that?
Little bit of the Final Four is going to be the clash of the absolute titans, Michigan, Arizona on the one half, and then Illinois and UConn. And, not that they're automatically going to be fodder for the winner of the other semi.
Not at all.
I do think that Arizona and Michigan are the two best teams.
It looks that way.
Yeah.
It looks that way. But sometimes when you it's kind of like Cowboys-Niners NFC title game.
Yep.
But when you put everything you got into that game, sometimes you pop out the other side and have a little bit of a flat burger that comes out on Monday. Didn't the South Carolina, what was the game, the women's game? This is probably 5-6 years ago, maybe. The women's tournament, South Carolina, UConn, they played in the semis. And it was like UConn's first loss since 1923 or something like that. And South Carolina beat them. And it was this huge moment for women's basketball. And then they went out and lost the finals. They lost.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that. I can't remember, but it does ring a little bit of a bell.
Yeah, so
part of it.
I thought about that when going into this one because you're right. Arizona and Michigan look dominant.
Yeah.
And that is a game on Saturday.
Yeah.
And the winner will be the favorite on Monday night after knockout.
And
that's for sure.
Exactly. On Monday, knockout. And, man, I'm seeing a lot of videos on Instagram of people posting that they're coming for the champ. So,
better.
I mean, a lot of pressure on Mark Grandy this year to try to win a third consecutive knockout title.
What are you doing this week to get ready? Are you like any special workouts or anything to kind of handle the pressure that will come with this? Half a jacket, a headbutt a ref? What are you doing?
No, I'm not a Giants player. I didn't get too much of a fire and brimstone speech. I'm all right. I'm not pressing.
Would you like one? I'll come over and give you one on Monday morning.
Good.
Okay.
I'm good.
I'll fire you up.
Just another day,
I'm rooting for you, Grandy.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yeah. I got no shot. I'm not worried about me. I had my chance at you. I failed. Now it's somebody else's turn. So I'm rooting for you. And if you need me to fire you up, if you need me to slap you on the shoulders or something like that, you let me know, and I'm here for you now.
No, I won't let you know because I won't need it. But thank you.
Okay. All right. If you lose, you know where you went wrong. So,
no, yeah, sure.
Okay. Oof, boy.
Yeah, I'm rooting against him with every fiber of my being.
He's just got it all under control.
I cannot wait to see who is good enough and clutch enough to knock him out.
There'll be plenty.
Oh, yeah?
There'll be plenty. You know how it goes.
It's a deep field this year.
Well, yeah, it's just different. Like, the more we do this, the more people get it, the more people understand how you go about it. Everybody gets more experienced, and dynasties don't last forever.
No.
You know what I mean? That's what you are, Mark. You're a fading dynasty.
This is not a dynasty. not a dynasty.
It kind of is. I know it's only 2, but it's the only 2 that have ever happened. So...
Well, he's like the Packers. You won Super Bowl 1 and 2.
Right.
Shout out Bart Starr.
Yeah, and then they got the championship trophy named after them forever.
Well, after their coach.
Yes.
But, I mean, they didn't win again until, I think it was like 1997.
Right, but we still call it the Lombardi.
Right. I mean,
so in other words, like whoever wins knockout in 2042,
we're not calling it the Grandy.
Is it going to be called the Grandy?
No chance.
Why not? He won the first 2, just like Lombardi.
Yeah. Well, they had done a lot before in the pre-Super Bowl era in the NFL, back when it was the NFL and the AFL. So,
yeah.
And yeah, I mean, Grandy probably won some schoolyard knockout, but no one ever even heard about that.
Anyway.
Yep.
1 week from today.
Okay.
1 week from today. I see you. 925 is like, what's wrong with what Pitino did? It's sportsmanship. It's called a class. I'm not. I want you to understand. I'm not ripping Pitino. I'm saying I would be like Hurley, and I appreciate what Hurley did. I think it's entertaining. It's fun. There's something to be said for just be a human being. Look, if it was classless, then that would be something else. He didn't go out there, take his shoes off, and throw them at the fans. He didn't go out there and start gyrating. He didn't unbutton his collared shirt. He was just a human being. And I have an appreciation for that. That's all. I got nothing against what Pitino did. I just don't even know how you do that. I don't know how you coach your ass off for months and months and months, go to these kids' living rooms, sit there, meet their families, learn everything about them, go to war with them, coach them through the good and the bad, help them get A's in their classes or whatever, and get all the way to that moment and have a buzzer beater and on to dinner.
I mean, it's not like you won the whole thing.
I just don't know how you do that. So good on you. I don't know how you do that.
It just depends on how you go about coaching. And Patino's a guy who gets after his team with the passion behind closed doors. Right. And so when that happens, I guess you just kind of, go one of two ways. But Patino's also in his 70s. I don't even know if you can get that animated, that excited. It's probably not good for your health.
Ask Pete Carroll. Sure you can. You can chew gum and go crazy and do somersaults if you want.
Well, I mean, Pete Carroll hasn't won a big game in like 10 years.
It's fair.
It's been since he was in his 60s.
But if he did, he would run to the end zone and chest bump somebody, believe me.
It's risky.
70 is the new 50.
Okay. I'll let you know when I get there.
All right. Pissed or patient, 888-957-9570 is the number. I haven't answered the question yet. I'm with you. I'm patient. But if I'm allowed to say both, and I know that's a cop-out, but here's, I guess, what I'd say. I'm pissed, but I know that it's fleeting. It's just, it's momentarily frustrating. But this is, I don't know about y'all, it was everywhere I went. Everywhere I went all weekend. You go to the Little League games, you go to Costco, and everybody's like, are we going to, score a run this year? Like, oh my God. And just think, the San Francisco Giants this year, and I don't know if they meant to do this, I don't know how many of you pay attention to MLB Network and all of these things. The San Francisco Giants probably had the most headline-filled offseason of any team in baseball because they did something that nobody's ever done before. They went and hired a college coach. He's getting talked about, if not appearing on MLB Network every other day for the last month and a half. Ken Rosenthal wasn't just here on Friday. Ken Rosenthal was in Scottsdale for like a week. Why do you think that is? They hired a college coach. They also have Bryce Eldridge waiting in the wings. They've got a full year of Rafi Devers. Logan Webb was one of the WBC starters. In fact, he started the
semifinal,
some
right?
of the biggest games. The first game and the semifinal game and all of those things. The Giants had a lot of headlines, and then those things contributed, no doubt, to Netflix executives being like, you know what? How about a little Aaron Judge and McCovey Cove? Let's do that. And let's have it stand alone by itself on a Wednesday night. And then what happens? Take a day off, and then what do we get on Saturday? Boom. National TV again. You're on Fox. Giants and Yankees. This was all kinds of national spotlight stuff for weeks on end now. And that's what we get. It sucks.
Yeah.
It does not mean they've lost the division. It does not mean, quite frankly, anything yet. But that's my reaction. So I am kind of pissed because that sucks. That sucks that is what happened in your big moment. And in other sports, we hold teams accountable for how they perform in big moments. A quarterback in the fourth quarter, that's a thing. You down by 4 with the ball in the fourth quarter, now we're really going to judge you. And so I think that's part of this for the Giants. That was a big moment, and they failed.
I get it, but it's kind of a concocted big moment because it's not really a big moment. Like,
that's fair.
They made it so it feels more like a big moment. You got the standalone opener against one of the marquee franchises in all of sports, and you got shut out, and then you got 2 more games against that same team, and you got shut out once, and you got 1 run the other time. So it's not even really... Not that it's unfair, but it's not fair that that's the way your season started. Now, if you would have won 2 or 3, we'd all be feeling differently. So I'm not going to cry in my hands over the fact that, oh, you got the Yankees. It's so unfair, and your schedule, it's so unfair, because I was kind of ripping the Warriors and Steve Kerr for, the same complaints about their early season schedule and all the road games they had to play. So it's just a little bit unfortunate that it started with this bright light on them and they did what they did. So it's not so much that these were big games. There was a big spotlight.
Yes. And I guess what gets me about this, and even hearing you say that, like almost even bringing into the conversation, ooh, it's unfair, and ooh, the Yankees. Like, I'm so tired of the Yankees and the Dodgers feeling big. You're the Giants. You're not the Rockies. You're not the Marlins.
Well, you're tied with the Rockies with no wins.
I understand that.
And the A's and the White Sox.
Right. But that's kind of my point.
Yeah.
It's not even about win 90 games and go to the playoffs. Can you stop feeling so damn small? You got overwhelmed all weekend long. And it feels small. And I hate that, because that's not who this team is. This is a marketing, pardon the pun, giant. They're a huge organization in baseball. They're well respected.
And they spend. Like the teams you're tied with, the Rockies and the A's and the White Sox, they don't spend like you spend. So you should be better, and you had better be better. That's for sure.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Pissed or patient? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep. The combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries for cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9-volt batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I need a little range. Step to the range. Come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Save a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Spring brings brighter days and more time to show off your cool styles. School drop-off, a chance for your outfit to shine in the morning rays. The sun filtering through your windows, practically a personal spotlight. And family walks, all perfectly timed for golden hour. Shop Kohl's for 15% off and make the most of more daylight. Your outfits deserve it. Select styles. Offer ends April 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Here comes the judge.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's about to get real up in here.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm
up in here?
We got a lineup.
What kind of lineup?
A baseball lineup.
A batting lineup? An order?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Uh-huh. And it's got some quirks.
Wrinkles?
Yep. Don't look. Don't look.
Look. Don't look.
So Tim Kirkjian's going to join us in an hour and 15 minutes.
I can't wait to be on with you guys. I've been working on it a little bit.
I always feel like whenever we have Kirkjian on, he's going to hear us either before or after, and then he's never going to come on again. Because he's awesome. He's one of the nicest human beings on the planet. He's a great guest. And then he comes on, and then you and me, we start making fun of him.
He's very self-aware. I think he knows that, whatever, we're not making fun of him.
That's a good question.
Well, thanks, Tim. Yeah. I mean, he's the best.
Yep. Tim Kirkjian for the final time coming up here in an hour.
That's a good question.
Thank you, Tim. All right.
And that's a great question. That's the Buster only.
We'll see.
Yep.
But I want to grab this call first, and I'm pretty sure this call is going to piss me off.
And that's a great question.
Thank you, Buster. Let's find out. It's Marlon in Concord. Hi, Marlon. Thank you for calling.
Hey guys, I just felt the need to call in. You know, I was being transparent. I'm a big Dodgers fan.
Yep.
But I was trying to say, man, I'm hopeful for the Giants, and I'm saying hopeful that it was a bad start. You know, I know Schlitter was one of their up and coming pitchers for the Yankees, but I think we're reading a little too much into it. I think baseball has changed. You know, like 10 years ago, all the aces would start off with 0 ERAs. It seemed like for a few weeks. But look what happened. I mean, Logan got tagged up. We also saw Skeens get tagged up. And I can't see a rise in some of these hitters, you know, stay cold. I do say, as a Dodgers fan, I hate the Padres more than the Giants. I don't like this wannabe rivalry with the Padres. And honestly, and this is just being objective, the Dodgers should have lost 2 against the Diamondbacks. It took some later inning heroics and a home run, or if not, we'd be 1-2. So I'm just trying to say, man, have some hope. I see the Giants turning it around. And even though I'll say go Dodgers, I'd rather the Giants win than the Padres and the Diamondbacks.
So Marlon, before you hang up,
you pissed off my partner.
He hung up. And I think
nothing worse than getting a pep talk from a Dodger. You hang in there, little Giants.
I thought that call was going to piss me off.
Go Dodgers.
It pissed me off even more than I thought it was going to piss me off. And Marlon came on, and he thought that I was upset because a Dodger fan called. I don't have any problem. If you're a Dodger fan, be a Dodger fan. I got a problem if you wear a Dodger hat to a Giants-Yankees game. You weren't here for that. I attacked somebody out at the Ferry Building.
Wait, you did not.
I did.
Attacked him?
Verbally.
Oh, there you go.
I was in the middle of making a point to Grandy, and this dude walks out with a Dodger hat with his lovely lady who's wearing a Yankee uniform.
A uniform?
Well, like a jersey and a hat.
Okay.
And I'm talking to Grandy, and this guy catches my eye, and I couldn't even finish my sentence. And I just yelled at him. What are you doing? What are you wearing that for? They're not here today. So if it were a Cubs hat, then you're just a dude from Chicago. But if you're wearing a Dodger hat to a Yankee-Giant game, you're purposefully trolling the people you're going to be sitting with. That's the only reason you would have for doing that. And the guy got sheepish really quick, and he's like, honestly, I think I'm going to go buy a Yankee hat.
Wow.
Like
there goes another listener.
No. No, I'm like, then that's good. Buy a Yankee hat.
What did I do wrong?
Don't be a jerk.
Some people just like the color blue.
But
some people are not doing it just because they want to troll and Giants fans.
But that's what you have to know that. If I went, I'm sorry if this is going to really get people, but if I went to the Democratic convention wearing a Make America Great hat, I'm not just wearing my hat. Don't get mad at me. I'm just wearing my hat. No, you're purposely.
That's totally different.
It's not.
It's completely different.
It is, but it's not. You know what I mean.
I do.
Like I'm overstating the comparison.
Well, if you just were wearing a red hat.
Then yes. Or even a Reds hat. But don't wear a Dodger hat to a Giants-Yankee game. You're purposefully trying to trigger people. Don't do that.
Not necessarily, but yeah.
We got enough fights in the stands.
Do we?
They're not here. Dodger Stadium was all alive again yesterday.
We were throwing hands?
Dodger on Dodger crime.
Nice.
Upper deck. $350 tickets for opening weekend. Let's get drunk and...
There were Dodger fans fighting other Dodger fans?
Completely.
Go Dodger fan.
Yeah.
Go Dodgers.
Anyway, I digress. That call was probably the worst experience I've ever had in my entire life.
That call right there. Wow. Pretty tough.
So now we've got a Dodger fan, A, admitting that he thinks the Padres are their actual rival. He hates them more. And B, we are being sunned and patted on the head to the level where Dodger fans like, boy, I really hope you guys can pick it up. So we can do this together. We can have like a baseball season. And it would be cute if you guys could, I don't know, lose 4-2 instead of 14-0. So that's what I'm rooting for.
The fact that the Giants fans got sunned right there, that was the part of the call that I knew would drive you crazy. Because basically, Dodger fan patted you on the head and said, you're not our rival. We hate the Padres much more, but you know what, Giants? hang in there. There'll be brighter days ahead. Go ahead and get in the race, and then we can recognize you as, I don't know, not being the Rockies or the Diamondbacks.
Marlon heard me say don't hang up right as he hung up, so he called back. Hey, Marlon, do you understand why that upset me? Like, you didn't do anything wrong. I don't mind that you're a Dodger fan. But as a Giant fan who actually believes his favorite team is, a major league team, I don't need fans of the other team being like, boy, just you guys, I hope that you go through puberty sometime soon so that you can play real baseball games this year. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of how that felt.
I'm sorry about that. No, the reason I was saying the Padres thing is that's like a 5-year-old narrative that I don't believe, and I really don't like Padres fans. But yeah, I hear that too. I didn't mean it to come off with some sort of a tone that I'm putting my hand on anybody's head. I just don't think the Giants are as bad as their 0-3 record state.
I hope so. Yeah, Marlon, you don't need to apologize to anyone. Yeah. Like, this is all, first of all, it's kind of...
Thank you for using your minutes to call back, your cell minutes, your precious minutes.
It's tongue-in-cheek, but Marlon, thank you. Thank you for calling the show. You're obviously a good dude. You didn't do anything wrong.
As good as you can being a Dodger fan.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, you have to couch that. Right.
Yeah. No, you're evil, clearly. Like, you're a horrible human being.
But as far as among the people who are horrible, you're one of the best.
Right.
You're the king. You're the king of the Dodger fans, which means you're a 3 out of 10.
You're the best awful person I've talked to in weeks. Does that work?
Yeah, that feels much better, much more authentic.
I got a lineup.
For the Giants?
I got a lineup.
Okay.
And I would like to give Lucas, did you look at it? Have you seen it?
Yeah, but that was like 10 minutes ago, so I've kind of...
No, but you're out. You're out. Randy, have you seen it?
I have not.
Okay, Dibs, okay, so each of you, I'm going to give each of you 2 guesses just at who's leading off.
Okay.
Okay?
Can you tell us, is it indeed different than past lineups, or do we not get that hint?
That's cheating.
He plays for the Giants. That's my clue.
Thanks.
All right. So each of you get 2 guesses. Dibs first because he actually hosts the show. Grandy, you're overconfident this week, so you go second. And we can do it snake style if we want. Dibs gets 1 and 4. Grandy, you get guesses 2 and 3. All right? Who's leading off for the Giants tonight? And let's see if, as a tandem, you guys can get this right before we're done.
All right.
All right, so go ahead.
I mean, it's probably easier to say who's not leading off and work, kind of reverse engineer it. And what Evan said in the crossover hit me about you want your best hitter to be hitting second. So for me, that's Devers. It wouldn't be him. It wouldn't be Ramos. It wouldn't be Chappie. It wouldn't be any of the bottom 3, Bader, Bailey, and Casey Schmidt. So you're left with just a pool of the rest of them. And so I'm going to go with Jung-Hoo Lee as the leadoff hitter.
Jung-Hoo Lee is...
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Hit the thing. Okay, incorrect.
Hit the thing.
Jung-Hoo Lee. I'm not going to tell you where they are batting because that starts to give more clues. I'll let you know afterwards. Grandy, it's not Jung-Hoo Lee. Would you like to take a crack at it?
I know Dibs said it wasn't going to be this guy, but I think there's a decent chance that it could be this guy. I'm going to guess Elliot Ramos leading off.
Ramos. Sorry, that is not Elliot Ramos. Go ahead, Grandy. Get to guess again.
Oh, I get to guess again. I forgot.
Yep.
I agree with Dibs. It's not Devers. I would bat Devers second. I know we're not there in the lineup.
Yep.
Think through it.
Thank you,
Harrison Bader. No, it's not Bader. I agree it's not Chapman.
Not Bader.
It can't be Bailey or Schmidt.
I don't think they're going back to Arise. Is it Willie Adames? Oh.
Grandy. Who can pick the lead off? Get a second guess.
Adames?
Right. Now, okay. Now react to Willie Adames.
Give the full lineup, Will. Let people know.
All right. Leading off and playing shortstop, Willie Adames. I won't do this for all 9. Batting second and being the designated hitter, Rafael Devers. Batting third, Elliot Ramos. Batting fourth, second baseman, Luis Arise.
What the hell?
Big stick, Luis.
Batting fifth, the third baseman, Chappie. Batting sixth, the right fielder, Jung-Hoo Lee. Batting seventh and in center field, Harrison Bader. Batting eighth and doing the catching in the squat, Patrick Bailey. And batting ninth and playing first base, Casey Schmidt.
The bottom 5 hitters so far this year, 3 for 47.
Oh, good. Good. It's better than 2 for 47. Landon Roop will be on the mound, making his season debut. Okay. That's the lineup tonight. All right. We're sponsored by Cashe. Trade on anything. Valkyries have a brand new jersey. We're giving one away. Tell you more about that in a sec. 5 o'clock hour. Easy way to win. You just got to listen in the 5 o'clock hour. Tim Kirkchin in an hour. And more of your phone calls coming up next at 888-957-9570. Oh, and one other baseball thing coming up too. You have to hear, not just see, but hear what the new ABS system did in certain ballparks around the country. So that's coming up on Willard and Dibs.
March matchups are in full swing. Trade the tournament at all 50 states with Cashe. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. Download the Cashe app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Cashe. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless, from the deli, selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. USDA choice boneless beef chuck cross rib roast or bottom round roast mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. I know it's spring, but here comes Dibs to talk about autumn.
And I love a mega pack. Delicious autumn crisp green or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. For your clip or click special of the week, Signature select boneless skinless chicken breasts value pack, just $1.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages.
Very well done. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and Dibs and I will see you in the aisles.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
BFC's Hello Kitty match is backed by popular demand, Bay Area. BFC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
You coaching?
I used to.
Yeah, me too.
Not anymore.
Oh, I'll be back.
I'll help out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you'll be back.
Well, my daughter's 3.5, and I'm already, getting geared up on what am I going to throw her into for my own devices.
Quick, since you asked, very, very quick story.
Yeah.
I promise, even me, quick story.
Yep, you're on the clock.
This show is why I do not do head coaching or managing in Little League.
This show is why I no longer coach high school sports.
And this is not a complaint or anything. It's just kind of the way things went down. You and I used to do a show from 9 to noon when we first started together.
Talk to me about that.
Don't get me started. Anyway, we used to do a show from 9 to noon. And they came to me, and Jude was kind of coming of age, and the league was like, hey, what do you think? And I'm like, I'm home at 1 o'clock. I'll manage the team. And we had played 2 games when our station went through some changes, and you and I got called in one day, and we're like, you guys are going to do 2 to 6. And I went downstairs, and I called the assistant coaches on my team. You're up.
Yep.
I can't go to any practices or any weekday games ever again.
Yeah.
That's the end of that. And they had to take over. We had a rough year. We had a rough season that year.
It's hard.
And now I assist and I help out when I can, and they kind of know I'm just the weekend guy. I'll come in and be an assistant coach and help out on the weekend practices and the weekend games, but Phillies are playing the Giants tomorrow night in Mill Valley. I will not be there. I will be here.
Yeah, you'll be there by the third inning or whatever. Third or fourth.
It's going to go 5 to 7, and I'll get there at about 6:50.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
It's
going to be over.
Yeah, and I coached high school sports for 20 or 25 years, mostly off and on, and I did morning show forever. So you do your morning show, you take a nap, and then you run a practice, and you coach your team, and you hope the game doesn't go too late and all the rest of it. So I miss it, but I also don't miss it because coaching now is more difficult than ever before, especially at the high school level.
It can be tough. Yeah, I do kind of like being the weekend. It's you get to be the
Disneyland dad. Totally.
Fun guy, weekend.
That's right.
Let's go. Let's get a hit. All right. Okay, back to your parents. We'll see you in a week. So anyway, Yeah. Assistant coaching.
It's great.
Yeah. Lot less pressure. A lot less carrying bags around. My God, coaching baseball, your entire trunk is overloaded with just 1,000 things. So I don't have to do any of that. So that's kind of good.
And volleyball's not dissimilar, except the volleyballs are lighter than a bag of bats.
Right.
But you're carrying, 17 volleyballs, and you have your foldable, portable cart that you got to bring as well. But I think about, Tony Vitello right now, and we'll put Steve Kerr aside because he's been through it now for so many years. But for Tony, you're into new ground, stepping up, the first ever to do what he's trying to do, and you start out 0-3 with 1 run scored.
It's probably uncomfortable.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
It's one thing to coach. Like, I coached the Little League team of majors, 12-year-olds, and we went 1-19, and it was a bummer. The parents weren't super thrilled. I drafted poorly. My first pick was a starting pitcher who had a webbed hand. That was probably regrettable. Loved the kid, but yeah, this is a little bit different. Higher stakes.
Wow.
And, Tony didn't get to draft these guys. He steps into a job, and there are highly paid, veteran, experienced, good baseball players, and when they don't play well, people are going to look at him. It's kind of unfair in many ways.
It's totally unfair, but it's interesting that he was talking over the Yankees series about what, in effect, is kind of a tight sphincter situation with the Giants. He felt like he ramped up the pressure too much. He's given a lot of let's go get him speeches, and I probably got to take an L on that because there was a lot of stuff. I heard a lot of calls last week before the season even started, and people were like, we're not going to do this college rah-rah thing. And I'm like, where are we getting that Tony is a rah-rah guy? Tony is a big personality and coached Tennessee, but I don't have any information that tells me that Tony is running through the clubhouse with underwear and pom-poms. I don't know that. I don't know why would he handle this that way? These are 30-year-olds with kids. I don't know that it's that. And I still don't fully know that it's that until then. Now, they start losing games, and Tony's like, yeah, probably did a little bit too much of the fire him up speeches all week. And I'm like, oh, God, you are a rah-rah guy. Oh, crap. No, Tony, don't do that. That's a long season, dude.
Very long.
We got a lot of baseball games.
But ultimately, he has to be true to who he is as a person and as a coach. And
sure,
the authentic Tony Vitello is he's frank, he's glib, he's kind of funny, and he's a very emotional, fired up, fire and brimstone guy. So he can't just dial that all the way back. But like you're saying, you've got Robbie Ray's got 4 kids at least, 4 or 5. Right. I mean, he's been through multiple surgeries, and Chappie's in his 30s, and you've got all these guys who've been playing pro ball for a long, long time, and to go full on fire and brimstone like from day one, that's probably not going to be the best formula.
I mean, if I'm Tony, because now's when the sphincters actually do get tight, because now you're 0-3 and you're playing every day, 7 games this week, Padres and Mets. There's no break. Historically, recently, this group has not played well and hit well in San Diego. It's where they are tonight. So you got 3 games over the next 50 or so hours in San Diego. And then you got to get a plane and come home and face the high-priced Mets for 4 games back in your ballpark. And every single day that you don't put up 5+ runs and win a game, sphincters are only going to get tighter. What if we come back tomorrow and you're 0-4? And then we come back Wednesday and you're 0-5.
Oh, God.
That's, you know what I mean? And you have actually, I guess Logan is throwing tomorrow. I was going to say, you're going to have your 4th and 5th starters. You're in San Diego, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, you got Logie going tomorrow. Okay, hopefully they come back 3-3. But my point is like, if you all felt pressure last week, now is when it really starts to ramp up. If I were Tony, and it's super easy to say this after the fact and super easy to say this from the chair where we sit. But if I were Tony, I don't think you come out after 1 or 2 games and start sharing with everybody that, hey, it's probably my fault. I might have ramped him up a little bit too much. I gave him a speech 3 or 4 days ago. I would have just brushed your shoulder off. Hey, y'all, this is 1 game.
It's 1 series.
Yeah. So we lost 7-0. We'll be back, on Friday. Yeah. Then you come back on Friday and you lose 3-0. Yeah, look, the Yankees are really good. We're a little cold here to start the season, but we got 1 billion games left. We're good. But he immediately launched into what he thinks he's doing wrong. And I'm like, oh, God. Now what do we... Oh, good. You're searching already?
Right.
You're 0-2.
And what are you searching for? I
don't know.
You've got good hitters who aren't hitting, and your pitching quietly has been pretty good. Logan had the one sloppy, crooked inning, and other than that, you've had the Yankees, a very good lineup, under
it's a good point.
Good control. And so the big problem right now is you're putting guys out there to hit who are better hitters than what they're actually doing. And I'm just looking at the lineup. You ran it down before. Your bottom 5, 1 for 9, 1 for 10, 1 for 10, 0 for 9, 0 for 9.
Yeah, everybody's stats are going to stink right now.
Ramos, 3 for 10.
Okay.
And Matt Chapman has an RBI.
Which is amazing.
He's got that's actually a run batted in. His one hit was one that batted in a run.
That's incredible.
So that's kind of fun.
Yeah, no, that is the goal.
But 3 games in, you can't look at any of it. So I would be, if I was Tony, I'd be much rather of the mind of, hey, these guys are professional hitters. And if you look at their track record, this is not going to be a long-standing thing. Rough start, but you know what? We're going to turn the page and go to San Diego and try to see if we can actually hit the ball.
I noticed something here with this Vitello thing. And I don't like it about fans, media, the whole process. And I want to point to this because boy, I wish there was another way to do this. Maybe there is, but I don't know. Probably not, especially in the age of social media. We want, in theory, whoever we're talking to as the assembled media and therefore the fans who are getting this content sent to them, we want people to be interesting. We want people to answer questions and say things. But then when they do, we collectively coach them into being boring. I think the process, listen to what we're saying right now. Tony is very, very, we've been in the room together now a few times, few press conferences. I'm no beat writer. But he is thoughtful. He will take your question, he looks you directly in the eye, and he will try to answer it. And now, all of us are like, ooh, that dummy told us about his speech.
Don't say that.
Well, guess what we're doing? We're going to coach Tony into being Belichick.
So on to San Diego.
Exactly. No big deal. First 3 games, 159 to go. Nothing to see here. We're going to, and maybe that's the way it just has to be. None of us individually are powerful enough to stop that from happening. But Tony already, I know this for a fact, Tony already had what he considers bad experience with saying too much in a dugout at spring training. You all remember when he just, on his own accord, started talking about Tennessee with the assembled media and nobody liked it. And I think Tony learned a lesson there, but part of the lesson was, I don't like what you all did with that. I was just trying to share something with you. I'm a human being, and I was trying to share something with you. And you all used it against me. I don't think he liked that. And so we're in this process. And so I would, as a fan and as a member of the media and all of us who are doing this, it's very early. And I would caution all of us against the idea of let's coach Tony into being inauthentic and boring. I would it's okay, quite frankly, because I don't think that anything he's saying is the reason that they're 0-3. They're 0-3 because they keep swinging through the ball when there are runners on base.
And when they hit the ball with runners on base, it was ground balls that turned into double plays, and they had 4 of those. And as you're laying that out, I don't think that you're wrong, and it had me thinking about the latest example of this, which is Brandon Pajemski. So Pods now came on our station. You asked him the question. I was off and, laid up with bad back. And he basically, you gave him a chance to walk back some of the things he said, and he did. And then the media post-game asked him again, and he did it again, and he walked it back. And it's only because fans heard what he said about, I want to be better than Steph Curry, which is taken out of context. And he said what he said. And because we all are so outraged by that, not all of us, but many of us, and because we feel that he's over his skis and he's doing too much and he's saying too much. And it's now colored the way we think about him as a ball player. And so now on Twitter, he makes a mistake and that's what gets retweeted in the video of an air ball or, the play from last night where he should have passed it to Kristaps. He absolutely should have, and he didn't.
Of course he should have.
And Porzingis is begging for the ball and he's on a heater. And so that one mistake becomes the narrative instead of, Pods played himself a pretty good, pretty sturdy game, especially the first half. In the second half, nobody was any good. But it's all to your point of we want these players and these coaches to not say anything too dramatic and over the line, but we also want you to be entertaining. And so what we're left with is, we're going to try to run the ball and stuff. And, we're going to try to hit the open guy and stuff. And, we're left with the Shanahan and even, Bob Melvin and Bochy. And, we're left with guys who aren't going to say anything that controversial. And if they do, then we're all going to pounce on it.
Or they walk into the room like, I actually think, Boch, he'd answer your question for sure. I think Shanahan tries, but what Shanahan does is he walks in the room with a look on his face like, oh, you freaking people. All right, what do we got?
Right.
And so you walk into a room with body language that suggests, I don't love being here. I only like maybe 25% of the questions you're about to ask me. I'll perk up a little bit when you do ask me that question, but 75% of this makes me want to just go, that's not how what we do works. And you hear him say that, I feel like, in press conferences a lot. That's not how it works. Or you get someone like Steve Kerr, who I find to be usually incredibly patient with the way that he answers, and that's why everybody loves to interview him, because he's like kind and tries to answer the question, not if it's about health.
I was going to make that example because even then he did. Yeah. He revealed something that he shouldn't have revealed, right or wrong, and we didn't run with it, but if it's compelling, we're going to put it out there because that's what we do, and we want to share it with our audience, and it gets aggregated and picked up, and then it comes back around to him, and somebody tells him that he shouldn't have said that, and now he's got to come back, and he's got to retract it in some ways, and so it's all kind of a vicious cycle. And then you think about Vitello, you're 0-3, and it's fire and brimstone, and like already people are doubting whether or not this was the right hire 3 games in.
My advice to Tony, and no one's asking for it, would be, dude, like, hang in there with your authenticity. Just hang in there with your, they're not going to lose all the baseball games. It's a really long season, but keep reminding everybody that. Like, I would get out of the daily grind of I've got to now share with everyone what I see that might have gone wrong. It's baseball. It's baseball. It's not a football game. And so it isn't that. Like, every time that you suit up, you're not playing 1/16 or 1/17 of your season. Like, what is the percentage of 1 out of 162?
Well, 1% is 1.6. So they've played basically less than 2% of their schedule.
But I mean, even just every time you go out there, you are playing what's essentially
about 0.6
of your season. A little bit over 0.5% of your season.
Right.
So treat it as such. Do you know what I mean? But, like, dude, stay you, because I really do. I think I made this point last week with Grandy. I think we saw some of this with Casey Schmidt. Do you remember how fun he was when he came up?
Yep.
And he hit the ball for 3 weeks, and he was the bee's knees, and everybody wanted him on the air. And he's out there, and we're, after games.
That ball got Schmidt on.
Yeah, post-game interviews, and we got gum on the brim, and we got, hot seat and grab ass and all the things that Casey was doing. And then he started swinging and missing. And then everybody was like, oh, you're not very good at baseball. And Casey kind of went away. And he's not as big of a personality for the fans anymore. Because I think there was a little bit of a distaste there. Now, look, that's part of it. This is big time sports.
Yeah.
So I'm not asking for gumdrops and lollipops here. That's not what I'm talking about. But I think that it would be good for Tony if he would treat these things in a little bit more like, I got this. Yep, we didn't hit the ball today. I got this, we got this, they've got this. As opposed to, are we going to get after every loss, are we going to get a story of, well, last Tuesday, I gave him a 10-minute speech, and maybe I should have given him a 7-minute speech, and it's just like, don't overthink this, dude.
Right.
It's a baseball game. You got your lineup. Go play. That's to the best of your ability. But, yeah, they're going to have to win one at some point, or else this is only going to build.
Well, and it's hard because he's never been through it in any way, shape, or form, and he had never even been to Oracle Park, for crying out loud, let alone manage a game there. So there's so much that is new. Not that it's a learning curve because he's been a baseball manager, but 162 is not, 55 at Tennessee or whatever the number is. And I like to just monitor what Tennessee's doing just for the sake of like the rhythm of that, where, they get swept by Vanderbilt and they're now 18-10. So 18-10 for them is not great. And you're not into a desperation mode yet, but that's about half the year down. Whereas you're playing 162. So you could start this year and be, 3-10. And then you could rip off 11 of 14 and you'd be right back to 500 with 130 games left to go. So it's the whole it's a marathon, not a sprint is a cliche and it's kind of foolish, but it's the reality. But if you've never run a marathon before, you don't understand what it's really like to go 26.2.
Oh gosh, no doubt. No doubt. So it's funny because that was even the question that I wanted to ask him, and I did on Friday morning before the second game, and I don't know that he was equipped to answer it yet because I asked him about it, and I think it's what you're talking about, the cadence.
Right.
I go, how are you doing with the cadence of this? And what I meant by that was, you play every day. And even though the season hadn't started yet, he'd been doing it in spring training for a while. And the cadence, in college baseball, you play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then you might have some middle of the week game the next week before you get to the weekend again, but you might not. So you largely can grab those 3 pitchers and just pitch them again next week. Pitch them again next week. Plus you can go hide for 4 days and just have practice. You can't do that anymore. You're going to be chatting it up with the media, reacting to 9 innings almost every single day. And his answer at that point, because they had only played 1 game, was he's like, I kind of feel like we haven't fully achieved it yet. And in fact, I was kind of bummed that we didn't get that cadence because I wanted to come out and play on Thursday after the way we played on Wednesday. But that's the thing that I see right now that is maybe the most important thing for him. Because his ball players are largely veteran, therefore they get it. They get it. Baseball is the ultimate do not get too high, do not get too low. It is not a football game. And he's from the SEC, and he's got that mentality a little bit, and I just think everybody might benefit. And it's the beginning of the season, so it's okay, but slow it down.
Right.
Slow everything down a little bit.
And dial it back. And, you mentioned the cadence of college, and I'm just looking at their schedule. They have a Tuesday this week. Every Tuesday they're playing Austin P in West Georgia, but then it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, LSU, Alabama, Mississippi State. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you got the big series. You throw in a Tuesday against a smaller school, but that's the cadence of college. And you mentioned this where boom to Petco, division rival, bop, 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 come back. The Mets, bam, next one, the Phillies, you got series, and all these teams. You don't have an Austin P on a Tuesday, for example. You're going to have Colorado and Arizona, and I get it, but for the most part, you're going to be stacking series, and, not that they're huge games early in the year, but you don't want to dig your hole too big too early.
Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You know what the Giants need? A little tap, tap, tap. A little ABS action.
Could they ABS the whole first series?
I think that just for fun, they should. Just every single time somebody calls a strike on you. Boop, boop, boop. Here's what I mean. I promise this immediately coming up next. Because if you did not hear what happened with the crowd in Cincinnati against the Red Sox this weekend, in one of their ABS experiences, it is... it's kind of a little bit of a landmark moment, I thought, because I look at this all different now. So we'll do that coming up next. 888-957-957 is the number. And this is Willard and Dibs. Also, the world feels uncertain right now. But when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You are in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tariq Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. For 40 years, Habas Law has built the legal muscle that wins again and again, delivering justice where it belongs, with you. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force, built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Looking to make your voice heard? Join History San Jose for our Imagining sessions on April 18th and 21st at History Park. We're inviting the community to help reimagine programs, events, accessibility, and engagement so History Park can better serve you. Be part of the conversation and help bring our shared history to life in new and exciting ways. Space is limited, so reserve your spot today at historysanjose.org. History San Jose, where the past connects us and your voice shapes what's next.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And if you want to see their beautiful faces, you can check them out on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game right now.
Thank you, Butch. Let's get a dub tonight. So check this out. We've all experienced replay in so many sports. And have you noticed, I don't even get whether or not there's a form way of doing this. It feels like when there's a question mark, let's say it's even just like guys trying to steal second, they throw down there, ump calls them out, and now we're going to review it. Feels like some ballparks show you the clip. I'm talking about if you're there,
right?
Not on TV. Feels like some ballparks show you the clip and some don't. And you might be seated in a spot where you could see the board, and maybe you can't see the board great or whatever. But even with replay, you still kind of have to just take somebody's word for it. Could be Secaucus in the NBA.
Yeah.
NFL, we're all going to go into a little booth, put a hood on, and check it out. Come back out after further review. I still see it different than you, and we're yelling about it and freaking out. I didn't realize that the ABS system in baseball would be like this. Not just can I challenge a ball or a strike, but now the crowd gets to participate in this in real time, along with the umpires, players, and coaches, and it is a fact or a fiction. There is no opinion. It is either touching the square or it is not touching the square.
Like you like to say, what's in the box?
What's in the box? Might be the ball, might not be the ball. And then we get to watch the ball come flying at the square and, it missed it. So check this out. Here's the situation. We're in Cincinnati. It's the 5th inning, 6th inning, one of those. And Eugenio Suarez is at the plate, and the bases are loaded. The Reds are already up 5-3. Bases loaded, 2 outs. And he's facing a 1-2 count with CB Buckner behind the dish.
Oh, CB.
And Dibs might have something to say about CB Buckner here in a second.
CB struggler. But go ahead.
Okay. Focus less on what's happening in this play-by-play and focus more on what the crowd sounds like in Cincinnati. This is courtesy of Reds TV. They lead 5-3. One of their best hitters is at the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 6th inning, and the count is 1-2.
Got him looking, challenge, immediate tap of the helmet. The Reds runners all hold.
Batter's challenging the pitch.
ABS powered by T-Mobile. That's out of the zone. The AB continues. ABS could be a lot of fun, Mark.
It's amazing how minuscule the misses are, but these guys, you just know it. Great feel for that strike zone.
It was called strike 3, end of inning. Now the 2-2. Called strike 3, tap the helmet again. He says it's off the plate away.
Batter's challenging the pitch.
Here we go. Outside. The loudest cheers of the game. The Reds have hit 2 homers, come on back-to-back challenges.
And we got a 3-2 count with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 6th, trying to build on a 2-run lead. Now,
tell me how the story ends.
Next pitcher just grounded out second.
Okay.
End of the inning.
Yeah.
But did you hear that?
The second roar is the one.
It's like somebody just hit the ball deep in the bottom of the 8th of a playoff game.
It reminds me a lot of major Grand Slam tennis, where, especially in the Australian Open, where the serve was out. Like, love 15.
Dude, this whole thing is very participatory. I wasn't thinking about this.
Right.
We've known all offseason this was coming, and I was just thinking, yeah, this is good because, balls and strikes. Like, let's get it right. I like that. I also liked how this strips, and I don't mean this to be mean, but it strips umpires of their ego a little bit because there were no checks and balances on balls and strikes. And for some reason, a culture has been built in baseball where umpires have always acted like the hitters around them are their 7-year-old kids. And you're a dad, and it's 1962. And they come in, and they're like, I don't agree with what you just said to Mom.
Go to your room.
And the dad's like, what the hell did you just say to me? Did you just step to me, young man? And for whatever reason, that's the way umpires have treated managers and players through the years. It was never about, is the ball or the strike call wrong? The umpires are just like, I can't believe you're speaking to me. You're out of the game. And I've always hated that because it's like you just threw someone out and you're wrong and I can see it on TV. Well, the umpire's ego has been thrown into the trash because now nobody needs to argue. The hitter doesn't need to turn around and be like, CB, what the hell are you looking at? Just boop, 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 tap the helmet, and now we all get to go to the scoreboard, and CB can't do a thing about it, and he needs to eat it when 50,000 people go crazy when they find out that he was wrong. I think that's a good thing. I'm not trying to embarrass the ump, but it's like, can we get back to right versus wrong instead of this power play that's been going on for so long?
Right, and you can't question balls and strikes. That was the old adage. So even if the manager from the dugout's like, CB, that wasn't even close, he could rip off the mask and glare over at you and give you the one index and point, over the left field wall, and you're gone for arguing once. So now it is a little bit more of a checks and balances of not only the accuracy of the balls and strikes, but you're right, I didn't even think of this, but the kind of the power play of the umpire, because CB Buckner, he missed 6 calls that were overturned, 6 balls and strikes. And according to this article I'm reading, there could have been 9 other ones that might have been, questionable, but you're not going to just challenge like the first pitch in an at bat. And I was looking, I think the most common one so far is the 2-2 pitch, where if it's a 2-2 pitch and it's outside and he calls it a strike, you're going to challenge that because it's either an out or you get the full count. And I'm a big fan of umpire scorecards on Twitter. They look at every game and they grade every ump behind the plate on every game. And CB Buckner was 88%, which is 5.5% below the expected. And that is where this ABS system is going to show everybody in real time, the umpires, the individual umps who are really having the hardest time. And CB Buckner is that guy. And he's been that guy for a very, very long time. And I'm not calling for his job because I love umpires and officials. You know that. But I do think that this system is going to shine a bright light on the umpires who are less accurate than others.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm with you. Like, I'm not trying to victory lap on CB Buckner or anybody else. Thank goodness Angel Hernandez isn't in the league anymore, else this really would have been interesting. But it's not about victory lapping. It's simply about there was a group, in my opinion, that did not have the checks and balances on them, and so therefore they took that power and at times kind of abused it. They kind of abused it a little bit, where it was like, not only is that my call, you're not even allowed to talk to me about it. Even if the whole world can see that I might have been wrong, there was this attitude about it. It's like, doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It's my call, and I'm running the show. And that just doesn't feel good. Not anymore. Like, I understand 30 years ago, but there's just too much transparency now on TV and too many cameras and too much in other sports to have that act. It just didn't feel good anymore. And so now what you're looking at is a group that has basically been able to kind of get away with whatever they wanted to get away with for a long time. And now they need to have accountability. And you can see it on their faces. On that second tap, CB he was not happy.
He was annoyed.
Yeah.
And he was wrong.
Yep.
So, and these are very, very difficult calls. Like the first one was
a centimeter
off. The first one was about a centimeter, maybe less than that. The second one was just, I think, a bad call. It was pretty far off the edge and far outside. But what these umps are being asked to do more and more is more difficult than ever because the ball's moving more, it's traveling faster. And so I understand where there's going to be some inaccuracy. I think the standard is about 95%. Most umpires are right there. Some are a little bit above, some are below. If you're dramatically below, I think as we get further down this road, you're going to start to see some clamor for some changes because what's up next will be robo-umps. And the umpires don't want to have an absolute robot calling all the balls and strikes, but this is the first step toward that of, we want to get the calls right as much as we can. It's never going to be 100%, but this system so far through, 3 or 4 days, it's been kind of fun to watch as a fan.
I agree with you. And I also think the umpires, dude, you got to get over it. Think about in the NFL, okay? I call something a fumble. Turns out his knee was down. We go to review. His knee was down. It's not a fumble. Do you ever go on a crusade about stupid ref? Like, you need to be fired. No, you're just like, okay, it's review. Dude, there's 22 people on the field. They're all 300 pounds going 1,000 miles an hour. And they're piling on each other. I don't expect you to nail this every time as to whether or not the guy's knee was down before the ball started moving. Let's just get it right. I'm not holding it against you, but I feel like these umpires need to go through puberty on this thing because right now they're embarrassed when they keep getting it wrong. I don't think it's that embarrassing. Let's just get it right. You guys have done a great job of making this quick. It's now entertaining, too, which I wasn't even...
Right, I didn't even think about that.
I didn't even think about that, but it's entertaining, and it's quick, and it's accountable, and it's going to get it right. And it's coming in at 100 miles an hour, and it's okay. You're going to miss some. But let's just get it right.
Right.
They need to learn how to deal with that.
And that's part of it, and I think that's going to take time because you had me thinking about, like, the NBA where there's a call that you don't like, and you are allowed to let the referee know how you feel about it up to a point, and you get past that point, you get a T, you don't get ejected. And in football, it's the same thing. If there's a holding call that you wanted made or a holding call that was made that you don't think was right, you can get after the official, and 40 seconds later, there's a new play and we move on. You rarely see a flag on a coach for yelling at a ref, but baseball, you can't even really look at the home plate umpire.
Seriously.
So I do think that they need to move a little closer to the mean. The NBA, I think, is doing a good job of having players complain a little bit less because they need to go from their extreme back toward the mean where we're not just going to argue every single call all the time. There's a happy medium is what I'm trying to say.
No, you just said something that, I hadn't thought of it that way. When you do get out of line or perceived to be out of line in the NBA or the NFL, there's some sort of process to penalize you, but you don't get kicked out of the game.
Right.
Baseball doesn't have that. It's all or nothing. You're either turn your butt around and go back and sit down and we're not talking to each other anymore, or you're out of here. That's it. It's 0 to 100 in 2 seconds flat.
Soccer, you get the yellow card.
Yeah.
Football, you might catch a 15.
Maybe.
But that's even rare. A player might catch one. If you MF a referee on the field, you might catch a 15.
You get ejected in football, but it's either for crown of the helmet or you got into a fight or whatever. I don't think I've ever seen somebody ejected for barking at a ref.
Maybe you bump a ref, something like that. Something like that, yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and Tim Kirkchin of ESPN and baseball is going to be joining us in less than 15 minutes. So anyway, that's my new hope for the Giants tonight. Just challenge everything. I'm kidding. You only get 2 of them if you're wrong, but I don't know, man. Like that's another piece of what started with the Giants in these first 3 games that and I don't know if it's circumstantial yet or not because it's only been 3 games, but the Giants look frozen. So
have they challenged any calls yet?
I'm sure they have.
Yeah, Patrick Bailey did a couple. I think he was right.
Yeah. So
when he was on defense, though, right?
Yes, as the catcher.
Yeah. But
and as much as we all say that, the ABS is going to take away Bailey's ability because he won't have to frame anymore, his ability might be like the challenge ability.
Even
if he's
better.
Yeah.
And
if he's
really
that good at knowing what's a strike and what's not.
No doubt. And I think in spring training, the Giants sort of started feeling that way. They're like, this actually might make him even more powerful.
Right.
I don't know that we certainly haven't seen much in the way of their batters doing it, but that's kind of what I mean. I haven't seen a lot of challenges. I haven't seen a lot of hits. We have not seen any pinch hits. We have not seen anyone different in the starting lineup. Yes, different spot in the order, but it's been the same 8 or same 9, even with the DH, for all 4 games, and the pinch hitters have not appeared yet. Like there's been a pinch runner one time. That's basically what we've gotten so far. So I also wonder about that with Tony Vitello, because it could be that just wasn't the right thing to do, or it could be that he's feeling gun shy. But he doesn't want to make the wrong move because
don't want to rock the boat.
I don't know. Yeah. But at the same time, you've got big league players here who are on the roster who haven't had an at-bat yet.
Right.
Might want to get Encarnacion an at-bat.
Yeah, that was kind of my takeaway from the weekend of the long, 3 games in 5 days is you kind of want to get everybody involved, and maybe it's the high school coach in me, but you play a Saturday volleyball tournament and you've got a guaranteed 4 matches. You want to make sure that everybody gets at least a little bit of a taste. And that's kind of the way I look at the early part of a baseball season. At least get these guys in there and get them an at-bat. And that way, when you go to San Diego tonight, you can at least feel like you're a part of the proceedings. I mean, you played Wednesday, and if you're Encarnacion, you sat. And then you sat Thursday, you didn't play. And then you sat Friday and Saturday. And then yesterday, you didn't play. And you get on a plane, and now it's Monday. And, did you even bring your bat on the trip?
Can you name the 4 Giants players who are offensive players but don't start games? Can you name those 4 Giants?
No. What's wrong with you? There's Oliva, right?
Oliva, yep.
Pinch runner guy.
Yep.
Encarnacion.
Who,
I guess, could be a DH of some sort.
Or a first baseman or an outfielder.
Yep. There has to be Susak.
Daniel Susak.
The catcher.
Yep.
Because he's Rule 5 and, didn't want to give him back to the A's.
And the last one is?
That's tough.
It's
not Matos because...
Matos got traded to the Brewers today.
Not Gilbert because he's a little bit banged up and he's in AAA. And that ball is getting Schmidt on and he's starting.
He's in the lineup.
And it's not Fitzgerald. Did he get DFA'd?
Get DFA'd today.
Yeah.
Also did not make the team, though.
Right. I'm drawing a blank. It's got to be one of those outfielder guys.
Not an outfielder. It's an infielder. Does that help?
I guess.
Okay.
It should, but it doesn't.
His name is Christian Cashe.
Oh,
Christian Cashe.
Right.
So anyway, those 4 guys, 0 at-bats.
Right.
0 at-bats.
And Oliva got to run around a little bit.
So this is, Vitello said What day was this? Was this after Friday's game or Saturday's game?
I don't know what sound you're referring to.
Vitello talking about pinch running for Adames, but the overall bench usage
after
of
Saturday's
the weekend.
game.
Okay, so this is after all 3 games. Here's what Vitello said.
Just circumstance. I mean, I'd like to be aggressive with J.O. being involved in the game and try and get creative and get draw opportunities offensively, but that was just circumstance. I mean, if for some reason we moved the ball forward, the at-bat before, then, hold out. I mean, we would have done it for Bader if he would have got on base, but he's our fastest guy, and you don't want any regrets over the course of the game. I don't care how it goes. You usually at least have 1 or 2 in there, and they're tough to live with. So I'd hate to have a play at the plate as fast of a runner as Willie is. I know he doesn't want to come out of the game. You'd hate to have a regret that you got the fastest guy I've been around sitting in the dugout.
Okay, so that's why he pinch ran for Adames, but that literally was the only moment that any of those guys have gotten into the game so far.
And I was reading a report that Adames looked a little bit puzzled by the move, and I don't know if he was annoyed by it, but yeah, Tony just mentioned it. He wants to stay in the game. The guy plays every single game, every single year, it seems, and so he's not used to coming out. And I think that's part of it, too, for Tony Vitello being new. It's figuring out when and how to take out some of these vets who, fancy themselves as guys who play 162.
Well, this is something that I wonder if Buster, and maybe he did, I wonder if Buster thought about this. But the decisions that do get made by Tony Vitello as he's managed his first 3 games in the bigs, like, let's be real. If I'm Adames, if I'm Chapman, if I'm Devers, and I'm like, I got as many managerial wins in the bigs as you do. Skip. How does it go when one of them doesn't like a decision? They're all human. Let's not act like everybody, you know what I mean? Kyle Shanahan is super respected, but we can find a few and have found a few athletes in the NFL who are like that freaking guy.
Yep.
He told me one thing, whatever, you know what I mean?
Steve Kerr, same thing.
Sure, 100%. So, there are going to be decisions where the players on the field are thinking to themselves, I don't like that decision. Do they respect it when it's coming from Tony Vitello, who has never done this before, but boy, he can give a speech?
Fire and brimstone.
I worry about that. And maybe that they can get past that quickly if they start winning baseball games. But man, you got a lot of dudes on this team who've got a lot more major league games under their belt than their manager does.
Well, they all do.
Sure.
But your point is well taken. Right. And I think that respect has to be earned, and it has to be earned over time. And so if you're Willie Adames and you're not used to being pinch run for, and it doesn't work out, and you're 0-3, it doesn't mean that automatically, I don't respect the manager, but it's something where it's going to be hard to, get through that. And this is where Tony, as a great communicator from all reports, everyone who talks to him and everyone who's worked with him says that's his number one skill. That's where I think Steve Kerr separates himself from other coaches, where he's going to tell you, you may not like it, he's going to tell you what your role is and what he thinks is going to happen for you going forward. And if you can communicate that up front, then as a player, you kind of have to respect it, at least on the surface for a while.
I mean, yeah, for a while. We're in the honeymoon phase now. And I don't think anything, pinch run for Willie one time, okay. But how does this look in another 2 weeks? Let's get 3, 4, 5 series into the season. What's your record look like? What decisions are being made? And is Tony on a daily basis addressing what he perceives as his mistakes? Or what is he going to share in the media about players and what they may be struggling through, and what he says in front of a microphone might not be the same way that a player sees it? I don't think we're anywhere near there yet, but you've sort of set up a scenario where you're more vulnerable to that than you would be if you had made another choice. And I'm okay with that right now. I think everybody's okay with it right now, but you can skip the line on those topics just for bleeps and giggles. Like if Boch was your manager, that wouldn't even be a thing. Nobody would even think about that. But now you got to sort of get by that. Tony probably has to earn their respect, and I don't know if he has yet.
How could he? I mean,
he's got 0 wins.
It's been 3 games, and it's been just a couple of months. And I was thinking about last year with Willie Adames, where he was really struggling, and he likes to play every single day. And Bob Melvin went to him and said, we're going to give you a day because you're scuffling. And Adames was reluctant. He actually came on with us after that and expressed that he was, a little bit frustrated by that because he wants to play every day. And then he came out after a day off and started to rake. But Bob Melvin, having been in the majors for 30 or 40 years as a player and a skipper, he has that built-in respect. So decisions like that for Tony Vitello, they're going to be harder to make because he doesn't have those pelts on the wall.
Tim Kirkjian of ESPN joins us next. How is this looking across the nation? Big national stage. Yankees in town, and it's a complete and total dud for the Giants. We're sponsored by Safeway. The Valkyries just unveiled their new jerseys for the season. The season starts May 8th. In celebration, we're going to give one of those jerseys away next hour in the 5 o'clock hour. Just make sure that you're listening in the 5 o'clock hour. You'll know the sounder when you hear it. Be caller number 2 at that time to our contest line, 415-523-4652. So just keep on listening into the 5 o'clock hour. If you want to see the jersey, go to 957thegame.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Head to the Safeway Deli this week for tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless. Selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. Started it back in 1964 with the one branch. It's the anchor branch, Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue, right there in downtown Fremont. It's a gorgeous building, award-winning, and it's befitting of a bank that is a supreme 5-star bank. I've been a customer for more than 5 years, and I made the change because I wanted to be a part of a community bank that serves the community and me, and it's a bank that has great customer service. It's second to none, and they go the extra mile to make sure that I'm comfortable and that I'm well informed with all their different products and the different accounts that I can get into, and it's really served me quite well. They're very responsive. If I have a question, I call my teller, I call my manager down there in Oakland on College Avenue, and he's always ready to answer my questions and help serve me in the best possible way. They don't just check boxes, but they actually check on customers, and that means a lot to me. Other banks can do things for the community, but not like Fremont Bank, because you deposit your money with them and they reinvest it right into the community with home ownership and business loans and all the other great philanthropy and charity activities that make the Bay Area so strong. Get in there and be a part of a good, solid local bank. It's Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Spring brings brighter days and more time to show off your Kohl styles. School drop-off, a chance for your outfit to shine in the morning rays. The sun filtering through your windows, practically a personal spotlight, and family walks, all perfectly timed for golden hour. Shop Kohl's for 15% off and make the most of more daylight. Your outfits deserve it. Select styles. Offer ends April 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Our last day of warm weather with much cooler temperatures tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I tell you what, this was one of the most perfect ways to end this sunny, glorious day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know, saying it was pretty cool.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but now we're going to talk to Mr. Tim, too. Tim Kirkchin, ESPN.
Which is also really cool.
On the River Islands guest line. I wonder if he can help talk us through this start. 650 just hit our Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. Mark, in 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to be begging for Niners season to start. It's not even April yet.
No.
Tim Kirkchin, ESPN, is that what Giants fans are going to be doing in 3 weeks, begging for Niners season?
Look, it's a really bad start, but it's only 3 games. Beauty of baseball is things turn all the time. 2019 Nationals were 19 and 31 after 50 games and won the World Series. All sorts of strange things happen all the time. Granted, it was a bad 3-game series against the Yankees, but there's no reason to panic and give up. There's no reason to give up after 3 games.
I mean, the 3 games is one thing, Tim, but the 1 run is kind of the other. When you see an offense that is that muted, is that more of a, not a cause for a concern because it's only 3 games, but was that the most surprising part of it for you?
Yeah, so I looked up the last team to go first 2 games of the season, no runs, 4 hits, 19 strikeouts, and it has never happened before that any team in the history of baseball has gotten, in their first 2 games, no runs and 4 hits. Forget about the 19 strikeouts. That's what the Giants did in their first 2 games, and then scored 1 run in the 3rd game. So they kind of made history with those first 2 games, and clearly they did not swing the bats very well. But and I'm not making excuses here, but, Max Reed is a Cy Young caliber pitcher. Cam Schlittler, who pitched the second game, had a dominant first season, even though it was only a few starts, and was absolutely great in the postseason last year. So it wasn't like it wasn't like the fourth and fifth starters shut the Giants down. Two really good pitchers. And then Will Warren pitched. He's got a really good arm, too. So the Yankees have tremendous starting pitching, and it will be that way when they get Garrett Cole back and Rodon back. But those two guys starting out, pretty nasty stuff, and the Giants had no shot against them.
Tim Kirksey, ESPN. And Tim, I bet you get this dynamic, and it's what I think all of us are talking about and thinking about right now. Tony Vitello can't go get a hit, but because of the uniqueness of his arrival, this start already has a lot of people talking about him and what this all means and how he's handling it. What is your perspective?
Yeah, it's just not fair. I'm not a big believer that the manager has all that much to do with the winning and losing of games. That doesn't mean they are not a valuable piece, but you can't blame the manager that you got 4 hits and no runs in the first 2 games and 1 run total in the first 3 games. I'm not a big believer in firing the hitting coach or firing the pitching coach. Players get all the credit as they deserve when they win and play well. The players deserve most of the blame when they play poorly. Having said that, Tony Vitello still has things to prove because this has never happened before that a college coach has come in and with no professional experience is the manager of a major league team. So sure, the scrutiny will be there no matter what, and it's just off to a bad start.
What's a fair time to maybe take a look at not only this team, but any team? Because I'm looking at 3 at San Diego, then you got 4 with the Mets and 3 with Philly. It's a tough early season schedule for the Giants. At what point can we take a look and start to make actual judgments about a team?
Well, that's one of the great debates ever. The Tigers a couple years ago, they played in Williamsport. I was at the game, and they were under 500. This is in the middle of August. They had 0 chance of making the playoffs. They won the game that night, just took off and made the playoffs. So they were 100 games into the season, and we thought we had them figured out, and we didn't. So I don't think there is any formula for, all right, after X number of games, like Memorial Day, we know for sure. This is baseball. We never know for sure about anything. That is the ultimate beauty of the game. But you're right. This is a difficult start. I don't think it's a very good offensive team, and they're going to have to pick up some pace here with some really good pitching ahead. And by the way, there is really good pitching wherever they go, wherever anyone goes. It's just absurd, the stuff that we see on a daily basis in the big league.
Tim, I think I'd like to hear more about why you think it's not a good offensive team.
Well, I'm just not sure you're going to get the production out of the outfield that you're going to need to get. I'm not sure they are going to get enough production out of at least first base, depending on who plays there. I just look at other teams like the Yankees, who are really good, the Dodgers, who are exceptional. They just look like they have a better lineup than the Giants do, and they do. But that's not going to be solved anytime soon. You just got to get going. You got to get swinging. Remember how bad Rafael Devers was last year to start the year for the Red Sox, and then he was slow with the Giants, and he ended up finishing up pretty well. So good hitters need time to get their game together. And again, fellas, in the first, up until this morning, there were 9 different guys that had struck out 4 times in a game already this year, including Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh and Nolan Arenado and a bunch of really good hitters. This is the hardest hitting environment we've ever seen, and the Giants have started off at a bad spot. So they got to get some swings in, and we'll see when that starts. Maybe tonight in San Diego.
Has it gotten to be too hard, Tim? Because what you're saying about hitting, I've kind of seen myself where pitchers are throwing harder with more movement, and it seems to me like hitting has never been more difficult going back to when they lowered the mound in '68.
Yeah, I did the Blue Jays against the A's over the weekend, those Friday and Saturday night game. I called the Saturday game on the radio. The Blue Jays struck out 50 A's in the first 3 games. That was a major league record also for the most strikeouts in the first 3 games of the season. The strikeout rate is ridiculous. The stuff that we see is absurd. And when a really good pitcher like Kevin Gossman that I saw Friday night and Dylan Cease Saturday, the guys who that kind of stuff locate, the hitters do not have much of a chance. But now it's up to the hitters to make an adjustment and say, all right, I'm having trouble hitting this guy. Maybe I need to have a slightly different approach. You know, maybe choke up with 2 strikes, shorten your swing with 2 strikes, something, because the same approach isn't working against guys who are throwing 97 miles an hour with secondary stuff that is so good.
Tim Kirkson, ESPN, with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Tim, let's go back to your comment about not getting the outfield production that they're going to need. Jung-Hoo Lee is about to start year 3 of a 6-year, $113 million deal, mostly injured year 1. Last year, little bit disappointing. What do you think they have here? What are their chances of getting return on investment?
Well, that's a good question. As I say all the time, the light goes on and off for players all the time, usually without explanation. And I don't think the light has gone on for him yet. The Giants kind of have to hope it hasn't, because last year, one of the Giants guys told me, all right, it's time for this guy to hit. And he really didn't last year. So maybe this is the year. But just when you think someone is not going to produce, he becomes a really good hitter. And just when you think guys are really good hitters, they stop producing. The degree of difficulty of the game overwhelms it sometimes. And I think Lee's going to be a good hitter someday. I'm just not sure which day that's going to be, but they're going to need some production from him if they're going to be the team they need to be.
And Harrison Bader and Elliot Ramos, the other 2 outfielders, what do you see from them and their ability to be more productive, perhaps, than what they've been so far in their career?
Yeah, is a great defensive center fielder, as we know, and he's done some really good things even in the postseason with a power swing and everything else. But, you know, he's a bottom-of-the-order hitter mostly, and Ramos has had some really good at-bats and some really good stretches as a major leaguer, but it's not just the outfield. They need it from every position. You know, they're going to need Willie Adames to be great. They're going to need Matt Chapman to be great. They're going to need Patrick Bailey to be an improvement a little bit over last year. Again, when you run into pitching like they ran into in New York against the Yankees, and they're going to run into everywhere they go, it's going to take all 9 guys, otherwise it's not going to work. And that goes for virtually every team in the major leagues.
Tim, an interesting opening 3 games, not just for the lack of scoring, but Tony Vitello never used a pinch hitter. The bench guys are still on the bench. And so I wonder, in looking at that, do you see a guy that might be a little gun shy, might not be used to the process yet coming from college to the pros, or maybe was it more circumstantial? What do you think?
All right, 3 games, to me, it's more circumstantial. However, you know, this is an enormous adjustment from a college baseball coach to a major league manager, and it takes some time. You know, he was in charge of everything at Tennessee, as is every college coach, and then he gets to the major leagues, and there are a lot of people with say within the organization about who should be playing, how we're going to play, what happens after the game. There are dozens of people breaking the game down where he's not used to that from college days. But I repeat, it's 3 games. I'm not going to make any sort of assessment of the manager. It's just way too early. Look, they went 19-9 in spring training. They showed energy and enthusiasm, which is what he's supposed to bring. But energy and enthusiasm doesn't do you much when Cam Schlittler is dealing like that, and Max Reed, who's really good, is just carving. There's not much you can do. You can be trying everything you can, and it still doesn't work when really good pitchers locate with that ridiculously good stuff.
Yeah, tough to win when you score 1 and impossible when you score 0. But I'm thinking about the Giants pitching, Tim, and do they have the quality of pitching to be able to survive if this team has to win games 3-2?
I like the top of their rotation, and Logan Webb, as we know, is one of the best pitchers in the game. But yeah, I think they're going to have to win some 3-2 games, and we'll see if they're up for this. I don't see them as a playoff team. I didn't see it at the beginning of the year. I mean, in spring training, and I don't see it now. But that doesn't mean they can't change course and get hot and be good. It's just I don't see on the roster this being a playoff team. I mean, not everyone can make the playoffs, but there are openings for wild cards in the National League, but there aren't a whole lot of them. It's a very difficult National League, and when you got the Dodgers in your division, that's a challenge into itself.
The Dodgers, who do they got? But anyway, Tim, what about this? I wonder if, in your perspective, you think a manager like Tony can succeed in 2026? You mentioned the energy. He mentioned after the start that maybe he came out a little bit too hot with, as he called it, fire and brimstone speeches before the season started. Can you, with your knowledge, think of managers in the past that have worked that way, and does it still work in this day and age?
It certainly doesn't work the same today as it used to. And look, I'm not a big managerial speech kind of guy. I grew up learning the game from Earl Weaver with the Orioles, who's one of the 5 greatest managers of all time. He almost never held a team meeting, as he once told me. What happens if I have a team meeting and we lose? Well, what do I do then? So he had very few, and as one of the Orioles told me, Earl only holds a team meeting when he knows Jim Palmer's pitching the next day. So I'm not going to buy that our players today, as good as they are, as talented as they are, really need someone to come in there and get them fired up. Well, the other night, Oral Hershiser was on a broadcast, and somebody asked him, did Dave Roberts really inspire you to go out there and pitch? And Clayton very politely said, I don't need anybody to inspire me. Once I go out there, I have all the inspiration I need. It comes from within me, and I 100% agree with that. You shouldn't need a fire and brimstone speech from the manager to get you going. I think with what you're facing on the other team, 98 miles an hour, fire and brimstone isn't going to help you. And that has nothing to do with the Giants manager. That's any manager.
Tim, it's too bad Earl Weaver's no longer with us, because the question of what happens if I do a big speech and then we lose, he could call Tony Vitello and ask him, because that's what just happened.
Well, these things happen. Again, 3 games. We're in the third quarter of the Warriors' first game of the season. I don't think it's time to panic with the way things are going now, but I think a first win for the manager and the team would be pretty important, not to mention scoring a few runs.
Yeah, that would help, although the Warriors reference probably just brought us all another set of feelings about how things have gone this year. But anyway, Tim, great stuff as always, and thank you so much.
My pleasure, fellas. Talk to you soon.
Definitely. Tim Kirkjian, ESPN.
3 games. He repeated that many, many times. So
3 games.
That's right. And Is he gone?
He's gone. I looked. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of chastised me earlier for
2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. 3 games, he's right, and he's not going to judge a manager based on that. But it is interesting about the fire and brimstone part of it.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I love him. I love talking to him. Yeah, he's not a speech guy.
No.
No.
And I don't think that the fire and brimstone speech works for baseball. Like you were saying before, you were talking about Aaron Oberholzer, and you're playing, pipe up music, getting jacked up, going to the first tee. And if he does that on a tour event, he's going to hit the first ball 70 yards out of bounds. And baseball is a lot like that. You can't get jacked up. Now, if you're the closer and you're coming in for 3 outs, that's a little bit different because you're coming in and trying to throw 103 miles an hour. But if you're a hitter, you can't be too amped up at the plate.
You wouldn't think. No, it's such a game of process, right? Kind of like golf. Like you got to go out there and almost find your quiet zone and just then execute your process. There's no wall for you to run through. There's nobody that you have to tackle. You just have to see ball, hit ball. And he's also not wrong. That just gets harder and harder and harder every year. Like, I don't know. At some point, the game will need to change with the way pitching is going.
And that's
we
why
can't just have this ramp up to 108 miles an hour and then ask everybody to hit it and have the umpire see it and call it a strike in the little box and all. Like, it's going to have to change at some point. I think we're still a ways away, but
I think we're closer than ever before. And I just was thinking about the worst offense in history and the fewest runs scored since the modern game has been changed, and it was 1968. The White Sox averaged 2.86 runs a game, and I was thinking, they must have struck out a lot. They struck out 840 times, which is nothing.
That's nothing.
Last year, as a team.
Yeah.
Last year, the lowest strikeout total was Kansas City. They struck out almost 1,100 times.
Yeah, exactly. You got dudes that are striking out 200 plus times themselves.
Right.
In a year.
That team in 1968, they hit 71 home runs as a team.
Wow.
So, and that was the year that they lowered the mound.
Yeah.
Bob Gibson's ERA was barely above 1, and you just couldn't hit. And so they made the change, and I think that we've reached that point.
Let's take some calls. Let's go to Rick and San Leandro. Hi, Rick. Thank you for calling.
Oh, thank you for having me on the show.
Yeah.
Great interview with Tim.
Thank you.
I think he's, it is 3 games, but let's face it, they look terrible. They got Harrison Bader for $20 million. You got Adames at almost $200 million. Devers at almost $300 million. This team is contracted. It's going to weigh him down. No one's going to come here. No one's coming to play here. And the team looks old. They're not a young-looking team.
Can I dig into that,
and,
Rick? Rick, can I dig into that? What do you mean no one's coming here? What do you mean?
Free agents.
I mean,
no free agents want to come here.
They've literally had a flow of them in just the last 2 years.
Right, but who else was going to take them? The Dodgers weren't going to take Adames. That was not real. The Giants just took Adames because they didn't want the Dodgers to get him. They didn't really think that this guy was the savior. And Rafael Devers, nobody wanted him. The Giants with Buster Posey was the only guy that was going to take him at $280 million plus 2 first-round draft picks.
Well, that was a trade. That was a trade, but
right,
I guess what I mean, Rick, is like Jung-Hoo Lee, Harrison Bader, Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Luis Ariz. Like a lot of people have chosen to come to the Giants.
I think so because Buster Posey is the only one silly enough to pay them. $1 million last year. So obviously Buster Posey is not he has no experience in a front office. He hasn't even been a scout.
That's true.
So how is he going to do player evaluation? So he's just like, now he's living over in Walnut Creek, way away with 4 kids. He likes to hunt. He likes to play golf, but he's going to learn 1,200 Major League Baseball players, 3600 minor league baseball players,
Rick,
300 college.
Can I stop you for a second? Because I heard this same call earlier today.
Go ahead.
And it sounded familiar, and then he started reciting the same numbers he recited earlier. 1,200 Major League players, 3,600 minor league players. Then he's going to get to 3,000 college players and an untold number of thousands of international players. And Buster Posey's not putting 8 hours in the lab watching tape. He's got 4 kids, and he lives in Lafayette, by the way, not Walnut Creek, but that's neither here nor there. But Rick's I listen to the station too much.
No, I know.
If you're going to call twice a day, call with a different call. I can't have these callers.
His opinion didn't change since noon.
The numbers didn't change either.
Right. Buster's also not doing this by himself.
Right, and that's what I was screaming at the radio on the drive in, and so now I get to say it into a microphone.
Nobody knows 1,200 players.
And Farhan Zaidi didn't do it by himself, and that's why you have a scouting department. You don't have one guy who's a scout. You've got a department of scouts.
Farhan. We got to explore why this one bothers me so much. The whole no one would pick the Giants thing. It's very triggering to me.
Because
it bothers the hell out of me.
It bothers you because people have picked them.
Well, it's like it's wrong, but we all say wrong things all the time. But that one, it tightens my shoulders up and makes me want to like punch something.
I think if I can put you on the virtual couch for a second.
Why? It's so defeatist.
It's because
it's so self-loathing.
You think that makes the Giants feel like a second-tier, mid-market, hairy high school operation.
And I can't tell you how many people in the bigs have over and over talked about how they are, like the Giants, it's one of the classier organizations in baseball. It's somewhere that people want to go. It's got a beautiful ballpark.
Right. The Giants are spending. You can argue that they're spending on the wrong people.
Sure.
I still think it's too early to say that. But they're spending and people are coming here.
All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Remember, a Valks jersey is coming up sometime next segment, so just keep listening. We do have a few things to get to on the that are interesting on the Niners front after John Lynch and Jed York both spoke publicly. But we're also going to keep going on Giants. Tony Vitello, are you pissed or patient? 888-957-9570 is the number. It is Willard and Dibs. And this is Willard for Underdog. Hey, how about that tournament action? Still rolling. Obviously, you've also got NBA, you've got Major League Baseball, but the tournament has 3 big games to go. And Underdog is the best place to get in on the action. You can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You grab your favorite players. Are they going higher or lower on stats? Points, rebounds, assists, whatever it can be. You get them all right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I'm looking at that Arizona-Michigan game. That thing's going to be high scoring. So I like higher on some of the top players for that Arizona-Michigan game coming up on Saturday. Download the app today. And how about this? If you use my promo code, Willard, you'll score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first 5. That promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Got to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Can we bounce around to a couple other things?
Oh, yeah.
Then we'll circle back. I
like it.
John Lynch says that substation thing. We checked into it.
Yeah, we got a scientist in there with about 4 decades worth of electromagnetic experience. Debunked.
You know what I'm making for dinner tonight? I can't wait. I'm excited. This is one of my favorite things to make for the kids when I get home tonight.
I don't know where you're going.
We're making nothing burgers tonight.
We did hire an independent scientist. He basically was a big nothing burger. We're safe. Like we're in a safe place of work. The levels are, I think I read in there, 400 times less than unsafe zones. And so it's a normal place of work. It's a normal gym. We are safe, we're healthy, and we feel really good about that. So I'll let Corey fill you in on more details. I read that part and felt really good. That was important to us, not just to turn a blind eye, but to look into it because it's our players' wellness. It's not only our players' wellness, it's coaches, it's staff, all that. It's encouraging. I felt like it would be that way, but it's encouraging that it came out in a good place.
Can I translate, John? My God, the patience that it would take to be in one of these positions. Here's what John Lynch said behind the scenes, according to me. Okay? This is stupid. This has always been stupid, but it became a big thing, and everyone started talking about it, and certain players even started talking about it, and it's their health, and we're a free agent destination, and we're a multi-billion-dollar organization, so we better throw a couple dollars at this so that we can come out and officially say what we already knew all along, which is this is stupid. This is so incredibly, unbelievably, for 40 years now, stupid. But y'all talked about it so much that we better go take care of it and be sure. That's what my bet is happening behind the scenes.
Well, this is what happens when you get information, not facts, but information, and it starts to take on a life of its own. And I'm thinking about the early days of the COVID pandemic when some had opined that ammonia might be something that would help to keep the virus at bay, or hydroxychloroquine or whatever that thing was. But there was things that were thrown out, and things become believed. And when they're believed by some, they get perpetrated and they get believed by more. And this is one of those cases where this electromagnetic wave from the substation that happens to be close enough to maybe be a thing. So now you have to go out there and get an independent scientist to debunk it. I'm sure behind the scenes, a lot of the execs are thinking, I can't believe that we had to use some of our man hours to actually have this be done. But unfortunately, that's where we are.
And then there's one other lynch that I wanted to hit because I'd love to know how you translate this. And we're going to go to the phones here in a little bit, 888-957-957. We've got the Valks jersey to give away in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned. You'll know the sounder when you hear it, and then you'll call the contest line, and you'll win. The jersey's really, really good looking. Check this out, though. Let's talk about Mike Evans and Christian Kirk both being in the wide receiver room this year. I want you to hear one of the comments that he makes in the process of talking about this. Check it out.
Well, Mike and Christian, we're excited about, that room. Those rooms are always interesting ones. There's a lot of dynamics, and I think to have two grown men, I think is really exciting. I think Hank's looking forward to it. I think we're all looking forward to it, and that is not to disparage anybody we've had, but I think anytime you can add players to your team in general, but especially at that position, those guys play the game the right way. And we've long looked at Christian Kirk and free agency. Christian was another guy we had priced a lot higher and, for whatever reason, missed his market, but then really had opportunities to go play for more elsewhere, wanted to be a part of what we are all about. And so we were able to do something on a 1-year deal, and we're excited. He had, we used to face him at Arizona here. Then he went over to Jacksonville. Houston last year had spurts of really good play, and he's always been a respected player that plays the game the right way and plays our style. So we're excited about adding him as well.
Right at the beginning, he says, boy, those rooms always have some dynamics, don't they?
Yeah, they sure do.
And then he says, but it's great to have two grown men there.
Right.
All right. What's the translation?
The translation is we had Brandon Ayuk, who decided he didn't want to rehab here. We never heard from him. You had Juwan Jennings, who is a grown man doing things the right way, playing through injury, but he also had a bit of a contract thing in the offseason. And then you've got a bunch of pups. You got Ricky Pearsall still figuring out how to be a pro and a healthy pro. He got shot. He got hurt. He's not somebody who can command the room. And then you've got Sky Moore, who was just trying to stick as a kick returner. Demarcus Robinson coming off a 3-game suspension for a DUI situation. Kendrick Bourne, who kind of came in and breezed out. And you kind of get the point where you didn't really have that OG presence in the room that you would want. And so now you bring in Mike Evans, a guy who is ticketed for the Hall of Fame eventually. Christian Kirk, a good, solid pro. And now that room, Jordan Watkins is still learning and finding his way, and Pearsall in year 3 and all the rest of it. Now you've got real experienced leaders in there that you probably haven't had the last few years.
I agree with everything you said, and I think you left one thing out, and that's Deebo Samuel. A loved 49er. And I'm not trying to say otherwise, but let's think about what the wide receiver room has looked like over the last handful of years. You've had 3 different wide receivers get into contract squabbles with the 49ers. You've had one of them get into a shouting match with a long snapper and a kicker. One of them also demanded the ball more, and then went out the very next week and dropped a game-winning touchdown pass. I don't need to recount for you the entire Brandon Ayuk situation. I agree with you. I think Juwan has been a great 49er, although even with him still sitting out on the market, they openly in this press conference said goodbye to him. They're like, wish him the best. See you later, Juwan. And the chuckle about the dynamics, I mean, I can imagine that there are 12 other things that we don't know about. And wide receivers are wide receivers. And to put 7 or 8 of them together and think that everybody is going to just kind of get along and make sense and be good teammates at a position that is complementary and is not in charge of getting the ball to self and all of those things, I wonder what it's been like the last handful of years in that position room, putting all those personalities together. I'm betting it was more difficult than we realized.
Absolutely, and I will refer to the stat that I came up with at the end of the year where the 49ers ranked number 30 out of 32 in percentage of catches made by wide receivers. So it's an offense that doesn't use the receiver a lot. They had, I think, only 40% of their catches went to wide receivers. They do 2 receiver sets a lot. So if you're not wide receiver 1 or 2 and you're third and Juwan, well, you're not going to get the target share that you probably want. And so it takes a certain individual to come into that room and do what they ask, which is block. You got to block to get the rock. And even when you block, we're not going to throw it a ton if things are going good because we have this guy, Christian McCaffrey, and then we have George Kittle. And so, yeah, wide receivers, we love you and we're going to use you, but not like some of these high-flying, highfalutin teams. So I think the room in and of itself is a challenge based on the way Shanahan runs his offense.
Kay Bueno in Oakland wants to weigh in. What's up, Kay Bueno? What you doing?
Happy Monday, guys. Just going on 580 right here. Going to go pick up my son from my in-laws babysitting today. So wanted to call you real fast before I got him in the car. And, look, I love what Lynch was saying there. You got to think about that. Now the guy that we have who's leading the receiver room, the pedigree of the leader now in the receiver room is a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's a pro's pro. And not even talking about Christian Kirk, who's still got I think he's got plenty of gas in the tank to make a difference. But you got Evans, who's a first ballot Hall of Fame when it's all said and done. So that changes the whole dynamic of the leadership that's happening within the receiver room. And then, like you said, you got a bunch of young guys that we're waiting to see something from. So now we got, like you said, grown men that are leading that room who could really now set an example, who's got a career to look at, a resume to look at and say, look, do as I do and look at what I'm doing. And someone who can really, truly set an example for the other young receivers that we're waiting to see some results from still. So he's speaking facts, Lynch is. And it's not knocking who we had before. Love Jennings, third and Juwan. Always got to have love for him. The dude is a dog. Absolute dog. Ayuk, nothing, I can't say that already hasn't been said by everybody else. But it's just now it seems like a change of tone with getting Evans and Christian Kirk in there. And Evans is being the leading horse to kind of look at, okay, this is now our leader in the receiver room. This is the standard, not the standard so much, but this is what we're going to be. This is who we're following in the leadership now in terms of the receiver room. Here's the example.
Okay, Bueno, thanks. I think the 49ers have maybe less of a tolerance than most organizations as far as this kind of behavior. Everybody falls into it. We're talking about organizations that have hundreds of people. Not everybody's going to be a perfect role model, but they have tried to subscribe to the no knuckleheads theory to the best of their ability. I just think that when they do accidentally stumble into it, especially when they stumble into it and then pay for it the way they did with Brandon Ayuk, they're almost prone to overreact to it. And I think that they did here. They overreacted to it, though, in a very, very good way. Like, they just rebuilt the only veteran, if you even want to call him that they're holding on to and moving forward with, who's been a part of the plan over the last couple of seasons, is Ricky Pearsall. I know Robinson's in there as well. But, right. Look what Debo, Brandon, Juwan, even Kendrick Bourne comes in, doesn't get an offer. It's like we're redoing that room completely. It's time to redo that house.
Yeah.
And I think they did it in a pretty intuitive way.
And they're still in the midst of the redo because you've got Jacob Cowing, who either will be there or won't, and Jordan Watkins, who will get another chance to break through. Robinson will be there for just one more year. And so you've got Evans and you've got Kirk as your veterans. You probably are going to draft a receiver, hopefully not with that first-round pick. I think you'll probably throw a pick at another receiver because that's kind of what you do and stuff. And so the room is still evolving, but you do have Mike Evans at the top. And I caution people on using the expression first ballot Hall of Famer because it doesn't really work like that in football. Terrell Owens was a second ballot Hall of Famer, but I think he will be a Hall of Famer. It's just a question of when, not if. But a lot of guys just don't get that first ballot designation, and it's the weird cockamamie way that football does it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they called a wide receiver's name. I'd be shocked if they did it early. I do not think you're going to see that in the first round or anything like that. To me, you go into the draft, if there's room for a receiver, great. But to me, edge rusher, running back, offensive line. Those are the three things I think, and maybe safety, but I think those are the three things they're really sniffing around as they head into the draft.
Interesting about running back because you look at last year and McCaffrey was 450 touches in the regular season and the postseason combined, and I don't know if they are really bothered by that. And you drafted a guy last year that you hope can be his understudy.
Well, Kyle Shanahan did also speak, and he sort of expressed, A, some regret that they didn't get Jordan James more involved, B, admitted that the level of work for McCaffrey is not sustainable, and C, they grabbed Brian Robinson, and he got into their program, and they assessed that there are a lot of Christian's plays that he couldn't run, which is why they, A, didn't play him that much, and B, let him go. So I think that they are looking for Jordan James to be a bigger part of this and probably add another running back who they think can run at least that skill set.
Yeah. They've got Isaac Guerrero, who 2 years ago, he was able to run some of the plays that, they needed him to run. The team was 6-11, so the stakes were lower, but I also wonder about his future with the team.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Remember that Valkyries jersey is coming up sometime real soon. So just keep listening for that sounder. You'll hear Kevin Dana. When you hear that sounder, get ready. Call the contest line at 415-523-4652. Be caller 2, and you will get that brand new jersey. If you are just joining us, hopping into the car, 888-957-9570. We've largely been talking about San Francisco Giants frustration. Started off the show by even admitting that there's an oscillation going on inside my own head, which is how to sort of figure out where to put your disappointment and frustration about an opening week that had all kinds of glitz, glamour, but no hits. All glitz, no hits.
I like it.
That's exactly what ended up happening.
All glamour, no hammer.
Very good. I'll take that too. Like the Giants, just a big old dud of a weekend, not just about the losses, but 13 total hits in 3 baseball games. The whole thing just lacked all of the stuff that's necessary. And then on the other hand, you go, okay, hold on a second. I'm a human being with a brain. I forgot. It's 3 games. They're 0-3. Last time they went 0-3 to start a season, they won the World Series. That
was 2014 or 2012?
Yeah,
okay.
It's okay. Like, nothing has been lost, but I do wonder 2 things. And the question we had kind of been throwing out is, are you pissed or patient? And I think everybody kind of wants to answer that patient because nobody wants to. Who wants to be pissed after 3 games? Like, what are we doing? But that's kind of what I'm saying. We got to find out where to put this because that was a huge bummer. And so I look at it through the lens of what does this mean for Tony Vitello? Because I'm with Tim Kirkton. This says nothing about his managing but it's where everybody wants to go because it's what we know. It's
what's different.
Right.
Like all these guys except for Bader really were on the team last year for the most part.
Yeah,
and
Bader and Arise.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so Bader and Arise is doing kind of what you expected, and so is Bader, which is good D, not a lot of O. But the big difference is you have this manager who's never done it before, never played the bigs, never managed in the bigs, and you start out 0-3. So you don't point the finger at Tony Vitello, but that is the one thing that's really the most different from last year.
Well, and I also think that it was way too early for Tony Vitello to say, oops, I think I ratcheted up the tension in the room. And I'm thinking to myself, no way. There's no way that you gave a speech and fired everybody up, and then that led big leaguers. That led Logan Webb, who had just been on the world stage, came to the mound on Netflix and was like, trying too hard. There's no way. But that's sort of what Tony indicated when this is post-game Friday, so they'd only lost 2 games at this point. But when he tried to put the blame on himself.
If I had to guess, to be honest with you, I'd blame myself. So maybe it's time to maybe do what I can to ease any tension in there so guys can be free and go out there and play. Because, as I said, I think everybody that was on the field or in the stands know those guys can play that were in that lineup.
Okay, so immediately people are like, what tension? Tension?
And you're going to go in there and do what you can to ease the tension? Like, you're going to hire like a clown to go in there and like make balloon animals? Or you're going to go in there and do 5 minutes of stand-up? I don't know. I mean, you're going to get like...
Make me a bicycle clown!
Seriously? That is so funny. Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
They had one of those at the farmer's market this weekend. And my daughter's like, a mermaid. I was like, keep it moving. We're not sitting here so balloon animal guy can make you a mermaid. Make me a bicycle clown. That's Wedding Crashers, right?
Yes, it is.
Wedding Crashers.
No, I'm gonna make you your mermaid, but I'm not happy about it.
That's so funny.
Okay?
I like that movie.
It's the best. Anyway, so they're like, what do you mean tension? And what are you going to do to ease the tension?
At this point, emotions are a little too high, whereas unfortunately this game is not like football, where I mentioned Ray Lewis the other day, where you can, have the intensity that, you might have to. If I mentioned basketball, you're pressing up and down and running back and forth. You can't do that. Baseball is more about intent than it is intensity. So I think in order for our guys to get their best intent, maybe it doesn't need to be that fire and brimstone conversation I had with them 3 or 4 days ago, whatever the heck it was, where they want to charge out of the locker room and have a football game or start a UFC fight or anything like that. Just go play ball. And so starts with the leadership. So that's kind of why I say, up to me to either to point that out or help bring that along.
Okay, so and that's why I said earlier, while you're sitting here saying maybe the tension was too high and fire and brimstone, and these guys are out here trying too hard, my first thought is, actually, I don't think they are. I think you are. I'm not stressed. You shouldn't be stressed. You don't need to answer every game with a reason. Like, we all get that it's baseball. I hadn't thought of this. And just sort of in talking this out with you, this just popped into my mind. Like, what was Tennessee's record in a normal Tony Vitello year?
Probably like about 45-15.
Okay.
I mean, they won an absolute Casey Schmidt ton of games year in and year out.
So when you lose a game at Tennessee, it's like, hey, let's sit down and talk about this. Lost? Like, you do that maybe once a week?
Yeah.
Maybe once every 2 weeks at Tennessee. Hey, Skip, you going to do this 2-3 times a week every week. All summer long.
And you'll be a good team. If you win 4 out of every 7, which is 3 losses in a week, you're a playoff team.
Yeah. So you don't need to explain every single one. You don't need to explain every single one with everybody's pressing, everybody's trying too hard. And that's why I said I think Tony is. I think Tony feels this need, especially early on. And I get it. I don't know how it couldn't be this way. Tony's like Tony's Tony Vitello. He's the first manager to ever do this. And then you come out and the Yankees just come into your building and clown you all week long. And you want to get that pressure released. You want to look like you belong. So now he's out here going, I messed up. I did a speech and I shouldn't have done a speech. And now we're going to go do this. And it's on the leaders. It's like, you're okay, man. You're okay. But the more you kind of make it about you, now it becomes about you, but not because it was about you, but because you're making it about you kind of a thing.
And it's making us think that it is about him because he's making it about him. And just glancing at what you were referencing, Tennessee going backward, 46-19, 60-13, 44-22, 57-9, and then 50-18. Those are the last 5 years that Tony V was at Tennessee. So you make a good point about he's not used to losing, let alone losing 3 in a row, let alone losing the first 3 of the season. So he's got to find a way to temper his own, I don't know, emotions might be too strong, but his own words when it pertains to, like, every day there's a game. You might lose 6 of the next 8. That's okay. It's not a big deal.
Temmie looking to Thornton. Open left wing 3. Rain dance!
Oh, there it is. Rain dance. If you want to win a brand new Valkyries jersey, all you got to do is be caller number 2. And by the way, we're doing caller number 2 because this is season number 2 for the Golden State Valkyries. Contest line right now, 415-523-4652. You call in, you're caller 2, you've got one of those brand spanking new Valkyries jerseys, courtesy of the Golden State Valkyries. We wish each of you very good luck and cannot wait to see things unfold for season number 2 for the Valkyries and how we're going to present that for y'all.
Yeah, I would imagine we're going to be out there a bunch, and those were super fun games to broadcast from the concourse and everybody getting their lavender on and getting all jacked up for another Valk season. And as we're watching the women's tournament, you can start to cast at least one eye toward the upcoming WNBA draft and, which of these players the Valks might be able to procure in said draft.
It's kind of fun to think about it that way. Free agency, whatnot. Like, I know that at least most people I know are not thinking about it in these terms yet, but you have to remember Joe Lacob's the owner of that team too. So watch the way he runs the Warriors, and I have to think he's going to run the Valkyries the exact same way. And what do we hear every offseason? Big game hunting, big names. You got a big name, we're gonna find a way to get that player on the Valkyries and win a championship as quickly as possible. They made the playoffs in their first year. So who knows? Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark, whatever other big names are out there when they get to free agency, if they get to free agency.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And real quick, guys, congrats to Will in Oakland, who's getting the free Valkyries jersey.
Nice job, Will in Oakland. Thank you for listening, Will, and congrats. Wear that thing with pride.
No doubt. Lock in on the WNBA season.
Here it comes.
Maybe we'll do a whole summer of, instead of Giannis, just Caitlin Clark. Would you give up 4 future firsts? I mean.
Oh, God. Yeah.
You never know.
Would you give? Yes, you would. You would.
Yeah.
You'd give up 4 future firsts for Caitlin Clark.
Box office.
Absolutely. Not for Giannis, but for Caitlin. That'd be my take. But anyway, yeah, I would love that for Tony. And he's got a very, very fine line to walk here. And here's what I mean by that. I want Tony to keep his authenticity. I love the fact that I'm speaking from me to you all right now. This is we are lucky enough to have been in the room with him. We have had him on the show. We have been to multiple press conferences. I'm telling you that when you ask this man a question, he looks you in the eye and actually thinks about how he wants to answer it. That is not the norm. And I don't even just mean that in big-time sports and press conferences. I mean that in life. Like, how many people are, like, listening to you and then look you in the eye and go, okay, how do I want to give a nice, detailed, thoughtful response to that? It's not the way the majority of the world works right now. And I, early on, I'm liking it early. I appreciate that part of Tony Vitello. But what I want for him also is to, alongside that, fully have the confidence you're in the right spot. You don't need to impress everybody every minute of every day. In other words, and I've learned this over and over in life, it doesn't work when you cruise around trying to prove yourself constantly.
Yeah, you don't have to.
It's just like, dude, you're here.
You have the gig.
You're here.
You're 3 games in. They believed in you enough to give you $3 million a year for, 3 or 4 seasons? I'm not sure the length of the deal, but they believe in you. You got the gig. So not that you have to act like you've been here before, because you haven't, but don't act like you haven't been here before, even though you haven't. Just realize that you don't have to ride the emotions of every single game. And I think that's what you've been pointing out. And that's going to be the hardest thing for him, because he is authentic and he is a guy who wears his emotions on his sleeve and he really wants to do well. But 3 games in, it couldn't be much more of a disaster, but it doesn't matter. That's 3 games in. You can go to San Diego and sweep the Pods, or you could go and get swept or somewhere in between, and you'll have 156 more of these to go.
Well, you know what the other thing is, too? Baseball is inexplicable. It just is. It doesn't make any sense. That's why you can win the World Series and people look at you and go, well, you're not the best team. I mean, let's think about it. Let's go back to 2014.
Let's go back to last year. I pointed this out about Detroit.
San Francisco Giants win over the Kansas City Royals. If my memory is serving me correctly, the Giants win Game 7 3-2. Okay? Let's think about just a few of the things that happened in that game. Okay? There's the Joe Panic, Eric Hosmer double play that was not called a double play, that was then reviewed that was a double play, and I'm talking by a cleat. And if you want to go back to what the actual game-winning run was, it happened very early in the game. Second, third inning, I think. Third inning, maybe. Michael Morse, probably exit velo of 12, hit a ball off of his fists, and it just dying quail goes out over the first and second baseman's head into short right field and gives the Giants the advantage. And they're up 3-2. And then as they get to the 4th or 5th inning, they pull their horse out of the bullpen, who was supposedly not necessarily ready to pitch, but if he was ready to pitch, it was just going to be real quick. Hey, Madison, go give us a few. Give us what you got. And Madison never left. All of those things happen, and you win the World Series. You win the World Series. That's baseball. So you're right. They could go on a 5-game win streak right now, and I wouldn't even blink, because it's not usually even about who's the best team. You don't dominate in that sort of a way. And I wonder, I don't know this, but I wonder if that's a part of an adjustment for Tony that even he hasn't really thought of yet. He's used to putting that costume on, and then you win. Usually.
Yeah, I ran down those records. Those records are we don't ever lose. And if we do, we're going to beat you 2 out of the 3 or 3 out of the 4. You're not taking a series from us when we go 60-10 and we win the Natty.
Well, and then if you do lose, all right, you head to your office, and who's in there with you? Well, we got Vols.com, right? SECRUS.com. You know what I mean? WinVols.com. And I don't know, even have a newspaper out there or something, whatever. You got a small group of people who are in your office every day, and we're talking out the specific plays that led to us losing to most likely a very inferior opponent today. That's so different now. That's so different. Like the next game that he coached, Netflix was here, and Aaron Judge was here. And Logan Webb went out and they put up a crooked one on him in the second inning. You brought this up earlier. I think it's a good point for Giants fans to remember. They gave up 8 runs outside of that one inning for the whole weekend.
Right.
Like they pitched pretty well.
The bullpen was really solid.
Really good.
And it was that one inning, and then you couldn't hit. And it's interesting, too, the part that you're laying out with the reporters. It's also where you go out back in the locker room after you lose to LSU, probably 13-11, because that's college baseball. And you're talking to, little Drew Gilbert, who's 19, and Tidwell, who's 20, and all the fellas. The oldest guy in the room outside of your fellow coaches might be 23 or 24. With the COVID, you get that extra year. You get the point. Now you lose these games, and you go in the locker room, and Chappie's 34, 35, and Robbie Ray's got 4 kids and a bunch of problems, and you're dealing with grown men who are multi-millionaires. You're not dealing with youngsters who might be on their phone and worried about their chemistry test. It's a whole different experience, and he's going to adjust. I'm sure he already has, but you're dealing with grown men who are rich, generationally rich. Doesn't mean they don't care about the game, but they definitely see things differently. When you're Matt Chapman and you've played in, 1,200 baseball games, you're going to understand a little bit more about the ebbs and the flows.
Well, it's funny you bring up Drew Gilbert. He's probably a great snapshot of this entire thing, and we got it before Vitello was even hired. Drew Gilbert is not that far removed from being in a Tennessee dugout. And what does Drew Gilbert do in a dugout?
He bites people.
I mean, he does the centipede when someone else homers. Like, it's just, that's the energy from which Tony comes. And now you're here. And so this idea of I've got to fire you up for every game and then I've got to explain it away every time you lose is something that I think he's going to have to shake that. And I think he actually will very, very quickly. That's the other thing. These messages come at you real fast. You got 3 losses to the Yankees, and now you've got an entire major market thinking about it, talking about it, reacting to it. And so I think he'll grow out of this real quick. But it's funny. In his commentary over the weekend about it's my job to go calm them down, that was the first thought that came to my mind is, no, dude, you need to calm yourself down.
Right.
They're fine. They're fine. The Giants are fine.
They've been through this.
They've all had 3-game losing streaks before.
Right. Even Jung-Hoo Lee, who's now in year 3, and year 1 was beset by that terrible injury, and he missed the majority of it. He was here all last year, and he played pro ball overseas, and so he's been through all of this before. And I do think that the schedule lines up to really help him to get that adjustment because they play 10 games in 10 days starting tonight. It's no off day.
Yep.
It's 10 straight. So
I love that.
Well, I love that for him. I love that for him and for us because, now you get in the routine of there's a day, there's a game, the whole thing. But for Tony, you're not going to have the opportunity to dwell on anything, victory or defeat. It's going to be what's up next. And, 3 in San Diego, you come home for 7, then you go to Baltimore and you start a road trip, and it's going to start to be like, boom, boom, boom. You're going to start to rip through the season.
You know what my man needs? He just needs a crooked number. It's literally all he needs. He needs somebody to hit the damn Western Metal Supply building with 2 runners on tonight. Just relax everything. Just calm it down. You're good. They're fine. That's the other thing. You look at it and you go, oh, the Giants. Like I heard this 1,000 times. Social media, blah, blah, blah. Good Lord, that lineup's terrible. All right, go hitter by hitter. Tell me which one, who's the non-accomplished major league hitter on their roster?
Well, Patrick Bailey.
Well, fine, but that's a catcher who, all the catchers hit 211. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's done this for 3 years now. Patrick Bailey's not like a...
He's going to hit about 210.
Yeah, but he's the best defensive catcher in ball, and he's going nowhere, so he's established.
Right.
All right, who else?
Well, I'm just thinking about, who you're really looking to carry the thing, and it's Adames, it's Chapman, and it's Devers.
Sure.
And so 3 games in, none of them have done really anything. I think Chappie has the only RBI. So you look at what they've done over their career, 10 years or more for almost all of them, and you realize this is not who they're going to be all year. So that's where, for me, the patience comes in.
Well, I guess the point I was trying to make is go around the diamond. They're all accomplished big leaguers. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. None of them are perfect. Some of them might even just be average, but we know exactly who these guys are. And they all have a place. The Giants they're not forcing any square pegs into round holes. Nobody gave a position to a guy who traditionally sucks in the big leagues. None of that. Jung-Hoo Lee is probably the biggest question mark out there as far as, do I know who you are in the bigs? We're still kind of trying to figure that out. Ramos is early, but he's already made an all-star team. Bader's a phenomenal defensive center fielder with some speed, some swag. He's an okay hitter, and that's what you'll get.
Casey Schmidt would be the only one I would say where.
Right, but I don't think Casey is long for the starting lineup.
Probably not.
Casey's out there because Devers is a little dinged, and they don't like Girard at first base defensively. That's why Casey's out there. If Devers was playing first, Encarnacion would be DHing. I am wildly confident in that, and I also think before this calendar hits May, Bryce Eldridge will be on the team. It's my guess. So, that's where Casey's headed. Casey is not headed for everyday first base.
You're right. He's headed more for the Christian Koss, utility kind of role, and so that's going to happen sooner rather than later. If they will face a lefty soon, maybe that would be Girard, who gets to actually be in the lineup and maybe actually have an at-bat, because so far your starting 9 have gotten all the at-bats, and none of them has done much through 3 games. But I don't even look at the 7, 8, 9 hitters when I think about, this offense. It's got to be Adames, Devers, and Chapman, and to a lesser extent, Ramos, and then, Jung-Hoo Lee, and on the way down the line. But like with any team, we could look at the Warriors and we could say, man, they really aren't performing well with Pods and Porzingis. Well, Jimmy and Steph are going to be the guys who have to carry you, but they're not out there. So you can't have the same expectation for the Giants. You have your guys out there. Devers, I know, is a little dinged up, but he can still hit. Ultimately, you're going to rise and fall with your key hitters, and those are the 3 guys.
Sure, absolutely. And then, I think that, if I were a member of this pitching staff, I would be bummed with how this all sounds coming out of our opening weekend against the Bronx Bombers. It's a pretty good lineup. It's got a lot of stuff coming at you. And, again, Logan Webb gave up a crooked second inning. And then outside of that, you got 26 other innings, and they gave up a total of 8 runs. Oh, by the way, I did some digging, and this might, Grandy, you might have been on this already, but I really wanted to make sure, whenever there's somebody new, this has kind of been a thing that I have. I really want to chase down exactly how we pronounce your name so that we get this right. Remember when we did this with Mauricio Dubon for a long time? I want to get it right. So the starting pitcher on Saturday is Tyler Malley. It rhymes with rally. Not Molly, not Maley, Malley. That's how you can remember it. It rhymes with rally. Tyler Malley.
Got to be a better rhyme, because rally would mean the other team is like batting around against Malley.
Well, you could also rally around him,
I guess. And it could be rhymes with Sally.
It could be rhymes with Bally. Great casino and hotel in Vegas. I love Bally's.
Yep. John Sally.
Tyler Malley.
That's right.
That's how you can remember it.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good.
And we can come up
John
with
Sally.
Thank you. No, Tyler Malley.
John Sally.
No, Malley.
John Sally.
All right, Granny, we got it.
Cemented now.
Yeah. Okay, we all got it?
Tyler Malley.
You got it.
There you go.
All right,
Thank you,
don't do it again. Oh, it's okay again. Anyway, so yeah, my man could use a crooked one. Can somebody please get a hold of one tonight? What are we doing?
How about just
get a hold of one?
How about just one? Like a home run would be great, or I don't know, maybe a 2-run single. I'm not even looking.
A 2-run single?
I'm not trying to get greedy here with a crooked number. How about
I am.
Second, third, somebody hits a little flare to left center, and they both score, and you put up 2. 2 runs in one game?
2.
A double play.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they need.
Yep.
That's what they need. So hopefully hopefully the Roop will be on fire tonight. Landon Roop had a really, really interesting I think introduction to Giants fans last year, and counting on him too. But then again, it's the Giants and Padres, and it's another pitcher's park. So we're probably doing 2-1 again tonight.
Yeah, over-under sitting at 8.5, which the under is where you'd have to pay more to get it. It's minus 119, slightly favored to go under the 8.5, which feels like that's a safe bet with this Giant offense. But they will break out at some point, and hopefully it's tonight.
Oh, I wanted to throw this at everybody, too. And by the way, still time for you to weigh in, 888-957-9570. I heard Steiny and Evan playing this earlier, and I wanted to kind of get your reaction and get mine out there. This is in the middle of the Saturday Fox broadcast. In-game, they interview Vitello. This is Ken Rosenthal asking him the question. Take a listen to this.
We all know you're in the middle of a major career transition. What has been the biggest adjustment going from college to the majors?
I think I can't talk down to guys anymore. They're my age, or it feels like they're close to it. But in all honesty, I think there's just so many more people involved. There's more people in the stands. There's more people in the clubhouse. So it truly is a manager position, not just a head coach position. But the thing I like doing more than recruiting or managing is coaching. So just trying to fill in spots when I can and help these guys out.
Okay, so a lot of people want to focus on his first sentence.
He's just running material.
He's joking.
Yes, he's running material.
I can't talk down to them. I've heard a number of people be like, oh, my God, he wants to talk down. He's kidding. I don't think it landed great.
I think he's kidding, but it's also true. Not that that's his go-to, but...
Well, I don't... Do you think this guy took the job thinking he was going to talk down to Matt Chapman?
No. And that's why I think he was running material.
Yeah.
Nor do I think that he was really talking down to his guys on the regular, because when you go 58-9, there's probably not a lot of talking down that you need to do.
Well, the bigger, and I would not use the word concern, but if you want to have something grab your attention there, it's not the way he started the comment, it's the way he ended it. What I really love to do is coaching. Well, I got to imagine there's less of that at the big league level than there is in college.
Absolutely. And he even said that. He's like, you got a lot more people, not only in the stands, but also around me on the team. And so you've got a whole staff of coaches who are doing much more of the coaching. And he even said it. This is a lot more just managing. And based on what you were saying about him running around in the warm-ups and hitting fungos and stretching and playing catch, that's probably what he likes to do the best. And as the manager, you do a lot more of just straight up managing than you do like in college, where you can, I don't know if you have a practice, maybe it's a scrimmage and you're throwing the live BP and you're hitting for the coach's team, or you're doing a lot more of the fun stuff.
I've enjoyed talking this out with you today because, Granny and I are out there at the Ferry Building on Wednesday, and everybody's juiced. And then before the show's even over, Logan's getting cracked all over the yard. And then it's like, okay, take a breath Thursday. And then I get up early and go to the ballpark on Friday. Tony talked at like 9:45 in the morning. Like, it was way before the game actually starts. And then I'm viewing him bouncing around the yard and everything, and then they go get shut out again. So by Saturday, everybody's pissed. And people are texting each other, we ever going to score a run? And then they score a run, and it's like a Bronx cheer. Finally scored a stupid run, and then that's it. And they lose, and they're 0-3. Talking this out with you today, I'm really like, can we give this dude a second to be overwhelmed? You're right. You're right, criticizer guy. He is overwhelmed. It's okay. Who wouldn't be? Who isn't when they do something like this? Now, if it leads, like if he's still overwhelmed a month from now and the Giants are in 5th place, now we can have a conversation about the decision that Buster and the organization made, for sure. But it's day 6. Can we let the guy be overwhelmed and see if he can unoverwhelm himself in an appropriate amount of time?
The learning curve is so steep to go from college to pro, even if you were a former pro player. But when you've never been in this spot as a player, let alone as a coach, there's got to be so many different things, millions of things that you have to learn that weren't that way in Tennessee, because he's in Tennessee and he's the head coach and he's got his assistant coaches and things run the way he wants them run. And that goes all the way to the athletic director, I'm sure. And everything is put in place accordingly. And you come to this team, well, the equipment is done a certain way and the uniforms are done a certain way and the travel's done a certain way. And your assistant coaches are charged with doing certain specialized things that maybe you're used to doing, let alone learning all of the other players and the teams and the styles and the ballparks. There's so many million things that he has to get adjusted to. And so, yeah, you start out 0-3. even if they were 3-0, he would still be in the same adjustment period as far as, what time do I speak to the media before a game? Like, what's the expectation? What's the norm? Like, how many hours before? And, how am I going to structure my day and the team's day so that it fits with me and it also fits with what the pros are used to?
That's an interesting thought. It might actually be not a great thing if they were 3-0. Like, a Giants fan in me is like, that'd be awesome. But I think for everybody to see this, handle this, you know what I mean? Swallow this a little bit. Hey, Tony, let's take a look at the way you're doing this and feeling like you get some adversity right away. And that allows maybe Vitello and the whole organization to realize, okay, we've got to get our process down, which was going to be inevitable. But if you're 3-0, well, your bleep don't stink, and this is easy, and we got it.
Perhaps, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Internally, I think that there'd still be some of that, and just the way you were describing that made me think about just today. First ever road game for Tony Vitello as a manager, and what did we get 4 hours before first pitch? We got the lineup. The lineup was out at like 3 o'clock or 2:30, and that seems to me to be a lot different than what Gabe Kapler did.
Is that earlier than normal?
It felt like it. I could be wrong, and maybe I'm just channeling my inner Steve Kerr, where he won't tell you until a half an hour before tip who his starting lineup is, but feels to me like the lineup card came out way early today, Grandy.
I think it's pretty normal. I know that there are standards across all of professional baseball where you have to get it in, like, it's hours before first pitch, like quite a while.
Yeah.
It's not that way in college. By the way, you can release it like 30 minutes before first pitch in college if you want.
And I don't know why I don't remember this. Is he doing his pregame session at the same time that Bob Melvin and Gabe Kapler all did it? I don't know if it's just opening day or if it's me. Like, that was a 1:30 start, and his meeting was at 9:45. I was like, dog, that's way before the game.
Yeah.
Like, you need everybody to get down there really early for a 1:30. Like, this is almost 4 hours before first pitch. Maybe, I don't know
if this is abnormal, but it just made me think about all of the firsts that he's going through, and this is his first ever road game as a manager. And, you get the lineup out and you talk to the team and all of the other things, like, what time do you go from the hotel to the ballpark? Is there one bus? Are there two buses? What's the time frame of all these things? And, when you're the head coach at Tennessee, you kind of call the shots and you make that schedule, and, that's all autonomous to you. But when you're the Giants manager, you're dealing with a coaching staff, a media team, the players who've been doing this forever. There's a certain amount of, like, him figuring out what the flow is.
Sure. You got to get your feet on the ground, man. Which is especially hard also when you didn't just start the season, you started the season this way. It was a freaking circus, dude. Yeah. It was a circus. Yankees, Netflix, boats, play, then don't play, then play, then play, then don't play. Like, I know that everybody goes, oh, gosh, I'm sorry, the Warriors had to go on a plane flight. I'm sorry, was that hard? But I get it. But just, it's you lose your comfort zone a little bit.
And he's never done it, so he doesn't even know what the comfort zone is.
It's a good point. Yeah. We're sponsored by Safeway. Hey, tell John, I want to take John in Oakland's call. John, hang right where you are. We'll come to you coming up next right here on Willard and Dibs.
Head to the Safeway Deli this week for tasty chicken wings, bone-in or boneless. Selected varieties, just $6.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Save a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
BFC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand. Bay Area, join us this Easter Sunday, April 5th at PayPal Park, as BFC takes on the Washington Spirit. Kickoff is at 2 p.m., and it will be a day full of exclusive Hello Kitty-themed activities and merch items to collect. Don't miss one of the most popular match days of the season. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at bayfc.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
97.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Own the dream.
I'm tired of getting pushed around. Let's go out there and kick the Celtics' ass. Kick their ass. I don't know. We're Warriors. Bring it in. You got to go out there and be tough.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
It's rare, but that was live audio from the Giants clubhouse just moments ago as they get ready to play the Padres here in an hour. They've had enough of getting pushed around.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Kick their ass. We're Warriors. Giants.
Kick their ass.
Yeah, it's so good. I miss him. It's going to be a long week without the Goo.
You got to go out there and be tough.
But he's doing the very rare Friday return.
Oh, he is?
He's not taking the week off.
I got you. Okay.
Monday through Thursday off.
Yeah.
Save that last vacation day.
It's unique.
For, I don't know, some other time.
Rainy day, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I had a couple of planned vacation days last week and my back was so bad that I wound up just staying home.
Just stay home. Yeah.
What a waste.
Yeah, well, you got to take care of you.
Yeah.
Guru got mad at me today.
Why?
Because
From afar?
Oh, Willard Dibbs, can you lay out for a second?
No, because you're not here, so I have to tell the story. He, so is a little bit of a habit of mine. I try to do it. If one of y'all is not here, and if you're not here, I know why you're not here, but like I texted even you last night. I'm like, bro, you good?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah.
How's it feeling?
It was really nice. I heard from 2 of the 3 members of the show.
Oh, okay.
Which was...
who did you not hear from?
Well, I heard from you.
Yeah.
And I heard from Lucas Alexander. So, yeah.
But let me translate all that. I texted you because I care.
Correct.
Lucas texted you because he's in charge of scheduling.
No. Actually, that's what I would have thought, but the text was actually, it had care written all over it.
Yeah, but that's
Thank
because
you, Dibs. It's true.
No, because it's you know how to draft it so it comes off that way. Why? What'd you say?
Kind.
No, what'd you say?
I was checking in. I think it was like Saturday that I was checking in.
It was an early check.
All right.
Early check-in. He said, how's your back? And I said, better than my bracket.
That's a good answer.
Right?
Good answer.
Yeah.
I want you to check Lucas's phone and see if at any time shortly prior to him texting you, if he got a text from Matt Nahigian asking about your Monday status.
Normally that would be fair, but there wouldn't be any evidence.
Okay. All I asked was a check.
Yeah.
All right.
It was a 9:58. How you holding up, Dibbers?
I was trying to create a situation where Lucas is just a scheduler, and therefore Grandy had the information already. But it turns out you're just a jerk, Mark.
Yeah, sorry, Divs.
Yeah.
This is this is not a worthwhile excuse. I did work all weekend, so it was a busy weekend, but I still should have texted you. You're right.
How many kids you got? Yeah, like what? I worked all weekend.
I did.
Well, do what?
Red tag event.
Yeah.
Friedman's on Saturday.
Friedman's on Saturday.
And I worked the Warrior game yesterday.
I'm sorry, when did the Friedman's thing end?
I didn't get out of there till like 5.
Oh, it was 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And when did it start?
I got there at 10.
What happened after 5? Just lost your phone in the Uber?
I drove home.
Yeah. Okay.
You sounded great, by the way.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tibbs.
And on the way home, you almost drive right by my house. But as a result of the emotional snub, this week's Higher or Lower is officially the Beat Grandy edition.
I thought that was already the case.
I went one step beyond, and you'll find out on Friday just exactly what I've done. Shout out Madness.
I'm sorry, Dibs. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Thank you, Grandy.
But I want the challenge on Friday. Keep it that way.
Okay. All right. Well, he's not talking about beating you in Higher or Lower. It's to set up Monday.
Well, the Higher or Lower is stacked, so either you or Lucas absolutely should win.
No, I understand that, but it's a whole theme around heading to Monday.
Correct.
Of Beat Grandy.
That's right.
Not just about Higher or Lower.
Okay.
What general topic do you think Willard and I know way better than Grandy?
It's
about your personal lives.
Aha. Interesting.
The Alexander and Willard family trivia night.
Stay tuned. Friday, Higher or Lower returns.
Okay. All right. Looking forward to that.
Yep.
Anyway, back to the story about Guru. So it's like if I hear someone's not on the air and I don't know why, I check in. And especially when it's Goo, because Goo has had more, shall we say, didn't see that coming days off than the majority of us. There's been stuff, right? And so I checked in with him, and he immediately, by the way, does anybody else do this? Y'all send audio texts?
No, not usually.
I've never done this before in my life. I mean, I'll use Siri to send a text, but I'm talking about like an actual recording of the voice.
Occasionally I'll do it on accident because if I push the microphone button to talk to text, sometimes I push the other one, which is the audio record. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, Guru recorded himself. And then when you record yourself and send the text, I get a little notification that actually also writes out what Guru's saying. And the first thing I see that comes across my phone is, damn, Will, that really hurts. And I'm like, oh, crap, what did I do? I checked in on you. He gets mad at me when I don't check in. Now you're getting mad at me for checking in. Goo, I can't win. What do we got? He goes on to say, I told you all last week that I was heading out east to see my daughter. You're my guy. I thought you listened.
Oh, man.
See you Friday.
It's tough. See you Friday.
See you Friday.
Back, yep.
Yeah. I thought you listened. And I'm like, man, as a grown man, I've had many people say that to me before in my life. I thought you listened. Or, don't you listen?
Totally.
And I keep trying to tell these people, yes, I listened. I just don't retain what you're saying.
It's tough.
Like, as soon as you say it, I'm always like, oh, right. It's no different than meeting somebody at a party. Okay, now take 11 seconds. Do you remember their name? No.
Probably not.
But when you say it's Bill, I'm like, oh, right.
Bill.
Got it. And then I'll forget it again in another 12 seconds. That's what being a dude is all about.
I get in that spot so many times where, I told you that last week. It's like, I believe that you told me that last week, and I forgot. I forgot last week and was unable to pull it up mentally today. So, yes, I was listening, but like you, I failed to remember.
Yeah, I didn't remember. Anyway, he'll be back Friday. I got it now. I know where he is. I know who he's seeing.
Yeah.
And I know when he's going to be back.
Perfect.
Won't forget again.
No, you won't.
Shut up! Till his next vacation.
Yeah.
I won't remember that. So
I only knew because I saw on social media a picture of, I think, his son and a nephew and a cousin at the Hornets game. And I thought, sounds like he's in North Carolina.
He's not here.
Sounds like he went on a trip.
That is where the Hornets play.
And I think his daughter's also back there. So I was putting pieces together.
That's exactly where he is. Yes. Okay. Hey, kids and campers, it is time for Triples for Autism, which is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors made, easy, 19 threes on Friday versus the Wizards. And then 14 threes last night versus the Nuggets. So that is cha-ching followed by cha-ching. It means 2 more donations from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Last night, it was Kristaps and Pods that made 5 each, while Draymond had 2. Yeah, Granny, that was at you. And a couple others chipped in. 71 and 72 now in terms of donations of the season for Triples for Autism. If you'd like to donate and get involved, go to sfautismsociety.com.